For some unknown reason, the apocalypse suddenly descended, and a deadly plague swept across the world. This young man hadn't even had time to adapt to the current apocalyptic situation, so when a zombie charged at him, Duong Hao could only stand frozen, unsure how to fight back. At that moment, he spotted a nearby broom. With his life hanging by a thread, Yang Hao had no choice but to risk everything. He grabbed the broomstick, closed his eyes, and stabbed it toward the zombie. Luckily, the zombie rammed its head into the broomstick and struggled in place. Suddenly, glowing bubbles burst out from the zombie's head and formed a notification window. Congratulations, the owner has received the Japanese attribute system, activating the owner's panel. Ho Nyut gains +1 strength, +2 speed, +0.3 mental. Duong Hao, an ordinary person, has 30 strength +1, 50 speed +2, 7 mental +0.3, and 5 stamina. After a quick read, Duong Hao feels itchy and doesn't understand what is happening. With years of experience reading death stories, he quickly realized this was the legendary system, and burst out laughing with joy. Haha, even heaven isn't stealing from me, but his loud laugh attracted a nearby zombie. Duong Hao quickly realized he had to run, but at this moment he felt his body was strange, seeming to have become stronger. While fleeing, he brushed past some nearby zombie corpses. Bright spots burst out from the zombie corpses, heading straight for Duong Hao. The more he ran, the more he felt his body changing clearly. My strength keeps growing. It's definitely because of these glowing orbs. The light balls on the corpses are all attribute points. This is perfect. It seems I can absorb them to strengthen myself. But before I could rejoice, I realized a horde of zombies was chasing after me. Why did it suddenly turn into a life and death train? I have to find a hiding spot quickly. Seeing the door in front of him open, Yang Hao quickly hid inside. Why did it attract so many zombies? Luckily, they are not very smart. Duong Hao quickly moved inside and placed a heavy object in front of the door, successfully blocking the zombies outside. At that moment, he heard a scream from inside. Turning around in panic, he saw a zombie lying on the ground, its eyes staring back at him in a terrifying way. Luckily, the lower half was pinned down. Here, this is the restaurant owner's item. Yang Hao breathes a sigh of relief, trying to stay calm as he uses a nearby wooden chair to send the zombie on its way. Sorry, ma'am. The 3 guys earlier made you realize that the end of the world must not be taken lightly, leaving unknown consequences. After dying, this zombie not only dropped a glowing spot, but also a red liquid. So, these attribute lights are all created by zombies after they are killed. This time, a drop of blood also came out. This lady is really rich. Touching the red liquid, a notification suddenly appeared. You received an stimulant pill that pushes your body to the limit in an instant, doubling your strength. Reading the description, Yang Hao easily recognizes the pill in his hand as a valuable item that can save his life at critical moments. Lost in joy, he is suddenly pulled back to harsh reality by the sound of scratching at the door. The most important thing is to stock up on water. Without food, you can survive for 7 days, but without water, only 3 days. Food should prioritize canned goods and long shelf life biscuits, which are portable and practical. As for weapons, he barely managed to find this gun and had to use the available supplies to modify it. Using his knowledge, Duong Hao quickly gathered the necessary tools. At this moment, the wall was broken by the zombies using their heads, and they stuck their heads inside. I have to say, these zombies' heads are really too hard. Unlike before, this time Duong Hao was fully prepared both in equipment and mindset. He clenched his weapon tightly and charged straight at the zombies, determined to find a way to survive. But because this sword is too blunt, Duong Hao can only stab a little and can't kill the zombie outright. Still, he gains a strength attribute point. So, even if I don't kill the zombie, just attacking it still drops attribute points. Knowing how the system works, Duong Hao eagerly swings his weapon again and again. It wasn't until the 250th time that the zombie's 3 heads were shattered, and the reward suddenly dropped a Li Shi and a Bao Duangdong. At this moment, Duong Hao looked at his trembling hand and smiled brightly. So that's how it is. Fighting zombies also drops attributes, but the points and attribute points from a critical hit are nearly the same. After a short rest, Duong Hao checked the new rewards he received. This time, the reward dropped a painful counterattack, and the Divine Pearl released a Shattered Soul Gem. This pain weighs 3 caddies, has been firmly sealed with a 50% increase in attack power, 5 extra strength, and -2 speed. Holding the new weapon in his hand, Duong Hao surged with fighting spirit. Now that he had the system, he couldn't stay here waiting to die, so he had to leave. You 3 bastards wait there for me, I'm coming to find you. Bullying my people, insulting my goddess, killing. Facing a horde of zombies, Duong Hao no longer fears but grips his sword tightly and charges forward with blazing fire. Meanwhile, elsewhere, 3 soldiers, bored out of their minds, go out to kill zombies and indulge in some twisted acts. The ordinary people who trouble them are now turned into zombies and are at their mercy, as they play and mock whether Duong Hao has also become a zombie, hoping to give him one more pain. Contrary to their expectations, Duong Hao now beheads zombies with ease like cutting bananas, rushing forward. When he sees the 3 soldiers running toward him, he quickly sidesteps, ready to fight back. Those 3 bastards came right to us, saving us the trouble of searching. They talk big, but as soon as they saw the swarm of zombies behind them, they immediately ran away. Damn, The zombies near them have all been attracted here. Let them go for now. These 3 bastards better not die easily. As he ran, he kept opening the red envelopes he just received, learning driving skills, mastering various vehicle operations, and basic repair skills. This skill seems useful. It might come in handy when escaping later. After running for a while, Duong Hao unconsciously arrived in front of the female dormitory. As soon as she saw you, a woman immediately stuck her head out the window and shouted, "Duong Hao, why are you here? Get lost quickly. The zombie was attracted here by you." This person is Duong Hao's superior, Huang Tun Tun, the dormitory manager. Seeing that this woman is quite resilient, Duong Hao felt a bit of disgust. When he saw Duong Hao still standing still, Huang Tun Tun shouted loudly, "Aren't you and that fox Tai Kin very close? Go find her, she's at the cafeteria." As soon as he heard Tai Kin, Duong Hao moved quickly. Seeing his expression, Huang Tun Tun felt extremely pleased. Your cowardly brother was scared stiff by the zombies, huh? He won't listen even if you tell him to get out. At this moment, 3 zombies attracted by the noise suddenly rushed to attack Duong Hao. Unfazed, Duong Hao swings his Qingdao sword, creating a sea of fire that destroys all the approaching zombies. Then he looked up and warned her, "Huang Tun Tun, you'd better keep quiet. Do you believe I led these zombies to find you?" Seeing this unbelievable scene, Huang Tun Tun was stunned in shock. When did this coward start getting stronger? At this moment, Yang Hao hesitated because of the approaching zombies. Damn it, too many zombies lured here by Huang Tun Tun. Even if I go inside that building now, I'll be overwhelmed and killed. There's no other way. Duong Hao has no choice but to risk everything and run toward the nearby car. The driver also left the car locked due to the zombie escape. With no time to hesitate, Duong Hao stomped hard and sped away from there. "Before I leave, I won't forget to say goodbye. Huang Tun Tun, I left you the zombies with the hole in the door." "Pay attention, Huang Tun Tun." Hearing that, she got furious and stuck her head out the window to dig. "Duong Hao, you bastard." Duong Hao sat in the car, using the perfume to kill the approaching zombies. Wave after wave of illusionary attribute points made you stronger and stronger. The spear shot through the street, smashing zombies and then hitting a tree to trigger a big explosion. While the zombies hadn't arrived yet, Duong Hao quickly ran toward the clinic room. Luckily, the zombies all followed the plan and were attracted by the car explosion sound. After reaching a safe place, Young Hao excitedly checks the new weapons he just received with the 2 guards, learning 3 powerful moves, chopping, spinning, and swinging, to focus his strength and defeat enemies. Received from embedding half a kilogram of heavy titan, strength +3, speed +1, combat power +2. Received a half moon shield weighing 20 kilograms, made from alloy refined with spirit, strength +12, speed -5. Receiving the rewards, Duong Hao was very satisfied. He now had long, medium, and short weapons, and in the future, he might be able to handle different situations on his own. First, rest here for the night to recover and observe the surroundings. Then continue tomorrow. Suddenly, he sensed danger behind the door in front of him. Duong Hao cautiously approached and slowly opened the door, and upon witnessing the scene before his eyes, he gasped in shock. These 2 people aren't zombies either, so why did they die here? As he carefully thought, Duong Hao suddenly looked pale and broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, I get it now. No wonder there are no zombies in other parts of this building. Someone is deliberately hanging live people here as bait to lure zombies. It's only been 3 days since the apocalypse, and so many people already can't stand the slaughter. These bastards are basically beasts. While Yang Hao was lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared from behind, pushing him into the room. Who was it? Someone else already found this place. Then, stay here forever. Before Duong Hao could react, he was locked inside the room and fell into the sight of the zombies. There's no other choice, so he had to draw his sword and fight to survive. Damn it! I can only fight them. If I can get out alive, I will kill all of you, you bastards. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a girl in shockingly torn clothes sits on the ground trembling in fear. Don't come any closer. The man paid no attention and slowly approached her. Deep Fuang Hua, just listen to us. Weren't we holding you back for this reason in the first place? If not, I would have already been turned into a zombie back then. Deep Fuang Hua tears up and shouts loudly. Please spare me. If not, even if I become a zombie, I won't let you go. This man is Tu Dongchao, the honorary principal. He looks at Diep Fuang Hua and licks his lips lewdly. Turning into a zombie, no, you don't stand a chance of that. Now she only has 2 options, either surrender to the 3 of us or be played by us one after another. The 3 men, weapons in hand and with lecherous faces, slowly approached Diep Fuang Hua. Returning to Duong Hao's side, after a fierce battle, he had eliminated all the zombies. He sat on the ground, panting heavily like a dog. Is the system broken? It hasn't added any attribute points since the beginning. As the words left his mouth, countless sparks of light shot straight toward him, causing all his stats to surge like a flood, suddenly receiving a massive boost of attributes. Duong Hao felt as if his body was about to explode, overwhelmed with pain. The system now displays a red warning. Warning, the host's body is overloaded. The host's body is overloaded. Yang Hao saw this and swore to himself. Damn it, it can't be a pirated system, right? The pain like coming back to life kept going, and no one knew when it would end. On the Phoenix Destruction side, she was pressed against To Dongchao, who kept threatening her. Hurry up and take off your clothes, or wait for us to make you laugh one by one. At this moment, Duong Hao pushed the door open with a completely new attitude. Damn, your place is so crowded, even seeing you. Dong Chao's people still haven't learned to be afraid. Who are you? Duong Hao asked back with a fierce and commanding presence. Has no one recognized me with such a scent? My voice sounds very familiar. Principal. Dong Chao, realizing this is Duong Hao, broke out in a cold sweat and opened his mouth in shock. It's you. Why haven't you died yet? He's panicking inside. How did you escape with so many zombies around? Just a fat guy earlier. Duong Hao didn't care at all and kept walking straight toward Diet Phuong Hua. After assessing the condition of the phoenix flower, I was completely sure these people are a bunch of beasts. Seeing Duong Hao point his sword at her, Dong Chao retreated in fear, continuously threatening. Hey, you should remember that I am your leader, Duong Hao said with a friendly smile. This sword of mine just chopped dozens of zombies, so it's a bit dull now. I wonder if it can cut people too. I've already decided not to spare these guys ever since I saw that room. Say those useless words to the people hanging there, I won't show mercy anymore. Dong Chao then stepped back, pressing the button behind his subordinate, holding a knife. Defiantly provoking. Then try it, but I'm afraid you won't get that chance. Following his orders, the two subordinates rushed forward, attacking Duong Hao from both sides. With the huge amount of attribute points I just absorbed, Duong Hao easily knocked both of them away without any difficulty. Your movements are too slow. Still trying to harm me. Want to die. You just hit someone in the face and suddenly gained a bunch of attribute points. Turns out hitting people also gives attribute points, and the mental points are surprisingly high. After dealing with his subordinates, Yang Hao looked at Tuo Dongzhou and said with a smile, Principal, do you think I have a chance to try hurting someone now? At this moment, Tuo Dongzhou boldly shouted, I don't believe you dare to cut me. I remember you now, you're Duong Hao. At first, you came for the dormitory interview without approval, claiming you had a college dream. I see you have some skill. Follow me from now on, and you'll get money when you want it. But before he could finish, Duong Hao delivered a punch. You're talking too much nonsense. I won't fight you because that would be too easy for you. Money, money, money. I don't need money for anything right now. A subordinate saw the situation was getting out of hand and ran to Deep Phuong Hua, shouting loudly, Duong Hao, spare me. I have nothing to do with this. They forced me to hand over my girlfriend to them. These two handsome guys used weapons to threaten me. What can I do? Deep Phuong Hua, you're my girlfriend. Say a few words for me. Do you want to see me dead? Have you forgotten how I used to treat you well? I can't hold back any longer. Yang Hao chokes him and lifts him into the air. On, just die already. What do you think of your girlfriend? Calling you a beast is an insult to beasts. After throwing him back to Dong Chao, he turned to grab the remaining guy by the head. And you're definitely not anything good either. Fearing the smell of blood would attract zombies, Yang Hao didn't dare to attack, only grabbing and throwing the three of them out. Get lost, all of you, and run away from Yang Hao's hand. The three trampled over each other and fled, drawing the surrounding zombies' attention. Hearing the panicked scream combined with the attribute point notification, Duong Hao felt a twinge of regret. Is he already dead then? That was too easy for you guys. After you're done, go over to Diep Phuong Hua and gently reassure her. Don't worry, they won't come to your town to cause trouble anymore. Diep Phuong Hua's whole body trembled as she looked at Duong Hao with a blank stare. Duong Hao, can you close the window? I'm scared. Do you have water? I'm thirsty. Help me get some over here. Phuong Hua, still trembling, she slowly walked toward Duong Hao with a cup of water in her hand, her fear making her imagine being scolded. Why are you so slow? I just saved you. You should show some gratitude. Duong Hao quickly reminded her when he saw her distracted. Miss Diep, don't lose focus. Be careful. Suddenly startled, Diep Phuong Hua tripped and fell on top of Duong Hao. And during their first close contact with a woman, Duong Hao blushed furiously, blood spraying everywhere. Deep Phuong Hua hurriedly got up, repeatedly apologizing. Sorry, I was so scared. Are you okay? He must be hungry. There's food here. I'll go cook for him. At this moment, Duong Hao's face was flushed, truly frightened by those three bastards. But the feeling wasn't very clear. Being single for so long, I couldn't stand it just now. Suddenly, Duong Hao heard a scream and hurried in to check. Deep Phuong Hua sits on the ground, shouting loudly towards the door in front of her. In the nearby storage room, something is pounding on the wall. Before going in, Duong Hao carefully advised, let me check first. You go find some snacks yourself. I don't care. I'm not hungry. Entering the storage room, Duong Hao pulls out a sword from his travel belt, the one he received earlier when killing zombies in the conference room. This is a 20-slot gear that can hold 20 weapons without affecting space or weight. Ready? Duong Hao moved toward the source of the noise and took out the zombies in the blink of an eye. Done. Covered in blood, he muttered to himself as he undressed to take a shower. I should still take a shower first. I haven't showered since the zombie outbreak. Those three bastards, just thinking about it makes me furious again. The end of the world has come, making it even easier to die. After all, surviving wasn't easy to begin with. But hey, I have the system, so those three bastards are definitely doomed. Ha ha ha. Duong Hao, why didn't you knock and just come in? Deep Phuong Hua, shouting and wrapping a towel, hurriedly ran outside but suddenly remembered her clothes were still in the bathroom, so she had to awkwardly turn back. The next morning, Duong Hao was peacefully asleep when the scent woke him up. As he opened his eyes, he saw the goddess Tai Kin standing beside him, and he quickly embraced her. Tai Kin. That's great. You're okay. By the time you realized, you found yourself holding Deep Fuang Hua. Deep Fuang Hua, why are you the one? Sorry, I just now. Yang Hao, before he could explain, saw Deep Fuang Hua mention Tai Kin and, in his excitement, grabbed her by the shoulder. She knows her. Deep Fuang Hua blushed shyly. She's my roommate who rents outside the school. The night before last, we were walking together in the campus garden, but it seems she had something to do and went back earlier. Then the epidemic suddenly broke out. At this moment, Duong Hao was furious and punched through the nearby wall. What is Fong Ten Tun up to? Why is she saying Tai Kin is at home eating? Realizing he was a bit impulsive, he lowered his voice to reassure. Sorry for scaring you again. Let's go have lunch. I need to go out later. He is thinking about what he needs to do. Knowing that Tai Kin is home is good. At least he is safer there than here. The cafeteria still needs to be visited. After all, I saw those three bastards heading there earlier. After breakfast, Yang Hao carefully gave instructions. Remember to lock all the windows tightly. Don't open them for anyone except me. Deep Fuang Hua now considers you her support, so be careful with your appearance. I will wait here for you to come back. Then Duong Hao headed straight to the dining hall. Even if faced with a swarm of zombies as numerous as ants, you still charge forward. Come and try to kill me if you dare. This time, your reward is a jade bow and a basic spear skill, but Duong Hao currently has no spear in hand, which is a real waste. Just then, a familiar laugh sounded from behind. Ro, Duong Hao, you're not dead yet? Why have you gotten so thin? Did the zombies drain your fat? It's all your fault for opening the door downstairs yesterday, letting the zombies come in. We still need to go out for supplies, so hurry up and come here to chase all the zombies away from me right now. Fuang Tun Tun poked her head through the window and gave an arrogant order. Seeing Duong Hao's ability, she came up with a sinister plan. He's not dead. It seems he does have some skill. I deliberately made a loud noise to attract the nearby zombies here, so he could only come up here. Haha, you're so stupid. You're just my plaything. Attracted by the noise, the nearby zombies head straight for Duong Hao and charge at him. Yang Hao clenched his sword and charged at the zombies. Fang Ching Ching, that stupid woman from your family, it was you who forced me into this. If you keep sending zombies here to force me inside, then I can only play with you. Inside the building, the female students were overjoyed to see someone come in. Great, someone finally came to rescue us. Seeing that, Duong Hao shouted, Are you all rushing out to get yourselves killed? Go back to your rooms. These girls really haven't seen much of the world. They opened the door and ran out without knowing who was on the other side. On the way to find Fang Ching Ching's room, Yang Hao casually took out a few zombies that appeared. This time, Li Shi rewarded you with cooking skills, which confused Duong Hao a bit. What is this? You want me to be a chef in the apocalypse? Just then, Fuang Tun Tun opened the door and stepped outside. Not bad. Take my bag and make a way out for me. I will reward you. She still thinks she is Duong Hao's superior and can command him at will. But that was just her delusion. Duong Hao suddenly closed in, grabbing her by the neck and pushing her toward the window. Let me see you off. Didn't you say Tai Kin was at home eating? Fuang Tun Tun only now realizes she's scared and keeps begging. I didn't mean to deceive you. I was just jealous of Tai Kin. I have no ill intentions towards you. Seeing Duong Hao's terrifying eyes, she knew he wasn't joking about killing. But this time, Duong Hao is settling old scores without any ill intent. So what about when you had free time earlier to pick a fight with me and deduct my salary? Fuang Tun Tun looked pale and stammered, all the other dorm managers flatter me a lot, but you don't care about me at all, so While talking, she suddenly used her legs to grab Duong Hao. She's about to fall. Please, let me go. I'll do whatever you ask. Duong Hao didn't bother to pay attention to her and simply let go. Get out of the way. She's just a bastard who only wants to satisfy herself, sacrificing others for her own vanity. Whether she's malicious or not isn't for her to decide. It's something you have to experience yourself, like I did. Facing life and death, Fuang Tun Tun musters all her strength to hold on to Duong Hao's leg. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I truly was wrong. I won't bully you anymore from now on. At this moment, a scream for help suddenly rang out from the window downstairs, and Duong Hao finally realized the zombies were climbing the wall straight toward him. Seeing the horde of zombies approaching below, Fuang Tun Tun was extremely frightened. I don't want to become like that. I really didn't expect to end up like this. Sorry. Her screams echoed throughout the building, attracting the zombies. Seeing the zombie rushing up from behind, Duong Hao was extremely panicked. How could the zombie be so fast and already here? The others in the building are in danger. Just as Fuang Tun Tun was about to be grabbed by the zombie, Duong Hao suddenly grabbed her by the collar and pulled her up. Let go of my leg. Because of this action, Fuang Tun Tun blushed and started to think wildly. Duong Hao, finding her too annoying, decided to stay away after this. Facing the approaching zombies, Duong Hao drew his weapon and began slaughtering them. He had to protect the entrance to the building, or there would be no way out. But Fuang Tun Tun misunderstood that he was trying to protect her, so she yelled loudly, Duong Hao, I'm sorry. It was my fault before. I shouldn't have teased you. I'm sorry. Come with me. I agree to make up for my mistake. You did make me laugh, but I don't care enough to spend the whole day worrying about you. After speaking, he quickly ran up the stairs before the zombies gathered in large numbers. There are too many zombies, so I have to go to the rooftop first. Lure them all up there, it will be more spacious. Fuang Tun Tun lets it be. Running up to the rooftop, Duong Hao carefully observes the situation below. There aren't many zombies behind the dormitory, so I can't get more attribute points. Forget it. After dealing with the zombies in this building, going from this side should get us to the cafeteria faster. At this moment, Fuang Tun Tun suddenly hugged him from behind. What is she doing? Fuang Tun Tun refused to let go, shouting loudly, I don't care, I'm sticking with you. At this moment, the zombies inside the building have arrived. Unable to fight in this situation, Duong Hao quickly jumps toward the opposite building, using his sword and shield to brace against the wall to slow his fall. But unlike in the movies, this method basically doesn't work. If they keep falling like this, they'll be shattered into pieces. Suddenly, Duong Hao shouts loudly, and Fuang Tun Tun shouts back, What are you just standing there for? Get lost, the more the better. Although she didn't understand what was happening, Fuang Tun Tun still decided to obey and used all her strength to fight to the end. The zombie horde had gathered quite a bit, and Duong Hao charged down below. Thanks for protecting the meat, I'll give you a satisfying finish. After the fight, the notification board has been updated. Congratulations to the owner. Your spirit has reached 50, unlocking the remote item retrieval ability. Duong Hao, Brave Warrior, Perception 189.7, Speed 54.6, Spirit 50.4. Since the last level up, the attribute points you received have decreased significantly. The skill gain this time is called Remote Item Retrieval, which seems extraordinary. Duong Hao couldn't help but want to test it immediately. He looked around and decided to use it on Fang Than Thon. With just one move, Fuang Tun Tun's shirt was pulled up, making her scream out loud. Duong Hao, the Lumon kid from On. Duong Hao originally wanted to lift her entire body but failed. Blushing, he turned away. Damn, my mental strength isn't enough. I can only control light objects. If we've escaped the zombies, let's stick to the original plan and go to the cafeteria to deal with those three bastards. You just took a few steps when Fuang Tun Tun charged at him from behind. Don't leave me behind. Wherever you go, I'll follow. No matter how unlucky Duong Hao is, she refuses to let go. She fell to the ground. Listen carefully. I've already been merciful by not killing you, so it's best you stay far away from me. Fuang Tun Tun lay on the ground, only knowing how to cry loudly. It was only then that she realized how valuable Duong Hao was, but it was already too late. In the cafeteria on the second floor, a guy named Huan Thien is wearing pants after doing his business. Truly boring. In this era of death, everywhere is full of women. I'm bored of playing, seeing you still crying. I slap you hard. What are you crying for? If I weren't so bored of being locked up here, I would have thrown you out long ago. Why is he just standing there with someone else, angry at them? Or should we go to the storage room next door and bring some girls over to play? At this moment, Duong Hao breaks the window and rushes in with the newly acquired steel spear, shocking the guard who stares in disbelief. It seems that the manager is the one. It looks like he has met Duong Hao before. Looking at your previous move, he's confused and doesn't understand why. Damn it, he's just a human after all. This is the second floor. If there's no way in, where did he come up from? Jump up? But why would he still choose to threaten? Master Duong arrives just in time. We're bored with this place already. Take us away, and these two women will reward you handsomely. Top-tier beauties. Yang Hao looked at him with contempt and only said one word. Get lost. Hearing that, the bodyguard stepped closer to him. Seeing that you can reach the second floor, I guess you have some ability, so I praise you a little and think you're quite impressive. I don't need to give you face. Duong Hao doesn't bother with this kind of person and goes straight to action. He only gently pushed his shoulder, causing him to kneel hard on the ground and shatter his knee. Seeing this, Huan Tian quickly ordered his men to attack. Fight for me! Kill him! The other two bodyguards rush in from both sides. But for Duong Hao, these ordinary people are no longer enough to fight. He can block their punches with his bare hands and easily shatter their arms into pieces. Seeing the three bodyguards fail, Huan Tian still dares to threaten. That guy Duong, my father is the principal of that school. You dare hit my people? Do you believe I'll make you regret it? But before he could finish his sentence, Duong Hao's sword pierced into his chest. If you're scared, don't brag. Hearing the noise from inside the room, the survivors gather around to eavesdrop on the situation. Relax, so cruel, already seeing blood. Defeating those two tall bodyguards so easily. Seeing Yang Hao, the three guys who were packing earlier, smile maliciously. Isn't that the fat manager from before? It seems different from before. Interesting? Let's go over there and play. They think they're strong because they have more people, so they swagger in front of Duong Hao. Who do you think you're fooling with all this chaos? Does that fat kid still remember us? If you can't remember, I'll bring out our best photo here for you to recall. Just look at how scared Han is. Holding that torn stick, she just got back from farming. Right now, Huan Tian is being bandaged by a bodyguard, or he'd be dead already. The young master is angry again. There's noise outside, and that bastard is afraid he'll have to face those three villains again. At first, I saw those three beating the zombie from the first floor all the way up to the second floor. Hearing that, Huan Tian smiled brightly, eagerly looking forward. Even if I go outside, I have to see him get beaten with my own eyes. But as soon as I opened the door, I saw the three assholes lying on the ground, blood and teeth mixed together. How is that possible? How is Han so fast? And you're incredibly strong, knocking me down in the blink of an eye. Duong Hao pointed his spear directly at them and said, "From now on, I want you to leave here immediately, or else." Tina immediately shouted loudly, telling us to go outside now would be suicide. Duong Hao, even if we die, it's useless to you. But if we survive, we can help you fight the zombies. The other survivors also spoke up. That's right. With zombies everywhere outside, if there's danger, they can still help. Isn't it what the teacher taught us about unity? The zombies are outside, so forcing them out would mean killing them. The loudmouth sees himself as well protected, standing up and laughing smugly. I don't believe you would really dare to deal with us in front of so many people. But I am not like that. Inconsiderate, Han took the opportunity to strike while Yang Hao was distracted, but all he got was a punch to the face for being stupid. You think you can talk sense to you guys? Did you forget what happened yesterday so easily? I tried to be kind and keep you guys safe, but you threw me out to be eaten by zombies, facing countless of them. Why didn't you reason with them back then, when the other two soldiers had regained some strength and were coming at you with sticks? Damn, we just wanted to trigger your potential then. If you don't know right from wrong, we'll push you even further. You talk big, but neither of them are worth Duong Hao taking seriously. You only swung your spear once, and both of them were pinned to the wall. After taking down these three, Duong Hao gained a lot of attribute points. The zombies on the street don't give any attribute points, but defeating these three bastards earned me so many attribute points. Just then, a female student's voice rang out, and Teacher Duong temporarily spared them. Although they are bullies, after they arrived here, they cleared out the zombies below, and we are temporarily safe. The men just saw you and started drooling. As the beauty of Thang Yai, the goddess, has appeared, Teacher Duong should show some respect. Unlike them, Duong Hao slowly approaches Thang Yi and coldly stabs a spear right next to her. In the end, the ones who suffer are only yourselves. At this moment, the system notification appeared. Congratulations to the host. Your power has broken through to 200 and you have received a one-time body enhancement with severe side effects. Seeing this, Duong Hao's eyes widened in shock. The side effects are severe. Damn, this damn system, why is it so cruel? I didn't even have time to prepare and I lost consciousness, crashing headfirst into the wall. The weakened wall suddenly cracked and shattered, causing Yang Hao to fall out of the building. Dazed, he instinctively grabbed Than Wai's hand and pulled her down with him. Seeing this scene, Huan Tian and his subordinates are laughing happily. Damn it, weren't they quite powerful just now? Why did you faint? Death would be better. If you dare to disrespect Huan Tian, you're asking for death. Down on the first floor, Duong Hao wakes up with a headache, feeling like a million needles are stabbing his body. It's excruciating. Is this body modification? What is Ko Than Wai doing with her wound? Master Duong Hao has woken up, Ko Thang Yi hurriedly reports. Master Duong, you're awake. I'm afraid we've escaped death, but not trouble. Duong Hao only then realized he had been protected from the moment he fell until now. Suddenly, a zombie unexpectedly attacked Than Yi from behind. Immediately, Duong Hao embraced her and took down the zombie in the blink of an eye. Thank you, leave the rest to me. His heroic demeanor makes Than Wai's heart race and her face flush with embarrassment while on the second floor. La Huan Tian eagerly eavesdrops. You bastard! How dare you hit me? You're dead for sure this time. Ha ha ha, Duong Hao, wasn't it you who was so great just now? Come on, keep hitting me. Suddenly, both of them were kicked and fell down. Which bastard dares to hurt me? Seeing an acquaintance, Duong Hao enthusiastically greets. It seems someone just now said they wanted me to hit them, so I guess I have no choice but to reluctantly fight you guys. And the one who kicked these two down is none other than that loudmouth. Duong Hao is doomed. After dealing with those two, this place will be ours. Than Wai still misunderstands at this moment. I didn't expect them to help him. Duong Hao knew these people well, so of course he didn't trust them. Helping me is just dogs biting dogs. As she was speaking, Duong Hao suddenly lost his temper and stabbed toward Ko Than Wai. Ko Than Wai was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. Teacher Duong Yu, but it turns out that Duong Hao's target is the zombie behind her. Don't be afraid, and also, just call me Duong Hao. Having been saved multiple times, Than Wai extends her hand and says thank you. Thank you, Duong Hao. But Duong Hao misunderstood her and handed her a short painkiller. Do you need a weapon? Here, I'll take the front line of zombies. If any get through, I'll count on you. Before Than Wai could say anything, Duong Hao had already jumped into the middle of the zombies. Why does the modified body still hurt like this? And the sensation isn't even stronger. Given the current state of my body, I have to fight quickly and decisively. After a while, Duong Hao suddenly noticed something unusual. The zombies no longer dropped light bridges like before. But now is not the time to worry about that. Duong Hao needs to deal with these zombies as quickly as possible. At this moment, Than Yi shouted loudly, I'm coming to help you, Duong Hao. I never expected this slender girl to have such great strength. The two of them leaned on each other, fighting off the zombie encirclement. The survivors on the second floor watching the scene start cheering loudly. Amazing, no wonder she's the goddess. Even her zombie-slaying moves are so graceful. Needless to say, the goddess's family is a martial arts aristocrat, trained in national techniques since childhood and excels in weapon use. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently as a giant zombie slowly approaches Duong Hao from afar. These zombies don't seem the same as before. I can't let them hurt Ko Than. Immediately, he grabbed his spear and launched a preemptive strike. Unlike the other zombies, this giant one knows how to cover its vital spots with its hands, blocking the spear thrusts, and it even breaks the spear with its hand, causing Duong Hao to lose his weapon. Feeling that this zombie is a bit tricky, Duong Hao frowns in annoyance as he thinks about how to fight. Then Ko Than suddenly pulls him back. Duong Hao carefully, I have no weapon, leave it to me. Facing the swarm of zombies like ants, Ko Than remains fearless, gripping her spear tightly. But the zombies won't back down just because of her aura. The giant zombie raises its fist and charges straight at Ko Than. Duong Hao immediately sensed the danger. This was not a zombie Ko Than could handle. I'm not the kind of man who hides behind women. Without hesitation, Yang Hao jumps into the middle, heading straight for the zombie with the new Titan greatsword in hand. After a fierce battle, the giant zombie was defeated. Duong Hao realized that zombies will keep evolving to become stronger and more terrifying. This time, the zombie didn't drop anything again, leaving Duong Hao a bit puzzled. After dealing with everything, he turned to Ko Than to ask about the situation. Ko Than immediately stepped back. Duong Hao used to be just an ordinary person not worth noticing, but now he's surprisingly formidable. And Duong Hao, clueless about romance, kept wondering why he was being stared at so intently. At this point, he increasingly felt something was off with his body and knew he had to act fast. He told Ko Than to fall back while he went alone to eliminate the zombies. Meanwhile, 3 soldiers had gone downstairs and were secretly hiding behind the 2 of them. Seeing how he's gasping for breath, does it mean he's about to fail? Let's take this opportunity to attack now. They ignore Ko Than and charge straight at Duong Hao with their swords. Ko Than notices them immediately and shouts loudly, Hey, what are you guys trying to do? Duong Hao, get out of the way. But because he was caught off guard, Duong Hao couldn't dodge in time. The zombies also took advantage of his distraction to attack, closing in to trap him. At this moment, the system notification appears, announcing the start of the final body modification phase. Activating system space suddenly pulled into the system space, Duong Hao narrowly avoids the attack. But unfortunately, the zombie rushed forward and bit him right on the neck. Ko Than was also knocked down by the wave of zombies struggling to resist. At this moment, Yang Hao is inside a transparent sphere, floating in the middle of the space. He stands from afar, helplessly shouting, Ko Than, annoying. This transparent sphere separates the outside, so she can't see clearly. The others witness the entire event but have no intention of helping, only discussing Duong Hao's disappearance. Hey, did you see that? Duong Hao suddenly disappeared just now. Yeah, if you hadn't said anything, I would have thought I was seeing things. What exactly is going on? After struggling for a while, Ko Than finally reached the thin dagger on the ground and pierced through the zombie's neck. Get out of here! Get out of here! She realized she had been bitten and immediately made up her mind to end her life. Ko Than burst into tears and was about to strike, but Duong Hao pulled her into the light sphere. In the eyes of others, she also suddenly disappeared just like Duong Hao earlier. Damn, the goddess is gone too. Maybe some kind of dimensional space has opened up. At this moment, a notification appears in the light sphere, stating that this body modification requires a hetero help and asking if the process should begin. Suddenly finding herself in a strange place, Ko Than is extremely panicked. Duong Hao, what's going on? Where is this? Not wanting to reveal the system, Duong Hao whispers in his mind. System, after the modification, can it help remove the virus from the body? According to the system, after the body modification, the virus will be completely eradicated. But Ko Than doesn't know about this and keeps shouting, wanting to leave to avoid turning into a zombie and harming Duong Hao. After preparing himself mentally, Duong Hao then calls out Tron En. Don't be afraid, I have a way to save you, but later you must cooperate with me in what I do. It may be hard to explain at first, but please trust me. Although Ko Than didn't understand anything, she still accepted her fate. Suddenly, their clothes disappeared, making Ko Than blush all over. Then, the system began to modify their bodies, and the 2 kept entwining with each other without letting go. After a while, the luminous sphere disappeared, and Yang Hao reappeared with a cool outfit, holding a beautiful woman in his arms. Equipped with the combat armor Glen, incoming damage is reduced by 30%. Equipped with the combat armor Glen, temporarily increases jumping ability, enhancing the 7 stars. Embedding Pain increases fire attribute damage. Moreover, he also received a new title, the Guard, with the reward being a healing space. The achievement system was also unlocked. Guang observed that 2 objectives had been completed, and Duong Hao pondered silently. It seems the previous reward was obtained through this achievement. To get more rewards, you need to figure out how to unlock new achievements. But now that I think about it, this doesn't really matter. Let's go out first and figure it out later. Soon after, Duong Hao and Than Yi reappeared. Looking at the people on the second floor, Yang Hao was extremely disappointed. The rich kids only care about this girl. She's basically worthless for protection. Now, Than Yi is still weakened, leaving her here would be even more dangerous. So it's better to take her back to the Phoenix Flower destruction site on the other side. Before leaving, you casually sent that explosion guy who had turned into a zombie on his way. The 2 of them had only taken a few steps when the crowd on the floor suddenly shouted out loud, Master Duong, don't take the goddess away. Without her, no one can protect us. That's right. If you want to go, might as well take us with you. Duong Hao glanced and said coldly, Sorry, I'm not the savior. Your lives are none of my business. Besides, you're too many, you'll just die faster with me. Better to stay here and wait for rescue. Hearing that, the group grew even more resentful, huffing that they only cared about saving the pretty girl and didn't care about us. They thought he was different from those rich folks, but now it seems they're all the same. I hope he gets bitten by a zombie outside and dies. What's the point of this selfish person living for society? I really can't stand these people anymore. Then we can't hear anymore. She snatched the sword from Duong Hao's hand and looked up to the second floor. A bunch of cowards who lacked the courage to face the zombies and only know to blame those around them. She threw the sword directly at them and shouted, What are you all angry about standing there? The zombies downstairs have already taken care of everything. If you're brave enough, go out and fight them with your sword. If not, just stay there and keep yelling in anger for all I care. The group of guys was told they have a black heart, and they fell silent for a moment before glancing at each other. What are you looking at me for? I'm not going out there to risk my life. Yes, I think it's safer for us to stay here and wait for rescue. Even now, no one is willing to go out and find a way to survive, only relying on others. After venting her anger, Fan Yi held Duong Hao's hand and left. Her actions just now successfully left a good impression on Duong Hao. Fan Yi is truly bold and daring, a person with a strong personality. Back home, Diep Phuong excitedly went to open the door, but upon seeing Ko Than Ai, she looked a bit awkward, and Duong Hao immediately introduced. She is Than Ai, our new teammate. Go inside and talk. As soon as she stepped in, Phuong Tan Tan suddenly rushed over and hugged Duong Hao. Duong Hao, I told you, you can't abandon me, that Phuong Tan explained. After she knew it was safe here, she kept acting pitiful to get me to open the door, and I couldn't bear to refuse, so I opened it. Once inside, she got pricked, and she spilled everything about your conversation. With no other choice, Duong Hao had to accept this. As the two argued, a loud noise suddenly sounded outside. Immediately, everyone rushed outside to check the situation. Hearing gunfire, they wondered if the army had sent someone to rescue us. Phuong Tun Tun was overjoyed when she heard that. That's great. It must be my father coming to rescue me. She was so happy she let go, collapsing to the ground. Luckily, Duong Than was strong enough to catch her ankle in time. I told you to come down early, but you just had to cling on. Yet Phuong Tun Tun still keeps laughing and joking. Aren't you the one holding her leg right now, so I can't go up or down at all? Duong Hao no longer cares about her and tells everyone to get ready before heading to the place where the gunshot came from. Phuong Tun Tun is lying on the ground. This place is dirty. Than thinks her whole body is covered in dirt, so she suggests taking a shower together. Hearing that, Diep Phuong Hua was happy, because she would be alone with Duong Hao, but Phuong Tun Tun suddenly pulled her back and asked for all three of them to take a bath together. While bathing, Diep Phuong Hua wondered why Duong Hao always seems guarded and suspicious of others by nature. Do you know why? Talking about this, Phuong Tun Tun felt guilty. I know a little about it. His behavior is also partly related to my attitude towards him. When he first arrived at school, he was very cheerful and helpful to others, but those memories seemed to flood back in her mind. In the middle of the night, two male students kept knocking on the dorm door. Dear manager, please open the door. We promise we won't be late again. We saw an elderly woman fall on the street, so we came home late. Out of compassion, Duong Hao opened the door for us. The next day, Phuong Tun Tun unexpectedly knocked on the door with a security guard, reporting that a student's computer in the dorm room was missing. Through the security footage, I saw the lights from last night allowing some non-students into the school. Explain quickly. What's going on? Yang Hao didn't have a chance to explain before he was taken away, but later the investigation clarified that he was not involved. But from then on, Duong Hao's reputation also worsened. In the end, everyone saw him as a bad person and kept making things difficult for him. Phuong Tun Tun also came to apologize, but she didn't expect it would have such an impact. After hearing the story, Diep Phuong Hua was furious and scolded her. You're going too far. How can you accuse him without even finding out the truth? No wonder he hates you so much. Ko Tun Yi stepped forward and directly slapped Phuong Tun Tun. Phuong Tun Tun shouted loudly, Why did you hit me? I don't want to falsely accuse him. I just want him to clarify everything with the police. Besides, I have already apologized to him. Than Ai immediately explained to her that just a simple apology couldn't make up for the way she had hurt him before. It's a pity he saved her. If she still has a conscience, she should honestly atone for her sins. The scene shifts, and Than Ai leads Phuong Hua and Than Tan to Duong Hao's resting room. The appearance of the three beautiful girls was so stunning that anyone who saw them couldn't help but feel a stir in their heart. Than Ai spoke up, Sorry for wasting your time. Than Tan shyly turns away, using her hand to hide one reddened cheek and lies. That don't look at this side. My face was just burned. It's very ugly. You cover your mouth with your hand, cheeks flushing, wondering if it's real or fake, burn or just blush. You cough softly and reply, No rush, Phuong Tun Tun. I have something to ask you. She immediately sat down next to Duong Hao. Than Tan gently held his arm, her eyes sparkling. So you want to ask me, what do you want to know? As long as I know, I will tell everything. She crossed her arms and confidently replied, Because my father, Fuang Chungjuk, is a colonel, and now with such danger outside, he must have sent someone to rescue us. Thanai and Fuang Hua were speechless. No wonder she was so arrogant. Turns out she's a spoiled young lady. Suddenly, Than Yi came up with an idea. Why not take this opportunity to reintroduce ourselves so we can understand each other better? Fuang Hua nodded in agreement. You, and then confidently introduced herself. My family is a martial arts clan, practicing traditional martial arts, so I believe I can protect myself for now, and I hope we can move forward together to find each other's families. Next is Fuang Hua, who shyly introduces herself. I am a recent graduate working at the market. If it weren't for Duong Hao's rescue yesterday, I'd be doomed for life. Then Duong Hao also began his introduction. I am a dormitory manager. My parents are farmers. I have always dreamed of going to university, so besides work, I study on my own, hoping to pass the university entrance exam someday. The image of the entire city being engulfed in flames appears, and his face suddenly darkens. But he never expected the apocalypse to come so suddenly. Next, I want to find Tai Kin. She's the person I care about most in this city. Then I will check the road conditions clearly before going home to see my parents. Duong Hao gently advised, I want you girls to have your own plans, but think carefully before the army arrives. Feng Hua secretly glanced at Than Yi and thought to herself, if she had Than Yi's abilities, she could be by Duong Hao's side to support him instead of causing trouble for him. He turned and left without forgetting to encourage the girls, saying it's best to rest before the rescue troops arrive, and that maintaining morale and health is the most important right now. The sky, now dark and quiet, has turned to night. Scene shifts to the school dormitory, where Duong Hao is lying on his bed holding his phone in his hand. His eyes never left the phone for even a second. Even as he was distracted and worried about his parents, the phone had no signal. I wonder how my parents are doing. They live in the countryside, so maybe they are safe. Then suddenly, a dark shadow appeared right behind him. That person quietly slipped into bed and hugged him. Only then did Duong Hao realize it was his father. He suddenly sat up decisively, twisting the person's arm behind their back and pressing their face to the pillow, rendering them immobile. Duong Hao shouted, "Who?" Only then did he realize that it was Than Tan. He asked in confusion why it was her, and Than Tan, who was restrained and lying still, hurriedly explained, I am here to atone for my sins with you. Let's talk. Duong Hao released her and replied, I have nothing to say to you. Go home. Than Tan sadly asked, do you hate me that much? He stood up, pulled open the door, and Thang Thuong replied, yes, she challenged my authority 7 times. If it weren't for the danger outside, I would have thrown her out already. Than Tan pouted and said, can't you give me a chance to apologize? She looked timid and slowly explained, I know I have done many wrong things to you, so you hate me, but I truly know I was wrong, especially after you not only held a grudge against me, but also saved me. I told you, you can do whatever you want to me. After hearing that, Duong Hao was speechless, instinctively punching the door until it cracked. His mind was only wondering one thing, is this girl on drugs or what? Then Duong Hao responded, you don't need to be like that. Even though I hate you, it's only because of your arrogant attitude. So just don't be like that in the future. Anyway, just don't cause me any more trouble. I've already thanked heaven for that, and I don't ask for anything more. Suddenly, the knocking on the door broke the awkward silence between us. Then Yi and Fuang Hua rushed to open the door. She hurriedly announces, Duong Hao, the army is here. Duong Hao opens the door and looks down. A sound from the army says, are there any survivors nearby? We're here to rescue you. Below the door, amid the gunfire, the army is desperately fighting off the fierce zombies. He thought for a moment and arrived sooner than expected. Duong Hao asked the girls, so where are you going and coming from? You probably have plans already. Fuang Hua avoided his gaze and replied, I'm just following the military intelligence team, but in her heart she thought that sticking with Duong Hao would only cause him trouble. Then I suggested, Duong Hao, come with me. After finding Tai Kin, we still have to go to Chao, and it's on the way for me. You shouldn't agree to that and should go with them to the rendezvous point first. I'll go alone. In the end, finding Tai Kin is my personal matter, or should I wait until I find her first before we set out together? Then Tun angrily threw the pillow at him and said, hey, you want to be a hero all by yourself again? Do you think you're the main character in some fantasy story? Everyone is worried about you, so come with us. I'll ask my father to send some people to help find Tai Kin. She pouted and scolded, complaining that how could she make up for her mistakes like that? I appreciate your kindness in comforting her, but there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Cao Tian then approached Fuang Hua and asked, I remember you were with Tai Kin. Do you know where she went in the end? Hurry up and tell him everything before she leaves. She said she was going home to her brother's house at number 233 in the Tongqiu Villa area. Then Tun still sat on her mother's bed looking jealous, thinking Tai Kin was amazing to be able to get Duong Hao's attention. Fuang Hua replied, after all, when Duong Hao was at his weakest, only Tai Kin cared about him. She fell into deep thought for a moment, and then wondered why Duong Hao cared about her so much. But at that time I saw her leaving the school with a man her age. The outside situation was very chaotic. Fires burning from apartment buildings with thick smoke billowing, and below ground, a horde of zombies was rampaging. Duong Hao walks alone through the rooftops, feeling proud of himself for being so clever. Almost no zombies on the rooftops, walking without any issues. Over here, Thenmi, Fuanghua, and Thentun follow the army as they leave this chaos behind. The soldiers with fake guns keep shouting to stay alert. Everyone follow closely. Don't fall behind. The sound of gunfire echoes through the quiet neighborhood, lingering softly on the glass windows. In another small alley, dead bodies and zombies lie scattered all over the street, while the remaining zombies take turns tearing apart the corpses on the ground. One of the zombies' arms suddenly changed, and it stopped tearing the corpse to look up. A second zombie appears behind it, with its mouth wide open like 5 petals, and in one swift move, it swallows its fellow creature whole. Its jaw stretches, and the veins on its body begin to bulge as it stands silently for a long time after devouring the zombie from earlier. Its body suddenly swelled up, muscles bulging through its torn clothes, as its large hand grasped the stone wall. The zombie suddenly surged to a new level, transforming into a giant mutated monster with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth like blades. The sky began to lighten after a night of chaos and turmoil, with the first faint light gently shining through the white clouds. At the Tungkyo villa, Duang Hao looked up at the mansion, standing in front of the door and thinking for a moment, finally arrived, wondering if Tai King was inside. Then, he stepped forward and knocked on the door, shouting, "Is anyone there?" He suddenly remembered Tai King and felt a bit anxious and restless inside. I wonder if she can recognize me if she sees me, and if she's not here, I should go look for her first. A voice suddenly interrupts Duang Hao's thoughts. "Someone, get out of here! Watch out or I'll kill you now!" Hearing that voice, you startle and think to yourself, this voice is... Hey! Tranbak put his hands on your shoulders. Duang Hao replied that he couldn't explain this clearly right now, but it was him. "Why are you at Tai King's house? Where are Tai King and her brother?" He ignored your question and hurriedly asked about the outside. "With so many zombies, why did you come here?" Duang Hao replied, "Luckily I didn't encounter any zombies on the way here." "Is Tai King here?" He turned back into the house and answered, "Yes, she's inside." He wondered to himself, is Tai King really here? Tranbak opened the door and entered politely. Tai King was just lying silently on the bed, showing no sign of movement, so he quickly explained that her brother was sick and they had taken care of her all night. She had just fallen asleep. Tranbak enters the room calling her, "Tai King, wake up quickly, look who's here." Duang Hao immediately stops him seeing her like that, saying, "Don't call her, let her rest." And he agrees. Fine. Duang Hao asked curiously, "Tranbak, tell me, when the zombie outbreak first happened, how did you all get through it? Why are you staying with Tai King?" Tranbak was caught off guard by the question, hesitating. Oh. Your face darkened, and Duang Hao shouted loudly, "Answer me! Stop dodging the question!" Tranbak stammered and replied, "Duang Hao, actually I've known her for a long time before. It was Tai King who brought me here." Duang Hao angrily asked, "You are my best friend at school, so why did you lie to me before? Saying you didn't like her? What questions are in your heart? Why is it like this? Why?" Disappointed, he turned around to leave, saying, "I might as well leave now. I don't want to disturb your world anymore." Tranbak said, "Stop! Duang Hao, stay here. It's too dangerous outside with so many zombies." Duang Hao coldly replied, "I have my own way to handle this. No need for you to worry. I came here this time to check if Tai King is safe. If you protect her, then I will be at ease." He suddenly said, "That's right, Duang Hao. Tai King is preparing something for you. Do you want to see it first and decide?" Duang Hao asked curiously, "What is it?" Tranbak led him to a room. He opened the door. Duang Hao asked puzzled, "What exactly is it?" Tranbak opened the door and called you. "It's on the table inside. Take a look yourself. The room has no light at all. You go in and look around. I can't see anything." Duang Hao turned back and asked where the lighting equipment was. I couldn't see clearly. His face suddenly darkened and looked very terrifying. Tranbak quickly replied, "You can look for it inside yourself." Then he slammed the door shut, trapping Duang Hao inside. He leaned against the door, exhausted, and shouted loudly, "Idiot! Who would care about you as a brother? I don't believe a word of it. You should know that I spent a lot of effort to get close to Tai King because I could win her over. And just before the zombie outbreak, the two of them came to see her brother." Tranbak went crazy after the outbreak, turning her brother into a zombie, just wanting to enjoy with her, and you come here to ruin my good deed. If I don't kill you, I'll be very annoyed, so stay inside and let Tai King's brother eat you. And after saying that, he laughed loudly in excitement. Before he could finish laughing, the door behind him was suddenly forced open with great force. Tai King's brother, now a zombie, stands at the door looking at Tranbak, and Duang Hao shouts loudly, "Calling you a brother, yet you want to kill me." He grabs the zombie by the neck and presses it close to him, saying, "I forgot to tell you I've cut down over 100 zombies. One zombie isn't enough for me to play with." Tranba knew he was no match for Duang Hao, so he planned to smooth things over. He approached softly, pretending to be innocent. "Duang Hao, you misunderstood me. Listen to what I have to say." Duang Hao doesn't let Brotherhood cloud his judgment and directly releases the zombie. "Sorry. I no longer trust you. Let him talk to you instead of me." Tranbak stepped back in fear. "Don't come any closer." His desperate screams echo throughout the house. Tranbak's screams inadvertently wake Tai Kin, who is gagged with tape. She wakes up groggy, with a terrible headache, wondering what's happening outside. Everything seems fine. A hand suddenly reached out to wash her foot, startling her. Behind that delicate white foot, Tai Kin's pale body was tightly bound by a rope. Yang Hao saw the scene and immediately understood, as expected, that damn Tranbak. She vaguely looked at him. Could it be that face? Yang Hao tore off the tape to help her. Tai Kin tearfully asked in surprise. You are Yang Hao, he replied. Yes, I will untie you now. The rope binding her hands and feet was quickly removed by him. Tai Kin sat up and looked at him curiously, asking why he had become so tall, and he simply replied vaguely, It's a long story. Tai Kin clenched her fists and said, Wait until I deal with that crazy beast first, then we'll talk. Right now, I just want to throw him down to the 18th hell. Over here. Tran Bok was frantically smashing a large piece of wood repeatedly into the zombie's face. He keeps hitting and cursing. This useless zombie can't fight Duong Hao, but bites me, and that's impressive. Tran Bok has been bitten on the arm by the zombie and is gradually turning into one. Each strike he lands is accompanied by a curse. Damn it. It looked like I was about to be happy with Tai Kin, but everything was ruined by that bastard Duong Hao. If that's the case, I'll make you all die with me. Just then, Tai Kin and Duong Hao ran over, and seeing the scene, she shouted, Brother! Tears streaming down her face, Tai Kin was furious. That bastard Tran Bok, blood for blood. At this moment, he turned his face back, and Tran Bok's face had completely transformed into a zombie. He stood up and rushed toward her, and Tai Kin was stunned. He had turned into a zombie. While she was distracted by the dagger, suddenly a blade shot straight from behind her. She stood frozen, watching the dagger pierce straight into Tran Bok, who was then flung back against the door by the force of the attack. Yang Hao, don't interfere with me. He handed Tai Kin the dagger, small but very sharp, then said, Bite me. No, I gave you the dagger. Tai Kin took the dagger and then vented her anger all at once to avenge her brother. Tai Kin kept stabbing Tran Bok with the dagger. Tears streamed down her face, but she had no intention of forgiving him. You damn bastard, even if I turn into a zombie, I won't spare you. She questioned Tran Bok. Why did you deceive me? Why did you do that to my brother, you bastard? Tai Kin regretted, blaming herself. I shouldn't have brought you back. Suddenly Duong Hao called out to her. Tai Kin, wrapping her in his arms to comfort her. It's over now. Everything is over. If you want to cry, just cry. The scene shifts to the backyard of the villa, where the two have carefully buried Tai Kin's brother and built a small grave for him. She kneels by the grave, crying and apologizing to her brother, blaming herself for his death, wishing she hadn't brought Tran Bok back, and hoping he rests in peace. He continued to comfort her. Tran Bok is too hard to guard against. This is not her fault. Hold back the pain. That's right, Tai Kin. How did Tran Bok get to your house? Tai Kin recounted the story. Before the apocalypse, my brother was sick and I was asked to bring him medicine. On the way, I met Tran Bok, who said he also wanted to visit my brother. I never expected this beastly man. He stepped closer and patted her head. It's okay. It's over now. I'm here. No one can hurt you anymore. Tai Kin blushed and asked, Duong Hao, thank you for saving me. You came here because of me, and why are you suddenly so tall? Duong Hao scratched his head and replied, I saved you because you once helped me, so it's just what I should do, and explaining any change is a bit difficult. Tai Kin, being understanding, didn't press him. She knew Duong Hao must have some secret, but if he didn't want to tell, she wouldn't ask anymore. Suddenly, her face turned red and she shyly asked, Duong Hao, you really came here to save me because you like me, right? Duong Hao looked surprised at this question. Is it really that sudden? Tai Kin moved closer to him, leaning on Duong Hao and shyly asking, So you don't like me? He nervously replied, No, I didn't mean that. After a moment of hesitation, Duong Hao decided to confess his feelings. Actually, I have always liked you, at school, only you never interfered with me, treating me like an ordinary student. Tai Kin fiddled with her fingers and replied, Really, I've actually always been paying attention to you. Your silly and honest look earlier was really adorable. She tiptoed closer to Duong Hao and confessed her feelings. Actually, I like you too. The distance between them gradually closed. Tai Kin gently gave him a sweet kiss, and the space around them became filled with an indescribable romantic sweetness in the dim light of the room. Under the bed, 2 pairs of slippers are scattered, and on the bed, the two are intimate, their hands tightly clasped together. They are close, their bodies pressed against each other, not only because of desire, but also because of an invisible and genuine bond. After everything was settled, Tai Kin lay beside Duong Hao, holding him and expressing her gratitude. Duong Hao, thank you for coming all this way to find me, and for helping me get revenge. She happily said, It feels so good to be protected by someone else. That's right. Suddenly remembering that you haven't eaten anything yet, Tai Kin stood up and turned to go into the kitchen. You probably haven't eaten anything since yesterday. You're definitely hungry. I'll cook for you. She suddenly slipped and fell hard to the ground just a few steps away. Duong Hao quickly sat up in panic and asked worriedly, Tai Kin, are you okay? Why did you fall? Are you hurt? She shyly replied, I'm fine. It's just that my movements felt faster than usual. Duong Hao approached her, thinking to himself, could it be that Tai Kin's body changed because of being with me? Does this system have this kind of surprise function too? He spoke up, wanting to clarify what was going on, only for Tai Kin's body to suddenly be lifted by a strong force. Yang Hao held her in his arms and happily said, Sorry, one more round, my love. She blushed and scolded him. You bastard! Night had fallen when a group of thugs arrived at the villa where Yang Hao and Tai Kin were staying. They wondered and asked each other about the villa style. Duong Bao confidently confirmed, yes, this is where the rich live. There must be plenty of supplies for us to loot. Long Dao warned them to be careful since there are probably quite a few zombies here. He ordered the gang to split up and search, but to stay safe, then Ta Huyen, Duong Bao, Choksa, and Chokdae dispersed to look around. Chaka saw a zombie biting a utility pole and shouted loudly to Long Dao, "Hey boss, look at this zombie. It seems to be going crazy. Now it's starting to chew on concrete." Over on the other side, someone else spoke up, and there was a zombie eating a refrigerator. He was stunned. Zombies usually only eat people, but these ones know how to eat concrete and refrigerators. Long Dao shouted out orders. "Shut up everyone. Run now, run." Chaka, not a trace of fear as the zombie rushes at him, taunts "Boss, you're too cowardly. We've killed so few zombies." Chaka confidently swings his big sword, striking the zombies back as many times as he can. He was just confident and boastful a moment ago, but now there's a hint of panic in his eyes. The zombie took a fatal blow, but was unharmed, not even a scratch of flesh, and Chaka was terrified. How could this be? It can't be killed. The zombie immediately lunged at his neck. Blood spurted out and splattered like a fountain into the air. Chaka shouted for help. "Boss, save me, save me!" Lao Dao realized something was wrong. He shouted and then ran away to escape. These zombies have mutated. They're not the ones we can fight back against. Tell him what happened, everyone, and hurry to catch the train. Yang Bao pointed at the villa and asked, "Boss, there's light over there. Is someone there?" Old Dao quickly shouted without thinking, "Let's go over there. Run to that side." Now, inside the villa, Duong Hao and Tai Kin are happily enjoying dinner. After finishing the meal, Duong Hao secretly looked at Tai Kin for a moment and thought, just now after the experiment, Tai Kin's speed was faster again. It turns out her body has changed because of me. Although the mutation is slight, it is indeed happening, and with gradual accumulation, her body can change, giving her the ability to protect herself. Then he explained his next plan to her. Yes, Tai Kin, next he intends to gather some supplies and then go to the refugee zone to pick up people and search for her parents. Right now, everywhere outside is filled with zombies. It's too dangerous. When the time comes, just stay in the gathering area and wait for him to come home. Tai Kin refused, standing up firmly and insisting on going with you. "I want to find my parents too." Duong Hao also slowly stood up to explain, "Going outside with him is more dangerous than now. I will help find your parents, and after I find them, I will come back to see you." Tai Kin sadly asked, "Duong Hao, do you see me only as a burden that can only be protected by you?" She firmly asserted, "Duong Hao, Tai Kin from before has already died with her brother, and the person standing in front of you now is no longer that weak Tai Kin. I will try to protect myself and not cause you any more trouble." Duong Hao smirked to himself, thinking, as expected of the girl I like. Then he agreed with her, "Fine, since you've been so persistent, I will also try to protect you. If that's the case, let's set out for the gathering area tomorrow," she replied happily. "So soon?" "That's great. Let's quickly start gathering supplies." Tai Kin turned to leave, planning to go to the neighboring house to find supplies. Little Lamb's house next door always has a lot of snacks stored. There must be plenty of food. Let's go check it out quickly. She thought to herself, even though it seems she has been gone from here for a while, Duong Hao said, "There's no need to rush. We can go tomorrow instead." She grabbed the door handle, turned around and asked, "Weren't you planning to leave early to find your parents?" Tai Kin exclaimed in panic, "Who are you?" looking at these thugs and thinking, "These people don't seem to be good." Duong Bao, seeing she's a woman dressed quite scantily, looked at her with a lecherous gaze, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect the woman in this house to be this kind, and her figure too." Tai Kin immediately pulled the door shut, shouting that no strangers were allowed in, and Long Dao hurriedly explained, "Wait, girl, we are not bad people. We came here to find our people, but we didn't expect they had already died and are now being chased by zombies. Please have mercy and let us in." Duong Hao sat inside observing, and just by listening he could tell their true nature, their faces giving away the lies. "Why do you keep using such stupid excuses now? I'll play along with you until the end. Call her Tai Kin, let them in." She was confused, but they went inside the little troublemaker, put his hand on his chin, planning, "It's perfect. There's only one man, we're many people. It shouldn't be hard to handle." They all spoke in unison, thanking their brother, or else we might have become zombie dinner, as outside the mutated zombies are hunting them everywhere. Duong Hao sat cross-legged, calmly asking them, with such danger outside, "Why didn't you go find the army for help instead of coming here relying on ordinary villagers? You look down on the army guys. It doesn't sound right. The more you listen, the more it seems like they just want to stir up trouble." Long Dao hurriedly explained, "My brother, you misunderstood. Before anything, the little punk already showed his true colors. He's holding a long sword and walking towards you. Anyway, we've already come in, and you're the only man here. So even if we tell you we want to take advantage of the chaos, what can you do?" He replied coldly, "Have you already revealed your true nature so quickly?" Chokdae pointed his spear at Duong Hao and shouted, "Only someone as arrogant as you, I will kill you now." Long Dao ran over and shouted to stop him. "Hey, big head, turn around and use your pig brain to think. Clearly we could put him at a disadvantage, but he still let us in." Chokdee's short-sighted mind is obsessed with girls. He rushes forward, raises his club and says, "Boss, what are we afraid of? Kill him, that girl is ours." He laughs loudly and swings at you saying, My pain has been starving for a long time. After killing you, I can enjoy with that girl. Come on, fight back. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Duong Hao disappeared for a moment, surprising Chokdae. Where is he? He replied, he's behind you. Then he turned around. Chokdae didn't even have time to react before Duong Hao kicked his head like a ball and scored. It's too late, stupid. Chokdae was thrown far away, so this is what you called me to fight back. The first time I've heard someone mention such perverted demands. Duong Bao sweat profusely. Damn, this guy is too strong. Han Shui looked at Tai Qin standing behind him, and a wicked idea came to mind, if that's the case. Duong Hao's system announces, strength +2, speed +0.5. You're disappointed, huh? After a fight, you only get a little attribute boost. What a joke. While he was focused on the system and not paying attention to Tai Qin, Duong Bao suddenly shouted, Hey, you damn dog. Han clenched Tai Qin's neck, pressing a knife to her throat. Duong Bao shouted a warning. Stay still, or this one will die. He stuck out his long tongue, holding the deadly zombie poison knife near his mouth and said, If I'm not careful, this knife is laced with zombie poison. Tai Qin Yun, with quick thinking, immediately stomped hard on Duong Bao's foot and shouted, Don't think I can be bullied just because I'm a woman. Duong Bao, caught off guard, accidentally cut his own tongue with the knife he was holding. Panic-stricken, he shouted. Tai Qin quickly took the opportunity to escape Duong Bao's control, tears streaming down his face as his tongue, cut by the poisoned knife, was revealed. He moved to grab Duong Bao's collar, apologizing, brother. He suffocated and died, then collapsed to the ground. Duong Hao watched everything. Among these people, only this guy had a bit of brains. Long Dao bowed to the surrendering person. Today we've encountered a master. I admit defeat. I will take that fat guy away. Please, brother, spare our lives. A sound comes from outside the door. He turns around in fear, and the atmosphere becomes tense as Duong Hao, Tai Qin, and Long Dao all fall silent, staring at the door. The door was shattered in half by a powerful force, and a huge explosion tore through, destroying the main entrance. A mutated zombie monster suddenly appears, and all three are extremely shocked. Duong Hao looks at the monster with curiosity, surprised to see such a big name among the zombies. It rushes crazily towards the river. Long Dao fears and steps back. Duong Hao stands in front of Tai Qin. Suddenly, he lifts her into his arms. Got her. Then, a dramatic somersault of affection unfolds as Tai Qin dodges the monster, while below Long Dao frantically runs to gather everyone. Duong Hao holds her tightly and lands with style. The monster's head is slammed straight into the wall behind. Duong Hao turns to give a warning. I know you and those two guys are different. Protect my girlfriend, and if she's missing a single hair, I'll make sure you die a very ugly death. He confidently replied, Yeah, okay. The boy turned to leave, and Tai Qin suddenly grabbed his shirt. Are you worried, Duong Hao? Are you okay on your own? Or, calmly, he replied, It's fine. I don't know how many I've cut like this on the way here, though this one is a bit different. The monster quickly pulls its trapped head out of the wall. Duong Hao lunges his sword at it, jumping up to strike. Then, he swung with great force, and Duong Hao was stunned by the scene before him. The sword he swung into the monster's arm left no mark on its body, and he wondered why it still managed to block him. Then Duong Hao tried to pull back his sword, but the monster's muscles held it tightly, and he couldn't pull it out at all. It swung its arm to knock him away, and the monster gently squeezed and broke his sword. It grabbed the remaining handle and roared. Duong Hao sat up and analyzed. This zombie is quite different from the others. Has it mutated? It forcefully drove both hands down to crack it, and Duong Hao quickly dodged to the side. He then pulled out a sharp white arrow. Duong Hao quickly dodged the arrow towards the monster. It immediately caught the arrow and squeezed it so tightly that it snapped in half instantly. You keep pulling out a spear, and Duong Hao shouts, I don't believe there's no weak spot up here. Then both sides charge into a fierce fight. The monster tries to punch down while he jumps up and stabs the spear into its shoulder. The atmosphere grew tense as the two sides fought fiercely, with Duong Hao repeatedly striking it with the spear while the monster blocked with its hands. After a long struggle, it was covered in sweat and seemed exhausted, so I observed and carefully analyzed it. This zombie's weakness appears to be its inability to sustain continuous attacks. The monster suddenly froze. Duong Hao seized the opportunity and kicked it in the face. The monster cried out in pain and fell to the ground. But just when everyone thought it would surrender, it immediately got back up. It opened its mouth and roared, causing countless sound wave circles to spread out around it. They followed the sound and led their group into the villa. Duong Hao, furious and dying, called out to the others outside and was about to give up. But just as Long Dao was terrified and unable to move, Duong Hao ran over and struck him with a stick. He saw the monster rushing toward the boy and shouted, quickly dodging. It crazily lunged from behind to ambush Duong Hao. You quickly gathered to the white arrows to block the monster's attack, but they weren't even enough. It used its strength to directly knock you away. Tai Qin shouted in panic, Duong Hao, Long Dao is using his bow to block the zombies outside and sneak attack from the side. He replied, minor injuries can't kill me, he frowned. With such strong force, yet no pain, the battle armor on him seems very effective. Duong Hao raised his spear in front of the monster and challenged it, Hey, you bastard! Are you pretending to be fat? You have no strength at all. Right in front of you is a tasty piece of meat. Come and eat. It immediately got angry, its muscles tensing up quickly, then it rushed straight at him. Duong Hao jumped into the air to dodge the monster's attack. Yes, keep rushing like that. As long as your attention is on me, Taikin will be safe. While Duong Hao was fiercely confronting the monster, the little brother suddenly woke up from the rainstorm. He's not fully awake yet, sitting up and rubbing his head. I didn't expect that kid's legs to be so strong. As Chokde looked up, he saw the monster rushing toward him, panicking. What the hell is that? Has that guy turned into a zombie? Chokde doesn't know his limits and rushes straight at the monster. Even if you turn into a zombie, I will too. Before he could even reach the monster, it punched him in the mouth, knocking his teeth and lips into a mess. The guy who bullied his brother was thrown forcefully against the wall and stuck there. Duong Hao was speechless, forgetting he was still alive, wondering why he didn't dodge, and that running into it like that looked strangely familiar. As he turned around, he saw another zombie rushing toward him, and Duong Hao split it in two with his axe. Then 2 or 3 more zombies charged at him, and he wondered, does this guy still know how to throw things? Duong Hao quickly took care of these Tepsu zombies with a few shots. The low-level ones throwing things here no longer have attributes really annoying. Just as he chopped a few more, his axe broke in half. Damn it, just used it not long ago. This hammer is too useless. The monster frantically threw other zombies at you. Suddenly, something sped toward you, and an arrow shot straight into the monster's eye. That was an arrow shot by Long Dao! Duong Hao shouted to warn him. Focus on your side. I can handle this one. Duong Hao had already finished the fight, but deep inside he wanted to scream, damn it! I almost got scared shitless just now. The monster, clutching its face, although it could no longer see anything, continued to bleed and move forward. Duong Hao thought to himself, fine. Now that it's blind, it's no longer a threat, so I might as well. He clenched his fists and poured all his strength into them, testing whether his current most powerful attack would have any effect. He charged forward and punched the monster's stomach. Die. Duong Hao's strength was so terrifying that it pierced through its belly. Try my full power. A large hole suddenly appeared in the monster's belly. Finally, you've defeated it, and the monster collapsed to the ground. The system panel sounds. Duong Hao's strength 222.40, speed 70, spirit 80.10, receiving damage from the long breakthrough attack, the steel blade alloy gate. He looks at the system screen. The attribute points for strength are quite a lot, and there are also equipment slots. 2 weapons are broken so they can be replaced. The sun has gradually risen, and a new day begins. Yang Hao just opened his eyes and was immediately greeted by 2 large hills. Taikin happily patted your head and said, Duong Hao, you're awake. I was wondering how long you were unconscious, she replied. It's been a while during which the other person blocked the door to keep the zombies out. Duong Hao quickly ordered Taikin. Let's head to the rendezvous point. Now, once we find the others, we'll go look for my parents. She happily agreed. All right, we've handled everything here. We can leave any time. Long Dao anxiously asked, the 2 of you, if you trust us, can you take us with you? Duong Hao silently thought for a moment before rushing into the zombies, quickly dispatching them with just a few moves. Duong Hao asked Taikin, who is from here and knows the city traffic well, how long it would take from here to the northern outskirts. The gathering point is nearby. Taikin replied that with our current speed of killing zombies and moving, it would take more than half a day. A voice suddenly interrupts their conversation. How? We found a car. Chokde and Long Dao brought a 4-seater, and they are trying to drive the zombies away. You seem satisfied. It looks like bringing them along was effective. Then, 1 bite wiped out 5 zombies in a moment. Duong Hao kept launching multiple attacks. Chokde was stunned, praising. Hao is so strong, killing zombies like Tai Jiao. You confidently stomp on the zombie. Long Dao speaks up. I can punch a big zombie to death with 1 hit. Do you think that's strong? Duong Hao jokingly responds, why do you 2 want to compete with me? He waves his hand. No. All 4 of us get in the car together. You're excited. Didn't expect it still has fuel. So, lucky Tai Jing. Do you know the way to the northern outskirts? I'll lead the way. Let's go quickly, she nodded. Yeah. Cheiko quickly started and drove off, and as the vehicle left, a huge foot appeared again. Another monster with glowing red eyes was crushing a different zombie in its hand. The scene shifts to the gathering point where survivors are lined up waiting for their turn to get food. Fuang Hua is scooping each bowl happily and cheerfully says, everyone line up 1 by 1, everyone will get a share, and Than Wai stands nearby, suddenly noticing something in a certain direction. Huan Tin suddenly appeared, trying to flirt like a gentleman. Yi, you still look beautiful as always today. Why are only these scoundrels suffering in Zone 2? Why not come with me to Zone 1 and enjoy it? I'm not happy, Huan Tin. Why are you coming over again? Don't think I don't know what you're planning with your gang of ruffians in Zone 1. Then I angrily points a long bread at his face and says, the gang of scum, the end of the world is here, and you're still corrupting society. It would have been better if Duong Hao had thrown you to the zombies from the start. When Huan Tian hears her mention Duong Hao's name, his attitude changes. You little dog, you don't even bother to show your face and dare to mention that bastard's name to me. I've asked you repeatedly to go to Zone 1 to live, but you just make trouble for yourself. She shouted a warning. We don't treat people like you, and you still dare to come here and trample on us. Do you believe I would break your leg? He turned his back and left, secretly cursing inside. That bitch deserves to die. She's got some skills, but still dares to act so arrogantly. Deep Deep watched Huan Tian's back. Than asked the girl, "Little sister, are you here to pick up food today too?" Deep Deep obediently replied, "Yes, Miss Thanwai, I want 2 portions today, one for my grandfather." She happily handed the girl her meal and candies, saying, "Here, little one, you're so well behaved, I'll give you some more candies." Two Dip happily replied, "Thank you, sister." The girl cheerfully left. Goodbye, sister. The intimate scene between Little Dip and Than Yi is caught by Huan Tian, and his malicious thoughts are plainly visible on his face. "Thanwai, oh Thanwai, do you really like this girl so much? Then I will give you a surprise with her." Moving to the second gathering area, Feng Hua was carefully fixing Than Ya's hair when she annoyedly said, "We are in the same area, but Fang Than Tun used to proactively come over to help out, unlike those noisy Huan Tian guys who only tease others." Than Wai replied, "Fang Than Tun is ultimately just a hypocrite with a kind face. She definitely isn't someone as trashy as Huan Tian compares her to." Feng Hua replied, "But every time he came over, she kept mentioning Yang Xiang, which made me very curious about when Yang Xiang would come here." Hearing this, she asked suspiciously, "Really? You too?" And the knocking on the door interrupted their conversation. Feng Hua happily opened the door. "Come in, come in." At this moment, the butterfly had turned into a zombie, and she looked in shock at the muddy appearance of the girl. "Hey, what happened to your sister? Come in quickly," Diep Diep called out with a cloth. "Sister Feng Hua, huh?" The girl suddenly went berserk and charged at her, causing Feng Hua to panic and scream. Just then, Than Yi rushed over and kicked the girl into the wall. Feng Hua tearfully called out, "Sister," Than Yi angrily asked, "This is a safe gathering point. Why did she get infected?" She then decided, "I need to find the security personnel to clarify." As soon as Than Yi opened the door, she saw the soldiers rushing out. She ran over to ask any one of them what happened at the gathering point. "I saw a zombie that was infected earlier." The soldier was surprised and quickly asked if everyone was uninjured, then explained the situation, saying that earlier he didn't know why a large number of zombies appeared in the gathering area. The commanders here are observing everything outside through a device, showing the current situation at the gathering point where Colonel Trung Duke is in charge. Then Tun enters in a panic and shouts, "Dad, there are a lot of zombies at the gathering point. Send someone to handle it quickly. If not, they will keep increasing in number," the officer calmly replied. "I understand. We've already arranged people." Trung Duke ordered, "Squad leader Liu, take my daughter to the safe room. The others follow me to handle the zombies." He immediately obeyed the order. Then Tun clung to her father's shirt and said, "Dad, I have friends in Zone 2. Can you send me some people? After I find them, can we go to the safe room together?" Trung Duke angrily scolded. Obediently, "Follow Captain Liu to the safe room and wait there. Zone 2 has security guards who will protect your friends well." Then he left, leaving her standing there in relief. She turned her head, her eyes fixed on the gun hanging at the soldier's hip, because unless she saw with her own eyes that they were safe, she wouldn't feel at ease. Then Tun took the gun and left the room. Trung Duke hurriedly called out, "Hey, Then Tun, stop right there!" The scene shifts to the entrance of the gathering point, where Duong Hao has driven Tai Kin, Long Dao, and Troc Day there. The 4 of them get out of the car and look at the chaotic scene inside, with Duong Hao puzzled, wondering what has happened at the gathering point. A big explosion occurred inside the gathering point. I suddenly remembered that Than Yi and the others were still inside. I have to go find them. Duong Hao drew out his sword and told everyone to find a safe place, protect Tai Kin, and that he would go in to check. Tai Kin shouted to remind him, "Duong Hao, you must come back safely," and he confidently replied, "Don't worry." At this moment in Zone 2 of the gathering point, Than Yi and Feng Hua follow closely behind the guard, who grips his gun tightly as he moves forward, with the 2 of them right behind me. I lead them to the safe room, Than Yi holding her staff tightly, carefully observing, and it seems no one else is around on the way. They groped along the corridor without realizing they had just passed by the room where someone committed the most foolish act of all. The guard replied to Than Yi, "Maybe they have already reached the safe zone," she said softly. "Is that so?" Suddenly, they encounter an old man, and the guard quickly asks, "Sir, aren't you with the other guards?" The old man, dressed in silver with a worried expression on his face, stammers, "Comrade, have you seen my granddaughter anywhere? She went to get lunch and still hasn't come back. I was afraid she couldn't find me, so I secretly ran out here." Than Yi was stunned by this news, feeling worried. Could it be that old man from that girl's family? How am I supposed to tell him? Behind the old man, a swarm of zombies suddenly appeared, but he remained unaware and continued talking to them, saying, "I only have one granddaughter in case something happens to her." The guard swiftly shot and killed one of them, shouting urgently, "Old man, get out of the way!" But, unfortunately, the old man was still attacked by a zombie, which crazily bit into his neck, blood spraying everywhere, and he only managed to shout once. The guard kept firing at the zombies, his face panicked, clutching his gun tightly, trembling with fear. Damn it, why are there suddenly so many zombies? Then the guard gave up fighting, turned around and ran for his life, calling the 2 girls to follow him. "Damn it, if you don't go, we'll all be in danger." Suddenly, from the alleyway, a zombie rushed out, aiming to block their path. Then Mai, panicked, swung her bat at the zombie's head, thinking to herself that this was not good. She struck it with all her might, and it collapsed to the ground, a bright red blood pouring from its head. The guard was confused and grateful. Suddenly, another zombie appeared out of nowhere, rushing to attack swiftly. The guard was caught off guard and bitten hard on the neck. He gasped in shock and shouted, "When did this one appear?" He quickly spun around, one hand grabbing the zombie's neck to stop the blood, the other holding a gun firing at the zombie, then kicking it away. Damn it. Then, as if aware of his fate, he carefully turned to warn the two of them that heading north would lead to the safe room. "It seems the only way left is for you to go on your own," Wang Hua whispered tearfully. The security guard. The two of them, tears welling up, turned away in silence, and Wang Hua looked sad, apologizing. At this moment, behind the security guard, shadows of zombies growling menacingly as they approach in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Dun's face shows utter despair and fear. "Ngan, I don't want to become a zombie." Then Then Yi and Wang Hua quickly ran along the corridor to find a way down. Then Yi was fearless, fighting fiercely against the zombies. After a while, they reached the first floor, and Wang Hua reminded them, finally at the first floor, "We must find a safe room quickly." The zombie hounds smell the delicious scent and keep rushing forward. Suddenly one jumps up and approaches Than Wai. Wang Hua anxiously shouts, "Then Yi, watch out!" Hua Koi is not only beautiful, but also very quick to react. She swiftly swings her stick at the zombie, which dodges her attack nimbly, breaking the wooden stick in half. Then Ai was terrified and panicked, her heart pounding as her stick broke, and she felt overwhelmed. This time she thought she could avoid it. Suddenly, 3 bullets whizzed through the air straight at the zombie, but it moved swiftly to dodge them. Taking advantage of the zombie's dazed state, Than Wai quickly jumped up and delivered a powerful kick that shattered its jaw. Thinking to herself, "Now's the time." From afar, Than Tun confidently leaned on her hand, the gun in her hand still smelling of gunpowder. "Sisters, are you both okay? I'm here to save you." Then Ai surprisingly asked, "Wang Tun Tun, why did you come here?" Than Tun smiled and replied, "It's not because I wasn't worried about you two. No need to thank me." Suddenly, Phoenix panicked and shouted. Wang Tun Tun was careful. The zombies changed target and turned to attack her. Than Tun was terrified and only managed to shout, "Don't." Than Wai tiptoed and struck. She quickly rushed forward to stand in front of Than Tun and delivered a punch like a thunderbolt to the zombie, knocking it away. Then she immediately struck down the 2 nearby zombies. Then Ai kept fighting, and soon all the zombies fell one after another. Then Than watched from outside, full of admiration. So this is what encouragement looks like, so powerful. Then Than Yi quickly ran off, calling out, "Don't just stand there. Let's go quickly," she thought to herself. Too much energy spent on encouragement. We need to escape fast. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Bricks and stones flying everywhere, and something blocked their path. From the thick dust, a massive zombie appeared, its back covered with sharp thorns and jagged bones, eyes dangerously glaring at the group standing before it. Feng Hua looked at the zombie and assessed it. This one was different from the others. Then Than hurriedly said, "Then Wai, maybe we should run now." At this moment, Then Wai felt extremely uneasy. Based on the attack speed earlier, if we run now, we will definitely be caught. She risked everything and rushed forward, but the zombie didn't flinch. It stood firm, ready to face her attack. They reached the safe room first. "I will draw this zombie away, and we will regroup with everyone afterward." Wang Hua was so scared she was open-mouthed. "Then Wai, you're alone? It's too dangerous?" Then hurriedly fired her gun. "Let us help you be stronger." Then Wai kept kicking the zombie. "Go quickly. Staying here only distracts me so I can protect you." Then Tun and Feng Hua immediately agree and run to find help. "All right, we'll find the guards to help you." Then Wai, "Stay strong." The zombie raises its hand to slap her hard. She lightly jumps up and kicks it in the back. "They've gone. Now let me focus on dealing with you." Suddenly, the zombie grabbed her ankle, and Than Wai couldn't react in time. She was thrown forcefully into the wall, leaving a large dent and a splash of water. She falls to the ground, despair in her heart. Is this the end? The zombie, sensing victory, rushes toward her with bloodshot eyes and a crazed fury. Suddenly, a flying sword shot from the window and stabbed into the zombie's body. It cried out in pain. Then a figure appeared in front of Than Wai. "Duang Hao, proud like the hero, dares to harm my friend. Only death awaits him." Then Wei rejoices Duang Hao. The zombies from before have regained their strength and foolishly rushed at Duang Hao, he thought to himself. He must quickly deal with the surrounding zombies and get Than Yi out of here. Immediately after, Duang Hao's eyes turned red, and he crazily charged at them, killing them all. With a single slash, the zombie died before it could even yawn, and the blood from his slash splattered onto the ground, sending dirt flying everywhere. Then, a series of slashes followed one after another, and the zombies couldn't even react. Tai Duang Hao clenched his sword, his eyes bloodshot and burning with fighting spirit, like a demon cutting down zombies on sight. After a moment, he took Than Ai's hand to help her up. The nearby zombies all dealt with. The zombies are sprawled on the floor. Hao Duang helps Than Yi up and asks, "That's right. Where are the others?" She gently replies, "I brought you over there." Right now in the safe room, outside the guards are desperately fighting off the zombie horde. Inside, many people are hiding. Fenghua is still crying nonstop, and Than Wai has yet to come here. The guards haven't sent anyone to help. She shouldn't be in trouble. Than Tun sat beside her reassuringly. Trusting Thenwai, she will definitely come here. Suddenly, Huan Tian arrogantly stood in front of them, even though she's not the daughter of the commander. He stepped closer to Than Tane, reaching out to grope her, but luckily she reacted in time, sharply hitting his hand. He continued shamelessly, "Why don't you girls come with me? There's food and shelter that will make you happy." Than Tun clenched her teeth in anger. "If you come with him, isn't he also here hiding from danger?" He sat down, dirty hand on Than Tun's shoulder, as if to say, "No need to hide. No one told you I have to stay here to avoid danger. My grandmother has arranged a helicopter to take me to a safer area. But you need to know there's a super zombie here, and the guards can't handle it."
Duong Hao had been standing behind them for a while, and Huan Tian didn't sense the danger approaching. The villain sneered, saying, "You want to know? Let's change the place to talk." As soon as he finished, Duong Hao's hand quickly grabbed his neck.
You suddenly lifted Huan Tian up. So aggressive? Could the zombie concentration area be related to you? He was so frightened he was speechless, while Than Tun looked on in shock and called out, "Duong Hao!" She was overjoyed, raising her hand in excitement. "Duong Hao, I didn't expect you to come." Tears streaming down her face, covering her mouth in happiness. "Thenwai, you're safe. That's wonderful."
Duong Hao still tightly held Huan Tian's neck. He was terrified, sweat pouring down his face. "Duong Hao, you're still alive." Duong Hao was furious, clenched his fist tightly, wishing he could kill him right now. He cursed loudly.
"Whether I live or die has nothing to do with you. You, tell me clearly or I'll throw you to the zombies." Huan Tian struggled in fear. Don't throw me out. I'm telling you." Everyone in the room saw the commotion and quickly came over to see what was happening. Someone asked, "What's going on over there?" Duong Hao threw Huan Tian to the ground, then got up fiercely, clutching his throat and gasping for air, quickly explaining that after So Tuong entered the quarantine zone, somehow he turned into a zombie. Luckily, I noticed it before it got stronger, so I turned him into a tool to scare others. Thang Yi didn't believe it and hurriedly asked him isn't it standard procedure to check everyone's body when entering the quarantine zone, so why wasn't he found infected then? Huan Tian kept coughing. He slowly stood up, still arrogantly replying, "Maybe he had contact with a zombie earlier. Perhaps it was a latent infection, and with people like us who have backgrounds, do you think the inspection would be as strict as yours?" He is like a madman, constantly smiling in a perverted way as he recounts his achievements. So Tuong turning into a zombie has helped me deal with many witnesses. It's just a pity that earlier, when dealing with a scared little girl, So Tuong turned into a zombie and ran away. Duong Hao clenched his collar in hatred and swore, "You really are a fool. I should have killed you from the start." Huan Tian laughed cruelly, his eyes filled with malice, and he said in a twisted, arrogant tone, "It's because you don't understand the terror of watching others beg for help before they die. It really gets people excited to the highest level. Duong Hao's adrenaline is at its peak. And it's Huan Tian, you bastard. Today is your day." Suddenly, a loud golden scream cuts off Duong Hao's words. "What kind of zombie is this? Why is it moving so fast? Help me." They turned to look towards the source of the cry for help. Huan Tian sneered with a locked smile. "It seems these people have encountered the zombie of So Tuong." Duong Hao glanced around, worried that the zombie of So Tuong might have also transformed into a fairy. He quickly threw the crazy person's knife to the ground and rushed toward the zombie. "Everyone, wait there for me. I'll go check it out." He didn't forget to tell Huan Tian that he'd come back to kill him later, his heart now filled with rage. He couldn't let this zombie do whatever it wanted anymore. Then Yi also quickly followed. "Duong Hao, don't go alone like a hero anymore. I'm coming with you." Duong Hao replied faintly, "Thank you." Now, in a safe house, a girl trembling with fear watched the zombie slowly approaching her. Duong Hao had rushed to save her, shouting, "Stop!" At this moment, So Tuong has transformed into a zombie. With a pale face and veins bulging with fear, he glared angrily at anyone daring to ruin his plans. Duong Hao flew in from afar and kicked So Tuong directly in the head, his voice continuing to ring out, "Attack!" So Tuong fell to the ground with a loud thud, the sound echoing for meters, rocks and dust flying everywhere. He raised his hand trembling, struggling to get up, intent on continuing his attack on the girl. Yang Hao shouted loudly, "Hurry up and go!" The girl hurriedly ran away, not forgetting to turn back and thank him. "Oh, thank you." Yang Hao used his magic to summon his sword, and soon a powerful blue sword appeared in his hand. Duong Hao, with a mighty stance, points his sword at the zombie. "So Tuong, you used to act so arrogant. Now you're caught in a storm. You're like a divine judge sentencing the wicked," eyes cold as he swings his sword towards So Tuong to send you on your final journey. But he spun around and reacted, quickly jumping away to avoid Duong Hao's deadly strike. Then he swiftly counterattacked, but Duong Hao narrowly dodged, muttering annoyed, "Damn it, this zombie is faster than I thought." Suo Tung darted forward so quickly that he couldn't see his figure at all, using his maximum speed to continuously attack Duong Hao, who blocked the strikes with pain, cursing inwardly, annoying, unable to find any opportunity to counterattack. Duong Hao cautiously thought, unaware that So Tuong was raising his hand behind his back, trying to escape somewhere. But suddenly, a stone suddenly flew out of nowhere and hit his ugly face. He fell to the ground. Duong Hao looked back in surprise. Then Wei arrogantly threw the stone in her hand and said confidently, "You run fast. Wait for me next time." Duong Hao quickly turned back and continued to slash his sword at So Tuong, "You're just slow, Thanwai." So Tuong panicked and hurriedly ran away from Duong Hao's deadly sword. He was extremely angry. Damn it, he let him escape. At this moment, So Tuong tore off his shirt to reveal sharp spikes, his face wearing a sinister smile as he prepared to attack. Duong Hao was stunned and thought, how come there are spikes growing on his back? Suddenly, the sharp spikes on So Tuong's back looked like bullets flying toward Duong Hao. Duong Hao swung his sword to shatter the spikes, coldly saying, "Those spikes won't hurt me." So Tuong looked at the enemy in front of him, fear in his heart, and hurriedly changed his target to attack. He quickly wiped towards Thanwai, who was scared and cursing fiercely, a zombie still wanting to play tricks on Duong Hao by attacking from different directions. A powerful strike of the sword thrusts into So Tuong's body, causing him to fall backward. The spear is lodged deep in his stomach, pinning him to the wall like a nail, and So Tuong grimaces in pain, his mouth wide open. Duong Hao quickly runs over. "Got you now." He pulls out his sword and repeatedly strikes the evil spirit. So Tuong stands helplessly, waiting for death. Duong Hao angrily said, "Die." Then he arrogantly waited for death. "We are leaving." Then Wai quickly followed behind, and the same goes for that guy Huang. He must taste the pain of suffering. At the same time, near the safe house, the zombies kept advancing, and the guards were still bravely fighting to hold them back.
Duong Hao and Thanwai emerged from the alley, staring in shock at the large number of zombies near the safe zone. Duong Hao coldly smirks at the zombies. "It's fine, kill as many as you can."
At this moment, the zombies relentlessly rush forward to attack the guards, who hold their guns tightly and fight bravely. Suddenly, a zombie swiftly approaches the guard, who quickly aims and fires repeatedly, terrified and crying out that this zombie is getting faster and their bullets are running out. Suddenly, a powerful force from somewhere struck the zombie, preventing it from speaking its final words, and the guard was stunned, opening his mouth in shock. The zombie fell face down, and Duong Hao, with a confident demeanor, calmly asked the guard if they were okay, what was happening, and why there were so many zombies near the safe house. The soldier's face darkened with anger. He was a black-haired student who suddenly ran out, deliberately attracting the surrounding zombies here. Hearing this, Duong Hao immediately thought of that damn pervert, the black-haired student. Could it be La Huan Thien? Suddenly, the human guard gasped for breath, looking distressed as if he was about to suffocate. Duong Hao was stunned, realizing this was infection. These words hit like a thunderbolt, and the guard, terrified, quickly made a decision. "Infected? Kill me quickly, I don't want to turn into a monster." Duong Hao hesitated and asked again, "Are you sure you don't want to see your family?" The guard remained unwavering. "I have no family. I am Shaoni." Duong Hao sighed and said, "All right, I understand." He painfully uses his sword to end the life of the hero of the guard. "Sorry, I hope that after us, we can be born in a beautiful era." He smiles and says his farewell, "My friend. Thank you." Duong Hao, furious, his face turning green with rage, gritted his teeth and said clearly, "I will make sure you die with no place to bury." He gently laid the guard down, and at that moment, a zombie seized the opportunity to attack him, and Duong Hao glared hatefully at it. You immediately swung your blue sword to send it to hell, but suddenly 3 bullets pierced through its body. Duong Hao frowned as he watched the zombie fall to the ground, and the white-clad figure approached from behind. Could these shots be? At this moment, many guards are approaching, each holding their guns tightly, with expressions of joy. The other security team has already passed through here. Chung Duok immediately orders the security team to focus their fire on the remaining zombie near the safe zone and eliminate it completely. Chung Duok reloads his gun, ready for the battle. Suddenly, a furious zombie charges at him, defeating numerous guards, and everyone screams in panic, "Be careful!" Zhong Yao cursed as Mr. Yang raised his gun and shot the zombie. It died instantly, blood gushing out like a fountain, and at that moment, 2 other zombies behind also charged wildly toward him. He sighed, "What a mess." Chung Duok still holding up his gun to defend, but at the same time he gives the zombie behind a punch, annoyed that he can't finish them all. The zombie caught around the neck from behind, and at that moment he fires, bullets flying wildly into the front zombie. Another zombie, furious, grits its teeth and rolls up its sleeves, ready to fight. Chung Duok quickly grabs its collar and forces the zombie to the ground. Then, he chopped its head off and shot straight into its head. The zombies kept coming in larger numbers, charging fiercely, and the security team kept firing. Chung Duok shouted in frustration. Even when it's time to reload, he doesn't let her, grabbing his gun and smashing the zombies away, scattering them all. He fights and yells, "Die all of you for the train." At this moment, Yang Hao's sword swiftly comes to the rescue, shouting, "Watch out behind you." Chung Duok crouched down to dodge, then drove his sword into the back of a zombie, which died without even a gasp. He quickly seized the sword. He used it to kill another zombie, the sharp small sword immediately piercing through and ending its life. He sat down exhausted, leaning the sword against the ground for support, his eyes glancing at the child's corpse behind him. Chung Duok tiredly said, "Thank you." Duong Hao quickly bent down and helped him to stand up. "No need to thank me, you also helped us earlier." Chung Duok gently placed his hand on your shoulder and praised happily, "At your young age you can handle so many zombies alone. Truly impressive for your generation." You modestly replied, "Just a small matter, sir." Jung Yao made a gesture with his finger, smiled happily at the 2 of them, and said, "Leave the rest to us. Everyone hurry to the safe house." Duong Hao immediately grabbed Than Ai's hand and quickly left. All right, everyone is safe now, he silently thought. I must seize the time to find La Hon Tien and settle the score. As they ran hand in hand to escape, suddenly a helicopter appeared in the sky. Duong Hao was surprised and thought, why is there a helicopter coming? Could it be the Chi Viet team? Everyone inside is gathered in groups, worried and talking, and Than Yi and Duong Hao just arrived. He quickly asked what's going on, if everyone is okay, and where La Hon Tien is. Seeing Than Tun's injury, he hurried over to ask about her. Feng Than Than, are you okay? Than Tun angrily held her arm and recounted, my hand is fine. La Hon Tien heard the helicopter outside and ran out like crazy. I want to keep him here until you return, but he pulled me and hurt me. Go quickly and catch him. Don't let him escape. Hearing that, he immediately turned and left, not forgetting to tell Ro before leaving. Miss Than Wai, stay and protect the others. I'm going to settle the score with La Hon Tien. Now near the safe house, as soon as he stepped outside, Duong Hao saw Hon Tien running desperately up the stairs, chased closely by a horde of zombies behind him. The boy was furious. Why was he running upstairs? Could it be that the helicopter was coming to pick him up, attracting the zombies to the gathering point? And now he still wanted to escape. Rain on him. Over at Hon Tien's side, he was running when he suddenly stopped, smashing the zombies into pieces with a baseball bat, laughing joyfully. You're dying. You guys really never end. But I'm about to say goodbye to you all. After a while, he managed to reach the rooftop where the helicopter was already waiting in the sky. He happily called out, Dad, I'm here. The rope was quickly lowered, and Hon Tien hurried over. On the helicopter door, Hon Tien's father pointed and shouted, Tian, Tian, seize the moment. The zombies are about to get on here. He quickly grabbed the rope and climbed up, then suddenly saw a familiar figure. He looked at Duong Hao chasing from below, secretly calculating a deep plan. That is Duong Hao. He's not dead, but if he's already chasing here. He slowly descended again. Dad, wait a few more minutes. I still have someone I want to handle myself. At this moment in the corridor, the zombies keep chasing after Duong Hao. He quickly ran up to the top floor, and just as he reached the door, he sensed a figure. Duong Hao kept moving forward, secretly sneering that Hon Tien, so clever, still tried to ambush him. Wait another 180,000 years. Hon Tien, hiding behind the door, suddenly brandished his staff with a cruel smile. I'll send you off on your way. But surprisingly, nothing touched their stick. He was stunned. When did Duong Hao stand behind him? He smirked maliciously. I'll let you taste what it's like to be bitten by zombies too. Hon Tien turned around in shock. What? He quickly pushed him inside and ran. Just as the zombies arrived, charging wildly. Hon Tien begged for mercy. Please don't. But the zombies rush in to bite and swallow him. Duong Hao watches coldly, enjoying it. On the helicopter, Hon Tien's father screams in agony, Tien, Tien! He pulls out his gun, ready to avenge his son, this bastard. He seems to have lost his mind as he raises the gun and aims directly at Duong Hao. Duong Hao quickly dodged behind a punch. The bullets lodged in the ground, causing small explosions, cursing silently, damn it. Then he hid behind a wall. Hon Tien's father kept shouting insults. Duong Hao looked down on him, just that, and he still wants to shoot us. Then the helicopter moved away. Hon Tien's father immediately spotted Duong Hao's hiding spot and shouted angrily, I don't believe I can't kill you. The bullets kept flying toward him. Duong Hao frowned in annoyance. Not done yet. I didn't want to fight you guys, but I had no choice. You swung your sword at the helicopter, but he kept holding on to me, so let me down. And soon, the sword cut through the rotor blade. The helicopter immediately lost balance, and the pilot, Huang So, shouted, Boss, jump out quickly, the helicopter is broken. He quickly left the cockpit, handed the roux to Hon Tien's father, who glared angrily, vowing revenge. You bastard, wait for it. The helicopter started to catch fire. The pilot and Hon Tien's father quickly put on the roux and jumped down. He kept threatening, I will make you pay for this. At this moment, amidst the continuous gunfire, Trung Rook steps close to a zombie and carefully examines the report, which states that the colonel has eliminated all the zombies at the gathering point. Chung Rook handed the report to the guard and said, Okay, now go check the list of survivors and see if anyone suspiciously infected was missed. And also, before he could finish, Hon Tien's father arrived, pointed at him, and scolded him. I spent so much money on supplies to keep the quarantine zone safe, and neither you nor my son can protect it. Seeing Trung Rook not reacting, he was even more enraged. I give you 3 minutes to find the person who harmed my son, or you can forget about supplies ever again. At this moment, Duong Hao also stepped down, hands in his pockets, unshaken. No need to search. I am here. Fen Tun and everyone else now stepped outside, her commanding presence loudly stopping them. She said, No one dares to hurt Duong Hao. I swear, your son is Hon Tien, who secretly hid zombies, and the disaster at the quarantine zone is all because of him. He deserves to die. Moreover, when he ran away alone, he attracted zombies to attack the quarantine zone, showing no concern for others' lives. The people behind also started condemning him. That's right, if it weren't for Hon Tien, the quarantine zone wouldn't have become like this. That's right, a traitor like Hon Tien deserves to die. The rich kids really aren't many good people. Hon Tien's father is right, he can't be betrayed. Suddenly he turned back and proposed to Colonel Zhang Yao that as long as you agree to kill this guy, I will provide 5 times the supplies in the future and send more guards to ensure safety. Do you think that's fair? The people who just condemned Huan Tian immediately changed their attitude after hearing the tempting offer. 5 times the supplies, life will be easier from now on, and others agreed, saying yes, and they would send more people to protect us. He's stronger than Duong Hao alone, and some people hesitated, but then they were immediately shouted at, "What do you mean Duong Hao alone can protect so many people? Plus, with so many supplies and he dares to kill, what if one day he gets angry and kills us all?" They are truly a bunch of opportunists. Their attitude changing 180 degrees, killing to repay bloodshed. "Duong Hao must die, Colonel, for our future. Kill Duong Hao."
Duong Hao cố gắng kiềm chế cơn giận. Thầm nghĩ rằng giận người này không có chủ kiến, bất dầu nói dối vì lợi ích cá nhân. Cậu tức giận, ánh mắt sắc bén và nguy hiểm nhịn chậm trong áo cha của Hoàn Thiện. Bên kia, thủ doan của ông ta thật cao minh.
Suddenly, Duong Hao turned and walked away, disappointed and huffing coldly. But luckily, it was my grandfather who saw clearly this disgusting place, so it doesn't matter if I don't. Huan Tian's father immediately pointed at Trung Duok and shouted loudly, "Colonel Fuang, why didn't you stop him? Don't you understand human language in the dark?" Trung Duok angrily grabbed his collar. He coldly threatened, "I'm telling you, the detention center turned into this because of your son's actions. If it weren't for Duong Hao, everyone here would be dead by now. Keeping him in the quarantine zone was already my limit. If it weren't for the face saving of the boss trying to increase supplies, I wouldn't bother with him, and if you keep talking, I'll throw you out for the zombies to eat." Huan Tian's father, frightened, sank to his knees. "You dare." Fan Yi turned to Fuang Hua and said, "I have to go with Duong Hao to find my sister, and these people are too disgusting. Do you want to come with me?" Feng Hua quickly agrees. "I'm leaving this place too." Then Tun also quickly asked us to join. "Wait for me and I'll go too." Trung Du clenched his fists and shouted, "Fuang Tun, you can't go stay here with her." She turned around with a mischievous face and said, "I don't care about this place. It's full of greedy people. I want to go with Duong Hao too." Angrily, Trung Duk approached his daughter. Then Tun, trembling, "What does Dad want to do?" Immediately, his 5 fingers left a mark on Than Tan's cheek as he furrowed his brow and ordered his subordinates. "Guard, take her into the room to calm down." Than Tun stands there clutching her cheek in confusion. Trung Duk once again orders, "Guard, take her into the room to calm down." Than Yi steps forward nervously and says, "Uncle Fuang!" "Uncle." Trung Duk stands with arms crossed and coldly declares, "If you want to leave, go ahead, but Fuang Tun's matters are my family's business. I don't need you to worry." Than Tun struggled to break free from the guard. Furious, she shouted, "Let me go!" Tears streaming down her face, Than Tun shouted out, "Fuang Trung Duk, you not only hit me, but also want to swallow me. Mother in heaven will not forgive you." Trung Duk frowned and turned away, swallowing her again, but Than Tun kept struggling. "Let me go." Duong Hao, Than Wei, and Fuang Hua leave together and immediately encounter Long Dao's group. He waves and calls out, "Hao, we're here." He hurriedly asks, "Hao, what's going on inside? Where do we go next? Should we stay here to repair?" Duong Hao quietly responded, leaving this place behind. The clear, peaceful sky with sunlight filtering through the clouds painted a beautiful and tranquil scene. The car carrying Duong Hao and his friends sped down the street while everyone else kept chatting non-stop. Feng Hua said she didn't expect so many things to happen at the villa. No wonder her aura and demeanor feel so different. Fanny Yi softly replied, "It's all in the past, but luckily Duong Hao was there. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't be here now, but everyone in the detention center is ungrateful. Duong Hao helps them like that, and in the end, they betray him." Long Dao leans on the car door, glaring outside, and curses angrily. "That's right, those bastards in the detention center. For your own sake, you said those words. If I were there, I would have to kill the troublemakers, or I really couldn't swallow this anger." Duong Hao gently advised, "Just forget it, since it no longer concerns us. Let's not bring it up anymore." Suddenly, a strange sound appeared. Everyone looked on in horror. "What's going on?" Duong Hao warned. "Stay alert." Duong Hao immediately slammed on the brakes. The wheels screeched under the pressure of speed, leaving smoke trails and a distinctive screeching sound. Duong Hao clenched the steering wheel and kept watch through the windshield as the chaotic crowd's shadows appeared. Then Yi asked confusedly, "Could that group be the army bringing the supplies everyone mentioned?" But she quickly realized that something was off. It wasn't just zombies. There seemed to be mutated zombies inside, and their large-scale organized movements definitely had a purpose. She asked everyone if we should turn the car around and tell them. Long Dao angrily opposed, "Why bother going back? They are all a bunch of greedy villains, serving them right to be killed by zombies." Yang Hao hesitated but quickly spoke up. "But Feng Than Tun is still there. We can't let her die with those people." Hearing that, Yang immediately stepped on the gas and headed toward the gathering area. At the same time, at the observation post in the gathering area, the guards reported that Colonel, Zone A, was clear, over. The other end replied that it was the wind. The internal maintenance is underway now. Everyone stay alert to prevent another riot. The guards received the order. It's the wind, over. Suddenly over, something was approaching quickly through the dust. He told the other end to wait. He quickly used binoculars to observe and saw the zombies, then muttered a curse under his breath. The guard immediately reported and warned that a large group of zombies was detected 1,000 meters northeast, heading towards us. The person on the other end of the line was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" He immediately ordered me to send reinforcements and told you to watch out for those zombies. Over. Then, he commanded the subordinate nearby to mobilize the remaining guards, dividing them to strengthen the defenses and reinforce the watchtower. Then, we will do a weapons inventory again, and we might face another fierce battle. Yes, let the remaining civilians go home safely. Prepare a good vehicle. Be ready to abandon the gathering area at any moment. Subordinates, carry out the orders quickly. Yes, Colonel. A moment later, another guard hurried over to report, Colonel, it's not good. He had a wound on his forehead, and he anxiously reported that the girl ambushed him from behind, knocked him out, stole his gun, and ran away. Jeongju slammed the table and yelled angrily, Damn it, why do bad things keep happening like this? Outside the detention area, Thentun hid behind a rock, observing, fully alert, holding her gun tightly, wondering if she still had time to find them now. Seeing no one was chasing her, she moved forward, wondering which direction they had gone. Suddenly, she spotted a battered car and approached it. Could this be Duong Hao and their group's vehicle? Thentun opened the car door, realizing she was mistaken. Inside were a woman and a child. The woman was uninjured and appeared alive or dead, and the child beside her was crying in fear. Thentun looked at the child with worry, not knowing how long the kid had been trapped here, crying uncontrollably. She thought of her cold father, and in her heart she made a decision. If she just ignored this child, she would be no different from her father when her mother passed away, neglecting her and not fulfilling her duty. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes, her face twisted with terrifying veins. Her eyes bloodshot and dangerous. The zombie turned around and attacked Thentun, who was terrified and panicked. It's over. She's infected with the virus and has turned into a zombie. She quickly shot the woman, feeling sad and apologetic. She raised her hand to hold the child in her arms, knowing she had to get the child to the quarantine zone quickly, as it seemed to have gone a long time without food. The car door closed firmly, the child sleeping peacefully in Thentun's arms. She gently comforted him. It's okay. I'll take you to the refugee camp. She hurried towards the camp, quietly planning in her mind, Stay strong. Once I finish taking care of this child, I will definitely go find him. As Thentun leaves, the zombies arrive, one jumps and destroys the car. Countless mutated zombies follow behind in layers, growling loudly as they accelerate toward the detention area. The guard on the observation tower kept firing at the zombies. Some of them couldn't dodge in time and were shot down. The guard continued to shoot, but human strength was limited. He couldn't defeat them all alone. They moved swiftly and nimbly, getting closer and closer to the observation tower. Suddenly, a fat mutated zombie with a small mouth spewing poison quickly dodged, and the poison hit the wall, causing a loud explosion. Another zombie with a swollen belly and loose skin used its intestines to grab the guard. The guard was quite scared, gripping his gun tightly and continuously firing, worriedly saying these damn mutated zombies are too hard to kill. Some even can't be shot dead. At this moment, the commander arrived at the observation deck and ordered loudly, No matter what, we must hold out. The gathering area can't withstand a second chaos. He turned around to command his subordinates to use all available weapons, and the subordinates obeyed the order. There, the two guards quickly set up their weapons. Suddenly, one of them widened his eyes in shock and cursed, Damn it! A large stone flew rapidly toward them from somewhere, but suddenly the stone shattered.
Duong Hao stands on the lantern, still holding his sword, gently asking the two of them if they are hurt, then turns to tell Trung Duok's people.
You guys go ahead and evacuate first. Don't let the soldiers' sacrifices be in vain. I'll hold them off for a while. You can't deal with these zombies all at once. Trung Duok immediately agreed, quickly giving orders. Squad Leader 1, organize the safety team to go down to the bunker for shelter. In addition, call the demolition team to the weapon depot. Duong Hao will lure the zombies into the gathering area, and we will blow up these mutants. Duong Hao stepped down from the balcony, coldly saying, Explode, not a bad idea, but remember to protect my friends. Trung Duok hugged him happily and warned, Of course, but you also have to be careful and stay safe. You are everyone's hope. Don't risk a fight and get hurt. You must come back safely. Duong Hao nodded firmly. Then he handed Duong Hao a device. This is a timer. In 20 minutes, we will detonate the weapon warehouse. He timed it right, quickly luring the zombies over there. He reached out and caught them. Then he kicked the railing hard, used it as a springboard, and jumped down. Duong Hao clenched the sword in his hand, frowning as he thought, 20 minutes, maybe enough if nothing unexpected happens. He quickly launched an attack, and just as he landed, a zombie bid farewell to its life. Zhong Yao stands above giving orders to his subordinates, drawing his weapon. Another mutated zombie charges at Yang Hao, who jumps up to dodge its attack. A spear with incredible power appears in Duong Hao's hand. Taste my spear. He throws it directly at the zombie's face, knocking it down instantly. Then he looks at the zombie horde with disdain. Just a bunch of trash. He continued to raise his spear, sneering at the zombie horde, no longer enough for him. Duong Hao unleashed his move, Tat Fong So Vu, and the zombie was defeated. But suddenly another attacked him, trying to ambush but was spotted by him. He thrust the spear deep into the ground, then swung the shaft fiercely at the zombie. Cursing angrily, You still want to ambush me and look down on me. Then he grabbed the spear and swung it straight into the zombie's head, killing it. The zombie's name falls to the ground, and another group of zombies keeps coming. He thinks to himself, These zombies are easy to kill, but too many in number. Duong Hao quickly swings his spear to attack them. secretly admiring that they are being overwhelmed one after another. The spear swung out with great force, sweeping through the zombies. Then Duong Hao suddenly leapt up. He charged at another zombie. Watch my 200-centimeter spear. The powerful spear tip is driven deep into its core. You suddenly lift the zombie and spin it in the air, while two other zombies rush forward aggressively to fight. He slammed the zombie down and immediately attacked the other two zombies. The skills kept increasing without stopping, and he was surprisingly happy, not expecting it to be so lucrative with so many attributes dropping. Speed increased by 1.4, V, 0.5 strength, 3, 1, V, 2.1. Duong Hao coldly watches the zombies. Let's see if you can still fight me now. Another zombie, holding a big hot stone, is about to throw it at Duong Hao. He quickly dodges, and the stone crashes down hard. He kept fighting the destructive zombies non-stop. One by one, they fell to the ground, searching for their own garden. The power keeps increasing, with strength up by 2. Then 1.6, then V, then 3.1. The speed increases by 3, then 2.4, then V, then 0.7. Spirit plus 1 plus 0.4 plus V, plus 1.3. The sickle is plus 1. Seeing the power continuously increase, Duong Hao was delighted. Not bad, he gained quite a lot. Then Tan was gently holding the child in her arms, quietly watching from above. The horde of zombies rushes toward the gathering area. She is worried. It's so fast and the storm is coming. How did she get here? She must quickly take the kid to the safe zone and leave quietly. Among the zombies, she sees a familiar figure constantly fighting back. It's Duong Hao. Wasn't he supposed to have left already? Duong Hao noticed someone nearby and looked over. Than Tan happily waved. Hey Duong Hao, you're surprised. It's Phuong Tan Tan. Duong Hao quickly ran over to Than Tan and immediately asked, What's wrong? Why are you here? Than Tan replied, I wanted to sneak out to find the others, but I ran into this kid along the way. His mother turned into a zombie. I wanted to settle things for him first before going to find the others. Duong Hao quickly arranged everything. All right, this place is too dangerous. Take the kid to a safe spot now. He looked at the watch on his wrist, silently calculating. It's been over 10 minutes. There's not much time left. Duong Hao suddenly lifts Than Tan into his arms, startling her into compliance. He quickly calms her down. Don't cause a fuss. Hold the kid tight. We're in a hurry. So, hold the butt. Right now underground, everyone is gathered there. Than Yi is examining the wounds of the injured. Tai Kin anxiously asks Trung Duok. It's almost time. Why hasn't Duong Hao returned yet? Long Dao gently reassures him. Don't worry. He's not an ordinary person. He'll come back. Zhong Yao quietly looked at the item in his hand. In his hand was a photo of Than Tan when she was a child, and he silently hoped that little girl would be safe. That was his only wish. Suddenly, rocks and debris kept falling from the ceiling. Trung Duok watched as the ceiling slowly cracked and shattered, his subordinates nervously asking what just happened, saying something jumped down from above. Duong Hao, little Than Tan runs as fast as he can to the meeting spot, chased by a horde of frantic zombies behind him. He shouts, Open the door inside! Tai Kin! It's Duong Hao. Quickly open the door. Long Dao hurriedly ran toward the door, but a gunshot was fired to stop him. He angrily cursed. Damn it. Huan Tin's father pointed his gun at Long Dao, threatening, Don't open the door. If anyone does, I will shoot to kill. Tai Kin shouted angrily, Why should I listen to him? Huan Tin's father immediately replied, He killed my son. He deserves to die. Then he turned his gun to Tai Kin, aiming to be a hero saving the beauty. I will become one. Before he could finish speaking, a bullet shot through his head, and he only managed to say, All. The shooter was Trung Duc. Tai Kin was stunned, while the thug was already on the spot. Then Trung Duc quickly ordered, Open the door now. Let them in. We're about to detonate. Suddenly, Duong Hao's voice sounded outside, saying that the situation had changed and not to open the door yet. Outside, a strange zombie suddenly appeared, jumping down from above, with thick dust and smoke blocking the view as it stood in front of Duong Hao. You worryingly bite your lip, wondering when this ambush was set up here, as the gathering area has always been safe. Now suddenly it appears here. Could it be deliberately waiting for me? You place Than Tan and the baby on the ground. Then give instructions. I will attract its attention later. Lead him to the weapon stash. Then she quickly ran into the bunker. Than Tan immediately asked, What about you? Duong Hao shouted loudly. At this moment, Forget about me. Go and hide the kid quickly. Then he raised his middle finger to taunt the zombie. The big brute. If you're so tough, chase after me. It looked at Duong Hao with fierce red eyes. Furious, Duong Hao immediately spun around and ran away. He shouted loudly towards Than Tan. Run now while you can. And the zombie immediately chased after him, stomping hard on the ground, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Duong Hao turned around bravely to fight the big beast, and then said, I'll be your opponent. The zombie roared fiercely, as if trying to show off its strength. Duong Hao swiftly drew the spear from the space, his face cold. Today you're meeting me. One big and one small stare at each other. Duong Hao confidently says, Looks like you're unlucky and about to die. The angry zombie rushes forward to attack first, raising its trembling hand. Duong Hao nhanh chóng dung thuẫn chặn lại cụ già của nó, con zombie lại tiếp tục dựa chằng lên. Nó dập mạnh xuống cho Duong Hao giằng dụng, mặt giật lởm xuống, may mà Duong Hao ra kịp thời nhảy lên né ruột cú dập của nó. The zombie, angry again, kept throwing punches at him. This time, Duong Hao also dodged, and he praised himself, surprisingly quick and light for such a big body, hoping to seize the initiative. Then, he swung his spear forcefully at the zombie's fist, shouting loudly, "Watch out!" But the zombie's strength was too great, and after just one strike, the spear broke in half, causing Duong Hao to angrily curse, "Damn it!" At this moment, he was extremely worried, as his dragon-shaped weapon was also broken, proving that its power was comparable to his own, and now he had few weapons left. Then he immediately drew another weapon, wondering what happened to the demon hunter's scythe that had fallen earlier. The system displays the new weapon information. Receive the Tula sickle with attack power 50, speed plus 10%, ice attribute plus 10, Tula sickle strength plus 10, speed plus 5, and mental minus 10. The system clearly states its attributes. When attacking, the Tula sickle buffs with ice attribute, with a chance to produce freezing effects. You read the information about the Reaper's sickle and then thought, forget the red text, ignore it, this weapon just suits me. You quickly swung the sickle toward the zombie. The spear didn't work, so let's see what my sickle can do. At the same time, Long Dao opened the basement door and Than Tan quickly ran inside. Suddenly, she handed the baby to Long Dao and said, "Help me plant it." Then she grabbed her gun and ran outside. "You all close the door. I can't let Duong Hong risk alone. I'm going to help him." Trung Juk Su looked at Than Tan anxiously and fearfully advised her to turn back. "Those mutated zombies are not something you can handle." Than Tan calmly replied, "Don't worry, fake old man. I know how to protect myself and won't go risking my life." The battle outside is not over yet, when suddenly the zombie let out a roar. Yang Hung furrowed his brows in anger, rushing forward and fighting all along, then started shouting at the old man to play with him. Hearing the call of the mutated creature, a horde of zombies surged from behind, and Yang Hang sneered, taking turns to attack. You move quickly, this blood-shedding sickle swinging, each zombie falling one by one. You say regretfully, "Too bad you picked the wrong person." Duong Hong turns to look at the zombies. They are frozen stiff. He is amazed. Damn, the freezing effect is so powerful. At this moment, Than Tun is hiding behind a mound of dirt, observing the situation. She sighs in relief. There's no zombie here, hiding while watching Duong Hang fight. She nervously raises her gun towards the zombies, then calms herself down. Than Tun, stay calm. You're here to help Duong Hang, not to fight him. While Duong Hang is fully engaged in fighting the zombies, a shot from afar hits a zombie's head, and Than Tan is overjoyed. Not bad, a perfect shot, but she needs to move. Can't stay in one place too long. Duong Hang continues fighting the zombies without pause. He was fighting while thinking. That shot earlier was fired by Fuang Tun Tun. This girl has guts. Suddenly, the mutated zombie charged at him, using its magic power to attack Duong Hang. Are you just going to keep hesitating and attack now? Step forward and fight the zombies, Lola. Get out of here. Then, a mutated zombie also charged at Lola with a powerful punch. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted, blowing everything around to pieces. The next second, a beam of light shot forward at lightning speed, revealing that Duong Hang had quickly delivered a fatal blow to the mutated zombie. In the zombie's amazement, its two arms were cut off. Not giving them time to regain their composure, he disdainfully swung his scythe, thinking he was so formidable. As soon as Duong Hang finished speaking, both arms suddenly moved and began to grow larger. Seeing the zombie's expressions, he angrily attacked. Damn you, Lola, you just keep coming. Before he could react, they were frozen solid. When Duong Hang turned around, he was stunned by the enlarged mutated zombie's arm. What the hell is this? Without hesitation, Duong Hang launched his attack. Die. Just after attacking, his instincts told him to turn to one side. Just as my sixth sense predicted, the mutated zombie reverted to its original form. Damn, and it can spread out. Then, it threw a powerful punch at Duong Hang. The upgrade of the mutated zombie makes you angry and scolded, acting arrogant, coming back to life with an extra armor. Duong Hang quickly challenges its limits. I also want to see how many times you can come back to life. Both sides prepare to fight, trying to see who will win. Inside the base, Tai Kin clutches his arm and shouts in confusion. Aren't they fighting? So why is there such a piercing sound? His hand is about to burst. Outside the battlefield, Duong Hang immediately flew in, revealing an opening. To the surprise of the mutated zombie, the scythe was aimed directly at its weak spot. The attack hit its target, but at the same time, a piece of flesh flew out from its body. Seeing it, you immediately thought, again with this thing. The pieces of flesh falling from its body turned into a clone. In the blink of an eye, the mutated zombie transformed, shocking Duong Hang. Damn, it's changing so quickly this time. Tai Kin anxiously watches the tense situation outside. We can't wait any longer. Please try your best, Colonel Fuang. Is there any way to save Duong Hang? Otherwise, he will exhaust himself to death. Hearing Tai Kin's words, Trung Duok hesitated to propose an unfeasible plan. I also want to. Only by detonating the weapon zone can we eliminate them all at once. But Duong Hang and Than Tun are inside the blast radius. If it explodes, they will die along with the zombies outside, and this gathering area is the only place that can withstand the impact of such a huge explosion. Trung Duok still tried to stay calm, trusting that Duong Hang could quickly handle the other one, then get Than Tun to safety. At the same time outside, Than Tun was carefully observing the situation with her gun. As soon as she saw the mutated zombie, she was terrified. Another one appeared, and if this keeps up, Duong Hong will be exhausted to death. While reloading, Thanthan carefully considered, only 2 shots left. I must save them for an important moment. The scene shifts to Duong Hong, who is continuously attacking the stubborn mutated zombies. Despite focusing on the fight, he remains strategizing. His clone has the same strength as the original, and with another one tone, it's urgent to quickly deal with these 2 troublesome enemies. Just as he caught the rope, he was distracted by its action. Suddenly, Duong Hong quickly dodged the steel punch of the mutated zombie. Just as he dodged one, another was about to attack him. Unfortunately, this time Duong Hong was hit. At that moment, both Tai Jing and Thanthan were extremely worried about Yang Hong. Their voices made him respond, warning them not to come over. I'm fine. Although he was just attacked, Duong Hong calmly stood up after his body was enhanced, experiencing his first serious injury like this. A growing sense of excitement gradually appeared in his eyes, this feeling. As the mutated zombie rushes toward him, Yang Shi slowly sighs. Well, not letting it have its way, he counterattacks excitedly shouting, "It's so exhilarating." The surrounding icebergs gradually covered the mutated zombie and pressed it down to the ground. The remaining mutated zombie, furious, charged forward, its body lying down. So what are you rushing over here for? Duong Hong leapt forward threateningly. If you want to die, I'll help you. Immediately, he sensed something was wrong, huh? It even knows how to command other zombies to attack the safe room, and Duong Hong decisively kicks the mutated zombie right in the face. He quickly moves, thinking to himself, we can't let them ruin Colonel's plan. But life isn't a dream! It quickly swung its fist toward Duong Hong. What? From afar, Thanthan shouted anxiously, catching its attention. Duong Hong, are you okay? While she was shooting the mutated zombie in the head, he replied, It's okay, just a minor injury. That damn dog dares to hurt me. Thinking to himself, Duong Hong shouted, If we had just fought them earlier, wouldn't it be over by now? Thanthan ran quickly. But it was too late. It rushed forward and punched, sending Thanthan flying away and crying out in pain. She fell backward, hitting her head on the ground, leaving Tai Kin stunned and open-mouthed. Immediately after, Duong Hong rushed over quickly to Phuong Tan Tan. As he was helping her sit up, the mutated zombie raised its leg to kick hard. Thanthan. It seems the punch earlier seriously injured Thanthan, and she has been unconscious for a long time. Suddenly, a swift shadow appeared. It turns out Duong Hong's hand is clenched tightly, as if trying to release all his rage. He throws a powerful punch at it, fierce and relentless. The mutated zombie was immediately knocked down, completely without any trace of mercy, as Duong Hong's eyes flashed with a fierce glare at the one who dared to hurt him. Before he finished speaking, he soared into the air, ready for the next attack. After gathering all his strength, Duong Hong almost whispered that he must die. He slammed it into the ground before dying, leaving me some stuff. Your hand decisively stabbed into the mutated zombie and grabbed its gem. After a series of moves, Duong Hong was certain, this time he's truly dead. Suddenly, a glowing circle appeared floating in the middle of the stage, and that power quickly surged into your body. Then, Duong Hong's eyes widened in amazement as he sensed their weakness. The system immediately displayed a notification, showing the enemy's weakness within a certain range in a simple manner. After reading the new information, he confidently said, Leave the rest. All of you die. In front of Duong Hong, 2 zombies, one thin and one fat, were slowly approaching. Just as the name suggests, the system displayed their information. Zombie A is a level normal monster with strength 18, speed 11, and spirit 21. Zombie B is a level normal monster with strength 20, speed 15, and mental 9. This data surprised him and made him secretly admire, as he could still see the zombie's attributes through its weaknesses. It seems these pieces of information have strengthened Duong Hong's confidence, but with such messy data, he might as well go to hell. The 2 zombies hadn't even had a chance to breathe before he beat them to a pulp. Suddenly, a new notification appeared behind Duong Hong, Zombie B and D with 300 strength, 80 speed, and 121 spirit. Its appearance surprised him. Wait, wasn't this already taken down? In Food Chop, Duong Hong quietly lamented that this character's attributes were much higher than his. But without hesitation, he regained his spirit and charged forward, though your weakness is too obvious. While attacking, Duong Hong also unleashes the new skill he just learned, sensing its weakness. As expected, a red number appears above the zombie's head, activating. Did your quick scythe strike hit the marked point? Luckily, it was blocked and stopped. Not bothering to care, Duong Hong sneered, Next time, luck won't be on your side. In an instant, he soared up again to continue the attack. Fortunately for the zombie, it managed to block this attack in time as Duong Hong's overwhelming power continued to strike down. It seems to have sensed that it was about to die, and zombie transformation let out a loud scream. This sound seemed to guide the surrounding zombies. They obeyed orders and rushed toward the unconscious Thanthan. This critical situation caught Duong Hong's attention. Phuong Tun Tun, Duong Hang quickly flies up and decisively attacks, if you don't care about your face like that. As he finishes speaking, he kicks the zombie BND, so I'll help you a bit. It was knocked to the ground and will be dealt with later. Then Duong Hang rushed forward to stop the zombies approaching Thon Thon. You bravely launched a freezing attack on them. Long Dao and everyone immediately kicked open the treasure shop. Our boss is here to help you. Chung Juk loudly instructs everyone. All units prepare for battle. After this attack, 15 of us will go to the armory with me. Then Thon, you must hold on. The next second, Mr. Gehao shouted commands. Everyone hold fire and buy time for Duong Hong. After taking down the zombie henchman, Duong Hong calmly absorbed the experience. But the experience was minimal. Just as he saw the scene before him, he was secretly amazed inside, and then it disappeared. Not letting Duong Hang think for too long, the mutated zombie lunged again to attack. He quickly focused his strength on his foot, preparing to strike. Then, Duong Hong kept slashing at its body relentlessly, with his sickle raised high as if aiming for a fatal blow. As expected, Duong Hong unleashed a freezing attack that covered everything nearby. In an instant, the zombie was frozen solid, and the ice quickly sealed it in tight. So when the ice shattered, your strike completely destroyed the mutated zombie. As he stared at its body, Duong Hong sighed in relief. Finally done. The effective freezing attack really is powerful. You speak up when you see the streams of experience floating around. This guy may be tough, but he still drops quite a few attributes. Duong Hang's eyes focus on the attribute lights, secretly feeling happy inside. He's rich now. If we could tame a zombie like that and then kill its clone to gain experience, but that's impossible. The other soldiers shouted excitedly, "We can win! The big zombie has fallen! We can win!" The system displayed a message. Yang Hang's strength 280.7 plus 64. Speed 72.9 plus 16. Mental 115.1 plus 14. Received a potion, a restorative elixir that can heal critical wounds after use, with increased effects but unknown. Holding a vial of potion in hand, Yang Hong began to calculate. Indeed, a boss with many attributes, and this elixir. Quite interesting, healing Thanton shouldn't be a problem. I can also defeat this monster partly thanks to her. Boss, I'm coming to support you. Duong Hong, go rest in the bunker now. The zombies are back, and who knows what other monsters might appear this time. Everyone, take Thanton away and retreat to the bunker. Leave the rest to me. I can see the normal person's attributes, but after being injured, Thanton needs to be treated immediately. Tai King Ngeve Leptuk Lenting Dangzo, Duong Hang, Yan Chung Queve, Chung Doi Zoyang. After securing the new item, Duong Hong confidently reassured everyone. Don't worry, I'll lead these zombies to the armory and let them meet their ancestors for 18 generations. As he finished, he turned to taunt the zombies. Hey, little brats, look at this old man right here. As if to drive them crazy, Duong Hang struck a model pose. Look at this. Isn't it tempting? The zombies seem to be attracted by the smell of your flesh. The plan is going as expected, so he keeps twisting his waist, inviting them to come closer if they want to eat. They immediately rush forward like fans eager to meet their idol. Meanwhile, Duong Hong suddenly launched an attack, sensing their weakness. Before they could even react, he struck a powerful blow just for you guys, and didn't even get a scratch himself. Duong Hang keeps attacking their weak points one after another. Confident that he has everything under control, he dismisses them as insignificant. These zombies pose no threat to him. The scene shifts to the weapon warehouse. A large, fierce zombie is continuously destroying the weapon storage door, and inside, a guard is firing constantly at the zombie. He shouts over the radio, "The door won't hold much longer. Units, watch out!" Through the gap in the door, the guard also spotted the squad leader 30 meters ahead, attacked by zombies. Another soldier nearby watched with confusion, wondering if these zombies were intentionally coming here or if they were being led. Could Duong Hang have failed? Wait, that doesn't seem right. Suddenly, he realized there was something in the zombies. The soldier's voice quickly turned to relief. "It's Duong Hang! He's okay!" Next, Duong Hong slowly approached the large zombie that had just been defeated. Its weak point also clearly visible. Taking advantage of its distraction, he soared towards the scythe area. "You bastard! I'm here to give you some more food." Duong Hang's continuous strikes hit the weak spot of the big, sharp zombie, causing it intense pain. Your incredible strength has everyone around in awe. Ignoring their amazement, Duong Hong lightly smiled and said, "Commander, the mission is complete. All the zombies have rushed over here." Your words revived Chong Duk's spirit. Quickly, everyone retreat to the bunker, and the others responded promptly. 5 minutes later, Duong Hong held a control device in his hand, pressed the button, and caused everything around to explode while the zombies still paused in their advance. The explosion was so powerful it leveled everything, including the zombies. Now Thanton is bandaged and unconscious in bed. Duong Hong gently apologizes, saying he couldn't protect her. Fortunately, Chung Duk still understands reason. This isn't your fault. If it weren't for you, we might all have died. In surprise, he brought a bottle of medicine closer and told Thanton to take this. As soon as he held the medicine bottle in his hand, Chung Duk was curious. What is this? Yang Hong calmly explained that the emergency medicine was taken from the abandoned supply truck and claimed it was effective on Thantan. Hearing this, he secretly saw through his good-natured lie, as there had been no supply trucks recently. But since Yang Hang demonstrated his abilities, this medicine was not ordinary. After some thought, Chung Duk spoke. "Duong Hong, I used to have some prejudices against you. I hope you won't mind." Duong Hang responded indifferently. "It's fine, Director Fuang. The misunderstanding has now been cleared up." Then he fed the medicine to Thanton and expressed his gratitude. "I thank you on behalf of Thanton." Your notification reappeared, indicating that Thanton, an ordinary person, was severely injured with strength 2.0.5. speed 20.0.5, and mental 10.0.3. Seeing that, Duong Hong thought to himself, she's recovering, probably no problem. Suddenly, the stats on the system screen spiked unexpectedly. Normal person Thantan's stamina was extremely high with strength 35, speed 21, mental 30. This strange situation shocked him. What's going on? Yang Hong just finished speaking when Than opened her eyes. She's awake now. Chung Duk cheered as he held her tightly. It's good she's okay, or I would have been worried to death. The screen reappeared showing Phuong Tan with normal strength, speed, and spirit, as if her new power had shocked Duong Hong. Strangely, her data could no longer be retrieved. At the same time, her face was filled with confusion as Chung Duk held her tightly. Than without hesitation pushed him away loudly. Who are you? Get out of here. I don't know you. Than's sudden memory loss makes Chung Duk extremely worried. Than is your mother. What's wrong with you, Duong Hong? What's happening? Could it be that Than has lost her memory? Duong Hong quickly approaches to observe and comments, she was just agitated. Maybe that's all it is. Her eyes widened with joy and excitement, and before anyone could react, Than rushed forward and hugged him tightly. This terrifying scene left Chung Duk stunned and speechless. Than looked at Duong Hang intently. He is Duong Hang. Oh, look at that. Who is he? She didn't hesitate to accuse him, saying he was a bad person. Those words broke his heart and made him cry out loud. My daughter no longer recognizes me. Duong Hang quickly reassured him. The road to the capital is urgent. Than can wake up soon, but is not yet fully adjusted. Then he seriously said, Than's brain was injured, so her waking up so quickly is already a miracle. Maybe that's best for now. Let her stay with me during this time. I will protect her and help her recover her memory. After a moment of sadness, Zhang Yao sighed and reluctantly accepted there's nothing else to do. Switching to the second day, as everyone is preparing supplies, Trung Duok slowly asks, do we really have to go? Not staying with us? We are heading west to find the Vietnamese battalion. Hearing that, Duong Hong chuckled softly and explained, the world after the apocalypse isn't peaceful anywhere, I've heard people say. Recently, a group of survivors formed a small team to rescue many city folk, and I want to go find my parents. Mr. Tien Tuong patted your shoulder and advised, Then Tun, remember to take care of yourself. There's a satellite phone in the car. Contact me if you need anything. Duong Hong quickly assured him, rest assured, the head of the village still has many students to look after. You also must take care. Immediately after, the car's engine started, and as the wheels slowly rolled away, everyone around Hao waved goodbye. Hero, see you again later. Goodbye, Hero. We will always remember you. Seeing their enthusiasm, Long Dao hesitated and asked, do we need to wait a bit, boss? But Duong Hong, still very calm, replied, no need. Let's take the opportunity to go now. The next second, Tam reminded himself that these honors are just burdens in the apocalypse. We need to stay alert 24/7. Only then can we protect those around us and ourselves. Half a day later, Duong Hong's two cars stopped at a dilapidated house. Long Dao stepped out of the car and looked around. There are signs of habitation here, and someone had stopped by before. After a thorough check, he announced loudly, Boss, there's no one inside. It's safe. Hearing that, Duong Hong immediately announced to everyone, everyone get down, stay alert, rest for a bit, then move out. As everyone was about to enter, Phuong Hua spoke up. I'm so hungry. I wonder if there's anything in the kitchen. If so, I'll cook for everyone. Inside the room, Long Dao questioned whether this villa was very secure, but the owner had left for unknown reasons. Duong Hong calmly replied that their goal might be the same as ours, to find loved ones. With a serious tone, he sincerely warned, I hope you all remember, even though we are in chaos, we are still human and must retain our humanity. Then, Duong Hong calmly said, otherwise. Immediately after, a table full of delicious dishes appeared before everyone's eyes. As he quickly chewed his food, he happily praised, it's been a long time since I had such a delicious meal. Tai Kin's skills are amazing. Long Dao was just as excited. Eat more if you like, we might not get another chance next time. The sky gradually darkened and the moon rose high, casting a gentle glow over the ground. The house remained peaceful in the quiet night. Suddenly, a zombie cowboy appeared outside, followed by a herd of mutated beetles rushing headlong towards it. It seems they are being controlled by the cowboy zombie, but contrary to its wishes, a mutated bull charged straight at the zombie and bit into it. This noise quickly drew the attention of Duong Hao and his team. After killing the cowboy zombie, the swarm of bugs approached the house where they were staying. As soon as he saw this scene, Long Dao shouted a warning. It's not good, boss. We're surrounded by these bugs. Yang Hao observed the swarm and concluded that these mutated bugs are targeting us. It seems they're used to eating people and want us to be their dinner. Seeing the situation ahead, Long Dao suggested, boss, maybe we should hide in the basement first and wait for those mutated bugs to leave before coming out. His caution made you laugh and tease him. So scared, huh? A few of the bugs already scared him, right? After a thorough discussion, Yang Hao shouted encouragement, everyone get ready. We've eaten enough, so let's use these creatures to move out. As soon as he finished speaking, a mutated beetle stuck its head through the window near Than and let out a loud cry amidst her lullaby. Everyone also tried to cover their mouths so the mutated cattle wouldn't notice anything. As soon as it left, Chok Day burst out laughing and teased so they didn't realize. It seems they're not very smart. The mutated insect seems to understand what he said. It lowers its head and growls. Duong Hao was surprised by its reaction and understands, and the curiosity in his voice makes Long Dao and Chok Day speak together. But that's not the main point. At the same time, outside the house, the swarm of mutated beetles charged forward in unison. Following Yang Hao's orders, everyone gradually dispersed around, staying alert, looking for an opportunity to strike. As expected, the mutated bugs burst through the door aggressively and rushed inside. Both Long Dao and Chok Day fired simultaneously to eliminate them. Tai Kin also didn't fall behind, spinning around to throw the orb elegantly. Just as she defeated 2 mutated orbs, another one took the opportunity to ambush. Luckily, Than Yi rushed to attack carefully while helping Tai Kin sit down comfortably. Impressed, Tai Kin responded gratefully, "Thank you." In another corner, Long Dao kept firing at them, making them taste my fiery bullets. The scene of Di and Fuang Hua working together harmoniously caught Duong Hao's eye. Everyone is working together more smoothly. This combat role feels amazing. I can't wait any longer. I'll fly into the battle too. I can't fall behind. Duong Hao's scythe decisively strikes down the mutated beast, killing it. Just after taking one down, he hears a terrified scream echoing. It turns out Than was screaming in terror. "Get away!" Immediately, a bullet hit the mutated beast, attacking her right in the head. Jia and Fuang Hua stepped in to help. It was truly dangerous. This scene frightened Than, and Duong Hao is overwhelmed with fear. She rushed to hug Duong Hao tightly, and he asked warmly, "Than, are you okay?" Fuang Hua stood to the side, stunned and exclaiming, "Is this human speed?" The next second, the system displayed again, Fang Than's normal strength, speed, and spirit. These mysterious numbers confused him. Maybe the effect of the potion still hadn't worn off, or why he still couldn't see the abilities. 2 hours later, facing the mutated bugs, Duong Hao slowly said, "Finally, everything was fixed." The system screen reappeared with the stats. Yang Hao's strength 380.0.8, speed 100.0.5, and spirit 140.0.6. As he read the information, he silently guessed that after the previous battle with the elite zombie and killing a few more ordinary monsters, it seemed very unlikely to gain more points. After a while, Duong Hao turned to praise everyone. Tonight, everyone worked hard. The battle was very impressive. Before he could finish speaking, a strange movement caught his attention. What is that? A gun covered by a mysterious aura of power appears. This is it. Immediately, the system screen pops up. The fire mark Landan naturally has the effect of flames. With a fast firing speed, attack and combo changes at will. The battlefield of defeating enemies with unmatched strength, these attributes quickly gave Duong Hao an idea. This weapon is perfect to give to Lai Long. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making him turn in surprise. "Hero, thank you, hero." So it turns out, the people in the town are kneeling in gratitude, thanking their savior. The excessive reverence makes Duong Hao nervous and tries to dodge. "Don't do that, sir." Old Liao, with tears in his eyes, began to recount, "We are residents living nearby. After the apocalypse, those mutated beasts took over our village, eating people every day, and any groups passing through were killed by them." He continued, "These people are very powerful, relying only on you to have defeated those beasts." As if pushed to the brink, old Liao Yu stopped begging, and the rest of us are hiding in the bunker, too afraid to come out. "We've used up all the food these days. Without you heroes, we're done." Seeing their sincere plea, Duong Hao's compassion grew, and he realized that even the living are worth less than dogs, and he wondered when this world would ever recover. Without hesitation, he quickly told Long Dao to take whatever food they had left for these people. He responded in surprise, "But our boss doesn't have much left either. We need to save some for the journey." Duong Hao firmly ordered again, telling him to go if he wanted. "We don't have enough, but we might find more on the way." And Long Dao quickly obeyed the decisive attitude of his leader, listening to him. Amidst the villagers' joy, Duong Hao spoke up, saying, "This is all we can give," while beside him, the younger brother looked sad and tearful, reluctant to part with his chocolate. The next moment, Lao Liu's eyes widened in surprise as he discovered the valuable items in Duong Hao's cart, and he silently stared intently at the boxes of food. Lao Liu's polite words quickly betrayed his grim face. No, we can only give so much for now. We are already grateful." Then Duong Hao turned to say goodbye. "Time is not on our side. Everyone be careful. We will head back first." The villagers still looked grateful, thanking them sincerely for saving their lives. After a while, the house gradually fell silent in the night, with Duong Hao holding Than as she slept peacefully in the forest. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, as if he had detected something unusual. Duong Hao's instincts were completely right when 2 suspicious figures appeared outside the house. So it turns out, Lao Liu was whispering here. "I already informed the nearby gang about these people recently. Did they give us any benefits?" He immediately sneered menacingly. Not only did they provide food, but they also let us enjoy a woman. He sneered suspiciously and asked, "Next time there's a good opportunity like this, can you think of your brothers? But do you think what you did is a bit too much?" Lao Liu replied arrogantly, "Too much. Those guys have so much food, they might have killed many people. In this apocalypse, people don't play fair for themselves." After a moment of watching from the window, Yang Hao quickly moved down to where the two of them were whispering and planning. He casually asked, "What are you two discussing here?" He's been loud from the start, but as soon as Lao Liu saw Duong Hao, he started trembling like a leaf. Hero, so brave. His mind raced quickly, trying to figure out how to say goodbye for tomorrow. They keep passing things back and forth. Yes, you gave us so much food, we don't know how to thank you. The next second, he calmly refused again. No need, we'll set out early tomorrow. It's late now. Don't stay outside. Meeting zombies isn't a small matter. These words seemed to set Wu Dian free, he spoke up. Let's go quickly. Lao Lu was as happy as if he had found gold. That's right. Hero, you're right. Their strange behavior caught Duong Hao's attention. Dawn broke as your convoy started moving. Long Dao sat happily in front like a child. Boss, I really like this weapon. His joy quickly spread to Yang Hao. I already agreed to give you a good weapon, so I will definitely give it to you. After a while of traveling, he loudly announced to everyone that there was a gas station and a convoy of cars ahead. As they entered, Duong Hao raised his voice to scout ahead, and everyone split up to see if there were any useful supplies. Seeing Long Dao and Chokta opening the car door, he asked curiously, "There's so much stuff in the car. What should we leave behind?" As soon as Duong Hao finished speaking, Long Dao's face showed a look of surprise. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Wow, so much food!" Chokti's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to contain himself anymore. This situation made Tai Kin standing beside him feel confused. Why is there so much food? In a flash, Duong Hao looked around and realized that the landing point seemed to be used by someone to transport supplies. On the roof, Than I was delivering good news to him and put him. There are many weapons here, probably from the army. This discovery didn't make Duong Hao happy. He continued to question in his mind why there were so many weapons and items up there. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had uncovered a conspiracy. Wait, could it be? Duong Hao shouted in alarm, "This is not good! An ambush!" As he finished speaking, a hail of bullets rained down directly on the truck. "You are too big! Remind everyone to hide!" Long Dao. The little third immediately jumps down from the car. The two of them hide behind the vehicle, watching Duong Hao run over first. Long Dao shout out, "Boss, over here." He hurriedly said, "Boss, their firepower is too strong. What should we do now?" Unexpectedly, just as everyone gathered behind the car, a barrage of bullets swept through, and Long Dao dodged aside, while suspiciously exclaiming, "There are also gunshots coming from the west." Duong Hao reacts quickly, pulls out the sword to wipe it clean, realizing there are ambushes all around. Everyone be careful. He leaps into the air, and the Western ally skillfully blocks all incoming gunfire. After handling everything, he turned back to give orders. "The firepower on the eastern side is quite weak. I'll go out later to attract attention. Then everyone will rush in." Duong Hao stepped outside, flipping his middle finger in a taunt. The guys inside, "What's so special about two people? Come on and fight solo if you dare." Inside the house, they responded by firing another fiery bullet at him. As the bullet whistled past, Duong Hao keenly sensed it and quickly realized it was this spot. He forcefully throws the knife in his hand, breaking a large hole in the second floor window, and screams for help from inside. Duong Hao seizes the opportunity and shouts, "Now everyone follow me inside." The farmers immediately carry their weapons and follow the corpse behind him. A man in a hat fires his gun, but Duong Hao, used to this situation, swings his knife as bullets and blades clash with sparks of fire. You quickly grabbed the weapon sweeping through a room, causing the guns in their hands to fall. Seeing their frozen hands, they stammer and ask, What kind of weapon is this?" Suddenly, a deep voice sounded, and Duong Hao, alert, turned to look. "Your brother held back. You are not from the same faction." Lang Van calmly approached, still holding a lit cigar in his mouth. Duong Hao, holding the scythe in his hand, coldly replied, "If you don't agree, you shoot at us. Now you're trying to make excuses." Lang Van raised his hand to hold his cigarette, frowning as he paused before speaking. "Brother, you misunderstood. We mistook you earlier, thinking you were the gang from the west."
The gunfire was just to warn them. Those weapons of the secret sect are surrounded by 4 powerful forces. Taking them away won't be easy. Duong Hao was furious. With 4 forces around, those who fired from the west must not be your people.
Long Van led you into the room, then calmly placed his hand on the table and introduced himself. "I am the chairman of the
Lang Van Inspection Corporation. The person you shot earlier was one of my men." On the table, there was a map dividing the factions, and he explained that there are 3 other factions in this area, all targeting the military weapon drop.
The area to the left is where the Dark Demon Alliance is located. The gunfire from the west earlier probably came from Han's subordinates, as the Dark Alliance members are all wicked and ruthless, and many young women inside their territory have been harmed. He pointed towards the large warehouses and said that the eastern area is Trukdan Maluk, which is said to be the strongest transportation company. Then Lang Van went to the window, with Duong Hao following behind. Outside was a row of closed doors, and he continued speaking. "Facing me are the Tom Kwong brothers, 2 strong and fierce men delivering goods, but they've been out for the past few days. The gunfire earlier was to stop Dong Luke from getting weapons, so they wouldn't become more powerful and cause more harm to the girls." After explaining the situation here, Lang Van turned around and gently reminded you, "Buddy, you're so capable. If you want to take that weapon, I won't stop you, but other forces definitely won't agree." Duong Hao sneered contemptuously, "Don't think I'll believe just because you say a few words. Take me to meet the target now, and if the other side isn't as you say, you'll end up dead even worse." As he spoke, Duong Hao and Lang Van headed toward the target's area. Duong Hao led the way and pushed the door open, and upon seeing the scene inside the room, he blurted out, "What the hell?" The thugs on the upper floor shouted loudly, "Eat quickly, the boss is waiting for you to serve him over there." There are many women imprisoned here, some with their hands tied, others with bruised faces, kneeling and cowering on the ground. In front of each person is a plate of plain rice, and Duong Hao's guards are scolding them. These people are truly animals, treating these girls like this. The scene shifts to the second floor of the warehouse, where two burly guards stand watch outside the door. Inside, the two girls sit contentedly, one softly asking, "Brother Dong, have we pleased you with our service these past few days?" And he chuckles happily. Satisfied? Satisfied? The other girl also didn't fall behind. Glaring back, her pink dress just right to showcase her full figure, the thug looked at her with a leering gaze. He chuckled stupidly. Hee, darling, you really are a wild one." Suddenly, his face twisted into a grimace, as if possessed, but after a while, he'd get bored of playing. He tilted his chin and asked the subordinate at the door, "Haven't the soldiers outside finished their work yet? And weren't there some hot-bodied girls supposed to be brought to me? Why haven't they arrived yet?" The younger brother's door hadn't even opened when it was kicked open, and Duong Hao, holding a sickle, stepped in, flanked by fiery phoenixes and a stunning woman in green. As if he was so angry he couldn't help but laugh. The big guy asked, "Who the hell is so reckless, not only targeting my hammer, but also daring to attack me directly?" The gang member released the two girls, loaded his gun, and shouted, "Kid, who are you? How dare you come into my territory? Do you want to die?" Duong Hao's face also darkened, and he firmly said, "You shot my people with guns, so we're here to talk." The subordinate stood up, mocking, saying, "Put your gun down, and I might spare your miserable life, or I'll shoot you dead with my gun in my hand." Duong Hao hít một hồi, vung tay cầm lưỡi hai lên dập, tạo thấy mấy dùng la không biết sống chết, nòng sung của dậm dòng lực bất dầu xa dần. But they didn't know that Duong Hao dodged bullets as easily as eating candy, slipping through their fire like a shadow. And with both hands gripping the scythe tightly, he swiftly swung it to cut through the enemy's gun. He looked at the frozen gun and exclaimed in horror, "What is happening?" The gun fell to the floor. Duong Hao pointed his sickle at him and said, "This gun in your hand is no different from a piece of wood." The thug's limbs were still stiff as he cursed, "Damn it! Ah!" He gathered all his underlings, all of them with bulging muscles and machetes in hand, and the gang leader drew his gun and ordered everyone to attack, cut them down. Kill him, and the beautiful girl here will be ours. The henchmen immediately charged forward fiercely. "We are many. Let's go. Kill him. Kill him." Unexpectedly, someone acted even faster than them. A woman in white rushed forward, kicked the loudest guy in the face. Long Dao swung his staff and struck the guy's cheek, shouting, "You're so easy to fool." The gang scared stiff. He ran screaming, telling his brothers to hold on and go find help. Tai Kin shouted loudly when he saw him fleeing, "Duong Hao, hurry and chase after that guy. The rest of the henchmen, leave it to us. Clean up this mess." Duong Hao smiled confidently. "Don't worry, he won't escape." Dong Luke took his pistol and went outside. As he ran down a corridor, he saw Duong Hao close behind, wielding a large ice scythe and shouting an order to stop. Dong Luke spun around and fired a warning shot. Luckily, don't come any closer. Duong Hao moved smoothly, easily blocking the bullets, and he glanced at him with suspicion. Just that. Suddenly, the alloy grinned cunningly and pressed a switch on the wall. The trap, located right beneath Duong Hao's feet, was activated, causing the floor to become hollow and making him fall down. Below the tunnel, countless monsters are howling. Duong Hao pops a pill into his mouth. Ah! With a bang, the hatch closes tightly and the demon stands above, smiling. "Kid, fighting me is still too early." Before he could finish smiling, a large hole appeared in the floor, and Duong Hao's hand reached out precisely to grab his leg. He struggled with all his might, but was useless, his foot being forcefully pulled down to the floor, and Dong Luke screamed in fear. "No." Duong Hao hooked his sickle into the floor, flipping Dong Luke upside down and into the monsters, and at this moment, only his desperate screams could be heard in the pit. Dong Li was pale with fear and hurriedly said, "Hero, please speak slowly, beautiful lady. Food, whatever you want, I can give you." Duong Hao coldly replied, only now thinking of this, "Isn't it a bit too late?" After saying that, he suddenly let go. The mutant fell face down, and the monsters, only waiting for that moment, immediately started tearing into his body. Above the basement where the girls are held, Than Yi and Fuang Hua are untying their restraints, tears welling in her eyes. Duong Hao and Tai Kin are walking over. She looks at the girls and says worriedly, "These people have left their powers. I don't know if they can survive." Duong Hao's eyes flash. He calmly replies, "In this apocalyptic world, we can only rely on ourselves. Their path must be walked by themselves." He looked around suspiciously, wondering if the Long squad hadn't returned with the supplies yet. Tai Kin smiled and said, "All the girls inside are not wearing clothes. I told them to stay outside. And you should also be careful not to look around." Unexpectedly, she just finished speaking when a girl wrapped in a scarf came over. Duong Hao blushed and exclaimed, "Wow, such a great figure!" The girl's charm was activated, and he couldn't help but say, "Leave our supplies for them later." Tai Kin scowled, clenched her fists, and warned him, "Do you remember what I just said?" She kicked Duong Hao in the butt, telling him not to look around, and he was kicked high into the air. Blood and mucus sprang out, and Duong Hao desperately begged for mercy, saying he didn't mean to. Taikin crossed her arms and stood to the side, looking annoyed as she said, "They're just a bunch of half-dead animals." Duong Hao, seeing the situation was getting out of hand, quickly looked for an excuse to leave. He went nearby to check. Cut 2, Duong Hao arrived in front of the warehouse, where screams kept echoing from inside. "No, please don't," he said. This area is the east side. I remember it's within Trukkan Maluk's territory." The closer he got, the more he heard the wind sound inside. "Be gentle," Duong Hao muttered to himself. "The enemy, this Trukkan Maluk, is just as dangerous as that lustful demon," he shouted and kicked open the door, only to find the young women in danger waiting for his rescue. But the scene inside made him slightly widen his eyes. 4 years ago, the girl was kneeling on the floor, her eyes and lips red, sweetly greeting her master when he returned home. Duong Hao shouted in panic, "What's going on?" as the girls rushed to grab him, saying, "Master, we've been waiting for you a long time." Tiumai pushed Duong Hao down, lying on top of him. "Master, please step on me." He blushed, blood from his nose spouting out. "Am I standing in the rain or what?" But just a few seconds later, Duong Hao's gaze turned sharp. He examined the necklaces on the girls' necks, these numbers, then quickly pulled Tiumai off himself. "Move aside for me." Duong Hao shouted loudly, "Maluk, come out!" In response, a loud burst of laughter echoed. "Ha ha ha ha." Maluk casually strolled over with his hands in his pockets, pretending to be a mountain sage and saying, "Looks like the great hero isn't pleased with these girls." Yang Hao looked at him thoughtfully and said, "Hero, you're calling me Maluk. Of course, you're helping us eliminate the demonic seducers. Calling you a hero isn't too much." The girls stood up and surrounded Yang Hao, whom he looked at with suspicion, wondering who these people were, buying dozens of me. At this point, Maluk's smile grew even more sinister. "I dare not. Buying 10 great heroes is just a reward." He sneered and ordered his followers to kill these women and find better ones. The girls desperately knelt and begged, saying their lives are willing to be sacrificed for their master. Duong Hao couldn't bear to watch and said, "Wait a moment. To you, lives are just like scattered stars." Mali dismissively waved his hand and replied calmly that yes, this is the end of the world. People without value are even more contemptible than dirt. He stepped closer, patted your shoulder and said, "But you are different." Then he grabbed Xiaomei and held her in his arms. Ma Luke sneered, saying that the two of us could establish a strong base here, develop power, become vassals of a region, and have as many girls as we wanted. Duong Hao frowned. "Vassals, that's all you care about. I'm not interested in this. Even if I really wanted to, I could do it myself. So why would I need to bring you along?" Ma Luke stopped smiling at that, his face turning hard, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "If you don't want to drink, then don't blame me for forcing you." Duong Hao pointed at the girls kneeling and said, "How can I team up with a bunch of trash like you after doing such despicable things?" Ma Luke commanded sharply, took out the remote control, and pressed a button. "If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude." A steel cage falls from the sky onto Duong Hao, and the girls are also confined inside. Their faces now flushed red as they cough and clutch tightly to the collars around their necks. Duong Hao then went to Ma Luke to ask what he did to them. He laughed loudly and replied, "They were already injected with the virus before, about to turn into zombies. Enjoy it, my territory. I doubt it's your turn to point fingers, hero." The girls' eyes turned red, and Duong Hao cursed angrily, calling them beasts. Their faces began to distort. Their eyes turned white, and Tiumai's voice lost its sweetness from earlier, pleading, "Please let us bite you. Master will set us free." Duong Hao took out his sickle and kindly turned back to warn them, "You all trusted the wrong person this time. This virus, Tiumai has completely lost her mind," she shouted and lunged at him. Duong Hao quickly swung the sickle, the sound of Tiumai's body being cut apart blending with his voice. There's no antidote. The remaining girls couldn't escape the deadly blade. A single sweep and their bodies were split in two. Duong Hao bowed his head and said, "Sorry." After finishing the job, he delivered 2 strikes to the iron cage. The spinal cord was nearly severed. Duong Hao stepped out sneering, "You all are dying." Ma Luke ordered his men to kill him and then ran away. Duong Hao leapt high to dodge the bullets. You rushed straight at Ma Luke's 2 henchmen and cut them down with a single strike. Duong Hao frowns deeply. "Maluk, get out here." Ma Luke pulls out a gun from his shoulder, grinning strangely. "Ha ha ha, I'm not leaving yet." Duong Hao also frowns, sneering, "You think that can kill me?" Unexpectedly, he laughed even more wickedly, thinking too much. "This isn't meant to kill you. What's inside here is the blood signal. As soon as I shoot, the zombies around will smell it and come here." Yang Hao was not afraid at all, and even laughed, "Ha ha, you dare threaten me? Let's see if your hand or my blade is faster." Suddenly, a female zombie appeared behind Ma Li. It didn't growl, but lunged straight at him to bite his neck. In the struggle, Ma Li pulled the trigger, and Duong Hao shouted in alarm, "It's not good! The gun has already sent the blood signal to the central hub." The zombies nearby in the forest also heard the noise. They looked up at the bright signal in the sky before howling loudly. Yang Hao climbs up to the observation tower to assess the situation from afar and decisively orders everyone to prepare for battle, while Chakdi, standing beside him, responds promptly, "Understood, boss." The scene shifts as Yang Hao descends to the lower level, gripping the railing and loudly calling out that the evening is approaching. Everyone should arm themselves and get ready for combat. "Sorry, Lord Van, lead the women to find a hiding spot. No one is allowed to leave without my order. The others, arm yourselves and follow me into battle. Soon, the zombies reached the residential area, and Chalk Day, on high, opened his scope to observe. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, and the zombies surrounding the convoy exploded in a burst of flames. Ha! Long Dao led the charge with his gun, urging his brothers forward. How can Duong Hao stay still? He grabs his sickle and jumps high, landing in the middle of the zombie encirclement. Sorry, I'm too ordinary for this. Chalk D, through the scope, couldn't help but marvel at how powerful the boss was. With the sickle in hand, Duong Hao just waved a few times to attract all the zombies. The mechanical sound of the system echoes. Strength 001, Speed 001, Spirit 001, and he looks at the lying zombie corpse and says, "These attribute points are not enough to fill the gap." It seems Duong Hao has noticed something, and he quickly turns his head back. Behind you is a giant monster, a high-level elite with 420 strength, 50 speed, and 60 spirit. Duong Hao glanced over. This one seems quite strong. The monster's eyes are bloodshot. It growls a few times through its teeth, swinging its hammer down where Duong Hao just stood. He jumps back to avoid it. The ground trembles, and a large crater appears. He silently thinks, its strength is incredible. An ordinary person would be shattered if hit like that. Chọc rễ dừng trên cao, bắt dấu bạn vào con quái vật. Nó nhanh chóng cầm búa dọ dọt và
Chọc rễ không thể tin nổi thốt lên, không phải chứ, tóc do gì thế này?
It seems to have angered it. It turns around and starts running towards him. Duong Hao chases after loudly. No, I can't let it reach the gas station. He ran while grabbing his weapon. Duong Hao leapt into the air, swinging his broken scythe straight at the monster's head. But the creature sensed his plan and quickly blocked the attack with its hammer. Duong Hao was knocked away by its hammer and then slammed into a nearby truck. Long Dao and Chalk Day shouted in panic, "Boss." Duong Hao, battered and bruised, gets up and walks toward the monster, taunting with a raised hand, "Come on over." The monster clearly got angry and immediately charged with a hammer. Its strength was indeed immense, and one strike sent Duong Hao flying away. You got hit and fell to the ground, and the system immediately announced a level 2 upgrade. Long Dao watched this scene in confusion, knowing that the boss was stronger but still chose to block, and I was stunned and replied, "I don't understand either." "Are you done yet?" It seems the monster understands every word you say and frowns thoughtfully. This time, it used both hands to hold the hammer and struck down with all its might, and Duong Hao immediately raised his sickle to block its attack. In the moment the giant hammer struck, he was so shaken that he spat out a mouthful of blood. A third-level attack. Chọc rễ dừng trên cao nhịn chậm chậm, hiểu rồi. Lao dại dẳng muốn chết. Long Dao nhịn cậu ta dậy ghét bỏ dập, tao thấy là mấy dạng muốn chết thì cố. Mắc cho dân em ban tần, Duong Hao vẫn dạng miệt mai chịu dọn, một truy bổ luyện, một truy năm luyện, một truy sau luyện. The monster, exhausted from its attacks, the dust rising thickly, and Duong Hao's figure nowhere to be seen, Long Dao looked around with doubt, saying, "Boss, he probably didn't die, right?" As the dust settled, Duong Hao's face gradually appeared, his expression slightly battered, but his eyes now bright. The system's voice rang out, a tenfold training, unlocking the innate talent ability. The monster was stunned to see him alive and stepping out. Surprised, the younger brother exclaimed that the boss was still alive, and Long Dao couldn't help but praise him, knowing right away that the boss was different from ordinary people. Duong Hao stood upright, the system displaying the newly unlocked parameters, the innate talent ability, effective for a short time, making the body nearly indestructible, lasting 1 second, with a recovery time of 600 seconds. Duong Hao's strength 380, speed 100, mental 140. Finally unlocked, this ability could have gotten him killed earlier, but now he's back in the healing chamber. Duong Hao suddenly disappeared before everyone's eyes. The monster stood there stunned, confused, while Long Dao looked in shock at the bright light remaining in the pit, wondering where the boss had gone. Inside the healing chamber, Duong Hao submerged himself in the clear blue water, frowning as he thought to himself. Luckily, the recovery time in the healing chamber was over, or today would have been the end. The healing chamber, having exhausted its energy too quickly, entered a 240-hour recovery period, and finally all of his wounds had healed. Transitioning scenes after completing the treatment, Duong Hao immediately returned outside where the monster was still waiting right here. "You sound so satisfied punching and squeezing, now it's my turn." As soon as I finish speaking, I rush forward like an arrow slicing through the wind. A powerful energy surges around Duong Hao, who screams out, "Steel bones!" The monster, unprepared, swings its hammer once more. But unfortunately this time, Duong Hao easily blocked the attack with one hand. He sneered at it and said, "So you seem pretty surprised, huh?" While the monster was still stunned, Duong Hao seized the opportunity to slash its belly with his sickle, fresh blood pouring out wildly. The monster let out a desperate cry, and Duong Hao casually responded, as expected. Duong Hao circled behind it and slashed a long cut. The system announced that the bone regeneration ability was at 595 seconds. Cao Dan shouted, "Die!" Only then was the monster fully defeated, lying in the pit with countless multicolored crystals scattered around it. The datasheet shows a strength of 380, 25 speed, 100 agility, 9 mental power, and 140, 18. Duong Hao crouched down to pick up a crystal, estimating that this elite mutated zombie has quite a collection. Amidst the ruins, a protective shield suddenly appeared, and Duong Hao exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Don's strength failed to open the lid of the urn. Why couldn't it be opened? A day later, the sky was clear and the sun was blazing. Everyone gathered inside the warehouse, with Duong Hao speaking first. Repair the communication system. We have to go to Jiangchao. These people miss you so much. I've contacted Colonel Fang Zhongyao. He will send someone to pick you up and take you to a safe place. Duong Hao, full of enthusiasm, led the way and shouted, ready to depart for Jiangzhou. The group's vehicle stopped in front of the bridge. Then Yi looked around and announced that Jiangzhou was just ahead across the bridge, while Duong Hao examined the map. There were no zombies gathering nearby, so we could rest and continue our journey. Fan Wai recalled that earlier on the vehicle, radio mentioned that a level leader zombie had appeared at the Dai Biet Sun base, and luckily a special ability user was protecting it, or the entire base would have been destroyed. Duong Hao asked loudly, what are the other types of psychic users besides the level of zombie overlords? Long Dao quickly responded, Boss, your information isn't as quick as mine. Recently, the world has started adopting the international classification for zombies, dividing them into normal, mutated, and level leader categories. Experts say that if the current development continues, more powerful zombies than level leaders may appear in the future. He crossed his arms and looked at her. I'm not very clear about the S-Bear either. I heard they all appeared with the apocalypse. Duong Hao looked over. Do you know Thun Kei? Unexpectedly, she hurriedly turned and said, my family all practice martial arts, so we don't know about Esper users. Time slowly passed, and the convoy continued moving forward. Duong Hao was driving while feeling puzzled. Why is there snow in this season? Than Thun kept blowing warm air onto her hands from the cold. She suddenly hugged his arm tightly. Duong Hao, you're so warm, Duong Hao exclaimed in surprise. Don't let go, I'm still driving. The car suddenly stopped, and outside the snow had already covered everything. Fan Yi leaned out the window in doubt. What's wrong with Duong Hao? Inside the car, Than Tun was still pulling at Duong Hao, who firmly replied nothing's wrong. He quickly opened the door and got out, then instructed everyone to wait in the car while he investigated the area first. Then Ai obediently sat and waited, reaching out to catch a falling snowflake, and she wondered if it was the work of a supernatural power. Duong Hao got out of the car and went to the nearby building, curious as he looked at the ice sculptures placed around the house. Why are there so many ice sculptures here? He reached out to touch one, and the intricate details were incredibly lifelike, making him marvel. This is truly extraordinary. Along with the gun, Than Tun is also there, standing in the snowy yard and calling out Duong Hao. It's snowing too much. Let's make a snowman. He sternly reminds her not to do that. This place is very strange. Even in the apocalypse, extreme weather like this shouldn't happen. The ice statues behind Duong Hao's back suddenly moved, and he instinctively turned around to look. Was I just imagining things earlier? Than Tun is still happily running around admiring the statues. Duong Hao, these ice statues are incredible, truly amazing. Duong Hao also looked over and suddenly frowned. Quickly, step back, don't touch them. The statues just now were standing still but suddenly moved very nimbly. They chase after and catch Than Tun, she screams in terror. Duong Hao quickly transforms into a sickle and cuts off one of their heads. The other statues also gradually awakened and approached the two. Duong Hao spread his arms and said, Stand behind me. Be careful and observe. These ice statues are zombies, but why haven't we heard any news about them? Then Tuan stands on a tall building looking down, Duong Hao shouting warnings. Everyone being cautious because zombies are nearby and ready to fight. Fantone, arms akimbo, looks intrigued and says, This guy's not bad. If only I could sacrifice him to the god of destruction. Hee hee. Under the white snow, Long Dao leads Than Yi and Tai King's group with guns forward, everyone preparing to fight. We split into two teams, one staying to guard this area, the other following me to support Duong Hao. He exhaled white smoke from the cold and turned to ask Than Wai, who was dressed lightly. Than Wai, don't you see the order? She ran while calmly replying, I didn't see anything. Facing the ice zombies, Than Wai raised her gun to attack and wondered to herself, could it be because Duong Hao helped her eliminate the virus in her body last time? Having enhanced his physical abilities, his resistance to commands increased. Long Dao signaled everyone to pay attention. They're here. Charge now. Near Duong Hao, the ice zombies lay scattered on the ground. You carry the icy sickle on your shoulder, looking at the zombies you've taken down, unable to hide your disappointment, thinking these zombies were supposed to be formidable. Suddenly, a sharp ice shard shoots toward you. Duong Hao swings his sickle to cut the ice shard into many pieces. Then Tuan stands on the rooftop, watching below, and praises Duong Hao. Your skills are impressive. Why not join our organization and follow the apocalypse with me? Duong Hao looked up at her and indifferently refused. The god of destruction, beautiful lady. I'm afraid you've been tricked into some strange sect or organization. In this era, the only thing we can trust is ourselves. He silently thought to himself, she has a supernatural power, and I didn't expect to meet a supernatural user so soon. Then Tuan transforms into a pair of twin blades in her hands, standing against her organization. Our arrival is not like those con artists. My ice ability is granted by the apocalypse god. She creates a column of ice rushing down to attack Duong Hao. If you refuse to become a believer, then become food for the apocalypse god. Her body swiftly evades, but her twin blades stormed like a storm at Duong Hao's scythe. he blocked and countered. If he truly was a savior god, how could he take lives? Using his scythe, he nullified her attack. Her ice ability and this so-called god have nothing to do with each other. Let me help you expose this deception. Then Tuan didn't care much and used her ice ability to shoot out countless sharp ice shards. Go. Duong Hao struggled to dodge. No way. So powerful. As he dodged the ice shard, he casually used the sickle to hook a glass container, which froze upon contact with his icy sickle. Duong Hao immediately used the ice box to block the ice shards from Than Ton, successfully stopping them. She smiled faintly, showing interest. So he also knows ice powers. Interesting. Hiding behind the ice shield, Duong Hao tries to persuade the beautiful girl to join his team and help save the world. But Than Ton dismisses him, saying only our gods can save the world. The ice blade shot towards Duong Hao's position, and he quickly jumped into the air to dodge. But then, a sharp ice pillar arose from the ground right as he was falling. What was that? Falling freely, Duong Hao had to use his system skill, spinning around to unleash Iron Mist. In the end, his entire body was swallowed inside the ice pillar's core, hit by the ice spear. Immediately after, a rumbling sound echoed as the ice pillar shattered into many pieces. Yang Hao appeared unscathed, confidently asking if the skills were all used, with the system notification in front of him. Recovery time is 599 seconds. Clutching the scythe in his hand, Duong Hao feels proud. Now it's my turn. Than Ton is a bit confused. What's going on? He's not injured. At this moment, a female nun appeared behind Than Ton, urging her to hurry up. Why are these people not dealt with yet? The apocalypse god can't wait any longer and wants to eat. Shocked by the opponent's sudden move, Than Ton casually raised her sword and sent her to the afterlife. After finishing her hand, she frowns and responds calmly. Too noisy. I don't need her orders. Cut to a dilapidated house with broken furniture. Inside, there's a fat, ferocious, mutated zombie chained up, and below it, a man dressed like a priest. He spoke to calm the zombie, telling it to wait a few more minutes and that Tuoi would be here soon. Outside, seeing the nun who had been coldly killed by Than Ton, Duong Hao was confused. Wasn't she his ally? Why did she kill her? Than Ton sneered at your naivety. Allies? This is the apocalypse. If I were as merciful as you, I would have been killed by your so-called allies long ago. Without another word, she lunged forward with such force that the ground cracked beneath her feet. Now no one is left to stop her. She can settle this once and for all. Than Ton, like a burst of energy, fiercely attacks, the clash of weapons ringing out. Mostly her assault while Duong Hao defends. Over here, Than Yi had finished dealing with the zombie group. She curiously moved closer, wondering who Duong Hao was fighting. And when she saw who the opponent was, she exclaimed in surprise, Tio Tuan! Watching the fight intensify, she immediately shouted, Duong Hao, stop! She is my sister! Duong Hao was just as surprised. Your sister. Than Tuan unconsciously clenched her teeth, thinking to herself why she had to meet her here. The two immediately stopped fighting, and Than Yi ran over emotionally, wanting to embrace her sister, little Quan, finally having found her sister. However, Tio Tuan didn't look happy at all when she saw her sister again. She pushed Than Yi away and said, I don't have a sister like you. Duong Hao noticed the tension or some conflict between them and asked with concern, what's going on? Than Yi closed her eyes in pain and softly said, it's all our family's fault. She began to tell a story from the past. Back then, when Than Yi was still a child, she used to be quite happy playing snowball fights with her sister. Since he was a child, Xiao Tuan has had a supernatural ability to control ice and snow. Than Tuan threw snow at Than Yi and ran away laughing, with Than Yi jokingly chasing after him, Xiao Tuan waiting for her. Because the family couldn't control his powers and was afraid of him getting injured or possessed, they didn't teach him martial arts, but instead passed all of it to me so I could protect Xiao Tuan. However, this made Than Ton sad, as she never expected that Tio Tuan misunderstood the family's intentions and left home without a trace. Hearing Than Yi's story again, Than Ton grew up and retorted, what misunderstanding are you talking about? It's obvious that you were afraid I would surpass you, so you refused to teach me. But now, with the blessing of the apocalypse god, I will become even stronger. Duong Hao puts away his weapon and advises Than Yi that her sister has joined the organization and has been brainwashed. While the two argue loudly, no one notices that above, Than Ton is in the crosshairs of a sniper. The blonde sniper adjusts his scope, muttering to himself, it seems that woman really has rebelled. He clenches his fists, then lets the god of destruction decree her death, and the bullet tears through the air straight toward Than Ton's head. Fortunately, Duong Hao quickly rushed over and pushed her down to safety. His heroic act of saving the beauty made Than Ton blush shyly as she thanked him. On the rooftop above, the blonde hairdresser was furious. Damn him! What was his reaction speed? Below on the ground, a group of people in black hooded clothes suddenly appeared, shouting, quickly capture these people for the sacrifice to the god of destruction. However, before they could get close to Duong Hao, he knocked them down to the ground. A bunch of brainwashed fools. He also gave them a strong kick. Wake up, everyone. After defeating them, Than Ton looked down heavily at them lying on the ground, and they said that the psychic power I have was given by the god of destruction, as long as I believe in him. I can use my powers better. Then I was confused. Xiao Tuan, what exactly is the god of destruction? Duong Hao decided. Might as well ask these people and see what they say. The action-oriented person said to start immediately, and he laughed as he took off the cap of one of them, who had a long scar beside his mouth. Then I pointed the gun at the opponent's face and asked, "What do you mean by the so-called apocalypse gods?" The scarred man didn't care. With the cold gun pressed against his forehead, he sneered and said, "The apocalypse gods are not something you can touch. You will be punished sooner or later." Without hesitation, he bit the poison pill hidden in his teeth, choosing to sacrifice himself to protect the secret of the apocalypse god. The poison took effect, causing him to foam at the mouth and die instantly. Thani Wai was stunned. Had these people been brainwashed to this extent? Duong Hao, unable to get any information from the captured group, turned to Than Tuan and asked how many people are in your organization and who is your boss. "Do you know?" She replied, "About a few years ago, our boss said it was definitely our angel of death." Duong Hao thought for a moment, then concluded that the problem must be with the divine messenger. "Let's regroup and chase the 5 first, then figure it out." At night, everyone returned to the base. Lying on the bed, laughing and showing off his upper body on the stage, Duong Hao sorted out his thoughts. The apocalypse god, truly amusing. So many people, if I don't worry, living late just means dying. Suddenly, the door was forcefully slammed open by Than Tuan, startling him. You look at her and ask, "So what's wrong with you?" Than Tuan stands shyly outside the door, a little blushing. "I heard my sister say that you have a secret to help her become stronger. Can you teach me?" Duong Hao stared blankly. "Huh? But yes." He hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, a girl coming to his room in the middle of the night, he secretly blamed Than Ai for telling her sister about this. Before he could close the door, Than Tuan lifted her leg to take off her sock. She nervously threatened, "If you don't agree today, I'll tell everything to others." Duong Hao sniffed his nose, lost in thought. "If they find out, will I suffer every night from now on? I'll turn into a skeleton. No way, no way." Duong Hao wiped his nose with his hand, cleared his throat twice. Teaching her isn't impossible, but she must keep it a secret and not let anyone know. Than Tuan hesitated on her face. "I agree." The door closed, and the romantic atmosphere filled the room. Duong Hao asked, "Are you ready?" On the bed, their hands intertwined, the mysterious black sock on one of Than Tuan's legs had been pulled off. Duong Hao gently presses Than Tuan down on the bed, guiding her to relax and let go. Then he reaches out to remove the remaining black sock on her leg. Than Tuan gently shivered from the sensation caused by the other person, blushing and panting. Immediately after, Duong Hao leaned in to give her a tender, passionate kiss, and both of them were immersed in it. Soft whispers echoed in the room. Outside, 2 butterflies were entwined with each other. After a while, the two finally parted and lay on the bed. Duong Hao asked, "How does it feel?" Than Tuan blushed and asked how she felt. Duong Hao sat up and clarified his question, asking if she felt stronger. Than Tuan realized she had asked a pretty stupid question. She came here to increase her strength, so she reached out and said, "Let me try." But unexpectedly, she was completely unable to use her supernatural power anymore. "What's going on?" "I can't use my ice ability," she said, and Duong Hao was shocked. "What?" Than Tuan, annoyed, sat up and looked at Duong Hao, who turned his head to the system instead of facing her. He tried to find information but failed, and there was no news related to Esper in the system either. What exactly is going on? Duong Hao can only make excuses. "This is the first time I've encountered this. I used to succeed every time before." Than Tuan tearfully hit him hard. "You con artist, give me back my powers," Duong Hao firmly assured. "I didn't lie to you, just testify that you can vouch for me."
Then he suggested maybe it wasn't enough. Maybe we should try a few more times. On the second day, Duong Hao was exhausted, lying on the bed with dark circles under his eyes, his face sunken. "I've pushed myself to the limit."
Than Tuan turned to look at him, feeling grateful for his effort, and said, "I won't hold it against you this time." Duong Hao sat up immediately, agreeing. All right, leave it to me. I will take us to the base of the Jianglam Jia organization later inside an abandoned building during the apocalypse." Than Tuan led everyone there and introduced it. "This is a base of the Jianglam Jia organization. I usually bring survivors here." Looking at the building, Duong Hao was a bit curious. The end of the world was inside. Before they could go in, 3 nuns with guns ran out from inside, firing back. Than Tuan leapt up and kicked a nun. Duong Hao swung his sickle at one, but one still remained unhandled, and she immediately raised her gun and fired a few shots. "Be obedient and become the feast of the god of apocalypse. The god will forgive your sins." A bullet pierced through Than Tun's body, her voice trembling as she cried out for help, and Duong Hao anxiously watched his fragile teammate, Duong Tun Tun. Then he swung his sickle at the last female monk. Damn it. Catching Than Tun in his arms, Duong Hao couldn't stay calm and knew he had to treat her quickly. Than Tuan stepped forward and said, "Let me, I have some medical training." In the bedroom, Than Tun lies unconscious on the bed, muttering repeatedly, "Duong Hao, Duong Hao." He steps forward to ask Than Tuan how is Phuong Tun Tun. Than Tuan crossed his arms, looked at Than Tun, and said to Duong Hao, "The gunshot wound is very large. I have treated it with simple blood clotting, but it needs to be cooled quickly. We still have to go to the hospital for proper treatment. I heard that this city has a doomsday hospital that accepts patients for free. Maybe we can try our luck." Duong Hao looked at the treatment pod in his system, counting down 72 hours, and thought to himself, life in the apocalypse is fragile like paper. How could there still be an end-of-the-world hospital? It's just a pity that the treatment pod is still recovering and will take 3 more days. He seriously remembered Thenton and Phuong Thun Thun and asked her to hold on a few more days. I have a way to cure her. At this moment, Long Dao approached and reported, Boss, we've searched everywhere and found no trace of the god of destruction. Those people have already left, but we observed a black-clad person moving near a nearby construction site. Hearing this, Duong Hao immediately decided, great, let's go over and check it out. The zombies continued to chase. He hurried back to the construction site and the 2 zombies suddenly stopped. Seeing they no longer pursued, the man in black also paused to catch his breath. The zombies growled but didn't take another step. Duong Hao and Long Dao hid behind a large tree watching this scene. Long Dao wondered, Boss, why did the zombies chase to the gate but then stop? You shook your head. I'm also very curious. Could there be something in the factory that scares them? At the gate of the factory, 2 guards with guns stand watch, and the black-clad man approaches to chase something away. From afar, Long Dao asks, Boss, what are they saying? Duong Hao guesses, probably signals. One of the guards asks, the arrival of the apocalypse, how do we survive? The masked man in black raised his hands and said, I, Duong, dedicate everything to the god of the apocalypse. The guard shook hands with him and let him in, welcoming him home, my friend. A moment later, Duong Hao and Long Dao calmly approached but were stopped by the gatekeeper. Stop right there, who are you? You don't look like organizers, Long Dao said firmly. Brothers, we are new believers. I believe we can use the signals. Duong Hao asked nervously if Long Dao remembered the signal, and he replied yes. Following their lead, the gatekeeper asked if the Than had ever spoken 13 commandments, mentioning 3 of them. Duong Hao and Long Dao froze for 2 seconds, then muttered in unison, That's not right. We didn't say that just now, Long Dao asked sharply. Signals can't be changed at will. Duong Hao spoke up to defend us. We're newcomers and only remember the apocalypse signal of the descending judgment. Maybe we should talk about this. The gatekeeper looked serious and haughty, chasing us away. Without divine instructions, you have no right to receive the grace of the apocalypse god. Get out. The 2 hesitant impostors turned to leave, and Long Dao whispered, If words don't work, then use force. Duong Hao hesitated slightly, sighed deeply, and really didn't want to fight. They say that, but when it came to action, both of them fought fiercely, beating the 2 gatekeepers to the point of unconsciousness. Duong Hao was very curious. Even the guards worship the gods so much, I also want to know how they spread their teachings. After tying up the 2 gatekeepers, Duong Hao entered the workshop and ordered, I'll go in first to check. You stay here to support Kotenoi. Long Dao obediently listened and responded, yes, sir. Inside the workshop, on a high platform, a person dressed like a missionary priest serving as the messenger of the apocalypse shouted loudly to command everyone. The apocalypse god needs everyone to dedicate their strength to protect us. But now we have traitors, and the apocalypse god will surely punish them. The believers below chant loudly, Apocalypse god, hiding above and looking down. Duong Hao calmly observes everything happening below, assessing that the followers of the apocalypse are indeed easy to deceive, casually creating a god almost like a lifesaver. The priest on the high platform raised his hand to signal everyone to stay quiet. Now is the time to offer ourselves to the god, continue to sink into the apocalypse and die, or sacrifice ourselves to the god and fight against the dark world. It's up to you. The crowd below hurriedly vied to be the sacrificial offering. I agree, your high priest. Please offer my body to the god. Me. Duong Hao looked on coldly and said, Is this how they herd people for sacrifice? The messenger raised his hand. Not everyone can be chosen by the apocalypse god. Let us hear the voice of the god. A low growl echoed from behind the messenger, and the group of believers fell silent, waiting for the result. Yang Hao also had to turn away, not facing that power directly. It's too overwhelming. Was that why the zombies outside didn't dare come in earlier? When the sound stopped, the believers looked at each other. Your Excellency, the messenger. What did the god say? The messenger chose a girl in a pink dress with her hair tied in a bun among the crowd. Come here. Congratulations on being successfully chosen by the god. The girl, excited to be chosen, unaware of what truly awaits her ahead, thanks the great messenger. The girl is then bound by 2 masked black-clad figures and taken to a dark room.
The heavy footsteps echoed as a large blue-skinned foot appeared from within, making a loud sound that caused the sacrifice girl and the 2 guards to struggle and stagger to hold on.
The giant zombie with glowing red eyes, its limbs chained, each step echoing with the clinking of the chains, stood in front of the girl. She was a bit worried and hesitant because the god's appearance was not as she expected. This is the divine. The other zombie roared again, trying to scare the 2 black-clad figures away so it could enjoy its dinner. The sacrifice girl was not afraid and loudly begged, God, please enjoy my body and bring happiness to everyone. When the zombie reached out to grab the girl, Duong Hao suddenly appeared, pulling her away from the zombie's grasp. He then carried her to a safe place. The angry zombie roared even louder, unable to move freely and only able to express its displeasure through sound attacks. Duong Hao analyzed, indeed an elite mutated zombie. This sound is even louder than a lion's roar. The girl, sacrificed, couldn't understand Duong Hao's actions. Why did he save me? He casually replied, Open your eyes and look carefully. What kind of god is this? It's a zombie. Then he took out his weapon from the system space, ready to fight. If you don't want to become zombie food, run now. The system has provided you with detailed attribute information about this elite mutated zombie. Strength 572, speed 68, mental 105. Duong Hao is now armed with a sickle. Time to hunt. Due to its tall stature, he swung the sickle aiming at its leg, starting from the leg. The blade grazed the giant zombie's leg, causing it to bleed, and the zombie howled in pain. It uses sound as an attack, not only deafening, but also knocking Duong Hao back. He falls and hits the wall, leaving a dent, with pain running down his spine. Duong Hao grits his teeth, realizing he can't get close with such a wide attack range. You're not someone who gives up easily. You stand up and swing the sickle down again. The zombie just opens its mouth and roars, easily pushing Duong Hao back. At this moment, 2 bullets suddenly flew in and lodged into the zombie's thigh. Fanwai, Long Dao, and Chuo Di have arrived. Those 2 shots were their work. Boss, I'm sending reinforcements now. Young Hao continued to charge forward, not forgetting to assign tasks, arriving just in time. Its bass sound too powerful for me to get close. You guys help me distract it, Long Dao agreed. Got it, big brother. Watch out for the zombie's attention, idiot. Look this way. The zombie, eyes bloodshot, roared as its sonic waves hit both of them. As expected, even Duong Hao was pushed back, so how could Long Dao and Chakti stand firm? They were both blown away, crashing into the wall and leaving a huge hole in the wall. Seeing that, Duong Hao broke out in a cold sweat, worried for them, and called for help to hold off the attack, which seemed quite difficult. Just after dealing with the 2 of them, 2 bullets shot into the zombie's leg from behind. The furious zombie turned back to look, and there were Thenwei and Tai Kin, the 2 girls who had been following Duong Hao for a long time. Thenwei shouted provocatively, "Hey, ugly fatso, come here." At that moment, while it was distracted by the 2 girls, Duong Hao seized the opportunity to leap up and slash down with his sickle, leaving a long blood streak from the zombie's shoulder to its stomach. Pain made it struggle with all its might, and finally the chain binding its hands was torn apart. The giant mutated zombie roared in fury, and now it was free to move without being restricted in this dark room anymore. The zombie roars loudly, straining to break free from the chains. Yang Hao shouts for everyone to run. This room is about to collapse. Hurry and get out. Everyone looked at each other anxiously. The loud noise was overwhelming. It felt like the building was about to collapse. The deity ignited their hopes, deceiving them into believing that his zombie son was a god. Did you hear that? The face of the world has fulfilled our wishes. Everyone also blindly believed and shouted praise. Long live the face god. Long live the messenger. Long live the face god. Long live the messenger. The zombie broke through the wall and appeared. Everyone stared in shock. This is the love level zombie. But the messenger continues to deceive us. Everyone stay calm. This is our apocalypse god. This time, we are more alert. They are all running in fear, not zombies. It's really zombies. The messenger has tricked us. The messenger turned to look at Xiao Wei. Good child. Why didn't you listen to Dad? Going outside will scare everyone. Xiao Wei shouted loudly, causing everyone to panic and run around, and it grabs someone to save them. It bites the innocent person and devours them. Duong Hao appears from behind and strikes it with his sword. You bastard! How many people have you eaten to grow this big? Duong Hao turned to Long Dao and said, Take these people somewhere safe first. I will deal with the zombie. Long Dao nodded. Be careful, boss. Xiao Wei continues attacking Duong Hao, who quickly counters with a chop. Damn, here it comes again. But he is also quickly counterattacked. With the right equipment, it would be much easier. Duong Hao remembered something. He recalled that in the system he could exchange attributes for rare items. Maybe he could use it. He chose a blue jacket and decided to try this one. The jacket quickly enveloped him, and the zombie continued its attack. It seems this strike didn't suppress Duong Hao. He looked pleased at the jacket. Well done. Using 20 attribute points really paid off. Duong Hao focused on the charging stance and its attack. Come on, taste the power of your grandpa here. He jumped high to attack, but before he could strike, it spat fire back at him. Surprised by the attack, you were thrown back. With your battered body, you gritted your teeth and said, So you can breathe fire too, huh? This guy can sing as well. It spat fire again, and Duong Hao paid attention to its attack timing, calculating in his mind. Each time it used its power, there was about a 2-second gap, so he just needed to master the rhythm of the fight. The fire attack was launched. You jumped to dodge, seizing the perfect moment to strike back at it, and at this very moment, you slashed right into its chest, instantly discovering its weakness, its groin. Once again, it took a slash from Young Hao. This strike hit the zombie's critical point. Your life is mine now. The zombie is writhing on the ground, unable to resist. Duong Hao, holding the spirit orb in his hand, said in surprise, No way. This zombie can boost its mental attributes so much. Strength 396.13, speed 109.6, mental 158.35. Then Ai from afar runs over worriedly and asks, Duong Hao, are you okay? Duong Hao replies, I'm fine. I've taken care of the zombie. Long Dao also slowly approached and grabbed someone, pulling them in front of Duong Hao. Boss, we've captured their god envoy. Their goal is to attract more advanced beings to join the organization, then use them to raise zombies. Duong Hao furrowed his brows in anger, threatening with his weapon and asking, "What's the benefit of lying to everyone? Raising that zombie child? That man is Tuvi's father, who has turned into a zombie, kneeling and crying, Tuvi. I'm sorry I hurt you, Tuvi."
Duong Hao was stunned and asked again, what this zombie is his son. He honestly sobbed and said, "It's all my fault. If I had watched over Xiaobi more carefully that day, he wouldn't have run into the virus-infected park and turned into a mutated zombie."
After Xiao Wei was infected with the virus, he could only be sustained by living people. The dead simply didn't respond. I was just helpless too. Ko Thanwai, unable to hold back, angrily cursed, "Your son has already died, and for him, so many innocent people have suffered. Are you finally here?" But he didn't see himself as wrong and immediately argued, "As long as my son can keep living, I don't care how many lives are sacrificed." Duong Hao couldn't take it anymore and suddenly struck him with a fierce blow. You fix your weapon and then say, "Isn't other people's lives also lives? Go to hell and repent for the innocent people you've killed." Duong Hao and everyone else moved to another place. Then you said, "This world is truly full of demons and monsters. Let's just consider this matter settled. How is Fang Thantun's injury now?" Thang Tuan replied, "Not very well. Her wound is starting to get infected and needs urgent surgery to stitch it up, along with antibiotics. Or her life will be in danger." Like suddenly remembering something, Duong Hao turned to ask Than Ton, "That's right. Didn't you say last time there was a doomsday hospital?" Then Tuan replied, "Yes, there is a Zhengzhou hospital a few kilometers away. I heard about it several times. They said it offers free treatment. I don't care what happens." Duong Hao turned and walked away. "Forget it. Let's go." Transition to another city now overrun by the zombie virus, where Duong Hao's voice echoes, "Than Tan, you're almost there." Duong Hao, holding Than Tun in his arms and running nonstop, shouts for a doctor. Is there a doctor? Suddenly, bullets rain down from nowhere, and Duong Hao yells for everyone to defend. There's an ambush. Take cover. 3 men with fierce looks, weapons in hand, step forward and say, "This hospital is now our territory." The leader, the oldest with a pipe in his mouth, says, "Dare to come in, die." Duong Hao whispered softly, "Given the urgent situation, there's no need for fighting, big brother. We have someone injured who needs surgery and antibiotics urgently. Can you help us?" The leader, old first, replied, "Fine, but if we don't help, what then?" Of course, everyone in this apocalyptic world doesn't come easily. I have supplies in the car. If you want, you can take some. The leader and his men moved toward the car. "Brother, don't misunderstand, we don't want just a little." He stood in front of the car and said, "We take all the supplies." Not only the supplies, he also wants to take the girl, and these girls must stay behind.
Duong Hao just sighed in relief and said, "Big brother, is it okay to leave a few alive?" The leader of the gang pointed his gun at them and shouted loudly, "No, no one can be left alive."
Seeing how arrogant the boss was, Yang Hao suddenly jumped up and punched him hard, remembering that he was the one who said it. Then he drew out the sickle and swung it at them, blood splattering as it cut through one of them. Duong Hao shouted, "Hey, you guys, fight back!" After dealing with them, Duong Hao looked down at them lying on the ground and said dismissively, "I told you to take some, but you didn't need to. I told you to keep a few of them alive, but you didn't need to. It's your own fault." Without hesitation, then you and Thanton, with a faint sound in your hands, rush to find a doctor. There's no more time. Thanton and I will go inside to find a doctor and medicine. Everyone stay outside and guard. Outside the hospital, it looks like a disaster zone, and inside there's no one in sight. So he wondered aloud, strange, isn't this hospital supposed to be in operation? Why is there no one here? Thanton guessed that they must have been dealt with by those people earlier or already run away. He said disappointedly, so all our effort was in vain, then rummaged through the cabinet to find some medicine and said, "There's nothing more we can do. There's still a little medicine here, so we'll just try."
Then, Duong Hao carried Than and Thanton to the operating room. "So let's perform the surgery quickly. I'll watch the door for you." In the operating room, Thanton retrieved a bullet.
Thanton, dressed in surgical attire, said that there was a bullet hidden in the wound. No wonder it was hard to heal. Thanton was unconscious but kept calling your name. "Duong Hao, Duong Hao." Thanton immediately reassures her, saying, "Don't worry, you'll meet him soon." Duong Hao stands outside, anxious and lost in thought, hoping the surgery goes smoothly. From afar, a zombie slowly approaches. Duong Hao is stunned to see it, standing again in the hospital. Hearing the cry for help, he feels confused. Could there be others here too? A man is being attacked by a zombie but still tries to tell his daughter to run away. "Hurry up." Dad is holding it back. The frightened daughter covers her eyes and screams, "Dad, don't."
Duong Hao rushed over and killed the zombie, then turned to check on the mother and daughter. "Are you all right?" Suddenly, someone knelt down heavily.
Seeing that, the whole family knelt before him and shouted, "Thank you. Thank you, brother." Feeling a bit embarrassed, he helped everyone to stand up and said, No, it's just a small matter. The doctors here have all left. If you need medical care, go somewhere else." The woman replied that my mother is sick at home and her fever hasn't gone down. I heard on the radio that this place offers free medical checkups, so I came to see. Duong Hao felt confused, logically speaking, with those bastards guarding here. This place should be safe. So where did the zombies come from? It's sunny outside, but inside the hospital, it's always gloomy. Before that family left, Duong Hao kindly gave them a few words of advice, and there are still many medicines in the pharmacy room over there. Go check it out. If you encounter danger, go out the door. My friends are outside and will help. The woman also reminded him, okay, Hung also needs to be careful. Duong Hao returned to the surgery room. Thanton opened the door and called him in. You can come in now.
Duong Hao went in without forgetting to give a few words of advice. You go rest now. Let me take care of her. There seem to be zombies in the hospital. Be careful yourself, Thanton replied. Okay. He looked at Thanton in post-surgery coma and couldn't help but think about some things, really. If they hadn't lost their memories, then
Why does it feel like the heavens hate me?
I hope that after this, I can reflect on myself. Outside, Thanton was walking and thinking about Duong Hao. He probably hasn't forgotten about losing his powers. I need to find time to talk to him.
Suddenly, a cry for help sounded, and the muddy little girl rescued by Duong Hao ran over shouting, Save me! Save me! Thanton, confused, asked, Little sister, what's wrong? The frightened child replied, My parents were eaten by zombies. Thanton immediately asked where the zombies were. Which way? The child tearfully pointed in that direction. Inside that room, there's a very scary zombie. Thanton crouched down to comfort the child and said, Don't be afraid. I'll take you to a safe place first. Then check over there. Long Dao saw Thanton leading a strange girl and asked, Where did this girl come from? We don't have many resources to do good deeds. Thanton coldly replied, Don't worry about me. Just help me take care of this kid for a while. There might be zombies inside. I'll check it out. Dr. Than wanted to follow or asked if she should go with her, but Thanton coldly refused. No need. I'm a psychic. I'm weak like this. Following only gets in the way. Then, Thanton took the gun herself, stepped in to check. Standing in the hospital corridor with an unfamiliar gun in her hand, she felt a bit anxious. Lacking supernatural powers, she had to rely on the gun, which felt a bit unfamiliar. The silent atmosphere made her suspicious. Strangely, there was no sign of any zombie movement. A sound came from the room at the end of the corridor. There was noise inside. Thanton opened the door and stepped in. Looking at the strange man in front of her, she wondered why there was still a doctor here. The stranger asked, I see you're not here for a checkup. Is something wrong? Immediately, she pointed her gun at him and demanded, Who's lying in the bed? Pull the sheet up now. But this man calmly replied, I haven't done anything bad. No need to point a gun at me. He unwrapped the cloth to show her, This is a zombie I collected for research, a mutated strain, but it's already dead. She pinched her nose disdainfully and said, That's really disgusting. Not caring, she turned to leave, and before walking away, she said a few words. I advise you to stop messing with those things, or you'll risk turning into a zombie. Suddenly, he lunged forward and jumped onto Thanton, and a bullet was fired in his direction. He dodged the bullet and then pressed down on her. His lustful eyes looked at her with desire, as if she looked delicious. I can't get up because he's holding me down. He's too strong. Thanton shouted angrily. You pervert, let me go. He leered and said, Even though that girl got away, catching someone like you is worth it. Thanton angrily raised his knee to strike below him. Damn bastard, die. But it seems to have no effect on him. Useless. Obediently let me devour him. Suddenly, something made him turn his head carefully and pay attention. At this moment, the doctor quickly dodged a scythe strike from Duong Hao out of reflex. He knelt down beside Thanton and asked with a raised eyebrow, Who? Duong Hao replied, hearing gunfire. I ran over here. I didn't expect there to be a zombie disguised as a human doctor. Looking at the system panel, this evolved zombie has strength 706, speed 183, mental 227. Why are its attributes so high? He was immediately caught off guard and transformed into a zombie. I don't know how you saw through it, but today is your day to die. Duong Hao is amazed that the creature is a hybrid of animal and human. He proudly asks you, So am I. Is my fusion really amazing? After the apocalypse, I fused with the jealousy of a zombie lion to become a hybrid zombie, relying on ordinary people constantly throwing themselves into danger so I could grow and reach today. Then Toan was surprised and said, The apocalypse hospital on the news was something you deliberately leaked. He replied, That's right. In this resource-scarce world, you want free treatment. Humans are truly ungrateful. Then Duong Hao noticed below the ground. The outfit, I recognize it. Those 3 little girls' clothes are here. Where did the little girl go? Hearing that, he calmly replied, You already reminded me. I will go find her and bring her back to eat. The flesh of that girl must be tastier than her parents. Hearing this, Duong Hao snapped in fury and swung his sword at the zombie. Damn bastard, die. But he managed to block your attack, then turned back to fight. His flesh is too tough. Thanton, standing behind, raised his gun to help Duong Hao. I'm here to assist you. But he just keeps coming like a relentless beast, not even flinching. Duong Hao is stunned. No way. Guns are useless too. Then he moved to attack Thanton, becoming her nourishment. Duong Hao rushed in to protect her. You perverted bastard, what are you doing to the girl? If you're so good, try targeting me instead. Then, Duong Hao stepped down and struck the zombie with a sickle. He signaled Thanton to go outside and call for help, while he stayed here to hold them off. But he immediately warned that no one can escape the red path. The zombie quickly changed direction and chased after Thanton, and he advanced to attack her. Die. Duong Hao keeps blocking him for her. Blocking too much. Watch me bite your head off. Activating the heavenly core. The zombie cries out in pain. My teeth. Why is your head so hard? Than Tuan was stunned and froze, shouting Duong Hao. He turned to reassure her. I said I would protect her. I will definitely do it. Now go quickly. After hearing that, she hurriedly ran off. Duong Hao, stay strong. I will go call the intelligence team. Duong Hao kept a close watch on him. This guy must have a weakness if I can find it. A bright red spot suddenly appeared on his head. So that's it, the weakness hidden beneath his nostrils. Immediately, Duong Hao charged forward and aimed precisely at his head. Then he collapsed on the spot and the system appeared, showing strength stats. 419.7 increased 5 times. 118.9 increased by 12 in spirit. 151.1 increased by 42. You look at the system and immediately turn to Thu, saying that with so many mental attributes, you want to follow the path of a brave hero. The system keeps appearing, startling you, and you earn a new title reward, the basic attribute of a hero of the apocalypse. 30. Yang Hao quickly equipped it. This armor isn't bad. Next time I won't worry about being burned. I received a hero attribute set that is immune to fire attacks, has strong corrosion resistance, and reduces damage taken by 20. Jing realized this was the same opportunity for Duong to resupply he had received before, and he remembered complaining about why he couldn't open it, now understanding there was a restriction. What will be inside? As it opens, a golden light appears, making Duong Hao gape in amazement. Expanding the system functions, upgrading the treatment chamber, gaining the ability to craft attribute-based medicines, and initiating recovery time, Duong Hao sighed in amazement. So it turns out this can help them become stronger. At the same time, Long Dao also burst into the river. Boss, how come Zombie was dismissed by you again, leaving us no chance to act? You reply that there will be a place for you to develop in the future. Everyone get back to the car first. I will go pick up Than Tan. And the scene shifts to the hospital's blind room. Duong Hao goes to check the situation, but when the healing pod's CD finishes restoring and fully heals Than Tan, we've been here too long and need to leave quickly. The healing chamber begins working, noticing the patient's consciousness is disturbed. A bright light shines directly onto Than Tan's forehead, her voice soft and youthful. Gradually recovering and seeing positive signs, there is hope now. 30 minutes later, Than Tan opened her eyes and woke up. She hesitated and asked, Duong Hao, why am I here? Where is this? Why am I here? Where is my grandmother? Looking at the system panel, Fang Than Tan's strength should be 1. Speed 35, spirit 65, Duong Hao secretly rejoiced. Finally, cured. Then he led Than Tan out to join everyone outside. They have come out. Duong Hao didn't forget to go to the girl he saved earlier. I've helped you get revenge. From now on, you'll come with us. And if you face danger, we will protect you. Hearing that, the girl quietly shed tears. He gently ruffled her hair and comforted her. It's okay to cry. Then she tightly hugged Duong Hao and cried loudly. Then Duong Hao turned around and told everyone we've been here too long. Get ready to go to Jiangchao. Hopefully your parents are okay. At this moment, outside Jiangchao, Duong Hao got out of the car to check the situation while everyone stayed in the vehicle. I'll go take a look. Something doesn't seem right. Then he entered the house, which seemed to have been unoccupied for a long time. I hope my parents are okay. I need to check the surroundings carefully. After confirming nothing was wrong, he went outside to report the situation. No one was there. Everyone turned on their Bluetooth. I will send my parents documents and help me find their whereabouts. Everyone responded in unison. Got it. Then Duong Hao jumps onto the rooftop to check the surroundings. A voice echoes, Don't come here. There's no one. Don't bother. There's no one here in this damn place. It's the end of the world. And you're still pretending to be innocent with me. Be careful. Don't attract zombies over here. Those guys are bullying a girl. Come on. After they're done playing, they kill her and throw her to the zombies. No one knows or cares. Immediately, Yang Hao jumped towards them and quickly took each of them out with a single strike. Then Duong Hao kindly approached to ask the girl if she was okay, and she replied thank you. He inquired if she lived nearby and if she had ever seen these two people before. She replied, not yet. Hearing a hint of disappointment, he walked away. Oh, I see. Noticing he looked a bit sad, she quickly said, Wait a moment. If you hear any news about those two brothers living here, I know where to find them. As if filled with new hope, he immediately turned to ask, Really, where to? She replied, A while ago, a group of people came here and took away the lucky survivors. The 3 guys who were just killed were also from their organization. They are occupying the Huangtao Resort Center over there, and the main headquarters is the big hotel in the middle. After hearing this, you quickly jumped onto the roof of the building and left. Let me go over there and check. Good luck to you. They also know how to pick a good spot. The place over there is well developed, with food and shelter. Really not a bad choice. The scene shifts to Huangtao Resort. Not bad, exactly. If I had a beautiful girl like that, dying wouldn't be a regret. Are you telling me if the boss's mother is here or not? Or should we go in and check? Maybe we can find some good stuff. What was that noise right behind us? A girl appears and locks them in place. She asks, Where are you from? Long Dao exclaimed in surprise, She is also a psychic. Beautiful lady, we are looking for someone. We mean no harm. Can you let us go? Hearing that, Huyet Hung immediately said, Release them. We are short of laborers. So become our slaves. Then she tightly wrapped around them, causing them to momentarily suffocate and foam at the mouth. Wheat Hung orders, take them away, move to New Bin area. Catching 2 more people means more labor, and we'll have less to throw away. With so many zombies outside, we're a bit safer here, just little Hao. Oh my god, you must protect our Hao and keep him safe. While the 2 of them were sitting on the ground, a group of people suddenly appeared, making both of them feel overwhelmed. Thoi Teo led his gang arrogantly forward, demanding in a condescending tone, "These 2 old folks, each of you hand over 5 viruses." The henchman beside him also chimed in, "Hurry up, let me explain a bit. Virus is the internal currency of the virus organization." The father of Duong Hao looked surprised and asked, "Thoi Teo, didn't we just pay the weekly fee this week?" "Thoi Teo, hold on, don't be angry." Lin Tu suddenly rushes forward from somewhere, quickly stepping in front of Duong Hao's father to beg. She hurriedly explained that Mr. Duong wasn't feeling well and that I paid the money on his behalf. Thoi Teo grinned maliciously, his eyes showing greed, and he said, "If you want to be a good person, that's fine." Then he arrogantly made an unreasonable demand, but not only pay the money, he also wanted to serve together. Lin Tu was stunned, eyes wide open. Hesitating, she replied, "Thoi Teo, I can't." Thoi Teo got furious because of the rejection. He slapped Lin Tu hard in the face. "Damn it, lucky to refuse me." Next to them, Long Dao and Liu Wu, who had been tied up together, slowly regained consciousness. Long Dao glanced at Liu Wu and asked, "Where are we?" Liu Wu replied, "I don't know." Suddenly, they were drawn to what was happening on the other side. Duong Hao's mother holding Lin Tu and begging, "Thoi Teo, please don't hurt Lin Tu anymore. We're paying." Lin Tu was touched by this, her voice trembling. "Aunt Duong, don't worry. It's okay. If only Hao was here." Did I hear wrong earlier, or was Thoi Teo mocking his boss with contempt? He called out the boss's name, and Long Dao beside him didn't deny it, but replied, "That's right. I heard it too, and it seems like the boss's parents are over there." Thoi Teo grabbed Lin Tu's hair and dragged her away. "Come here," Lin Tu cried out in pain. Long Dao and Liu Wu could no longer bear it and shouted together, "Bullying women is not your strong point. If you're so brave, come here." Thoi Teo's followers nearby heard his command and approached them. These 2 newcomers don't seem to listen well. Teach them a lesson. Thoi Teo's henchmen showed no mercy, beating Liu Wu and Long Dao relentlessly while shouting orders, "Stay obedient and follow the plan." Despite their injuries, Long Dao refused to surrender, gritting his teeth and saying that if they set fire signals, they would definitely shoot us dead. Scene shifts to a building where a woman and a man are standing. Duong Hao frowns, looking serious, and asks, "So, any news?" Then Tuan replies, "No, Li Long Dao and Liu Wu don't know what's going on and haven't responded to my message." Duong Hao looked at the poster beside him, a complex feeling rising in his heart, and he silently thought to himself that he always wanted to earn as much money as possible during work, so he could bring them here to enjoy a little. But now both the things and the people are gone. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the other side of the building, drawing Duong Hao's attention, who said there might be something happening there. Both of them cautiously hid behind the corner, silently watching to see what was going on the other side. A mutated divine spirit level zombie roars furiously at its attackers, its appearance exuding extreme terror. It roars loudly, with its hand gathering an energy sphere, and the zombie's information appears. Divine spirit level mutation. Power 730, speed 150, mental strength 210.
Duong Hao slowly looked at the fierce zombie in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I didn't expect a group of high-level intelligent zombies to appear. Their attributes are too strong. While they were secretly observing, suddenly a figure rushed quickly toward their hiding spot. Then Tuan quietly warned, "Someone is coming this way."
Running for his life, Xiao Luke kept glancing back and mockingly thought, "These fools are fighting a mutated divine-level zombie. Lucky I'm smart and found a safe spot to hide and watch the show." Without hesitation, Than Tuan drew his sword and pointed it directly at Xiao Li's neck, threatening him. Xiao Li hurriedly raised his hands to stop him. "Beautiful one, let's talk slowly." Duong Hao stood beside him, showing his phone with a picture to his mother, his voice calm but filled with determination. "Do you know where these 2 are being held?" Tiu Luke quickly nodded, stammering, "I know. Please don't kill me." "Where are they being held?" Tiu Luke quickly pointed in one direction. He quickly responded, fearing that if he hesitated for even a second, something bad might happen. "All the Nole are locked in the Ngu Bang area. They must be there too." Duong Hao frowned, his expression a mix of confusion and suspicion. "What about the Nole? How many guards are there?" Xiao Li explained that Nole are workers on the farm responsible for farming and planting. They earn money through their labor to circulate within the organization. And there aren't many guards, because it's very dangerous for ordinary people to leave alone. After gathering the necessary information, Duong Hao, without hesitation, struck Tio Luk in the face, making him grimace. He coldly said, "Thank you for your answer. Your job is done now." The 2 immediately rushed toward the direction Tio Luk pointed, leaving him unconscious on the ground. Duong Hao urgently ordered, "Let's go. We'll rescue the people amid the chaos and finish this quickly." A moment later, the scene returns to Thoi Teo, who arrogantly steps on the fallen spirit's body, speaking boastfully, "As long as women see us, there's nothing we can't get." The spirit is covered in wounds, tears still in the corner of its eyes, and softly pleads, "Thoi Teo, please have mercy on me." Thoi Teo chuckled mockingly, sneering with disdain and sarcasm. "Let her go. Dream on.
What's so good about that fat guy, Duong Hao? Am I not better than him? Wait for him to come back. Do you believe I'd kill him right away? Suddenly, a calm voice sounded from above the wall. I don't believe it.
Duong Hao quickly jumped down in front of Thoi Theo and continued with a displeased look. Why are there always a bunch of unruly kids everywhere? Duong Hao ignored his words and coldly said, still not convinced, Lin Tu. Lin Tu opened her tearful eyes wide in shock and exclaimed, I didn't hear wrong, right? It's Hao's voice. Thoi Theo looked at Duong Hao in shock, opened his mouth and said, you haven't been eaten by zombies, right? That's truly a miracle. Then Lin Tu tried to get up, her voice full of joy. Hao, you're still alive. That's great. Uncle always hoped you'd come back.
Thoi Theo unexpectedly rushes forward, punching towards Duong Hao with an arrogant and overly confident expression, shouting loudly, You came just in time, Duong Hao. Today I'll show you how powerful I am. Before Thoi Theo can strike, Duong Hao throws a powerful punch, a challenging smirk on his lips. Try me.
Thoi Theo bị giăng bắt ngã xuống đất. Linh tử không giấu nổi sự kinh ngạc, thốt lên lợi hại quả. Duong Hao vội vàng nắm lấy cánh tay Linh tử kẹo cô rung dậy, ánh mắt lo lắng hỏi Linh tử, em không sao chứ? Ba mẹ anh giấu? Lin Tu happily replied, Your parents are nearby. I'll take you to meet them. They went to where Duong Hao's parents were sitting, their eyes dazed as they looked at the person in front of them. Duong Hao's mother trembled as she spoke, her voice trembling with joy. Hao. Duong Hao's father was stunned and couldn't believe it, asking, Xiao Hao. They quickly stood up and hurried over to him. Duong Hao looked at them and said shyly, Mom, Dad, you've worked hard. I'm back now. Mom. Duong Hao anxiously touched his face and said with concern, Hao, why do you look so thin? Haven't you been eating enough? Duong Hao proudly showed his muscles and said confidently, Mom, I'm very healthy now. Look at these muscles. But then Duong Hao suddenly remembered the urgent situation and hurriedly urged them to leave. Mom and Dad, it's an emergency, and there's no time to explain. Everyone followed the boy quickly. They also understood the seriousness and hurried after him, altogether replying, Okay. As the group hurriedly escaped, a panicked shout rang out from inside. Something's wrong, people. The slaves are fleeing. Immediately, a crowd rushed out, roaring to stop them. Where are you running? Bite them back. Just then, a car sped towards them. Then Tuan rolled down the window and shouted, Duong Hao, get in the car. After everyone was safely on the car, Duong Hao didn't rush to get in, but stood firm in front of the vehicle, shouting fiercely, You go ahead. I'll hold them off. Then he clenched his weapon tightly and charged at the approaching crowd, swinging his weapon fiercely to buy time for Thanton to get the others to safety. Then Thoi Theo sneered with a cunning smile, his body suddenly becoming incredibly hard, and a powerful force erupted, causing him to grind his teeth and smash a large boulder right in front of two stunned and terrified henchmen. He is close to death, brother. There's no way out, Duong Hao thought in shock, wondering what was wrong with his body. He used a technique to block Thoi Theo's attack, and the powerful collision made him slightly grimace, muttering to himself, His body is too stiff. He's a psychic. Duong Hao threw a powerful punch at Thoi Theo, knocking him back several meters, and he thought to himself, feeling a bit surprised, but this level of toughness is still far below mine. Suddenly, a horse from nowhere charged at Thoi Theo, grinning mischievously, Old Black, I'm here to help you out. Waman Dat, with both hands blazing fiercely, also doesn't fall behind, shouting loudly, and me too. Thoi Theo was very worried about their location. Be careful, these two are very strong, they might kick me and hurt me. The two of them didn't seem to care about that, Waman Dat roared. Don't worry, I don't believe we can't fix him. They charged straight at Duong Hao, their voices fierce and ruthless, leaving Duong Hao puzzled inside. Why are there so many Esper here? But you didn't give them a chance. You swung your weapon to strike, catching them off guard and exclaiming that this guy's agility is incredible. Duong Hao glanced at them sharply, his voice full of provocation. If you have the guts, go all out. You're all Esper users, don't let me down. Just as Duong Hao let his guard down, the praying mantis suddenly appeared right in front of him with a sinister smile. Luckily, Duong Hao managed to raise his weapon in time to block the deadly strike, and he shouted furiously, You bastard, stop acting so arrogant! Duong Hao kicked the praying mantis away, and, seeing Thoi Theo also seized the opportunity, while Duong Hao was fighting the praying mantis, rushed forward, ready to throw a punch. Luckily, Duong Hao managed to see him in time and dodged the punch, secretly admiring the destructive power, but it was too slow. Then a flame shot straight at him, and a joyful voice exclaimed, We did it! Duong Hao uses his shield to block the fire, thinking that the previous attack was a distraction. Luckily, his own insect didn't resist the fire. He continues to analyze in his mind that the fire user controls long-range attacks. The strongest seems to be the one with the most power, and the mantis is the fastest. Coordinating together is really troublesome, so he must take down one first. Then the sneaky praying mantis launched a surprise attack, but Duong Hao saw him just in time and judged that he was the weakest, so he left. The praying mantis swung his weapon fiercely at Duong Hao without mercy. His eyes showed cruelty, his voice full of joy. Well done, cut them down. But Duong Hao quickly blocked his weapon, teasingly said, Sorry, you failed Zico. Recovery time 599 seconds. Then you were cut away by the sharp sword flying far away, Duong Hao said. Brothers, farewell.
Hua Min-dat took the opportunity to shoot sparks at your body, loudly apologizing. Tio Duong, sorry. Let's all turn into nothing together.
Duong Hao suddenly appeared from behind him, raising his hand to strike, causing Hua Min-dat to stumble, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, who's there?" Duong Hao's voice made him turn around. "I'm right behind you." Then you turn around, wielding a sharp green sword that cuts across, a powerful force sending Hua Min-dat flying back with a cry of pain. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Thoi Tio immediately turns to run for his life, secretly thinking, "Damn, this guy is so strong, I better go report to the boss." At Duong Hao's location, you look down at Hua Min-dat lying flat on the ground. A strange energy sphere appears above his head. Duong Hao thinks, "What is that?" You reach out and touch the sphere, muttering, "This seems to have a different attribute." Then a psychic card appeared with information about the card, rare and capable of controlling the fire element to launch attacks. The attack power depends on the user's level, and the rarity of the psychic card is classified as normal, rare, epic, or legendary. Combining energy card levels with the same level can increase rarity. Inserting the energy card into oneself or another person allows use, but it cannot be retrieved after use. Duong Hao was surprised when he touched the card, thinking that defeating a fake ability user might drop this card, but it seems not all of them do. The other one didn't drop anything. Suddenly, Duong Hao sensed something and glanced behind him. The elite mutated zombie used its tentacles to attack him, and he grimaced loudly. "Damn it, it's an elite mutated zombie." The elite mutated zombie roars, releasing energy beams towards Duong Hao. He quickly swings his sword, trying to block the dangerous beams, softly muttering, "Could it be those guys from earlier drawing them here?" The advanced mutant zombie roared and used its tentacles to stab at Yang Hao. A tremendous force knocked him back. His body slammed onto the ground, causing a sharp pain to spread through him, and he silently thought, "This guy is too strong." Duong Hao forced himself to sit up, just as the mutated elite zombie swung its terrifying tentacles straight at him, causing Duong Hao to feel a surge of shock. How could he not be weakened after being attacked by so many people just now? He quickly crouched to dodge the strange tentacles approaching, then subtly ordered his mind to activate multi-point perception, his eyes swiftly scanning the body of the advanced mutated zombie. He couldn't help but be surprised to see numerous bright red weak points appear on its body, thinking to himself, why there are so many weak spots. Without hesitation, Duong Hao swung his sword directly at the weak points on the elite mutated zombie's body, a thought flashing in his mind to try attacking first and see what happens. But it seems the elite mutated zombie is unaffected and instead roars even more angrily at him, leaving Duong Hao confused and saying, "Damn it, attacking weak points doesn't matter." He tries to stay calm, quickly devising a plan in his mind, telling himself to stay composed. This guy has so many weaknesses and was attacked for so long earlier, there must be a flaw. I can definitely find it. The zombie still roars fiercely, its appearance exuding extreme ferocity. Then suddenly a flash of inspiration strikes Duong Hao, and he quietly thinks, "Got it." Immediately, Duong Hao leapt to the middle stage, swung his weapon fiercely at it, and decisively thought maybe attacking all the weak points at once would work. He poured all his strength into swinging his sword to cut through the weak spots on the level elite mutated zombie's body. A heavy thud sounded as the evolved divine level zombie collapsed, completely defeated. Suddenly, the system interface appeared in Duong Hao's surprise, causing him to exclaim, "Oh, the system interface appeared." Having completed the mission to defeat the evolved zombie, you receive a new title, the Seed Sower, and a reward, the Plant Seed Rejuvenation. Colorful energy orbs appear all around you. The system menu reappeared. "Do you want to activate the Plant Seed Regeneration Pod, yes or no?" Duong Hao replied without hesitation, "Yes." Immediately, a Plant Seed Regeneration Chamber appeared right in front of him, and Yang Hao couldn't help but admire it. This system is really powerful, and now a real regeneration chamber has appeared. He stepped inside, his eyes full of curiosity as he looked around, wondering if this was the seed regeneration chamber for plants. The seed transformation chamber, the nurturing process, the synthesizer, the fertilizer, and pesticide manufacturing chamber. Then Duong Hao glanced around, assessing that all the equipment was present and the previously unlocked attribute-based drug manufacturing functions had not been used yet. He'll try them next time. You go to a table, pick up a piece of paper, examine it carefully, then read aloud. The flowers and vegetables after modification can ripen in less than a week. That's pretty amazing. Duong Hao grins happily, his heart filled with joy. This is truly a good thing. Let's gather everyone first. Maybe we won't have to go through days of wandering anymore. The scene shifts to Long Dao and Liu Yu still blinded and waiting for rescue. Then Liu Yu frowns and asks where everyone is, why no one is here. He raises his eyebrows, as if thinking of the worst-case scenario, the zombie horde's appearance. Long Dao glances at Dai, worriedly asking if there's a zombie army outside. They ran away from us. Hearing that, he turned pale and shouted in panic, "What do you mean? I still hope the old man found this place. I called for us." "Is Xiaohao really okay?" Lingzi asked, trying to reassure everyone. "Don't worry, he's very powerful." "I'm back, everyone. Are you all okay?" "Let me see if you're hurt," he said softly to reassure her. "I'm fine. Sit down. I have something to ask my parents." Once everyone was settled around the table, Duong Hao spoke seriously. "Mom and Dad, why were you locked up here? Tell me the details."
Duong Hao's mother began recounting what had happened. After the apocalypse, she and his father hid inside the house, afraid to go anywhere. She paused for a moment, her voice lowering, until one day we heard someone calling outside.
I never expected that when we reached the safe haven, we would be locked up and forced to work collecting supplies every day. They kept the work quota and earned Venus coins, then exchanged them for food and supplies. She described how those guards constantly bullied and beat them, forcing them to work, always threatening. Those damn two guys. Duong Hao's mother still remembers the terrifying scene when someone couldn't bear it and tried to escape, only to be hung on a tree as a warning to others. Someone ran away but was caught and killed, and everywhere was filled with zombies and mutated monsters. We couldn't even dare to run. Duong Hao looked at them and asked, "Mom and Dad, you've endured so much. Do you know who their leader is and how many Esper they have? We are trapped in the demon cage and don't know much about these things." Lin thought she heard him ask, then quickly answered for him. "I've noticed that there aren't many of them. Only the patrols have guns. There are 4 team leaders divided into Earth, Fire, Enhanced Flesh, and Mantis, and I haven't seen the leader either." Duong Hao slightly pursed his lips, already guessing part of the enemy's plan in his mind, and thought to himself, so 2 of those 4 are dead. The Enhanced Flesh one isn't a concern. Only the leader and that woman using Earth remain. Everyone has gone through many battles, and I still have a special ability, so I might be able to handle this. I look at everyone and say in a serious tone, "I have something to tell you all. I have obtained something that can improve the seeds." A spark of inspiration lit up in Duong Hao's mind, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "So regarding the future, I have a plan." Duong Hao crossed his arms behind his back, his serious expression revealing his intention. "I plan to stay in Jiangchao and establish a base here. What does everyone think?" "I want to hear everyone's opinion." Duong Hao's father nodded in agreement, saying that now, no matter where we go, we are all zombies. Staying to establish a base is not a bad choice. Thanton also expressed his view, saying he thinks we should stay here, because in these times, nowhere is truly safe. Thanai also nodded in agreement. "That's right, just keep going like this. When will we reach the end point?" Thantuan raised his hand, furrowed his brows, and looked at everyone, speaking firmly. "I agree. What about you all?" Seeing her speak up, the others also raised their hands in agreement, and one of them spoke up confidently. "There's no need to say more. Everyone has followed Duong Hao to this point and has long considered him their leader." Duong Hao leaned back comfortably in his chair, smiling slightly. "All right, since everyone agrees, I have a suggestion. I want to build a base at that seaside resort because just now a top-tier mutated zombie chased everyone away." Everyone there was surprised and exclaimed, "The seaside resort." Duong Hao continued, providing more details about the potential location. "I researched that resort before I left. Its geographical position is quite good, and the defensive setup is very solid. Keep going, including combat supplies, plants, and drinking water we need. The escape route is also nearby. Do you all think it's good?" Thanton looked at Duong Hao with admiration, praising him for his thorough investigation and the good conditions. "Jiangchao probably won't find a second place," Lin Tu quickly added. "Hao, your decision is fine. I trust your judgment." When everyone agreed, Duong Hao looked determined, his voice full of resolve. "So what are we waiting for? Let's go." After a while, they arrived in front of a luxurious building still shining brightly. Inside, Duong Hao stood before them giving orders. Then he began to assign tasks. He began assigning tasks. "Miss Thanwai, you will be in charge of training some combat personnel, and once Long Dao and Lu Vi return, they will oversee the security work." Then he assigned Diep Phuong Hua to be responsible for farming. Thantuan went over to where Long Dao and Lu Vu were still tied up. Lu Vu shouted in anger, "Everyone's here. I thought we had been abandoned by the boss." Thantuan asked confusedly, "Why are you two tied up here?" A while later, Duong Hao stood in front of Ko Tani and said, "Tai Kin, I have a gift for you. You'll definitely love it." She paused and repeated, "A gift," Duong Hao ordered. "Close your eyes." He held out a card in front of Ko Thanwai. A stream of power emanated. Duong Hao took the card and gradually pressed it into her back. Then a powerful beam of light shot out from her back and she suddenly shouted, "Duong Hao, what is this?" Duong Hao gave the order. "You can imagine how it feels like holding fire in your hand." Ko Than Yi raised her hand. A fierce flame erupted, making her raise an eyebrow in confusion. "This thing. I'm glad, Duong Hao. How come I have a special ability? What exactly is going on?" Old Master Wang gritted his teeth in anger. The leader's face twisted into a savage smile, mouth wide open to his ears, confidently and eagerly saying, "The numbers are quite substantial now." He held a walkie-talkie and spoke to the person on the other end. "Old Master Wang, how are things on your side?" And the voice from the other end responded with Wang Lao's frantic voice. "Chi Huithung isn't here. Our people were ambushed and killed by the mutated zombies, and the resort center has now been taken over by strangers." The leader anxiously ordered, "Got it, I understand, continue observing," he thought to himself. "The mutated zombie brother-in-law has also been killed. It seems I need to risk a little more preparation." At the same time, inside the resort center, lights shone from within the building, dispelling some of the darkness of the night. Duong Hao was inside transforming plants, focusing on his research. Previously, he had accumulated many attribute orbs, but hadn't absorbed them, and he wasn't sure how many potions he could make. You take a bottle of a medicine, and the system display shows that you have successfully created an attribute potion
that can increase all attributes by 50 points for 10 minutes. Duong Hao observes this and thinks, so it's effective within a limited time. I thought it was permanent, but this attribute boost is already quite powerful. I should find an opportunity for them to try it.
Lu Vu looked into the distance and let out a small sigh of relief, finally not having to go everywhere anymore, and he felt that this place wasn't bad. Long Dao paused for a moment, then calmly smiled and replied, "That's right. It's just a pity we're still too weak and didn't get much for the boss." Seeing something, Long Dao suddenly turned pale in surprise. His loud voice announced that something was wrong. "It's a zombie." Both of them panicked, and Long Dao ordered, "I sent the signal. Lu Vu, hurry and inform everyone." Lu Vu hurriedly ran off, only replying to him with a short call, "Got it." Long Dao shot a signal into the sky to alert everyone. Duong Hao saw the signal shot out by Long Dao and suddenly became worried, speaking out loud, "This signal means something is wrong." He hurriedly ran out to the resort lobby. "What's going on?" Lu Vu, panting heavily, reports the situation outside to Duong Hao. "Boss, a horde of zombies is rushing through here. The number unknown." Duong Vu remains calm, as if undisturbed by this unexpected situation. He speaks in a steady tone. "We just arrived, and the zombies have already rushed in. This doesn't look simple, but it's also a good training opportunity." Hao Hung said, "Everyone follow your assigned tasks for 3 days. Lead this 1,000-strong zombie horde, and let me see how capable you are." Everyone there was filled with excitement. "Watch this, boss." Everyone quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed out, firing directly at the approaching zombies, shouts echoing through the night as they fought for our home fiercely. The front line keeps firing while pointing at those behind, maintaining long-range suppression, focus on efficiency, only shoot the zombie's brain. He added, "Everyone be careful. If you get burned, it has nothing to do with me." Thane Yi raised her hand, her supernatural power erupting as flames surged toward the zombies, quickly burning them in a sea of fire. Then Tuan glanced at Duong Hao, who was calmly watching everything, and thought to herself that Tai Kin's ability must be related to Duong Hao. She had to try harder. Duong Hao observed everyone fighting and couldn't help but secretly admire that everyone had become much stronger. It was time for him to step in. At this moment, he also grabbed his weapon and charged into the battle, thinking that if his judgment was correct, these zombies were under control. Duong Hao leapt high, sensing something, and the one controlling them was probably in this direction. You answer down and shout, "Don't run anymore! I found you!" The leader appears in front of Duong Hao. The leader pouted arrogantly and said, "I knew you weren't simple, so I prepared a big surprise for you. It's already here." Duong Hao slightly frowned, his eyes focused on the giant monster standing imposingly before him. An elite mutated zombie with sharp claws like knives snarls at you. The leader crosses his arms, confidently giving the order, "Go, kill him." But before the leader could give any more orders, the elite mutated zombie suddenly charged forward, its jaws with sharp teeth like daggers clamping down hard on him. Duong Hao watched this scene with a faint smile, remarking, "You're growing up so fast." Then from the leader's body, a black sphere appeared on him. Duong Hao looked at the sphere in confusion and exclaimed, "Huh?" He reached out and touched the sphere, a joyful smile on his face. It's a sphere of the power type. Could it be that as long as a person with powers dies within sight, their power sphere will drop? The zombie still stood there and shouted loudly, unleashing a stream of corrosive energy towards Duong Hao. Luckily, he reacted just in time and dodged the corrosive energy. Duong Hao calmly said, "I almost forgot. Luckily, I am still here." The mutated zombie slashed its sharp claws where Duong Hao was standing, and the information panel appeared showing the mutated zombie's strength, 623, speed 167, and mental 134. Duong Hao leapt up to its level, teasingly saying that it was much weaker than the previous advanced mutant zombie. The zombie angrily shot a web at him, and the web stuck tightly to Duong Hao's arm. "You think this web is too big? It's holding Duong Hao's body so you can't move, and the elite mutant zombie swings its sharp arm at you." But Duong Hao isn't afraid at all. Suddenly he pulls out a gun and points it straight at him, casually saying, "I've got more than one weapon in my hand." Duong Hao aimed directly at its head and fired, giving you a taste of a headshot. The elite mutated zombie collapsed to the ground, its massive body making a heavy thud. A purple sphere appears from the elite mutated zombie's body as Duong Hao approaches it. He exclaims in admiration, sensing how useful his ability to detect weaknesses is, making it easy to deal with these Lola creatures. The data display appeared, showing strength and speed stats, 458.7 times 62, speed 160.9 times 223.1 times 13. Duong Hao reached out and pressed the sphere, frowning as he asked, what kind of supernatural power was that ability he just picked up? Suddenly, a powerful burst made him gasp. A supernatural ability appeared. A notification displayed. Receive supernatural ability, controlling zombies with rare, legendary, supernatural ability to control zombies. Duong Hao glanced at the object in his hand, raised an eyebrow confidently, and said, "This ability is a bit rebellious. Using it might significantly boost the base's strength, but who should I give it to?" Suddenly, Qiao Yi appeared out of nowhere and shouted to Duong Hao, telling him that she had dealt with the zombies and caught someone.
to which he replied that everything on his side was also resolved. A moment later, inside a room, old Wang that was tied up and kneeling on the ground. Everyone stood around him, and Duong Hao spoke to question him, saying, "Who are you, and why are you targeting us?" Lao Vengtet, seeing the situation was unstable, was terrified and confessed everything. "Don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. I am part of the virus organization, and because supplies to the Eastern Zone were delayed, the boss sent me here to handle it." The heart of the Abyss was shocked, eyes wide open, and asked, "East District?" Duong Hao sat on the chair looking at him with a piercing gaze and asked, "East District is what? Does that mean the whole Zhangzhou is controlled by your virus organization?" Wang Lao Tat seemed afraid of something, so he hurriedly explained that we have a total of 3 zones for the virus, with the Eastern Zone mainly responsible for cooperation, and the other 2 for combat personnel. This is the suburb area, and we prefer to keep it highly secret. So many people don't know. Duong Hao rubbed his chin, feeling troubled inside. Could it be that the 3 psychic users earlier were all soldiers, and this is a setup? You slap your thigh, tighten your grip, and ask, "I'm very curious. Why are there so many Esper here in Zhangzhou? I didn't see many in the city I was in before." Everyone was surprised and asked about the secret laboratory. Old Man Wang explained that he didn't know the details, but these mutants were all created by laboratories around the world, and it seems the origin of the apocalypse is also related to a laboratory. He added that our boss said he knew everything and that as long as we followed him, the virus would eventually become the ruler of the world. Duong Hao stared at him and asked sharply, "What exactly is going on? Tell me clearly." Wang Lao that, trembling, replied, "Big brother, I only know these things after all. I am just a servant without any powers." Duong Hao continued to press, "Tell me everything you know about the virus, and are there other factions in the city?" Wang Lao that began to recount what he knew. The virus is present not only in the east, but also in the south and north, with the south being where the leader is located. There are many factions of different sizes in the city, and the major ones I know of include the Free Legion and the Destruction Alliance. After about 5 minutes of gathering the information I needed, Duong Hao ordered, "I've asked everything. Bring him out so the zombies can eat him." Long Dao immediately led Old Man Wang away, causing him to panic and scream, "Big brother, I'd rather die." Long Dao shot him a cold, sarcastic look and said, "Don't give up now. Why didn't you think of this when you led the zombies to kill me?" When Old Man Wang had been dealt with, Duong Hao spoke up and said, "There's one more thing I want to tell everyone. Now, I still have a special ability. I will give it to the person who contributes the most to the base, so everyone keep going. After that, there will be many more opportunities like this based on contribution levels." Others cheered excitedly upon hearing Tai Wei, saying Big Boss is amazing. Special abilities can also be given. They are still immersed in happiness, continuing to cheer, following the Big Brother's lead. And Duong Hao, seeing this, also reminded everyone that virus probably won't give up. So everyone worked hard to build the base. The others kept digging the canal, all tired but very happy, not expecting that we could have such victorious days. A week later, the young sprouts began to emerge from the ground, growing stronger than initially expected. The corn plants also stretched and grew rapidly, with thick, plump ears gradually appearing. Duong Hao looked at the cornfield in front of him and couldn't help but smile in amazement, unable to believe that these crops truly ripened in just a week. Tai Kin also smiled and responded, "Luckily, there was the phoenix flower. She's an agricultural scientist and has helped a lot." Then, Long Dao and Than Ton approached them, and he announced, "Boss, some people want to join us." Yang Hao immediately replied, and from a hidden corner, a figure eavesdropping peeked and said, "Okay, I'll go check it out." The stalkers silently watched them leave, puzzled inside. How could the crops be ripe in just a week? Perhaps they had access to advanced techniques from a research lab. After a moment, the scene shifted to a luxurious building, the virus headquarters. In a room, a group of people are standing in a line, with a mysterious person sitting above them, asking how the situation in the Eastern District is now. The mysterious person immediately ordered that the previous person must have failed, and this time send more people there. Success only, no failure. At the same time, in the meeting room, all eyes focused on Duong Hao standing in the center, and he declared in a commanding voice, "I now announce that last week I mentioned I have a special ability card that grants everyone a unique power, and this is also one of my abilities. I will now give it to one of you." Duong Hao smiled, approached Diep Phuong Hua with the energy crystal card, surprise evident on her beautiful face as he handed her the card and spoke sincerely. "Diep Phuong Hua, you've worked hard lately. This is what you deserve." Duong Hao turned around, his determined gaze sweeping over the others in the meeting room, encouraging them. "There's no need to envy others, rest assured. Work together to build the base, and everyone will have a chance to earn rewards in the future."
He added, "All right, Diep Phuong Hua, stay here. The others go now. Be cautious during this time." Diep Phuong Hua nodded, understood. Duong Hao then explained about the energy card. This ability can control zombie movements. If used well, it will be a powerful skill. Remember to keep the specific ability secret for now and wait until he and her go to hunt zombies together. Diep Phuong Hua mỉm cuối không giấu nỗi vẻ vui mừng, nhẹ nhàng dắt một nữ hồn lên mà Duong Hao, giọng cố chân thành cảm ơn anh. As night falls, a group of people hide in the shadows of the dense trees, and one of them whispers excitedly but cautiously, there is indeed food, and quite a lot of it. Huang Feng narrowed his eyes and looked deep inside, his voice full of scheming as he said, if we can get the planting method, we won't have to worry anymore. He ordered his subordinate beside him. This village is perfect for living and farming. We can't destroy it. Lilac and Trio Duong, follow me and act together to catch their leader. Lilac beside him immediately responded, yes. Then with recklessness and urgency, they hurried toward the resort center. However, in their haste, they completely overlooked passing through the secretly placed security devices, infrared sensors invisible to the naked eye. Inside the area where Long Dao and his team are on guard, a sudden loud alarm blares, startling him. He quickly checks the camera and sees a group rushing toward them. Long Dao hurriedly reports to Young Hao via radio. He thought to himself with a sigh, boss, 3 people have crossed the security line. The security devices here are really effective. Duong Hao, seemingly certain they would come, had been waiting for them for a long time, and responded to Long Dao over the radio. Sure enough, they have arrived. Everyone, don't act recklessly. I'll handle it, came the voice from the other side. This is Long Dao. Yes, boss. Duong Hao crossed his arms and waited for them to arrive. Then 2 minutes later, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, calm but full of authority, echoing loudly. Varys, what are you guys here for? The crowd that just charged in froze in shock, staring at Yang Hao, then all shouted loudly. This is chaos, huh? Duong Hao's face remained expressionless as he sneered. You think you can sneak in unnoticed? You're pretty good at acting. Huang Feng also showed no fear, sneering, if you already know who we are, why still oppose us, kid? You're doomed now. 2 subordinates rushed forward when they heard Huang Feng's order. Then, from where Duong Hao was standing, Than Tuan and Ko Ten Yi appeared. You give the orders, and the 2 henchmen are assigned to them. The one behind, leave it to me. Huang Feng sneered, looking at Duong Hao with contempt, his voice full of arrogance and innocence. Do you really think you can beat me with your skills to ripen flowers in a week already in your hands? He raised an eyebrow, his small eyes looking at him, his voice steady and clear. You guys are quick to notice. Senra has been watching me for a long time. On the other side of the battle, Tai Qin suddenly unleashes a fiery blast towards Lai Luke, transforming into a blazing fireball, and he exclaims in shock, it's the fire ability. Immediately, Li Luke growls softly, using his supernatural power, his entire body seeming to turn into a solid, muscular, and cold stone, activating his transformation. The flames from Tai Qin burst out in large quantities around him, Li Luke confidently said. Even if the burns are minor, can you withstand such high temperatures? But Li Luke's confidence didn't last long, as a terrifying wave of heat from the flames rushed toward him, and he screamed in horror, voice full of pain, it's too hot. Thane Ai frowned, shooting at that guy, and saying with an annoyed tone, Tai Qin, we haven't even stepped in yet, and you've already rushed ahead. Chu Duong used his sword to block the bullet Thane Ai fired. Suddenly, someone's footsteps quickened and then jumped up. Thane Tuan swung his sword at Chu Duong, shouting, yes, Duong Hao just restored my abilities. I still want to play. She reached out her hand to use her ice-type power, and a flicker of doubt and unease suddenly arose in Than Tuan's mind, unsure whether what Duong Hao had given her was truly effective. Than Tuan's sudden ice power shot out quickly, covering Chu Duong's legs, causing him to gasp and open his eyes wide. Than Tuan paid no attention, secretly feeling happy, but still continuing to attack him. My psychic power really has recovered. Chu Duong pursed his lips, sneering and saying useless, my body has turned into steel. But he couldn't hold on for long and collapsed unconscious on the ground. Only then did Than Tuan explain that pure pain alone was ineffective, but if combined with my ice-type ability, it would be different. Rest now. Lai Luke, on the other side, was burned by Tai Qin's flames, screaming in agony, my eyes. Tai Qin turned around and coldly ordered without any mercy in his voice, it's over. Huang Feng was shocked and exclaimed how quickly it was done. I didn't hear that your group had so many abilities. Duong Hao frowned, pursing his lips as he said, you guys are just stealing, not even bothering to investigate these things properly. Too reckless. Huang Feng, angry and gritting his teeth, uses his mutated ability. Cut the nonsense, or submit to us, or die. Duong Hao looked at Huang Feng's mutated form and couldn't help but mock. Did you eat him to become like that? Huang Feng's blood turns cold and he snarls, you think I turned like this because of an SSS bite? I only changed after being bitten by a zombie. Duong Hao looks at him, recalling the old names, the lion-headed one earlier and the praying mantis. This time it's him again. It seems combining powers with animals is quite common. Huang Feng rushed forward with Han's arms towards Duong Hao, shouting loudly, die for me. But he was quicker. Duong Hao swung his sword to cut, intercepting the arm that was about to attack him. After cutting off his arm, Duong Hao's voice rang out, fast but too weak. Huang Feng also rushed past him, warning Duong Hao not to be complacent, the real battle is just beginning. He rushed to Lilac's side and hurriedly said, Lilac, I'm here to save you. Lilac was still engulfed in flames, but seeing Huang Feng approaching like a savior, he begged, boss, take me away. Suddenly, Huang Feng spat out a long, terrifying tentacle aimed directly at Lilac, his face a meter away, horror and disbelief in his eyes as the strange tentacle shot forward and plunged into Lilac's neck. Then Huang Feng slowly and mercilessly drained the life force and nutrients from his body. The people there stared in shock at the scene, shouting loudly, "What is happening?" After draining Lilac, he collapsed onto the ground, pale and empty-handed. Turning back from Lilac, Huang Fong charged straight at Duong Hao with a cruel smile. "This time you're definitely dead." Tai Qin quickly rushed forward, blocking in front of Duong Hao, her determined eyes fixed on the enemy, ready to say, "Duong Hao, help me!" Just then, Huang Fong suddenly turned around and shot a sharp needle toward them. The sharp needle aimed straight at Tai Qin's arm, catching her off guard. She stepped back, and Duong Hao anxiously called her name, Tai Qin. You step forward to catch Tai Qin, shouting at the fleeing people to stay back. Duong Hao withdraws the healing mud and carries Tai Qin inside, activating the upgraded healing mud. Huang Feng, hovering in the air, looked down at Duong Hao but couldn't see them. Confused, he called out, "Huh, they've disappeared." Inside the healing mud, a syringe was inserted into someone's arm. Duong Hao looked at Tai Qin lying on the bed, relieved that nothing was wrong, and sighed softly. Luckily, the healing mud had a special space, so although the effect was a bit slow, it could avoid using the super-fast healing function. Outside, Huang Feng kept firing giant poisonous needles at others, his voice frantic. "Deal with you first." Fan Tuan quickly created a thick, solid ice shield, strongly blocking the incoming giant needles. Duong Hao jumps from the sky and uses the Tula Demon Spear to shoot ice shards at Huang Feng, speaking out. Not yet finished. A status window appears. The Tula Demon Spear, with increased familiarity, has a chance to release ice shards when attacking. Huang Feng saw you and, like a predator, turned back to attack. "You're here now. Die." Duong Hao dodged his attacks while still holding back. "I'm dodging, dodging, dodging." Huang Feng felt annoyed but kept charging forward. This guy is too agile. The power he just absorbed from Lai Luke could last a few more minutes. Han saw Duong Hao struggling and turned to prepare to attack Than Ton, thinking to himself maybe he should use that ice girl first. But Duong Hao didn't let him escape and launched a series of ice shards toward Huang Feng, loudly warning him that escaping wouldn't be easy. Then he rushed towards Than Ton. Duong Hao warned her to be careful. "Than Ton, kimchi, don't face him directly," she replied. "Okay." Suddenly, her ability froze his legs, trapping him. Huang Feng, realizing the danger, shouted in despair. "Lucky me." Duong Hao seized the opportunity, approached quickly, frowning with a mocking smile. "Brother, this is punishment for theft." Huang Feng was cut from behind by Duong Hao's sword, suffering a painful blow. Unwilling to accept it, he threatened, "Damn it, the virus will wipe you all out." Then suddenly, his whole body felt weightless as he fell hard to the ground. A yellow energy sphere appeared around Huang Feng, and Duong Hao, confused, asked what was happening. Do psychic users also project attribute-based shadows? The information panel appears in the air, showing attributes. Strength 520.7, increased by 36, speed 175.9, increased by 11, and spirit 236.1, increased by some amount. He reevaluates what happened, realizing they have sent people here twice already, and the situation will only get more serious. So it's better for us to take the initiative. The next morning, the scene shifts to a majestic and solemn city hall, which is the headquarters of the virus. The great talent is kneeling before the mysterious person, reporting that after Huang Feng led his team into the resort village, they haven't come out again. "I think they've already been used up, boss. Let's send a few more people and wipe them out in one go." The mysterious person said, "No need. I have my own plan," he secretly thought. Sending so many psionics won't be enough. Who exactly are they? Could they be from other factions? Outside the virus headquarters, two people step out from inside. One asks, "Hey, do you think that resort center is run by the Free Course?" "Let's go." After some thought, "I don't think so. The previous Destroyer Alliance and spies among us may have already leaked our intelligence to them." In a corner unseen by anyone, Ko Than-yi and Than Ton were eavesdropping on their conversation. Than Ton suggested, "Sister, I can go in alone later." "You stay here and watch Na," Ko Than-yi replied. "No, that won't do. We don't know the exact number of Esper users they have, and we can't both be at ease." They looked at the group fighting the ice zombie. A puzzled person asked, "Why are there ice zombies? Could they be coming out of the cold storage?" A frozen zombie rushes over, causing the other to panic and shout, "Get the Esper here! We can't handle them alone amidst the chaos!" Than-yi and her sister quietly slip inside, Than-yi whispering urgently to hurry up. "The zombies we control will take down those people. Everyone in the chaos is too loud. I'll go call someone. You better run and hide," Huang Tun thought as she sneaked inside from a corner. Her sisters have already entered. I can't fall behind either. Inside, they quickly inspected a large batch of weapons, and someone exclaimed in amazement, "There are so many weapons. If they want to seize our base." "Isn't it very easy?" Miss Than-yi urgently suggested, her voice full of concern. "We have to destroy all these things." She looked at a box of bombs, then Than-yi said firmly, "You lead the zombies over here and blow up these grenades." Suddenly, a voice outside shouted, startling Than-yi, "Let's split up and act. A few of you go that way. The rest follow me to the armory to check." Suddenly, a headbutter charged at Than-ki, who quickly urged him to stop, and the headbutter, with a hostile expression, shouted, "I found him." Than Tuan then launched a move forward, freezing everything in front. Then, Than-ki and Than Tuan quickly made a plan. "Let's hide first and deal with it later." Before they could act, they heard the sound of people rushing in, led by a masked leader. Luke sought for the record. Those zombies just now, their ice powers were unusual. The henchmen obeyed the order and responded, yes. Suddenly, they saw something and were startled. Realizing they couldn't escape, Than rushed out and threw a grenade at them. The leader shouted, "Stop them!" After throwing the grenade, she quickly turned back, grabbed Than-K's hand, and ran fast, saying, "Sister." But before they could get far, the others had already caught up, daring to infiltrate the virus headquarters. They have guts. Chase after them. Then, it was like mice chasing cats, 4 mice chasing 2 cats. Than-K quickly turned around and used her ice powers to create sharp ice shards to buy time. But in front of her were 2 giant bears that easily shattered the ice with their paws. Behind them, the 4 others forced the 2 into a difficult situation. At this moment, the pursuers caught up and ordered them to attack. Than said seriously, "It seems we can't escape anymore." Than-K quickly turned around and pressed her back against Than to plan. "We'll each take one side for the operation." Than listened and replied, "Got it." Than-K jumped and kicked the white bear but missed as the bear easily dodged her attack. A kick successfully drew out the white bear CEO, which then kicked towards Than-K but she dodged, so the wall behind had to take the blame. After quietly observing, she assessed that the white bear CEO looked big and clumsy, but his strength and speed were both very high. Switching to Than-Ton's side, she stands alone, with 2 swords, calculating her next move in the narrow corridor where she can use that move, as she unleashes a barrage of small, sharp ice projectiles towards the bear. But it easily deflected this attack, and Than was surprised to see it take the hit without any harm. What? Van-Ki now has 2 green tornadoes in her hands, but that green light also converges back into his palms. He smiled maliciously and said, "So her skin is also an ability user." After unleashing the 2 whirlwinds, he prepared to attack the 2 siblings and said, "This is the right way to use your skills." Than reacted quickly and immediately cast a wall of ice, but it was useless against the tornado, and the 2 siblings were thrown back, crying out in pain. Than saw Than-K lying still and called out, "Sister!" Van-Ki, seeing this, became arrogant, knowing the gap between us, and approached Than with the intention of winning her over. If she obeys me, I might consider sparing the 2 sisters. However, Than is very tough and not so easily lured. She threw a series of ice balls at him and kindly added, "Dream on." She stood calmly in front of the dust and smoke she had caused, gazing at the vial in her hand, thinking about the moment she would use the Tae Duong Hao given to her. Without hesitation, she immediately uncapped and drank it. After finishing the drink, a ring of sharp ice encircled her. Than stood in the middle, speaking with a fighting spirit that could lose but must not lose, as the real battle is just beginning. Than entire body radiated an icy power that Van-Ki still hadn't noticed was unusual. He was still threatening with a sneer. Now she faces 3 Esper users. "I gave you a chance to be my woman. Don't be ungrateful." White Bear snarled at her, "That's right. If we hadn't seen her look a bit pretty, we would have torn you apart long ago." Kai boasted proudly, "Our virus-powered organization in Zhengzhou is quite renowned. Follow me, and you'll live very peacefully from now on." Than said nothing to them and immediately shot forward like a gust of wind, deciding to strike first to gain the upper hand. She grabbed the ice sword and attacked Van-Ki, sneering, "A bunch of ugly people who aren't even worthy to carry my sister's shoes." Than shouted loudly, "Die!" and Gao Trang stepped forward to protect Van-Ki, but she fiercely kicked him away. "Don't stand in the way." The powerful kick sent White Bear flying into the wall, and Van-Ki was stunned. What just happened? Her speed and strength were completely different from before. Black Bear saw his brothers being attacked and charged forward, flames erupting and transforming into dust. Than gently catches her hand and teases, "Is that all your strength? Have you not eaten yet?" Gao Den is surprised. How can she easily block his attack like that? And Kai saw the Gao brothers being blocked, so he immediately acted, creating a green vortex to kill her. Than quickly dodged, secretly evaluating that this technique was too powerful, its effectiveness far beyond his expectations. She creates a swirling vortex of ice right above her head, confidently declaring that today she will kill all of you at headquarters. Then fires sharp ice shards toward Van-Ki. Black Bear immediately charged forward, sacrificing himself to block the attack and save Van-Ki. He looked at Black Bear, who was pierced with ice like a hedgehog, in panic and moved to tears, exclaiming, "Mac Lam!" Then continued to attack, this time aiming at Van-Ki. "Death is your fate!" Just then, a slow voice suddenly rang out, commanding everyone to stop. King Vuong grabs Than and threatens her. "Her accomplices are in my hands. I don't want her to die. So you better know what to do now." Than is like fish on a chopping board, but she still struggles to fight back. "Don't worry about me. I don't want to drag you 2 into this." Seeing her teammate being restrained, Than was terrified. "Than, why are you being captured?" Hak Vuong ordered his subordinates to take both of them away, and they obeyed without hesitation. "What should we do now that Than Wei and Than have been captured? The antidote is all gone, and it's difficult to get both of them out." The subordinate looks at the 2 girls in front of him, eager to ask, "Boss, can we?" King Hak steps back calmly, now focused on the main matter, looking into Than's eyes, whose eyes hidden beneath her red hood have become my slave, revealing everything she knows. The girl is hypnotized, her expression vacant, yes. A moment later, in the suburbs, Thanton hurriedly ran back to find Duong Hao, shouting, Duong Hao, something's wrong. All the Thanton sisters have been captured. You're kidding, right? What? You remember I prepared medicine for them in case of emergencies? I already prepared the antidote for them, so they should have escaped without issue. Could it be that they encountered very powerful psychic users? Without hesitation, Duong Hao immediately went to save them. Come with me to rescue them, while secretly planning something else in his mind. Yesterday, when Fong Hua asked me to go zombie hunting with her, now I can only send her pigeon, calling Tai Kin to go with her. Half an hour later, in front of a large building with guards standing watch, Duong Hao told Thanton to wait here while he went in alone. After saying that, he raised his sickle and attacked the two guards. With a flick, the two were turned into ice statues, and Duong Hao secretly felt something was off. Strange. How could the headquarters have such lax security? Not long after, he reached the room holding Than Yi and Than Ton. Hey, are you two okay? The two girls are tied up in the room. No one says a word. Duong Hao finds it strange why they are silent. He uses his weapon to untie the ropes binding them. Then he turned around, led the two girls away, and told them to leave quickly. But Duong Hao didn't notice their strange behavior and actions. Even Than Yi was still holding a knife in her hand. Both sisters are stabbing straight at Duong Hao's back with knives. Sensing the danger, he subtly turns around, utterly stunned, facing the blank, hollow eyes of Than Yi and Than Ton. Yang Hao, with a look of shock, tightly gripped the scythe in his hand, trying to block all attacks from the two girls. He frowns and can't help but raise his voice in concern. What's wrong with you two? Suddenly, Than Ton launched an attack on Duong Hao, and seeing this, he quickly retreated to dodge. Duong Hao frowned in thought for a moment, then suddenly realized something was wrong with the two of them, and he nervously wondered if Than Yi and Than Ton had been controlled by someone else. Suddenly, from behind Duong Hao, footsteps and a deep voice sounded. Indeed, he's here! Hearing the noise, he immediately turned his head and glanced at the approaching figure. King Hawk used his eye technique to stare with red eyes at Duong Hao, staring blankly, thinking to himself if he could directly control him, everything would be over. Even though Duong Hao looked directly at Hak Vuong, he wasn't affected by his eye technique, and he looked confused. Hak Vuong was stunned to see Duong Hao still normal, his eyes wide in amazement, secretly admiring. This guy's mental strength is too strong, he can resist. Thinking for a moment, Duong Hao suddenly understood, leaping into the air while swinging his scythe, causing his shirt to flutter and revealing his toned muscles beneath the tight shirt. He was furious, realizing it was just a distraction. Just as Duong Hao swung his scythe down towards Hak Vuong, a surge of magic energy shot straight at him, followed by more bursts of magic that forced Duong Hao to halt his attack, and he quickly raised his scythe to defend himself. After finishing, Duong Hao forcefully landed on the ground. Hak Vuong's voice rang out loudly, calling for him to be captured, while the green frog and the black dog rushed forward. Several other Esper approached Duong Hao, but he stood straight without any fear, thinking to himself, "This is the virus headquarters, so there should be more Esper than this. Be careful." Suddenly, hundreds of sharp wooden stakes flew straight at Duong Hao, interrupting his train of thought, but luckily he managed to dodge quickly. Duong Hao quickly dodged, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself that he had to find a way to shift the fight to our boss because killing him might lift the control. Just as he was dodging the attacks, suddenly a long, slimy head emerged from the ground and clung tightly to him, causing him to shout in surprise, and there was someone underground. Then he fell heavily to the ground, and Duong Hao gritted his teeth in anger, saying it's over. Seeing Duong Hao fall, the Green Frog and Black Panther seized the opportunity, gathering a huge source of power in their hands and rushing forward together, shouting, "Die!" And then a huge explosion occurred right where Duong Hao had fallen. After a long while, Duong Hao slowly emerged from the dense dust cloud, his forehead covered in veins, furious and shouting, "Wanting me to die?" Dreaming on, the system suddenly displayed the stats, bone-strengthening ability. Duong Hao leapt up fiercely, swinging the sickle in his hand into the green frog. When he landed back on the ground, Duong's body once again clung to his leg. Seeing this, Duong Hao immediately used the sickle to cut his body in half, coldly saying, "I won't be hit twice by the same attack." Trying to comfort a body cut in half still moving, he quickly burrows into the ground to escape. Duong Hao saw this and sighed in admiration. No wonder he's called the coward, still alive after being cut in half. From afar, a figure in a cloak watched the entire scene, then slowly approached and finally exclaimed with admiration, "Well done! That 10-minute second-by-second sword and spear ability has already been activated." As he finished speaking, he picked up the radio in his hand and asked, "How long until you all get back?" After a moment, a hurried voice came from the radio saying, "Come here immediately." Immediately, Duong Hao stepped forward, swinging his scythe past him while thinking to himself, "This guy's long-range attack is a bit troublesome. Better fix it." His strike made him retreat a few steps to dodge and also knocked off his hat, revealing his face. It's Van Key. Van Key floats into the air with a bright, heroic smile and says, "Kid, don't mess with me and those useless guys earlier. I have long mastered my abilities to a supreme level." Hearing that, Duong Hao still did not flinch. He slightly frowned, quickly wiped his face, and then spoke. "I think all of you are very weak, so I'll use my magic to take what I want," Van Kai said with a smug smile. "Youth is easily overconfident and careless. All your abilities are already in our grasp, and at this moment, a strange object appears behind him. a large piece of stone about to fall right on his head. Van Ki quickly turns around and shouts in surprise. This is a space-type ability. Why doesn't it match the intelligence report? And Duong Hao controls a falling stone to hit Van Ki on the head. But when he was distracted, you swung your scythe and cut across Van Ki. My skills are not just a few tricks you guys can steal from them. A fatal wound caused him to die instantly. You look down on him, the one who is proud when you appear. After killing Van Ki, a black energy sphere appeared floating in the air, and Duong Hao looked at it with a satisfied expression, thinking his luck was good. Another energy sphere had fallen. Long Gu's group rushed over, calling out to Hak Vuong. Leader, we're here, he replied. Good. This guy's bone manipulation ability will be ready again in 9 minutes. Hurry and use him. They immediately launched their attack on Duong Hao. Leave it to us. Long Gu's team rushed towards you at the same time. Duong Hao felt dizzy. No way. So many skill users coming at once. Posel Bluon Bell rushed forward, using his claws to attack him, but Duong Hao lightly jumped aside to dodge his attack. Bell's claws continued to strike but missed his eye. His attack team pierced through Duong Hao's armor, leaving a large hole, and just as he landed, he heard someone shout his name. Tai Kin and Lin Tu rushed over. We're here to help. She rushed forward and shot a fireball at the swordsman, killing all of Varish's men. He was surprised and charged to fight back. The girl was quite bold. Lin Tu appeared to block his attack and warned her not to hang around because the remnants hadn't arrived yet. The Black King sneered, his eyes blazing red. No matter how many there are, they all become my pawns. Duong Hao shouted a warning. Be careful, there's someone below with the old man's gaze already struck. He knows how to control people with his eyes. Before he could finish speaking, both of them had already fallen into the trap of the Black King. Tai Kin was immediately controlled by him. She turned her attack towards Duong Hao, and Tai Kin shot a large flame at him. He stopped his attack. What about her? Duong Hao wondered and quickly dodged the attack. No way, I was hit so fast. Tai Kin kept swinging her sword at him, and Duong Hao thought to himself that if he kept like this, he would only fall into a passive state. He wondered if that person's ability to control others had no limit as more attacks kept coming from the enemies below the ground. Duong Hao jumps to dodge the arrow shot by the done person while also trying to figure out a strategy. We must find a way to approach the boss. Before he can think much longer, he is suddenly pierced through by a large block of ice from Than Ton, and Duong Hao screams in surprise. What? She is still under Hak Vuong's control, and Than Ton is being manipulated to attack Duong Hao. His body is battered and torn, but Duong Hao still endures the pain and slowly sits up, realizing that having so many people around is indeed a bit risky. Duong Hao continues to block the attacks with Than Ton's ice powers, constantly encouraging himself to persevere. His bone strengthening ability is failing. He must hold on. Just as the situation becomes tense, Chokdae and Long Dao rush in to support Duong Hao, shouting loudly, Now it's our turn to save the boss. You shout to stop them. Go quickly, don't come here. King Hak immediately uses his controlling ability, but it's too late. Everyone on your team has lost consciousness under his control. Both allies and enemies surrounding Duong Hao, Vuong Hak exclaims in satisfaction. This is the outcome of facing the virus surrender. Now you won't easily give up wanting me to surrender Dream On. Then Duong Hao looks at Than Ton, Tai Kin, and Lin. Two thought for a moment. Lu Vi and the others are here, which means the Phoenix Flower extermination was successful, and the zombies are under control. The green frog suddenly appeared and punched him away, mocking Duong Hao. Facing so many people, you still have time to stand there. At the same time, Tai Kin arrived using his fire ability, and Duong Hao thought to himself, It's over. While he was desperately trying to find a way out, she struck him again, and Duong Hao wondered, has she not recovered her power yet? Duong Hao was beaten to a pulp and fell straight from the sky to the ground. He helplessly lay there, tears falling, feeling miserable. Could it be that in the end he would be killed by his own people? Suddenly, there was an explosion behind Long and Gu's group, causing confusion. What's happening? Something has broken through the wall. They turned around in shock. A large, fat zombie appeared, and they were all stunned. It's a zombie! Behind the giant zombie, countless smaller zombies are coming closer. Long and Gu's group is all stunned, mouths wide open. Where did so many come from? The fat zombie immediately spat out a stream of red light. The other zombies rushed at them and frantically bit and tore. One of them noticed something was wrong. This is strange. Why are these zombies only targeting us? At this moment, below the building, Fenghua proudly said, finally caught up. Now, let's see how they perform. She is the one controlling the zombies to come and hold off Duong Hao, our servants. Kill all the virus people. Javel shouted in panic. Boss, there are too many zombies. Let's retreat. Hak Vuong protests. No matter what. Today we must catch him. I have to avenge my fallen brothers. Duong Hao recovers his strength, stands up, and praises the zombies. Not bad. Killing Fenghua and capturing so many zombies. Aren't you afraid of losing control? Hak Vuong, unable to control the situation, immediately uses large ice shards to push back the zombies. Then Lin Tu appears, wielding a spear with a sharp tip to kill the zombies, as the horde continues to grow larger. Duong Hao feels excited again. Ready to fight? Very good. With these zombies holding them back, I can focus on dealing with the boss. He looks at Hak Vuong struggling in the corner, then nods.
As long as I defeat Han, everyone can escape the control.
Duong Hao needs the sickle in his hand. He jumps up and appears in front of Han. Duong Hao swings the sickle at Han while Hak Vuong is panicked and hasn't had time to understand what is happening. Your scythe has cut into Han's shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. Hak Vuong crying out in pain, "My hand!" Han's subordinates are surrounded by zombies, and upon hearing Hak Vuong scream, they immediately become worried, boss. Han collapsed against the wall, holding his wound. He's dead. His control power is starting to weaken. I can only release the control on some people first. Hak Vuong's control ability weakens and then disappears from some individuals, including Than Ton and Lin Tu, both of whom suddenly wake up and say, "Where am I?" Than Ton saw the large crowd of zombies approaching and screamed in fear. "Oh no, so many zombies." Duong Hao was delighted. It looks like the attack was successful. He rushed forward intending to fight and eliminate the Black King. Duong Hao loudly ordered to immediately release the control of everyone. Suddenly sharp land spikes floated around Han, forming a protective shield for the Black King. The zombies behind Duong Hao are also blocked by these sharp earthen claws. He is confused. What's going on? The 5 people cheer happily. It's Sister Huyet Hong returning. Then Shui Hong, leading her team, boldly approached and asked, "I was out for a while. How did things happen at home so quickly?" A subordinate spoke up. "Shui Hong, you're just in time. Kill this guy now." She smiled softly and replied, "Don't worry. I will handle it thoroughly." Duong Hao recognized Huyet Hong and then looked down at the sharp landlines beneath his feet. She is an Earth-type ability user. Then he quickly jumped into the air to dodge, the sharp claws resembling shark teeth floating beneath the ground. Suddenly, 2 sharp claws suddenly lunged from behind Duong Hao, and he quickly realized what it was. But because Duong Hao reacted too slowly, the 2 sharp claws immediately turned into long ropes that tightly bound him, leaving him suspended in the air. Than Ton below saw this and became worried. Duong Hao was in trouble. She stood behind King Hak Vuong. Than Ton looked around, then back at Han, thinking they might be like her, controlled by this guy, and if she could ambush him successfully, maybe she could change the situation. At this moment, Hak Vuong was triumphant, but Han still hadn't realized that his power to control no longer affected Than Ton. King Hak shed tears. Blood red very well. Kill Han immediately. Huyet Dong responded, "Don't worry, I've never held back." Than Ton ran with her long sword toward Han. Vuong Hak furious, this girl. At the same time, Huyet Hong also wielded a long sword and charged wildly at Duong Hao. Go die. Just as the spear was about to touch Duong Hao, Than Ton pulled out the grenade in her hand, panicking and shouting, "Stop!" Then she didn't hesitate and immediately removed the safety pin from the grenade. Then the grenade exploded, causing a huge blast that destroyed everything around in an instant. Only then did Blood Red regain consciousness, feeling like the boss forced her to use her abilities. Hope the boss is okay.
When Duong Hao saw the scene, he quickly looked around. Who was it that triggered the explosion of the grenade earlier? The smoke gradually faded, and Than Ton's body was severely injured from standing within the blast radius. She took her last breath lying on the cold ground. Duong Hao immediately called out, "Vuong Tan Tan!" Even the Black King was covered in wounds. He sighed in relief that he was still alive, and luckily, Huyet Hong forcibly used her power to create a wall of earth around herself. If it's not really that big, damn it, so badly injured, control completely lost. The Crimson Blood is confused, dropping her weapon. Where is this? What am I doing? Her power is weakening. Duong Hao breaks free from the restraint. He hurriedly ran to her, Than Ton. Duong Hao knelt down and supported her as she lay on his lap, looking at her and thinking that it was too late to use the healing ability of the letter chamber. Duong Hao tearfully cried out, blaming himself. "Than Ton, why are you so foolish?" At this moment, because the Black King was seriously injured, his control over his power had completely vanished. All 4 of them, Than Ton, Than Yi, Long Dao, and Troc Di, regained consciousness, and he was overjoyed that he was free. Hak Vuong, lying behind, thought, "Damn it, we were about to win, but that girl ruined everything." Duong Hao turned to Shui Hong and asked whether they should keep fighting or surrender. She replied, "Luckily your friends helped us, so we escaped the control, and now we have no reason to oppose you anymore." Duong Hao dùng tay di rèn chuột mắt Hạc Vuông lớn tiếng gọi, "Mày khỏe dậy." Hắn sợ hãi lùi lại hỏi, "Mày muốn làm gì?" Cậu giận dữ mọi người rồi nằm dầu lời Hạc Vuông di vào căn phòng khác. Mọi người rối dậy, nhưng lúc hắn còn chưa chết, tôi có chuyện muốn hỏi han. Duong Hao pushed him into the room, trying to stay calm to ask Hak Vuong what happened. "I heard you came from the experimental room. What caused this apocalypse?" He laughed loudly and replied, "So you want to know about this, I might as well tell you, since you're no match for them anyway." Hak Vuong began recounting everything, revealing that the cause of the apocalypse indeed originated from the laboratory, which is spread across the entire world. I was in the lowest level D experimental room. Hak Vuong recalls being tortured in the past, with doctors constantly injecting him with drugs, claiming it was to activate his abilities. Inhumane experiments on innocent people, with the side effect that those who failed would turn into zombies and become contagious. One day, Hak Vuong had the chance to escape, he recalls. Then one day, suddenly the laboratory's security system failed. All the doors opened, and I took that chance to run out. At that moment, he fled with others, those with powers, advantages ordinary people don't have.
So I brought my lover I knew here and escaped with the others, but the situation outside was even more terrifying. At that time, he and those who escaped formed an alliance. Those with special abilities who dared to resist were all doomed to die. Black King recounted that after realizing the world was ending, we began to build our power because everyone had developed abilities and received training. So it quickly became the strongest force in Zhangzhou. Because of everyone's deep obsession, we named it the Destroyer Alliance. But then another thing happened. His girlfriend was taken, and Hak Vuong angrily said, "I also wanted to destroy everything with everyone." But then something happened that completely shattered the Destroyer Alliance, because the leader of the Tian Fan Squadron took my girlfriend. Returning to reality, the Black King, wounded, finished his story. Then I started the virus alone. Do you know why I told you all this? Duong Hao wondered why. With his last bit of strength, Hak Vuong proudly said, "Because the members of the Destroyer Alliance are coming soon, and you and your companions will all die here." As soon as Hak Vuong took his last breath and collapsed to the ground, Duong Hao was stunned. "Damn it, you're already down, don't die. Tell me clearly who's coming." Suddenly, your system announced, strength 556.7 plus 40, speed 186.9 plus 20, spirit 246.1 plus 18. Duong Hao looked at the screen in surprise. Wow, so much added. The system continues to notify that attribute points exceed 1,000, transforming the title into Apocalypse Warrior, with the condition of exceeding 1,000 attribute points for the reward, a 3D robot. The system then displays a question. Do you want to use the 3D robot? Duong Hao replied no, and then stepped out of the room, immediately informing those outside that the Destroyer Alliance members were coming, and everyone should quickly gather the supplies here. "We will leave soon," everyone replied in unison. Yes, Huyet Hong proactively spoke up. "Please take us with you. If the Alliance members arrive, none of us will survive." He happily agreed. "Of course, no problem. Our base is currently in need of people." Duong Hao threw the bags onto the ground and said, "These guys all have recording devices, one each. Leave the supplies here, and then we go." Min Feng held the string on the bag tightly, feeling like it contained spiritual items, and Huyet Hong happily touched the bag, amazed at how surreal it was, more like a game backpack. Everyone quickly prepared, and 10 minutes later, Bok Lam led a group over, throwing open the door. "Oh, the corridor area has already been cleaned up. Everyone has left." Bok Lam wondered, "Isn't this the virus headquarters? Why is there no one here?" He turned back and shouted loudly, "Dad, Lok Fam wouldn't send random messages. This matter must be clear to you." And the subordinates responded in unison, "Yes." The scene shifts to the central base. Then Thun has been buried. Everyone has built a small grave for her, with a stone tablet engraved with a single line, Fang Than Then's grave. Duong Hao kneels by her grave, feeling sorrowful, blaming himself for Phoenix Flower's death. This time, we were lucky to have her. If not, the casualties wouldn't be limited to Than Tan. Phoenix Flower blames herself, saying it's all our fault for being late. Maybe if we had arrived earlier. Duong Hao mourns her. "It's not her fault. My strength isn't enough. To stand firm in Zhangzhou, future battles will only get harder." He suppresses his grief and then asks Fenghua to arrange zombies around to create a false appearance of no one so I can take the opportunity to strengthen the base. She nods in agreement. The vast, silent night sky is only illuminated by the full moon hanging like a jade disc in the sky. The scene shifts to Duong Hao sitting on the bed, calling out to the 3D printer robot, "Come out!" Instantly, a giant machine appears before him, and he stares in amazement. "So big, what can it do?" Duong Hao approached the robot as it slowly explained its features. "In theory, I can print anything. 3 sticks, a car, even a house. Just prepare the materials. Give me the real object or drawings, and I can print anything." You stood observing, and it said, "Please read the instructions for details." Duong Hao placed a piece of iron into the machine and asked it to print this iron into a dagger, and it responded, "Understood." Then a notification sounded, and the scanning began. Duong Hao stands nearby, carefully observing as a sharp sword is printed from the 3D printer robot, and the notification sounds again, indicating completion. He picks up the sword to examine it, and Duong Hao can't help but be surprised by its quality. Impressive. The robot continues to explain that the material used is a space compression technique. No need to worry about the documents not fitting. As long as I have the documents, I can even print an 80-story building. Don't doubt my abilities. Duong Hao was excited. This is great. With this, building the base is no problem. 6 days later. Duong Hao, leaning against the wall printed by the robot, indeed. Building a golden wall around the base is no small task. Long Dao suddenly rushes over, panting as he reports, "Boss, it's not good. Our garden and crops have been attacked by monsters." Duong Hao incredulously asks, "Isn't there a golden wall? How did they get in?" Long Dao explained that the small monsters dug tunnels into the base, and we still managed to hold them off, but some monsters are of an unimaginable size. You felt helpless, wondering what problem would come up next. Switching scenes, Chalk Day is struggling to hold his gun and fire at the armored creatures so tough. They have scales as hard as armor, and regular bullets can't penetrate. Then Tuan uses his ice power to support the younger brother. That's right, it feels even harder to deal with than zombies. A Sun Jiap creature then comes and attacks her with its large, winding tail. Then Tuan, angry and annoying, where did he come from finally? Then Y also joins in. Let me try with fire. The flames flare up, but the armored creatures still don't retreat. She is surprised, unafraid of the fire. At this moment, Duong Hao appears. Step back, let me handle it. You use the sickle to cut into it. These cross-mountain armor guys don't know what they're eating because none of their weapons can hurt it. Duong Hao was so shocked his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. No way, it's so tough, even stronger than his usual abilities. All four had to face the giant armored beast, and as you were panicking about how to fight, Bai Lum appeared and approached, smirking, finally having found the virus killers. A subordinate turns to ask the leader, should we act? Bai Lin responded calmly, no rush. They can eliminate the virus, which proves they are not weak. We should just watch and wait for the right moment to strike. He orders, be careful, send squad 3 and 4 here. If they can swallow this place, our future will improve greatly. Duong Hao is fighting hard to defeat the small Shuyan Sunjap monsters. This tiny beast can still hold its own, but the larger one is coming. He faces the big Shuyan Sunjap head-on, because he absolutely cannot let the flower garden be destroyed like that. Duong Hao jumps into the air, thinking to himself, let's try freezing it. His sickle and ice power strike directly at its core. A small chunk of ice appears on its shell. The irritable transcendental beast thrashes its large tail at you. Duong Hao suddenly remembered, wait, if these monsters are animals, could they also be related to the secret laboratory? Two sisters Thanton and Thanmi run over shouting, Duong Hao, let's work together now. The two sisters simultaneously used ice and fire, ice and flame twin powers, with opposing forces heading straight toward the cross-mountain beast. A deafening explosion shakes the earth violently, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. After the earth-shattering blast, the Shuyan Sun armor remains safe thanks to its protective layer, its eyes blazing red with a sinister smile. Everyone was stunned, and it laughed. Duong Hao suspiciously asked, no? Tell me, are these monsters related to the Annihilation Alliance? Manhwa agreed and said, I also think so. I suspect these strange beasts are being controlled. Earlier, she sent zombies to search around. Duong Hao nods approvingly. All right then, let's try to hold off this big one in front of us. She makes a suggestion, and I have a proposal regarding this. We might find a way to block its line of sight. You're curious, what do you mean? Manhwa explained. Those following it might share its vision. So if you cut off its line of sight, its actions will be limited. Duong Hao praised, this idea is not bad. After all, in the past 2 times he collected a lot of blind bombs from the virus. He shouted, everyone get out of the way. Then he took out a blind bomb and threw it. A cloud of smoke billowed up. Duong Hao loudly commanded, listen to my instructions. Use long-range attacks to disturb it. And once the smoke clears, immediately follow up. Manhwa observed and immediately identified the enemy. Duong Hao, do you see her? Yes, I see her. Let's go over there. The two of them jumped over the city wall, with Duong Hao following behind Manhwa. She led you to a big tree and pointed up. Over there, the follower might be her. The woman sitting on the tree is Shich Diem. She is the mastermind behind the cross-mountain armor. And if you can find me, it shows you have some skill. Yang Hao said, we have no grudges or enmity. Stop fighting. If you want crops and food, we can supply them at a very reasonable price. Shich Diem laughed loudly, negotiating with our fake beastmaster. I'm afraid you're not qualified yet. You frown. Fake beast tamer. You're not part of the Destroyer Alliance, and immediately start thinking. In this way, the fate of the base will inevitably be like a virus, and that 3D printed robot must be put into use quickly. She confidently replied, don't lump us together with them. We are not the same kind of people, and we truly have techniques to help crops ripen faster. Duong Hao smugly said, news travels fast, so everyone wants this technique. But sorry, I won't delay. Shich Diem immediately commands the 2 large beasts, Lin Mu and Neem, to attack him one after the other. It's a case of not seeing the coffin until you cry. Kill them both. He uses a sickle to block an attack from one of the Neem. Duong Hao gritted his teeth in frustration, the thorns too dense. The porcupine immediately shot out countless sharp spines towards him. Yang Hao easily deflected all the thorns with a few basic moves. The remaining spirit cat charged at Manhwa, making her wonder if it could control any creature at will. The spirit cat screams out and emits concentric sound waves that instantly tear apart her clothes. It distracts Manhwa before rushing at her. Duong Hao quickly lifts her and pulls her aside carefully. Manhwa shyly thanks you. The controlling zombie is almost here. The two of them quickly compose themselves, ready to face the 2 big beasts. Duong Hao nodded. Okay, let the zombie handle the porcupine. I'll deal with the spiritual deer. She nodded in agreement. Okay. The spiritual deer howled again. Duong Hao immediately uses his sickle to cut off the sound wave circles, and Manhwa shouts loudly, commanding the zombies to block the Neem. The zombies immediately rush forward, and the hedgehog shoots out sharp spines to attack them. They focus on dealing with the spirit cat first. Then after finishing it, they'll handle the little girl. If she calls a new beast, it will put us at a disadvantage in the fight. Shich Diem sat on a tree, watching the battle between the 2 sides, and suddenly wondered if that girl could control the zombies. Yang Hao quickly rushed to Shich Diem, who wondered how it was possible that he had already killed the spirit mouse. Shich Diem ordered the hedgehog to stop him, and it obediently ran towards him. Duong Hao immediately threw a grenade at the porcupine. The grenade exploded instantly on its body. Then, he continued throwing 2 more grenades. But when you're weak, I will take your life. The porcupine was still stunned when it was hit with 2 more grenades, crying out in pain before collapsing and dying. SSS took the opportunity while Duong Hao was focused on the porcupine to escape, having obtained some useful intelligence, including her technique for speeding up crop ripening and the girl controlling the zombies, which she wanted. She ran while shouting a warning, saying this time she would let them go, but next time they meet, it will be when they bow to us. Before she could run far, SSS was surrounded by a horde of zombies, their eyes filled with hunger. Huang Hua shouted, Duong Hao, that girl is being eaten by zombies. You panic. What are you saying? Quickly tell them to stop.
Duong Hao hurriedly ran to SSS's side, but she was already dead. He was a step too late, just as he intended to gather intelligence from her. A card appeared from SSS's body and suddenly flew into his hand. It was her new supernatural power card, which he quickly grabbed. Luckily, he arrived just in time.
The system's drop mechanism activates, and the card says it's a psychic card and a beast tamer card. He cheerfully says, let's go, we're heading back, thinking to himself, even though I lost the intel, a good item handed right to me, I won't refuse. Feng Hua and Duong Hao are returning together. While everyone is still struggling to attack the giant Transcend Mountain, he wonders why the Transcend Mountain armor is still attacking us, even though the person has already died. Duong Hao, lớn giọng gọi mọi người dừng lại, chỗ này giao cho tới rồi di dẹn cho Thanh Y sau do cậu cầm thế bãi dựa cho cổ, Thanh Y dạy là thế dị nặng của cậu. This is a summoning ability card, the most suitable for you right now. Then Y took it and replied, thank you, Duong Hao. Then I stood facing the giant armored cross, raising one arm, her hand emitting a light, her resolve firm. She shouted loudly, follow my command and gather here. After Than Wei shouted, a purple energy burst from her arm and immediately flew toward the giant cross mountains, causing them to stop and look up at Than Wei. Then each of them became obedient, following the commands to gather in front of her. Than Wei exclaimed happily, it's great, Duong Hang, I did it. You sighed in relief. Finally, it's over. Everyone nearby, be careful. I received intelligence that quite a few forces are targeting us. Switching scenes, a subordinate approaches to report that Team 3 and Team 4 have arrived. He is specially prepared, understood. Later, everyone must be cautious. Their illusion abilities cannot be underestimated. Both armies start moving and shout in unison, then immediately flash red lights and sound a deafening alarm. Duong Hong, standing nearby, was the first to hear the alarm. No way, they arrived so quickly. Can't let them give us time to grow and develop. Baek Da and his 2 armies appeared immediately, and he calmly praised, this is indeed a good place. From today on, this place belongs to our Destroyer Alliance. Yang Heng was alert, able to see the attributes of each of them. These guys are members of the Destroyer Alliance. Their attributes are too strong, far beyond ordinary people, some even close to the level of mutated zombies. The system displays the attributes of Baek Da with a strength of 634, speed of 236, and spirit of 125. His 2 subordinates behind him are also quite strong, with their attributes appearing as follows: strength 234, speed 36, spirit 41, and strength 176, speed 24, spirit 75. The man boldly asked Duong Hong, hey buddy, call your boss out here to meet us. On the surface, you proudly replied, I am the boss. This base is my and my friend's passion, so don't even bother asking for what you want. But deep down, he was very worried. What should he do? He really didn't want to see more casualties at the base, but they weren't easy to negotiate with. Bai Lin chuckled and said, don't misunderstand, this is an order. All the resurrected and women belong to us. I can let you live. It's very fair. Chọc tức giận mực không nhịn nổi nữa, liền chửi hắn ta, còng bằng cải quy quy, lòng dao cũng phụ họa thiệp, tuông chúng ta dễ bắt nạt à. Duong Hao giơ tay lên y muốn ngăn cản 2 ngôi lại, cậu bảo, dẫm ngôi của liên minh kẻ hủy giết các ngôi y hệt dẫm virus. Backlam retorted, don't lump us together with them, they're just a bunch of traitors. So he immediately pointed and ordered his subordinates to arrest everyone. Then Wei commanded the Shuyan Son armor to rise and protect the base. The battle quickly escalated, with his subordinates charging into combat against the Shuyan Son armor, while Long Dao and Chakde also joined in. Baklam sensed something was wrong, strange. These mythical beasts shouldn't have been summoned by the Beast Tamer, so why are they now obeying their commands? Then he also ignored it. His target was Duong Hao. Forget it, kill that guy first and then deal with the rest, he thought, and commanded the 2 horns on his head to attack you. Duong Hao looked up at him and thought to himself that recently he had met many psychic users with animal-like traits, wondering if all those lower-level laboratories were conducting experiments like this. Then Baklam shattered his 2 large horns into small pieces and loudly commanded, fly away, goat horns, the small sharp horns flying towards Duong Hao at the same time. You fought alone to fend off those horns, but the sheer number was overwhelming. Suddenly, a system notification appeared right in front of you. 1 strike, 1 practice unlocks the self-healing ability. After 10 hits, level 1 ability can be activated. Duong Hao secretly felt happy inside and unconsciously smiled. This new ability is much more convenient than writing. I can unlock new skills now. When Baklam saw Duong Hao looking so excited during the fight, he asked, what are you smiling at, kid? But he looked at him with a contemptuous gaze. Not related to you. Then he approached Baklam, wiggling his fingers provocatively and teasing him. Your lunch probably isn't ready yet. Next time, attack with more force. Of course, right after that, Baklam got angry, sending countless horns flying toward Duong Hao, and even though he was injured, he kept smiling. I'll make it easier for you. Surprisingly, he didn't dodge the attack at all, just standing still as the sharp iron goat horns pierced into him. Each horn that embedded into his body was accompanied by the system's voice. 1 strike 2 training, 1 strike 3 training, 1 strike 4 training. Long Dao saw the scene and teased. Looks like the boss is just playing around again. As he punched the subordinate of Baklam and continued, he's always been playing around. Tai Kin anxiously asked, Duong Hao, why didn't you dodge? You hold the sickle firmly in your hand, then slowly stand up to reassure her. Don't worry, everything is proceeding according to my plan. Then your system notified you that you gained the basic self-healing ability, and Duong Hao happily said, Success. The system display shows additional information about the new ability Duong Hao just received. The self-healing ability is highly effective and can fully recover wounds in a short time. Note, it does not work with death. Next are the added stats. Duong Hao, Strength 910, Speed 280, Spirit 460. The wounds on your body instantly healed. You looked at the healing on your hands and sighed, this ability is effective. Baklam was confused. The wounds had disappeared. Duong Hao was now full of energy, and he charged at him with lightning speed. Come on, let's keep fighting. Baklam calmly removed the horn from his head and replied, Kid, let's see if you recover faster or if my pain hits harder. Both sides then charged at each other, and he continued to provoke him. Whatever skills you have, use them all. Baklam launches attacks at lightning speed that are hard to follow with the naked eye, and Duong Hao is no pushover. He swiftly spins his sickle to easily block most of his rapid assaults. Yang Hao quickly keeps up with Bai Lin's attack pace. Very good. He's almost adapting to his speed now. Next, he just needs to find his weakness. Right when Bai Lin is excited and frenziedly attacking him, he suddenly used his sickle to knock away Baklam's spear, causing him to gasp in surprise. What? Duong Hao continues to deliver a powerful strike into Baklam's chest, shouting, Die already! The fatal blow cuts into Baklam's chest, causing him to collapse in pain, and black blood pours from his mouth, proving that Pharaohs truly has destructive power. Duong Hao calmly stood in front of him and replied, One day your alliance will also be destroyed by me. He used his last strength to mock you. You don't know anything about this city. There are even more terrifying things here beyond your imagination. Then he collapsed to the ground and died from blood loss, his subordinates panicking and scattering in all directions, shouting that the commander was dead and ordering everyone to retreat quickly. Duong Hao slowly turned back and asked, Tiolin, what's the situation in the city center? Do you know? She carefully recounted what she knew, mentioning that she had overheard Varu's group say that the zombie king in the city center was extremely terrifying and no one dared to go there. Duong Hao was stunned. The zombie king, he wondered to himself, there's still such a thing here. You ignore that. Duong Hao turns to her. Serious as he carefully instructs everyone, the base has been under constant attack lately. The enemies will only get stronger. Everyone must stay alert. The 5 of them respond in unison. Got it. After finishing his instructions, he dismisses them, calling only Than Wai to stay behind. Everyone else leaves. Than Wai, come here. Her face showing clear curiosity. Than Wai responds. Okay. Duong Hao suddenly asked, Than Wai, are the tunnels and supplies all taken care of? She slowly explained that most of it was hidden well. I told them to dig many tunnels, each leading far away. After finishing, Than Yi stood with her hands on her hips and asked curiously, Duong Hao, are you making me do all this because you plan to leave this base?
Duong Hao's expression turned serious as he explained that our location has been discovered by many forces. I'm just being cautious and I haven't told anyone about this yet.
Suddenly, footsteps approached quickly, interrupting their conversation, and Lu Vi hurriedly announced, Boss, a few people outside want to see you. Duong Hao, curious, wondered if they were from the Destroyer Alliance, and he replied panting, No, they brought a group of magical beasts with them. He confidently responded, Go ahead and check it out, secretly feeling pleased. Another group offering FB gifts. If we can acquire more types of powers, our strength will grow. Lu Vi led Duong Hao and Thanai to meet the group with the rabbit-like magical beasts, a man and a woman, along with Lisa, who asked, So you're the boss of this place. Duong Hao straightforwardly gets to the point, What do you want with me? Lisa, seeming impatient, crosses her arms and orders, You killed my friend, hand over the culprit immediately. He frowned and responded to her, Your friends were killed by zombies. It has nothing to do with us. You should go find those zombies, Net whispered to her. Lisa, don't waste your words on them. They won't admit it. Those armored guys are the best proof. He had just spoken a few words when a spear shot from behind, piercing through Net's chest. He died instantly, blood splattering everywhere. Lisa gasped in shock. Net! Lim Diet calmly stepped forward, joking and mocking, thinking it was just some monkey making noise, accidentally attacking. Sorry about that. Lisa was furious and asked, Who are you? He arrogantly replied, I am from the Destructive Alliance. I heard there are good things here, so I came to check it out. Duong Hao and Lisa's faces immediately darkened as Seth's words echoed in their ears. She thought to herself, Members of the Destruction Alliance always move in groups, but this time's arrival is beyond what I expected. Then Lisa immediately shouted, "Our beast tamers have never crossed the line with you before, but today you declared war on it." She quickly ordered the rabbits to attack Lim Diet. "Go for it." Dong Hao quickly made a request. "Fan Wai, you immediately go back and inform everyone." Just as Lisa's giant rabbits are about to attack Lim Diet, he remains calm and says, "Well, these rabbits don't look bad. Making hot pot with them should be delicious." Before the rabbit could even touch a strand of Lim Diet's hair, Seoka stepped in and punched him in the face, causing him to scream, "Don't block my way!" Seoka emerged from his subordinates, looking very imposing and majestic, his deep voice full of authority echoing, "My killer, come out here." Duong Hao remained calm and responded with arrogance and a hint of provocation. "I am the one who kills, so what are you coming for revenge?" Seoka praised your bravery, daring to act and admit, "Well done, catch him," and after hearing his command, all the subordinates rushed forward. Lisa releases a thick cloud of white smoke, deliberately obstructing their view. While internally panicking and wondering why the third commander of the Destroyer Alliance is here, she can't fight this guy. Better retreat now. Yang Hao grabbed the scythe and forcefully threw the henchmen away, then continued to challenge them. "Come on over here." Meanwhile, Long Dao, Tu Day, and Liu Wei were supporting Yang Hao, shouting for everyone to back up the boss. One of the subordinates shouted and ordered, "Follow me and charge. They won't spare any of us inside the base." They hadn't run far when they were blocked by a giant mutant beast with a mountain-crossing armor. Inside the base, Than Yi is guiding a group of people to the exit. Everyone goes out through door 1. Then Tai Kin and others go out through door 2. Than Tuan is also in charge of guiding. "Go through door 3. Hurry up." Seoka is now furious, grinding his teeth so hard that veins bulge on his face. "Kid, let me play with you." Seoka, transformed into a beast, rushed towards Duong Hao, but his mouth kept threatening and demanding secrets about cultivation. If he told, he would spare his life. "You already knew their plan," Duong Hao just raised an eyebrow, confirming it was indeed about food supplies. "You use the sickle to block Seoka and then speak cautiously. Fine, but in exchange, you must tell us the secrets related to the laboratory." "Who's that?" He laughs out loud. "The first time I saw someone dare to make a deal with the Destroyer Alliance, I was surprised when I looked at his sturdy body. He's not even injured." Seoka kept slashing at Duong Hao with his claws, and he said, "But kid, in this apocalyptic world, a mighty Vuitton wants to negotiate with me. Show me your strength first." Duong Hao recognizes Seoka's strength, jumps into the air, and then slashes at his arm. His goal isn't to defeat him, but to hold him back and buy time for everyone to escape. The arm he had just struck was instantly frozen. Seoka was surprised and muttered, "So, you're also a supernatural." And after learning that the boy had powers too, he became even more excited, laughing loudly and saying, "This will be a fun fight." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched the ground with both fists, making the battlefield even more complicated. Yang Hao looked incredulous. "No way. The effect is at the base." Another one shouted, "These mutated beasts are too tough." Everyone split up and surround them from another side. Within seconds, something else appeared to block their way again. It was a zombie. In an instant, it made the henchmen doubt their existence. In their base, everything was so strange. They were immediately surrounded by zombies, and these guys panicked and shouted at each other, wondering why these zombies were helping them. Perhaps a type of supernatural ability, an overly exaggerated power. Inside the base, Fenghua is trying to use her powers to control her zombies to buy a little more time. Just a little longer. She must ensure everyone leaves safely. Suddenly, she feels strange. Wait, what is happening? Why has her vision suddenly disappeared? Could it be that all the zombies were taken out in an instant? Lim Diet quickly handled the zombies in no time. Those slowpokes, if it were me, I could have taken down this base in 3 minutes. He happily walks to the door and says, "With such strict guard duty, I also want to see what's inside." Lim Diet just stepped into the base when he was seriously injured, but he still stubbornly crawled forward. "Damn it, there's even landmines. I really want to see what tricks you have left to stop me." Despite his injuries, he quickly ran inside to see what was inside the base. But surprisingly, after forcing his way in just to satisfy his curiosity, he found nothing there. All Lim Diet sees is an empty space with no one around. And he becomes furious, shouting, "Where did everyone go?" Outside the base, the fierce battle between Duong Hao and Seoka continues intensely, and he, standing on top of the base, is making some sounds. Then, the one-eyed beast leapt to Duong Hao's side, using a different language to report the situation to him. Duong Hao let out a relieved breath inside. The one-eyed beast was here, which meant everyone had already left. It seems Plan B was very successful. I should withdraw now. A subordinate runs out from the base to report, "Boss, everyone inside has left, but we found a tunnel." You're stunned. What? How did they discover it? At this moment, Skarkov finally realizes Duong Hao's plan, "So you wanted to keep me alone and let your comrades escape." He slightly smiled and replied, "If you've been discovered, then our game ends here." Then Duong Hao threw a smoke grenade which exploded into a thick white bone fog blocking Seoka's view, while Duong Hao took the chance to escape quickly. Skarkov was about to follow, shouting loudly, "Kid, you're too ambitious. The Alliance covers the whole city of Zhangzhou. You won't escape. I'll be waiting for you to come and hand over your experience. Duong Hao runs into the base, and the large tunnel immediately comes into view. He wonders, I don't remember this tunnel in this room being dug by Than Wai. After a few moments, he quickly realizes Than Wai's intention, understood, this was deliberately left by Than Wai. But to be safe, it's better to use the pre-placed explosives. Duong Hao looked at the control panel in his hand and thought if any of them had a superpower or something, then it was over. The troops inside the base were still searching in groups. When a commander ordered, one team chased through the tunnel. A team stays behind to continue searching, as there may be more than one tunnel, and the others shout in unison. Without waiting for them to act, Duong Hao pressed the button on the control panel to activate the pre-placed explosives, and the entire large base immediately exploded. The explosion suddenly erupted, catching the troops inside the base off guard. Duong Hao watched from afar as his carefully built base was torn apart in multiple blasts, his eyes filled with regret. He had been here so long, and now it was all being destroyed. His sharp intuition immediately sensed that someone was coming. Bao Feng, leading another army, saw the explosion and wondered to himself, what caused this blast? Aren't you supposed to call me to collect the spoils of war? The subordinate said. We also don't know about this, Bao Feng ordered. For this base, we have invested a lot of strategies. I don't want to leave empty-handed in the end. Immediately search for me. The subordinate was terrified by his power and quickly obeyed. Yang Hao stood behind them, relieved that he had been decisive earlier. If he had really encountered these people, retreating intact would have been difficult. Everyone at the base has safely made it back, and now everyone is gathering at the Natural Park in Zhengzhou City. Than Yi approaches to inform Long Dao and eavesdrop. I've already called the strange beasts to handle the zombies nearby. We will rest here tonight, so everyone can enjoy themselves. Cut to the commercial district of Zhengzhou City. Everyone gathers around Fenghua, who says this building is relatively safe. Everyone rest here for now. Fenghua continues. Food and supplies are not a concern. I've sent zombies to gather them. They'll be here soon. A girl among them excitedly praises her. Sister Dai is so reliable. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Zhengzhou City. Duong Hao's mother anxiously asks Tai Qin why Hao Hao hasn't arrived yet, worried something might have happened. Tai Qin, holding his phone, tries to call him, but the message tone indicates that the number the customer called is currently out of coverage. Please try again later. She was confused and puzzled. Why couldn't she get through? She could contact everyone except Duong Hao. Tai Qin could only temporarily reassure Duong Hao's parents, Sir, don't worry, Duong Hao might not have taken the same route as us. I've contacted others and will inform you as soon as we have news. Time quickly passed, and now the sky was getting dark. Yang Hao wandered down the street, constantly calling on his phone. What's going on? Why is the signal lost? Now he can't contact anyone. He walked alone through the city, feeling a bit annoyed, muttering to himself, digging so many underground tunnels, I don't even know which way they went. Searching every route, how long will it take to find them? Then he turned off his phone, looked up at the signboard, and suddenly had an idea. Maybe he should stay here overnight. Inside, it's like a resort with a hot spring. Duong Hao became excited, slowly walking down. It's a natural hot spring. I found a treasure. Duong Hao soaks in the hot spring, enjoying a relaxing moment after a long, tiring day. Unexpectedly, there's a hot spring to soak in. So cool. At the same time, another person also arrived. Her name is Liu Mei, and she also plans to soak in the hot spring. After running for so long, finally getting to rest. Young man Duong Hao, who already has a girlfriend, still dares to secretly peek at Liu Mei's figure from behind the cliff, admiring her beautiful body. A small stone suddenly falls, making a noise, and she immediately hears it and alertly shouts, Who? Duong Hao stood up and explained with a bloody nose, Girl, don't scream, I'm not a bad person. Liu Mei blushed and said, Him? Then she immediately shouted, Pervert! Her panicked scream echoed outside, and the zombies heard it and rushed inside. He sighed and said, I'm just taking a shower. Back to work. Duong Hao quickly runs inside and asks Liu Mei to get dressed and leave here. She shyly responds, Do I still need you to tell me that? When suddenly a giant mutated zombie breaks through the wall and enters. It ran to Liu Mei, who screamed in fear. Duong Hao had put on his pants and raised his sickle, saying, It's just a mutated love demon. Don't be afraid. Liu Mei was curious. How did he suddenly have a weapon in his hand? Is it a space ability fake? The zombie's two arms suddenly transformed into two swords. It swung its arm towards Duong Hao, who lightly jumped up to dodge the attack. Duong Hao kicked its bald head to gain momentum. Then he swung the sickle to give it a permanent tattoo on its back. The giant zombie immediately fell to the ground, and Duong Hao landed coolly, unable to withstand the blow. Liu Mei stood there staring in awe at him. He's so skilled. She stepped forward to praise him. I didn't expect you to be so good, he replied calmly. That's too much praise. But shouldn't you get dressed quickly and say something? When she heard that, Liu Mei suddenly remembered and looked down to see she was still wrapped in a cloth. Both of them quickly changed clothes, and after a few minutes, dressed neatly, she stepped out and asked, Can I ask for your help to pull it out? Duong Hao coldly turned away and refused outright. I'm busy, and I still need to find my friends to meet up. Also, you better leave here quickly. I'm afraid other zombies might come this way. Liu
Mai grabbed his sleeve and pulled him back. She hurriedly explained, "Wait a minute, I think this might be your first time here. I understand this place better than you."
Liu. Mai's eyes are very determined as she introduces herself. "I am the daughter of the leader of the Free Corps. If you take me back to the Corps, I can help you find your friend." Duong Hao feels a stir in his heart when he hears this. The Free Corps someone mentioned earlier. Among the captured, maybe they could become a powerful ally. He immediately turned around 180 degrees and agreed to meet. But it's too late today. Let's find a place to rest and set out tomorrow. Liu. Mai happily agreed and replied, "Okay." The two then searched and randomly chose a room in a high-rise apartment building to rest. "I'm going to tell you the situation in the city center first," Liu Mai said tiredly as she lay on the bed. Duong Hao sat on the bed beside her and agreed, saying, "Okay." Liu Mai then began to explain the situation in detail. After the apocalypse, the drugs from the secret laboratory leaked out. She explained that the reason some zombies became abnormal was due to the spread of the medicine. The closer to the laboratory in the city, the stronger the zombies and mutated beasts, and I heard there are even ghost kings. Not only are the zombies getting stronger, but of course the psychics are as well, especially near the experimental lab, where psychics become more powerful. Liu Mai revealed an important piece of information. The area closest to the lab is called the Forbidden Zone, and it's said that no one can return alive from there. All explorers have gone missing. Duong Hao listened and pondered. It seems the truth he seeks is in the Forbidden Zone. Then he turned to ask her, "Why are you here instead of staying with the army? It would be safer." Liu Mai just gave a brief reply, saying this is a long story. "I came here on a mission to assassinate, and all my teammates are dead." Duong Hao was surprised. Assassination. While the two were chatting, the assassin Liu Mai mentioned was already lying in wait across the building. She is Xiaodong, and through the scope of her gun, she said, "It's not worth watching for so long." She indeed hasn't gone far. As Xiaodong continued to observe, she saw Duong Hao and wondered who the man with her was. She wondered if her teammates had all been killed by her already. Without hesitation, Xiaodong immediately opened fire at Liu Mai, thinking to kill her first and deal with the rest later. Yang Hao immediately sensed the moment the bullet left the barrel of the gun. He quickly drew a sickle and used it to deflect the incoming bullet, exclaiming, "As expected, when you mention Cao Cao, he appears instantly." Xiaodong stared in shock through the scope, but he blocked her. She had to switch to another method, using a different weapon to pin it to the apartment wall. Then, she quickly used one hand to pull the wire over while holding a dagger in the other, and Tudong hurriedly moved away. "No, I can't let her go. I must kill Liu Mai today, no matter what." She broke the window and directly jumped into the room, which immediately became the battleground between Xiaodong and Duong Hao. You're surprised. I mean, she's also a psychic. While the two of them are fighting fiercely, Liu Mai stands aside in disbelief and asks, "Sister Tiodong, why is it you?" Xiaodong quickly pulls out another knife and throws it straight at you. "Liu Mi, you can't escape." A thorny vine with sharp thorns emerges from Liu Mai's wrist, helping her block the incoming knife. She confidently replied, "Then maybe not yet. I've now found a trustworthy supplier." Liu. "A trusted Duong Hao?" She cheered from the side. "Don't forget our knife." She gave it to him. Your eyes immediately light up, Duong Hao calmly replies, "Don't worry," then rushes to fight Liu Dong. Every strike from his gun only tears a piece of her clothes, while Tudong can easily dodge the rest. Duong Hao began to feel worried. This psychic power is really difficult to handle. She continued to draw another pistol. Then Xiaodong turned to aim the gun at Liu Mi, shouting, "Die!" She immediately drew her gun and fired 3 shots at Liu Mei, with Duong Hao stepping in to block all 3 shots for her. Tudong, furious, started shooting at both of them. "Damn it, don't interfere with my business." Every time Xiaodong fires a shot, Duong Hao quickly takes care of it. They keep exchanging fire like that for a while before he finally responds, "I told you I won't let you kill her." Suddenly, a flock of black bats gathered into a swarm and swooped into the room. Xiaodong wondered if these bats were attracted by the gunfire I just made. Then, she suddenly realized that if they had arrived, it meant that guy was here too. As she finished speaking, a mutated changeling shattered the window and jumped in. It rushes over to Xiaodong and Duong Hao. Your system immediately reports, mutated spirit fairy, strength 820, speed 260, spirit 670. Seeing its stats, Duong Hao was immediately shocked. This creature's attributes are too abnormal, especially its mental strength. Indeed, the closer to the city center, the more terrifying the changeling demons become. Its mouth suddenly expelled a stream of deep pink gas. Liu Mi and Xiaodong inhaled the gas and quickly lost consciousness. Xiaodong, who was fighting with you just now, has now turned into a girl. "Wow, you're so handsome and brave." She rushes to hug Duong Hao's arm tightly, followed by Liu Mai. "I want you. You're so handsome." "Your hands are tightly wrapped by the 2 girls," Duong Hao shouted in panic. "Girls, let go now is not the time for this. I know this mutated demon is the cause of this." Duong Hao immediately pulls out a regular rope from his space and quickly ties up Xiaodong and Liu Mei. They struggle and shout, "Don't do this." Then Duong Hao had no choice but to throw the 2 girls into a machine, telling them to hold on for a bit and wait until he finished dealing with it before freeing them. Without hesitation, he rushed to handle the mutated demon. "It's been a long time since you faced such a powerful demon. Don't let me down." Duong Hao swung his sickle and slashed once, and it quickly flew up to dodge. He looked at the system and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, his attribute stats have increased again." The system notification shows that the mutated demon spider spirit has an intelligence of 850, speed of 290, and mental strength of 700. The falling insects around it suddenly increased, and Duong Hao felt puzzled. Wait, why did those insects stop just now? And it seems like their numbers have increased. His eyes glowed with a golden light as he activated the weakness detection skill. Only then did Duong Hao realize that these little minions were actually the source of its power. The mutated ghost spider's long tongue attacks him. Actually, there are not just one but two tongues surrounding Duong Hao, who quickly dodges and immediately comes up with a plan to deal with it, so he decides to start with these little minions first. Yang Hao took advantage of its distraction and immediately jumped behind it. He clenched the scythe in his hand and then unleashed his skill. Duong Hao quickly cuts through half of the fallen mutant demon's body, efficiently handling it and causing that half to be immediately removed from the earth. He wondered if taking out half of the fallen would weaken its power. He turned to look at it, and the system display immediately showed its stats. The mutated ghostly spirit has a refined essence, with 750 strength, 240 speed, and 630 mental power. Duong Hao smirked slightly. Indeed, the attributes had decreased, and its movements were also slower. If I kill all the drops, how much will it decrease? You continue focusing on the small drops. 3 minutes later, Duong Hao was surprised. No way, these attributes have dropped so much. The stats continue to appear on the system panel. The mutated ghostly demon with 410 strength, 184 speed, and 510 spirit. Duong Hao leapt up, his voice deepening. "You're really disappointing me." Then Duong Hao delivered another slash into the chest of the demon mutation. The demon mutation disappeared on the spot, and he stood there to rest for a while. It's finally over. Being bound like that must have been very uncomfortable for them. Hurry up and free them. Your strength increased rapidly after defeating it. Duong Hao, strength 960.12. Speed 300.5, Spirit 470.20. The system notification sounds, congratulating you on obtaining a new title. The charming man with a handsome face. Female attraction increased by 30. Duong Hao chuckled and said, "Oh, so I have a title like that." He slowly opened the door with his device, then approached and loudly asked, "Hey, are you two okay? Are you still conscious?" He quickly untied Tiodong and Lu Mai. Both of them immediately rushed to him. "I like you so much, come with me." Duong Hao was suddenly overwhelmed as both girls threw themselves into his arms, causing him to falter. Wait a moment. He was flustered and unsure what to do to help them return to normal. The scene shifts to the next morning, Duong Hao lying between Tiodong and Liu Mi, feeling the urge to pee so badly he can't hold it anymore. He lies on the bed, battling internally, thinking that if he wakes them up, he might never be able to go. Duong Hao recalls the terrifying night, hoping it will never happen again, as Liu Mai slowly opens her eyes and wakes up. When Xiaodong heard the noise, he immediately woke up, followed by a barrage of insults. "Damn it, vulgar lowlife," she thought to herself. "Was I crazy last night to be with a stranger?" Duong Hao slowly sat up and calmly explained, "This has nothing to do with me. It was the Ghostmaster who did it. You should thank me. If it weren't for me yesterday, you would have been eaten by that Ghostmaster." Xiaodong whispered softly, "Thank you." Without waiting long, she quickly drew out her spear and prepared to defend herself. "But Liu Mei, I will not give up on killing you." "Wait a moment. I think you might be acquaintances. There's no need for fighting and killing. Just consider it as respecting the savior who saved my life and sit down to talk. Okay? But before that, let me go to the bathroom first. Time is passing quickly." Duong Hao stepped forward and spoke. "I'll introduce myself first. My name is Duong Hao, and I'm currently Lu Mai's bodyguard, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe you are also a member of the Free Corps. I wonder why members of the same corps would kill each other." To which the other side explained, "The Free Corps is not as harmonious as you think. After we were formed, we split into two factions due to differences in beliefs. The righteous faction believes that even if they appear to follow rules, everyone should adhere to basic moral principles and not kill indiscriminately, while the chaotic faction thinks they should abandon past restrictions, free their nature, and enjoy the present happiness. Now the squad leader, who is also Liu Mai's father and supports the strict faction, is the one in charge." Duong Hao asked for confirmation, meaning the members of the wild faction sent her to eliminate Liu Mai. Liu Mai now slowly spoke, "But little Dong, at first you also supported the righteous faction. Wasn't it because you hated the methods of the chaotic faction? So why are you working for them?" She sighed helplessly and explained, "I am also forced. Tio Von Phi has taken my loved ones. He gave me a week to deal with you, or else." Liu Mai slammed the table in anger and shouted, "Tio Von Phi! That damn bastard!" She immediately grabbed Xiaodong's hands and comforted her. "Don't worry. This bodyguard is very capable. After I return, I will definitely help you save them." Duong Hao suddenly realized he had spoken carelessly and now found it hard to understand, thinking to himself that he really was just a bodyguard, and that what he said earlier was only to make it easier for her to explain our relationship. "Liu, Mai made a request, Duong Hao. The situation is basically like this. I still hope you can help us, and after the job is done, I will definitely prepare a worthy reward for you. calmly answered, the payment is simple. Actually, I also have some trouble to deal with. Do you know about the Destroyer Alliance? Duong Hao pondered internally that if he could help them along the way, he might be able to leverage their strength to deal with the Destroyer Alliance. Liu. Mai nodded, clenched her fists, and replied, of course I know. They have already swallowed several small organizations in Jiangzhou, and their methods are extremely brutal. Wrinkling his brow, Liu Mai, I'm afraid you don't know yet that Tu Von Phi is connected with the Destroyer Alliance, and I worry they are also looking for you. Duong Hao exclaimed in panic. What? So I, your bodyguard, will be in a lot of trouble during this time. You have lost all your trust in him. You're confident he can do it because he's so capable. Duong Hao suddenly stood up and said, the Esper and the Destroyer Alliance is not so easy to deal with. From now on, we must never let our guard down for a moment. Lu Mei agreed, all right, we will boost our morale by 100%. Yang Hao walked to the window frame and looked down at the city in deep thought, secretly worried about whether his parents were being cared for properly and wondering how everyone else was doing now. At that moment, a girl named Han Yi was standing below the apartment building looking up and asked, are you sure someone is inside? Huang Tuan confirmed that last night we followed the sound of gunfire to this place, so it must be correct. Big Guy asked cautiously, Commander Han Yi, should we go up now? Han Yi calmly replied, not yet. Let's follow them and wait for the right moment to strike. The next day, Duong Hao was walking slowly with Tiao Dong and Liu Mi, and he said that along the way, we were all corpses of the dead. The city center is indeed more dangerous than other places. Liu Mai replied, these guys are all LeVay. You just haven't met anyone more formidable yet. Tiao Dong suddenly raised his hand to stop both of them. Wait, it seems like there's movement over there. A scene immediately appears in the distance showing a girl riding a cat, controlling it to fight against a Transcendence armor. Duong Hao sees the Transcendence armor and ponders. That mutated beast. Could it be Than Wei and the others? The battle between the two sides is very fierce. That girl is the beast tamer. Lam Loi, she excitedly shouted. Summon the treasure. Go. Kill her.
Duong Hao immediately rushes forward and slashes at the cat. Where are the others? Than Wei, surprised Duong Hao.
She was overjoyed. Finally found him. My teammates had already gone to regroup with others. I was so worried about you that I went out alone to find you. Lam Loi looked at Duong Hao and felt a sense of familiarity. This guy looks so familiar. Then she approached him and asked, are you Duong Hao? He was surprised to recognize her and said, Lam Loi, why are you here? Then Yi was curious, and knowing they knew each other, Duong Hao happily replied yes. We were classmates for 6 years from high school to college. Lam Loi brought up rekindling their old relationship, mentioning that his university was very far from Jiang Chao, and she never expected he could come back. It's been a long time since we last met, and you've been asking about her along the way. Many things happened during that time, so why did you have a conflict with Than Wei? Lam Loi explained. That was a misunderstanding. I thought she was part of the enemy camp. She looked at Duong Hao and casually added, it's been over 2 years since we met, and you're more handsome now. Back then, if your love letter to me had been this charming, I might have agreed to you. Duong Hao immediately fell into thought. Love letters. Have I ever done this before? Han Yi's men were already there, Huang Tuan said. Commander Han Yi, it seems they know each other. Looks like there's no need to fight. She looked annoyed and replied, if that's the case, we'll do it ourselves. Those dogs and cats are nothing difficult to handle. Then Han Yi ordered Trin Tong and Huang Tuan to go, and they responded obediently. Yes, Commander. She took off her coat. Han Yi pondered that as long as Liu Mi was dead, the Free Legion would belong to us. Meanwhile, the three of them still didn't realize they were about to face danger. Duong Hao was curious. Lam Loi, and you said what kind of enemy forces are they? She seems familiar with those people, Lam Loi explained. They are like us, also controlling beasts. Mostly mutated animals they manipulate are wild beasts. Another girl took off her back a dog and a cat named Little Can and Little Mew respectively, and they hurriedly ran to report, Loi Loi, something's wrong. At this moment, Han Engi's team, including Xiaoan, Tian Li, Trin Tong, and Huang Tuan had already acted. She shouted, someone is coming! Little Mew commanded the cat to rush forward. General Trin rushed forward and punched the cat in the face. Get out of here. It immediately fell to the ground in front of everyone, Lam Loi shouted. Who are you guys? Captain Trin drew his knife and calmly replied, the ones who want your lives. Then Wei immediately ordered Xuansun armor. Let's go. Duong Hao frowned. These people don't seem right. Could they have been waiting for us to fight all along? Suddenly, an attribute panel appeared in midair with no name. A psychic ability user, strength 645, speed 146, spirit 214. He felt strange, wondering why only the attribute panel was visible and not the person. Could it be that the psychic ability user can hide their body? That attribute panel moved closer to Liu Mi, and he panicked. Could their target be Liu Mi? Duong Hao's eyes lit up as he swung his sickle at Han Yi, who narrowly dodged in time. Han Yi wondered, could this guy actually see me? Duong Hao shouted a warning. Everyone be careful. There is someone with psychic abilities who can hide their body. Liu Mi immediately used her supernatural power to protect herself, wrapping herself with vines. Her large vine quickly was cut off by Han and Gi's stealth. Liu Mi was stunned. What? He quickly ran to block the attack for her. Be careful. Duong Hao was in a tough spot. This won't do. Even if you can see the attribute panel, not seeing the attack action makes it too passive. The boy quickly came up with an idea, and he got it. Then I saw him reach into his space to take out something. Maybe that could work. Duong Hao pulled out a paint bucket with the words propane on it. You quickly poured the water from the tank directly onto the monsters, and Fang Tuan was able to kill a few of them. Everyone, charge. The four of them efficiently took down the giant beasts. Fang Tuan broke his arm and replied, Yes, Commander. Duong Hao heightened his vigilance. Wondering why such a mutated beast was defeated so quickly, these four must have some real strength. Thang Yi, wearing a different cross-mountain armor, stepped forward to block the four of them and said, Duong Hao, let me stop them. You deal with her first. He rushed into the fight with Han Yi without forgetting to reply, Fine. Then Yi wielded a long sword. Facing the group of Han Yi alone, my opponent is you all. Huang Tuan rushes forward with a contemptuous tone, relying on her. He and Trin Tong both charge at her with knives, aiming to kill her, two young men teaming up to fight a girl. Trin Tong and Huang Tuan both pointed their knives at Than Yi at the same time, but with some martial arts experience, she reacted quickly. The guy was surprised and warned Trin Tong, saying that her recent movement seemed to be some kind of ancient martial art. He jumps into the space and replies, It's just ancient martial arts. If we work together using our powers, can't we save her? That's why he jumps out of the space to another place. Then Ai reacts quickly and lightly, turning around to use her sword to block Trin Tong's attack. She finds herself in a difficult situation as a space-type psychic, facing many challenges. Over here, Duong Hao fights as if he's just playing around, giving her a compliment. Beautiful, your skills are quite good. Liu. Mai also uses her vine powers to support him. Duong Hao, I'm here to help you. Han Yi now has to deal with Liu Mi's vines too. She thinks to herself, this guy is not easy to handle relying on herself alone. It's hard to kill Liu. Mai. She looks over to the other side, wondering why they haven't finished them off yet. While Han Yi was distracted, Duong Hao stepped forward and said, Why are you still wasting time looking around? My teammate is not that easy to deal with. He swung a strike at her, and Han Yi immediately blocked with two knives, confidently replying, Your words are too early. Returning to Than Yi's side, she accidentally got cut on the arm by Director Trin. Than Yi got angry. Damn it, this space ability is really too unpredictable. If this keeps up, she'll only be on the defensive and taking hits. He keeps using his space ability to shift positions and attack her. Suddenly, a strong longing rises in Than Yi's heart, wishing her body could also be as invulnerable as Duong Hao's blade. The two young men joined forces, seemingly about to kill her, and shouted in unison, Die already! Than Yi was trying to think of a way out, but avoiding like this wasn't the solution. Then she made a bold decision and chose to throw away the thin sword in her hand. She quickly grabbed both knives from Trin Tong and Huang Tuan, who exclaimed in shock, What? Than Yi's eyes suddenly turned red. She half smiled, Got me now. Trin Tong and Huang Tuan couldn't believe she was so reckless. They shouted in unison, You crazy girl! Than Yi used all her strength, throwing both of them to the ground and shouting, Get out of my way! Damn it, why are these two even more agile than before? They both use space to jump from behind her, and he goes crazy shouting, This crazy person, go die! Than Yi blocks Huang Tuan's attack with her sword in one hand, while her other hand directly grabs Trin Tong's blade. Than Yi's hand suddenly turned into metal, surprising her. Why did my hand suddenly become metal? She wondered. Could it be that I awakened a new ability and he looked displeased? Yet you managed to dodge even this ultimate move. Than Yi switched to using her foot and delivered a powerful kick to Trin Tong's body. When she turned around, she saw Huang Tuan already ambushing her from behind. She pondered, so what if her arm can turn into metal? He kept using space to distract Than Yi, thinking that if he used his space skills flexibly, there would be a time she couldn't handle it. Than Yi forcefully pushed Huang Tuan away, mocking him, This pain won't work on me. Two young men, both inexperienced, unable to handle a girl, with Huang Tuan defeated by Than Yi and thrown far away to Han Yi's side. She was surprised to see Huang Tuan lying defeated on the ground. What, beaten already? Han Yi angrily scolds useless trash. Meanwhile, Tianli and Xiao An are being beaten up and battered by Than Yi's transcendence armor. Han Yi still refuses to give up and continues to face Duong Hao. He advises her, Beautiful, step back, right now it's a 3-on-1 situation. Han Yi is still very stubborn, confidently saying, I can handle you guys alone. Duong Hao thought to himself, This girl is too strong. Shodong stood to the side, watching the intense battle. Duong Hao's teammates are too strong, it seems I don't need to step in. Lam Loi called more teammates to support him. Duong Hao, my teammate is here to assist. Han Yi panicked. What? Everything around her was surrounded by 4 monsters, Lam Loi said. You are already surrounded by us. She crossed her arms in annoyance. Thinking of a way to settle the score, since she had killed so many of our monsters, we should settle the debt. She quickly summoned another space to prepare to escape, and Li Mei rushed her psychic power to Han Yi and shouted, I will definitely return. I will not let the Legion fall into your hands easily. Han Yi replied coldly. I have never fought without preparation before, so I came here first this time. Han Yi warned her, I advise you not to go back or you won't escape as easily as today. As she finished speaking, Han Yi merged into the space and disappeared, while Mai still wanted to run over. Annoying, so quick to run away. Duong Hao guesses that the woman is still hiding a trick and didn't use her full strength in the fight earlier. She turns to him impatiently and asks what to do next. Duong Hao calmly replies, wait a moment while I talk to my teammates, then we proceed with the original plan. I went to Thang Yi and told her everything. My phone has no signal and is broken. I still have some things to do. Please send my message to everyone. Than Wai agreed and replied, okay, I will inform Tai Kin and Diep Phuong Hua immediately. She turned on her phone to contact everyone, but the familiar voice rang out again. Hello, your phone is not reachable. She panicked. Huh? Why is my phone also not working? It was fine before. Mai explained this was normal, because this place is not far from the city. Center affected by the evil master. Wang's power phones would lose signal useless. Duong Hao suddenly understood. So that was it. You look at Than Wai and softly make a request. Than Wai, come here. I have a task I want to ask you for. Than Wai immediately happily responds, go ahead and tell me. Duong Hao clearly explains the task he's asking her for. 10 minutes later, using his rare beast to take Than Wai with him, she loudly waves goodbye to you. Duong Hao, so let's say goodbye here. Once you're done, come find me at the People's Park. Duong Hao nodded and saw the two off. Be careful and stay safe. See you next time. He continued on with Tu Dong and Liu Mi towards the city center. Duong Hao asked curiously, Liu Mi, didn't you say there are many zombies in this area? Why haven't we seen any after such a long time? As soon as Liu Mi finished speaking, a surprisingly large and fierce mutated zombie appeared in front of the three of them. She screamed loudly. It was an elite mutated zombie, and Duong Hao was the first to raise his sickle. You swing the sickle to cut the mutated zombie. It roars and blocks with its arm. Duong Hao immediately orders, don't panic. It seems this one is injured. Help me restrain its movements. Liu Mi immediately used her vine ability to assist, nodding in agreement. The vine she summoned quickly restrained its arms and legs. You delivered a fatal blow, decisively ending the life of the mutated ghost, and it collapsed dead on the spot after just one strike. Amid the swirling dust and smoke, a sudden voice said, well, today's quite a lucky day. 4 thugs stepped out from the smoke, and the twisted-haired man spoke up. Not only did they get the demon's crystal, but they also collected 3 meat tickets. Duong Hao asked loudly, what is the ghost crystal? The curly-haired man transformed into a wolf and shouted, you don't need to know about this. He ordered the other 3 to follow him, turned to Xiao Dong and Liu Mi and remind them they don't need to intervene. This steel beast is enough for me alone. Then, Duong Hao simply used a random move and was able to take down all 4 thugs. He mocked them, thinking this little ability was enough to steal from them. He exclaimed in shock, how is that possible? Just one word defeated all of us. You pressed the sickle against his neck and asked, tell me, what exactly is the replacement crystal? The curly-haired guy was so scared he screamed. He hurriedly spoke to negotiate. I say, brother, let's die instead of suffering. He then began to explain. This is a secret we accidentally learned from a woman of the Destruction Alliance. A past day he described involved a girl telling the twisted-haired guy that he was handsome and that his expression today revealed a secret. She told him that high-level mutated changelings had a chance to produce replacement crystals, and if he could eat this thing, he would become stronger. Did I hear that? She hurried over to confirm. Is it true? I've never heard about this before. Duong Hao replied, whether it's real or not, we'll find out by examining the changeling's body. Then he quickly turned back to the mutated changeling, searching for the crystal. I found the crystal inside it. I knew it. There is indeed a crystal. Duong Hao held the crystal and dropped it, then skeptically asked, this looks very strange. Can it really be eaten? Naughty-haired guy suddenly pointed behind Duong Hao, stammering, the zombie leader. He immediately turned around to look back. A 3-headed zombie appeared, and the system announced it as the zombie leader, with strength 1,560, speed 420, and spirit 380. Duong Hao was surprised. No way. These attributes are just too overpowered. Not only did a main zombie leader appear, but it also brought along a horde of ordinary zombies around it, and Tok So-an Den felt itchy. There are too many of them now. Liu Mai gasped, unable to escape, as the main zombie leader roared and ordered the zombies to attack. Duong Hao jumped towards the Overlord and told Liu, Mai, and Tu Dong to run into the building first, telling her to hold them back while he took down the Overlord first. Liu Mai runs after Tu Dong into the building, anxiously reminding him to be careful. Duong Hao casually jumps into the air and swings his sickle to take down 5 zombies at once. As he landed, another zombie rushed over, and Duong Hao looked around to assess the situation, the number of changelings being a bit high. Then he swung his scythe forcefully and struck the zombie down. Then, with his curly hair, watched your strength firsthand and kept praising you. Wow, no way, you're insanely powerful. The leader of the zombies spat fire onto the ground, but Duong Hao easily dodged it without any effort. Another head of it spits out a stream of green bile, and he thinks that the 3 heads of this zombie leader seem to have different abilities. Small but powerful, its attack force is very strong. Duong Hao is surprised. Wow, just spitting out a little can have such a powerful destructive force. A mutated zombie of different elite levels approaches him. Duong Hao turns around and... this demon replacement seems to be of elite level. He handles it in no time and then searches its body for a crystal, but finds none, indicating that the rate of demon replacements producing crystals isn't high. Duong Hao no longer hesitated and immediately took out the crystal he had discarded earlier, swallowed the previous crystal first, and then spoke. As soon as he swallowed the crystal, a surge of immense power erupted from his body, and he roared in exhilaration, feeling the strength continuously pouring out from within. The system's sound rang out after consuming the mutant crystal. All attributes rapidly increased, but with certain side effects. You broke through to a new level. Duong Hao was full of confidence, smirking, using luck to test the crystal's true power. The Ghost King kept spitting, and Duong Hao's speed doubled, too slow now. He took a running start and leapt up, ready to cut off the Ghost King's head. Duong Hao shouted as he beheaded it, "I cut the first head." His body became extraordinary, and he leapt from building to building at lightning speed. "You become more insane than ever," Duong Hao laughs wildly. "This power is too much. The Demon Lord charges to land a blow on you." Duong Hao used his sickle to block that deadly attack, but the force was too much. Then he responded with a kick, taking a hit from me. The commander still refuses to give up, continuing to breathe fire as Duong Hao swings multiple slashes at it. He kept jumping up again and said, "Next is the second head." Just a blink of an eye. The three-headed Demon Lord now only has one head left. Duong Hao used all his strength to finish it off on the spot, finally deciding to give you a taste of what I just thought of. Suddenly, the system reappeared, activating a side effect that allows the crystal to transform into any creature for 3 minutes. The system just announced it, and Duong Hao suddenly turned into a tiny chicken. He looked into the glass beside him, panicking and shouting, "What the hell is this side effect?" The tiny chicken immediately gets surrounded by the giant zombies, and he runs desperately. Duong Hao escapes to Nat Tho, regretting why he didn't eat this thing anymore, as the leader takes the opportunity. "It keeps spewing fire to roast you like a roasted chicken," Duong Hao shouted to encourage himself. "I must survive. In 10 seconds, I can return to my original form." He ran to another place and wondered, "This is a transmission station." Duong Hao's cleverness is at its peak now, and he quickly comes up with a plan. Got it. The mighty beast leads 7 small zombies to find him. At that moment, Duong Hao turned to the small zombie leader, wagging his tail in challenge, saying, "Come on, little demon, attack me." It immediately fell for his trick and shot out a huge burst of fire. The energy transmission station exploded immediately due to the fire. The blast was huge, with thick smoke billowing everywhere. Tuadong looked on in confusion and asked, "Could it be that Duong Hao sacrificed himself to save us and died alongside the changeling? Lu?" Mai couldn't believe it and denied it. "No way. He's that powerful. He definitely wouldn't be in trouble." Then, "Lu." Mai looked outside again and exclaimed in shock, "Little sister, look quickly. Duong Hao isn't dead." After that fierce battle, the system announced again. Suang sat, 595 seconds cooldown. Self-healing, 595 seconds cooldown. Congratulations on killing the Demon Lord. A new title is about to unlock. Duong Hao appears. He laughs loudly. Finally, in time. The Demon Lord is indeed strong but has too low IQ. The system display appeared on the screen, congratulating on the new titles. Hunter, Sanguine Hunter, Self-Healing with remote control abilities upgraded to level medium. Sanguine Hunter and Self-Healing cooldown reduced to 300 seconds. Sanguine Hunter's duration increased by 2 seconds. Remote control range increased to 10 meters. All attributes increased by 50. He was satisfied. Cooldown halved. Not bad. Then he returned to the building to find the little girl and Liu Mi. "Are you both okay?" Liu Mei admired, "We're fine. Actually, it's you who survived the explosion. Truly miraculous." Duong Hao modestly replied, "Without these skills, I wouldn't be alive now." Then looked around and asked, "Where are those guys from earlier?" Liu Mai explained that they didn't escape the demon's pursuit and were all eaten. Duong Hao turned away and replied, "We can only consider it as them chasing us. Let's hurry and go to the place where your group is stationed." The 3 of them continued on their way, and after an hour, they secretly hid behind a wall. She said, "Right ahead, the relatives of our order are being held in the underground commercial area." Duong Hao smirked. "So this is the place. I know this place. I tried to cross here back in high school." Liu Mai reminded him, "Duong Hao, this area is close to the Forbidden Zone in the city center, so you'd better be careful." He nodded and replied, "Got it. I'll watch out." Then Duong Hao leaned in and whispered to her, "Liu Mi, I know the layout of this underground commercial area. Later you. Got it, right?" She nodded repeatedly and replied, "Got it." The 3 of them moved inside together. Duong Hao spoke, "Let's go. You lead the way forward, and when you reach the stairs, Liu Mai reminds everyone again to be careful downstairs. There are 2 guards at the main door below." She used her powers to tie up those 2 guys. Tuadong and Duong Hao worked together, each handling 1 guard. The 3 of them quickly took care of the 2 guards, and he opened the big door. When he went in, he found it was empty, and Duong Hao wondered why. There was no one there. Tuadong turned and immediately saw a timed bomb. That's what it was. She gasped in horror. "This is bad. We've fallen into their trap." And the bomb exploded immediately. The entire building was quickly destroyed, and Duong Hao sat up from the rubble, coughing uncontrollably as smoke filled his nose and mouth. Duong Hao slowly sat up, wondering if these free agents were truly reliable. Could they have guessed that Liu Mi would come? Then he moved to open the compartment door. Tua Dong happily gave you a thumbs up. Duong Hao, once again you've saved us. Liu Mi beamed, rushing to hug him tightly and whispering, "Thank you, Duong Hao. From now on, my life is yours." "You don't need to be so polite. I'm just doing my duty as a bodyguard." Duong Hao came up with a new plan. "I have an idea. Why don't you hide first? I'll go undercover to check the situation. Maybe they won't recognize me." The scene shifts elsewhere, where a group of the Free Army is desperately fighting against the crazy zombie. Tu Huin rushes out in tears. "No, this zombie is too strong. We can't handle it. Quickly call the wise men." "All three of them watched from above," Liu Mi said. "That team is from our free course." Duong Hao instructed, "Good. I'll go over there now. You find a safe place and remember to leave a signal." The crazy zombie continues attacking the members of the Free Army. Tu Huin shouts angrily, "Damn it, if this keeps up, we will all die." At that moment, Duong Hao, like a hero saving a beauty, quickly jumped out and suspiciously used his sickle to strike the zombie's neck, hitting its weak spot at the back of the head. With just one shot, he successfully took it down. Then Duong Hao turned to ask her if they were okay. She immediately straightened her appearance and introduced herself. "You're handsome. Thank you for your help. My name is Lam Tu Huin. Do you have an organization? Would you like to join us?" Teen stepped closer and asked, "What's in it for you to join us?" Tu Huin straightened up and seductively looked at him. "There are many benefits, whether supplies or women. I can have them all." Duong Hao quickly agreed. "I will join." The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Free Legion. Tu Huin takes Duong Hao to meet Van Phi, the young master. "Today we have a new member joining us. I brought him to meet you." He immediately sat up and said arrogantly, "The new guy, our free course is not a place you can just join if you want." She explained, "I saw with my own eyes that he single-handedly killed a high-level demon elite. With his strength, he definitely has the qualifications." Van Phi leisurely enjoys the beauty serving him, eating grapes while replying, "This kind of talent is exactly what our free faction is lacking. What's your name?" Duong Hao casually invents another name. "I am Hach Duong," smirking silently. "Waiting for you, brother." "Coincidentally, we just took on a new job recently and are short of people, Tu Huin. Later you bring him along for the operation." Tu Huin agreed and said, "Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll take him now." He waved his hand. Go ahead. Duong Hao asked curiously, "What is this new business he mentioned?" She replied, "You'll find out when you leave later." Tu Huin dismisses the guards. "Everyone out now." They obeyed. "Yes, Captain." After entering the room, she again seduces him. "We're here now. Everything can be more relaxed. Our ideal of the free faction is freedom and ease, so whatever you want to do with me is fine." I was momentarily confused and didn't know what to say. "This is too open now." Tu Huin pushed you against the wall and slowly entered you. "The world has become like this. Is there anything you're not open to anymore? Could it be that you're like those stubborn members of the Order who still follow the old rules?" No more words. She boldly took off her outer coat and said, "Go ahead, handsome and strong guy." Duong Hao blushed, his mind already in a frenzy. This scene really makes people surrender. Can't stand it. "Your nosebleed is starting." Duong Hao changes the subject. "Isn't there a mission later? We'll talk about it then." Tu Huin leans in close, about to give Duong Hao a kiss. "We'll discuss the mission later." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Tu Huin looked annoyed, clearly upset. Who is it? Ruining her good mood. A voice from outside said that the team leader sent her to explain the mission details, and that action was imminent. Tu Huin helplessly replied, "Fine, come in." Tu Ding stepped in, explaining in detail that this operation takes place in the Tui High Business District, and she is determined to kill, as each meat voucher is very valuable. Also, the time to deliver the second voucher is approaching, and among these people, there is one suspect who might control the Thema. If it's difficult to handle, killing is an option. Yang Hao, curious about the control token for the Thema, could it be Deep Fuang Hua? The scene shifts to the Tui High Commercial District. Yang Hao accompanies Tu Huin's team on the mission. She asks, "The location is correct, but why is no one here?" One of them wonders, could someone have leaked the information? Xiaohua from the team spoke up to refute, "No, I just discovered the meat tokens here yesterday. They couldn't have reacted that quickly." As soon as she finished, the Thay Ma swarm charged in fiercely. Tu Huin was confused. "Didn't we check around here and find no Thay Ma? So where did these come from?" They started emitting a strange light. Xiaohua was the first to be targeted by them, and she cried out in pain. Duong Hao observed that these Thay Ma seemed to pass by him without noticing, which confirmed they were controlled by Fuang Hua, making this a perfect opportunity for him to step up. He seized the opportunity to charge into battle and asked the team leader, "I will go stop them. You run away quickly." She helped Xiaohua escape and replied, "Okay, I'll count on you." Tu Huin ordered, "Let's go. Everyone follow me and retreat." Duong Hao was playing with the zombies, and half an hour later, he cheerfully said, "It's been so long. They've already gone quite far." Then, he called out loudly, "Fenghua, come out here!" Fenghua and Thain Tuan stepped out, and she asked curiously, "Duong Hao, why are you with them?" He looked at the girl's body lying below and explained briefly, "It's better to talk about this later. Recently, I infiltrated an organization called the Free Corps, which is still fighting against the sect." Duong Hao sat down, searching her body for a pulse while explaining, "One faction has already captured a group of people. I'm thinking of how to gather information on where they're being held." "You found a map on her? Luckily, this person had a map on him." Yang Hao opened it and thought to himself, "It seems that the important locations of the Free Corps are distributed throughout the city. We will investigate each one and surely find something." He then turned back and pointed at Fenghua, saying, "Fenghua, I need to go rescue a group of people now. I need your help." And she agreed immediately. "Just say what you need." Cut to somewhere in the Free Army. A sigh and a groan echo through the quiet space. Guarding here is truly boring. A group of guards are talking among themselves. "Huh? If you know what's good, just leave. Better than risking your life outside. Everyone, what do you think the Destroyer Army needs these meat tickets for?" Suddenly, a horde of zombies appears out of nowhere. They panic and scream, "Oh my god, where did so many of these monsters come from? Quickly call for backup." From afar, Duong Hao, Liu Mai, and Tiao Dong took advantage of the chaos to sneak inside and begin their mission. "Let's go rescue the people." Duong Hao swung his sickle forcefully at the door. The relatives of the two girls trapped inside were extremely surprised and called out, "Liu Mi, Tiao Dong." Xiaodong quickly evacuates everyone, instructing them to leave first. Yang Hao outlines the plan. Fenghua and Xiaodong take everyone to the outskirts to find a safe place first. "Remember to leave the symbol. Liu Mai and I will stay behind to carry out phase 2 of the plan." Fenghua nodded in agreement. "Okay." Liu Mai looked a bit worried and asked, "Duong Hao, can you go back like this? They might suspect us." Lin Tran reassures him, "Don't worry, I've already staged a scene with Fenghua before. They won't suspect me, and the news that the hostages were rescued will quickly spread throughout the entire Free faction. You stay outside and keep watch. Look for an opportunity to persuade them. I trust you will respond accordingly." Switching to the headquarters of the Free Army, a member anxiously asks Tu Huyen, "Captain, will Hach Duong return safely?" She assures him, "Don't worry, I trust Hach Duong's abilities." I just finished speaking when Yang Hao opened the door and came in. "I'm back. Is everyone okay?" Tu Huyen stepped forward to shake his hand, praising him. "I knew I had good judgment, Hach Duong." "This time I really appreciate you," the young man modestly replied. "Everyone is a teammate. Helping each other is what we should do." Suddenly, footsteps hurried over. A member also ran up and reported, "Captain, something's wrong. Something has happened at the prison. The meat voucher and the hostage have escaped, and now many people have left the Legion." She was stunned, surprised by the news, and Tu Huyen quickly left the scene, ordering, "Take me to see it immediately." Duong Hao thought contentedly, now the Free Legion is about to be in chaos. A group of 4 people appeared in the corridor. One of them spoke up. "Everyone is safe now? What are we afraid of?"
"Let's go find Tu Van Phi," the leader replied. "Don't get excited. We definitely won't do to them what they did to us," another added. "Without threats, we don't need to sacrifice ourselves for them. Maybe we should join the Order faction."
He continued to respond, "Will the members of the Order faction accept us? I also received outside information that previously Tu Van Phi ordered someone to kill Liu Mai from the Order faction." The other person was surprised. "Really? Then doesn't that mean we can only leave the Free Legion?" They went outside and saw Liu Mei already waiting there. He was surprised and asked, "Liu Mei, why are you here? Could it be that you came to seek revenge on Xiao Wenfei?" She explained, "No, I came to see you all now. Your loved ones are all safe. I hope you can help me tomorrow morning." Van Phi was relaxing, each holding one girl, little Latomo. "Big brother. So many people going. Is it really okay?" Han remains calm and indifferent, wanting to leave. "Let him go. With the alliance of destroyers now involved, I don't lack manpower." So Wen Fei, annoyed, dismisses Xiao Ding and Xiao Lei. "Fine, I'm no longer interested. You two can leave." Han, feeling proud, said the meeting is finally starting, and it's time for my era. In the conference room, Van Phi was earnestly persuading, "Brothers, listen to me. Now I want to announce a new mission. Something related to the future of our Free faction." Han stands among the army and sheds tears. "In the next month, we must use all our strength to capture the advanced mutated demon." Wen Fei pulls out a syringe and says that using the demon's body can be exchanged for this enhancement drug. Han immediately activated its effect on the spot, and the explosion that followed, powered by Han's psychic ability, left Yang Hang in shock. His eyes blazing red, everyone saw that this is the effect after I took the enhancement drug. It greatly boosts your psychic abilities, so we must... Tu Huyen protested, "Wait a moment, I don't agree with this. Transforming into a level advanced mutant ghost is too dangerous. We joined the Free Sect not to do things like this." The others in the army also voiced their opposition. "Yes, I don't want to take risks either. Being stronger is good, but life is more important. Yes, maybe we can just enjoy the day while we can." His expression darkened, opposing, right? Very well. Van Phi said nothing and killed one person in front of everyone. He smirked and asked if anyone else objected, but the crowd fell silent. No one dared to speak. Van Phi turned back and called out, "It seems everyone has no objections. You all can go now." Bao Feng led the way to greet him. "Afai, you finally called us out. This boring meeting is about to end, right?" Yang Hao was a bit surprised to see him appear, thinking to himself, I remember that person is from the Destruction Alliance. Have their forces already infiltrated this deeply? Van Phi straightened his wrist and began to plan. This operation is extremely important for us, so everyone will follow the arrangements of the team leaders. Transitioning scenes, leaving the meeting room, Duong Hao, as he stepped down the stairs, was probing for opinions. Tu Huyen, what do you think of this move? In response, Tu Huyen sighed, knowing that everyone understood Van Phi's talk of freedom was just his own desire. But what could they do? He was too powerful. Duong Hao frowned and thought, but if this continued, they might all end up dying uselessly because of him. Tu Huyen paused, curious, sensing he had a plan. Duong Hao slowly shared his idea. No matter how strong the 6 core members of Tu Van Phi are, if everyone can unite and work together, they can definitely overthrow him. Tu Huyen turned around quickly and couldn't help but exclaim, in the right moment or not, is he talking about me? Duong Hao smiled mysteriously. You guessed right, but it's not just about me. I have another plan. Next, you just need to cooperate with me. Tu Huyen also smiled and confidently assured him, don't worry, I will cooperate with you with all my strength. Duong Hao's eyes flashed, and he replied, all right, I need you to help me with something. 1 week later, everyone gathered around the table. Duong Hao summarized the plan and announced that Xiao Van Phi had agreed to lead the team leaders to Thay Ma tomorrow. This is our best and only opportunity, so everyone must prepare well. Be careful and remind him that the next action must be flawless. The footwork should be steady and clear. Understood. Duong Hao stood up and said, fine. If that's the case, we wait until both sides are injured before striking. Victory or defeat depends on this move. The next day, Van Phi's group gathered at the meeting spot. He put his hands in his pockets and snorted, these bastards are teaming up again, saying I only enjoy and don't work hard. He sneered and said, if it weren't for relying on them to get the enhancement drugs, I would really want to kill all these trash. Lao Lam crouched down and warned him, Phi, I'm afraid Commander Thay Ma won't be easy to handle. In response, Van Phi just frowned and said, what am I afraid of? It's just some stretching exercises. Who knows what this little villain is really thinking inside? If it doesn't work, just retreat. I won't really risk my life, but I still shout loudly. Guys, lift your spirits. Yang Hao is also gathered with everyone, and he calmly says, let's go. Follow me. Stay a bit apart so they won't notice us. Commander Thay Ma appears wielding an axe, and Van Phi exclaims in surprise, wow, Commander Thay Ma is indeed very intimidating. Bao Fong looks at him and also frowns suspiciously. Wow, I feel a bit confused. Where did that big axe come from? Lao Lam agrees. Exactly. This makes no sense, Van Phi said with a grim face. This is not science, and now it's like this, and you still talk to me about science. He grabbed a street lamp pole and ordered, no more talking, get ready to move out. As he finished speaking, he pulled out a street lamp and threw it at the Thay Ma leader, only to be hit by a staff from him. The street lamp was too easy for the Thay Ma leader. He simply pushed the axe lightly, splitting the lamp into 2 pieces. Its eyes are pitch black, and the human's eyes flash with a fierce red light. It leaps high into the air. Tu Phi looks up at it provocatively. Go ahead and wipe it out. The Thay Ma leader lunged with an axe, but Tu Phi deftly dodged, then waved his hand to summon a swarm of knives. Time to taste my crimson blades. He pointed forward and ordered to go. The knives seemed to lock onto the target, precisely surrounding the Thay Ma leader. Duong Hao, hiding nearby, was also amazed by this scene. Tio Van Phi is very powerful. The knives changed direction in a bow shape, aiming straight at the Thay Ma leader's head. It trembles, and in an instant, the knives are close to his face. The leader of the Thay Ma roared, flames erupting from its body, causing all the knives to be blasted away. Van Phi gritted his teeth and retracted his knives, staggering back as he deflected all of his attacks. Tran Fo is watching seriously, waiting for the right moment, and seeing this, he can't help but speak out, if we keep going like this, we won't have a chance to strike. Tu Huyen furrows her brow and shouts loudly, that's not right, look at who that person is. The enemy suddenly joined the fight, and she rushed to the Thay Ma leader with incredible speed, unleashing air blasts. The Thay Ma leader was struck and roared in pain. It collapsed to the ground with a thud, its screams silenced, the surrounding earth shaking and dust billowing. The enemy's path filled with disdain. This city's Thay Ma is too weak. She turned around and called out, hey, Lionhead over there, tell me quickly where your city's forbidden zone is. Before Van Phi could reply, Old Lamb spoke up, who are you daring to shout at our Phi like that? Are you tired of living? Because Mac Ditch suddenly jumped in without warning and punched him, and it's not even your turn to speak here. After knocking Lamb away, she turned to look at them with clenched fists. I give you 7 seconds to answer my question, or die. In just a second, Van Phi quickly spread out the map with both hands, marking the forbidden area, and invited the beauty to take it. He smiled outwardly, but was cautious inside, knowing that this girl had defeated the demon leader with a single punch, and was someone not to be trifled with. Mac Dick takes the map and immediately turns to leave. Farewell. Van Phi exhales deeply. Feng Biao places his hand on Lao Lam's nose to check and reports, Captain, Lao Lam is gone. Van Phi didn't bother to glance and replied, tell him to quickly gather the changeling corpse and get ready to leave, while he still ponders the enemy's background. The girl doesn't seem to be from this city, and she even came to a dangerous place like the Forbidden Zone. What does she want to achieve? In this hidden corner, Duong Hao also curiously asked, "Do you know the girl earlier?" Tu Huyen immediately replied, "Never seen her before. Maybe not one of our free cores." Duong Hao raises his hand to activate his power, reaching for an object from afar, and he wonders to himself if there are crystals inside this corpse. Then he sees a black crystal fall from its head and is amazed to realize there is one. Unexpectedly, the crystal directly flew over and merged with the scythe in your hand, attaching itself to the weapon. The Ice Prison Scythe Devil successfully upgraded, evolving into the Ice Prison Scythe Devil, and Duong Hao excitedly raised his hand, estimating that this item still held surprises beyond expectations. The Ice Prison Scythe Demon has an attack power of 100, speed of 30, enhanced ice attribute of 50, and special effects, sharp and fierce. Now look back at the family emblem, Tu Huyen. Let's start the operation. She immediately turned and replied, "Okay, follow me." Tu Huyen led Tranfo and Can Than out. "Squad leader, are you all right? I'll bring reinforcements." Van Phi looked at her indifferently and said, "You're late. The ghost has already been dealt with." Tu Huyen then turned enthusiastically to the fierce wind and said, "Commander of the illusion, I'll help you." He hurriedly raised his hand to lift the strange monster, to which he quickly replied, "No need, it's just a ghost. I can handle it." Unexpectedly, Tu Huyen didn't warn him and suddenly punched him with full force, causing Baofeng to cry out painfully and spit out black blood. His body lost strength and collapsed to the ground. Van Phi was terrified and shouted, "Lam Tu Huyen, what are you doing?" "What are you doing?" "Of course, I am ending your tyranny." Yang Hong finally revealed his face, with Tron Po standing behind him saying, "Yes, we've had enough of your threats." Van Phi threatened, "If you dare to oppose me, you'll regret it." He guessed in his mind that these bastards came prepared, but I still have a trump card. He then reached behind his back and took out a remote control. While Duong Hong was still passionately negotiating, the three of them now had Van Phi cornered. "If you surrender, we might forgive what happened before." Unexpectedly, they didn't know life from death. Dai Li led the charge to resist, telling them to surrender. "Don't even think about it," Ba Nan and Taini said in unison. "For dealing with these people, the three of us must hold back." Duong Hong was only waiting for that moment, grabbing a sickle and rushing forward, so all that was left was for you to taste the bitter end. Just then Yi, wearing a mountain crossing armor, arrived with Liu Mi beside her. "It seems we arrived just in time. Duong Hong has handed this place over to us." Kin Than happily exclaimed, "It's Liu Mi! That's great!" Tranfo also stopped his actions and looked over. "Liu Mi has returned." Yi didn't say a word. She jumped down to kick Ba Nan in the stomach. "This one belongs to me." Liu Mi started attacking the agent, entangling him with her whip. Tranfo on the opposite side added another strike, taking another punch from me. Tề nhị hứng hổ dừng gai bằng tan cộng thanh y, gần như diễn cuồng, xem tới giết cổ chuốc gì. Gai bằng sắc nhọn vừa chạm vào ngõi cô ấy liền vỡ tan thành. Then he responds with the punch. Tenyi is knocked down and rolls away. She kindly reminds him that this kind of attack is completely insufficient. 6 people surround them. Liu Mi is the first to speak, targeting Van Phi, who now is the only one left. Tu Huyen softly advises, "Brother Phi, you must stop here for your own sake." Duong Hao relaxes his expression and says with a smile, "Liu Mi, we've come this far? I guess my bodyguard mission is now perfectly complete." Van Phi suddenly frowns and scoffs disdainfully. "Do you think this is the end? You're so naive." As he finished speaking, a commanding voice rang out, "I am your opponent." With a loud bang, the space trembled and dust filled the air. Van Yi was shocked and exclaimed, "He has other allies." Liu Mi was stunned. Duong Hao silently observed. Tu Huyen Bang Huang spoke. "This can't be true. I investigated earlier, and the only enemies beside him were just a few people." As the dust settled, Gray's tall, muscular figure appeared, and he calmly said, "What we gave you isn't for wasting. You can't even fix this little guy. It turns out he's the captain of Team 3, the Destroyer League." Duong Hao's allies are ready to fight. Tran Fo, carrying his sword on his shoulder, boldly said, "With so many of us, we're not afraid of him alone. Everyone attack and fix him." The remaining people agreed and rushed forward. "Yes, kill him." Gray drew his sword and mockingly said, "Just bluffing, yet he dares to be so arrogant." He swung his sword in a wide arc at such a speed that you couldn't see the direction of the blade. In just one strike, he had taken down the first group of people, and someone quick-witted realized that this was a weapon made from super alloy, capable of cutting through anything. Gray's body twitched with flames, and he shouted, "Even these weaklings are lucky for me to take action." Tu Huyen hesitated to speak from the side. His weapon relaxed in his hand, making it impossible to approach now. Duong Hao watched for a while before speaking. "Give him to me. I'll think as I go. Just right to test the weapon and level up." Seeing you rush in, Gray attacked while shouting loudly, "Truly foolish. Turn into minced meat for me." The sound of weapons clashing was deafening. And then I saw Duong Hao's scythe gently cut down, breaking Gray's weapon into 2 pieces. He shouted in panic, "How is this possible? It can cut through super alloy." Duong Hao chuckled and replied, "What's super alloy? Right now there's basically nothing I can't cut through." Van Phi frowned, thinking to himself, "The Destroyer Alliance member prepared for me only has this level. It seems I really have to rely on myself." Thinking then, he quickly threw out a red dagger. As long as he could eliminate this guy, the others wouldn't be his opponents. Duong Hao gently moved his wrist, the sharp sickle blocking his blade. You're not happy, frowning and saying, hey, still sneaking up from behind, you're really lacking in virtue. Van Fee is terrified. Wow, does this guy have eyes in the back of his head? Duong Hao slashed straight at Gray, blood pouring out like a stream. He gritted his teeth, waiting for me to kill him, then it will be your turn. Van Fee only then realized the danger. He spun around and tried to run. They lowered their guard after what just happened. Now's the time to escape. Unfortunately, he hadn't run far before hearing Duong Hao's voice in his ear. You can't escape. His sickle sank into the ground, activating the ice barrier. Van Fee shouted in fear, his legs frozen. Duong Hao stepped forward and began questioning him. To Van Fee, I ask you, where did you get the medicine you had last time? And also, what is your alliance with the destroyers? Van Fee grimaced. Han gritted his teeth and said, I am not a petty traitor to Van Fee. Don't even think about getting any secrets out of me. He suddenly threw several knives toward Duong Hao. Die for me. He silently muttered, this is bad. The knives spun around and ended up stabbing Van Fee in the stomach. He collapsed to the ground, 3 knives still lodged in his body. Blood everywhere. Duong Hao frowned, yet he had already chosen to end his own life. Tu Huyen approached and said softly, although there was some surprise, our plan can be considered successful. She suddenly stopped and said, Liu Mai, right now the Free Army has no leader, so if you've returned, you should become our leader. Liu Mai, seeing everyone so enthusiastic, felt a bit shy but agreed, saying, I won't refuse anymore. But from now on I will act together with Duong Hao, aiming to eliminate all demons and reclaim Jiang Chao. Does everyone agree to follow me? Wen Chao excitedly said, eliminate the evil spirits and reclaim Jiang Zhou. It feels like a fairy tale, but Duong Hao is indeed very strong. I need to keep my fists tight. I can't worry too much. I only trust Liu Mai. Trenfo expressed his agreement. I also trust Liu Mai. She definitely won't harm us. Liu Mai looked at them and instructed, so everyone get ready a bit. We will return to the table soon. The danger has been temporarily pushed back. Then I said comfortably, Duong Hao, your plan with Senza is going very smoothly. Tell me, how's your side going? Then I sighed softly. Not very smooth. The chairman is too stubborn. Duong Hao raised an eyebrow and replied, I still have to go there myself with Senza. As they were talking, Lu Mei approached and waved her hand. Duong Hao, I really appreciate you this time. He replied with a smile. No need to be polite. I'm just following our previous agreement. Suddenly, Liu Mei turned to look at Fan Yi. She hesitated. I have something to discuss with Duong Hao. Could you step aside for a moment? Duong Hao wasn't sure what was going on, but still spoke up. Fan Wai, go over there and wait for me for a moment. She patted her cheek and huffed before turning away. Duong Hao put his hands in his pockets and asked casually, what's really going on? Why does it have to be so secretive? I don't know why, Lu. Mai blushed and hesitated, but she said, well, now I am the leader of the Free Army, and as promised from now on, whenever you need me, just call on the Free Army. We will obey your orders. Duong Hao kindly reminded her, Tu Van Fee is dead. The Destruction League won't let this slide, so you must be careful here too. Liu Mai nodded. Yes, I will pay attention. She stammered and called out Duong Hao, and then he stepped closer and asked what's wrong. She gently tugged at his collar, their faces close together, and without warning, Liu Mai pressed a kiss on his lips. The kiss was just a fleeting moment. Liu Mai blushed and ran away. Don't misunderstand, it's just a reward for you as promised, nothing more. Duong Hao was still lost in the sweetness, cluelessly saying, it's really not straightforward at all. Central Park in Jiangzhou. Fan Yi and Duong Hao are sitting on the back of a flying beast. She explains that the headquarters of the Animal Association is here and she really likes that leader. I couldn't persuade her, so I stepped back from the negotiation. I just hope she agrees to the deal. Lam Loi rides her beast over and seeing the two of you asks, Duong Hao, why are you here? The two of them stepped down to the ground, and Duong Hao explained, trying to persuade your guild leader requires some effort, so I'll go discuss with her. Lam Loi kindly offered, so I'll take you over there to see. Actually, the guild leader is quite tolerant, and facing the Destroyer Union will surely cause casualties among the staff, which isn't something the guild leader wants to see. As she led you to the leader's building, Duong Hao couldn't help but marvel that your leader was truly soft-hearted. The Destroyer Alliance isn't exactly kind-hearted. Lam Loi didn't reply but opened the door, revealing Teen Truck sitting at her desk, with the bodyguard standing beside her. Duong Hao was surprised and thought to himself, that dog is too big. Teen Truck has a gentle face, and she calmly asked, Loi Loi, why are you bringing a man here, the pet club president Mon Teen Truck? Before Lam Loi could reply, Duong Hao cut straight to the point. I won't beat around the bush anymore. I am the person Fan Yi and Lam Loi mentioned. However, this time I am not here to persuade you to cooperate, but to ask the chairman to conduct a transfer. Teen Truck hesitated. Your name is Duong Hao, right? Actually, I don't necessarily have to refuse you or confront you. The reason I didn't agree is because we are all women, and I can't easily let everyone fall into danger. He immediately replied, I know. Then I once talked about your thoughts. You don't want to rely on any power. You don't want to confront any power. But this ideal is not as easy to achieve as it seems. Duong Hao transformed his hands to produce several items. A belt with storage functions, a weapon far superior to ordinary steel, and a type
of injection that can enhance psychic abilities and physical strength. I hope your mutations can help me find someone. These can be considered a reward. Ting Truck calmly responds without hesitation. We won't participate in the fighting, but finding people is our specialty. Give me the items with the smell, Duong Hao agrees and says, okay. The door swings open and a subordinate rushes in to report. Leader, it's not good. Those foot soldiers are here again. They called for you to come over. Ting Truck stands up angrily and scolds, these bastards. Didn't we agree last time to deliver their food on time every week? What more do they want? She frowns and walks out, not forgetting to apologize to Duong Hao before leaving, saying that she needs to handle something first. He pretended to care and said, let's go, while secretly thinking that maybe the chance to bring the Beast Horn Association over has arrived. Cut to scene outside, Lan Hung and a few others are gathered, and he leans on his hip to question, where is Min Tin Truk? Why is she so late? He tilted his chin provocatively. My patience has limits, so why don't we go in there ourselves? Tin Truk arrived and coldly said, La Hung, we've already agreed to your demands. What more do you want? Lisa saw Duong Hao walking with Lian Qin and thought, why him? Isn't he the leader of that tourist village stronghold? And he's still alive. Duong Hao joked, so do you really want me dead? Unexpectedly, Lisa laughed even more eerily, knowing that you had previously killed many members of the Destruction Alliance. Bringing you back might earn us a hefty reward. Lao Hung continued, that's right, and there's an unexpected surprise. Mon Tin Truk, I won't beat around the bush anymore. We have joined the Destruction Alliance. Everything we discussed before is cancelled. Tin Truk suspiciously asked again what he meant by destroyer. He snapped his fingers and the bear suddenly roared, opening its mouth wide and glaring, backed by the Destroyer Alliance. All of you will serve us. Amid the fierce roar of the bear, he laughed even more sinisterly. And our team still remembers you all. Tin Truk angrily scolded, this is truly shameless. I won't let you touch the sisters. Tin Truk quickly turned to Duong Hao Thi Tum, then rushed back to the headquarters, knowing there was a way out, and I would lead them there. Her expression surprised him a bit. This girl is quite genuine. Tin Truk jumps onto Dai Mao's back with a skillful and professional move. She shouts loudly, sisters, implement plan B. Let's escape together. Dai Mao carried Tin Truk through the crowd. They scattered to the sides, but some bold ones tried to stop her. Although Dai Mao ran very fast, two bear-like creatures and a tiger still kept close behind. The tiger lunged forward, opening its mouth and roaring loudly. Tin Truk panicked, thinking it's over. Am I going to die here? In the midst of the urgent situation, Duong Hao appeared like a hero, rushing forward and slashing fiercely at the tiger's belly with his sickle, fresh blood pouring out in a stream. He mounted on Dai Mao's back and ordered, watch the path, we're about to reach the river. Ting Truk, vuchai vu ngi huak, noi, didn't I tell you to run away? Why do you want to stay? I heard that their beast abilities are quite strong, and with this dog of yours, it won't hold them back for long. The pack of wolves is like a rising tide, never ending. And now, there are two more tall ones I told the sisters to go find quickly. Suddenly, Duong Hao pointed in one direction and said, go over there, there are fewer people. Dai Mao changed direction and ran, but the two wolves still chased right behind. The ambushing followers rushed out at the right moment. Tin Truk, today you won't escape. Ting Truk shouted in panic, oh no, that person is their leader. In front of the two of them are Tan Duok and his pet. The leader is the foot soldier, Tan Duok. Tan Duok smiled slightly, his teeth grimy and ugly just like the face of H. Tan Phuoc said, as long as she agreed to follow him, he could guarantee her safety in the future. Tin Truk sneered and said, someone like you is just lucky. She gritted her teeth and looked at the foggy road ahead. All the paths were blocked, and the forbidden zone was nearby. Going in would be too dangerous. Yet Duong Hao smiled and said, maybe we should go into the forbidden zone. I want to check it out. You're crazy. Do you know what the forbidden zone means? Duong Hao raised an indifferent eyebrow and replied, isn't it a bit too much to change? Just a little. She saw my skills earlier. With me, she won't die. There's no other choice now. Tin Truk turned sharply toward the forbidden zone. All right then, I'll trust you this once. I was a bit stunned when I saw them change direction. What? They actually entered the forbidden zone? His subordinate sneered maliciously, throwing themselves into the trap. Isn't that even better? Da Mao rushes through the thick smoke into the forbidden zone. Looking at the tall buildings ahead, Duong Hao doubts he's in the right place, wondering if this is truly the forbidden area because it doesn't feel any different from outside. Tin Truk seriously warned you, never underestimate this place. The danger here is beyond what outside can compare to. As if to prove her point, a mutated gorilla suddenly charged in from nowhere. It leapt past the two of them and continued to jump higher. The next scene made Duong Hao sweat cold all over. All kinds of changelings are gathering in front of you. Damn, there are so many changelings. Da Mao is trembling and kneeling down. Tin Truk pats its back and insists, Da Mao, what's wrong with you? Get up quickly. The leading changeling is running straight toward the two of them. Duong Hao was the first to react, pulling her down onto Dai Mao, which was frightened by the monster. We need to leave quickly. The monster struck a powerful punch, but luckily he had already carried Tin Truk away, and the monster reacted very quickly. The system just activated and announced, Heavenly Core, 299 seconds cooldown. We were thrown far away. I quickly turned around and swapped places with Tin Truk.
My back slammed into the concrete wall. I gritted my teeth and said, "Too fast." There was no time to react.
Are you okay? You took a heavy hit just now and still protected me. Duong Hao frowned and replied, I'm fine. Let's take advantage of that guy not being here yet and get out of here quickly.
The two of them entered the tall building, with Tin Truck leading and Duong Hao following behind, walking while still thinking about the mountain, wanting to scan those ghost creatures for their attributes. But considering her safety, he decided to hold off. Duong Hao sat in a corner, a radiant aura emanating from him, and the system voice sounded again. Din successfully entered the Forbidden Zone. Mission to collect enhancement herbs completed. Current progress. No. Din gained new ability, full image scan level 1. He was curious. What is a full image scan? Thinking of this, he looked at Tin Truck and decided to try it first, scanning the entire image. The result was truly jaw-dropping. Wow, this ability can actually see through. Tin Truck felt uncomfortable under his gaze and wondered why he kept staring at her. Duong Hao turned away, scratching his neck and avoiding eye contact, saying nothing, just suddenly thinking of a few things. The boy furrowed his brow in thought, wondering why the system suddenly issued a mission. Surely there must be a special reason. As if sensing something, he turned to look toward the glass door. Could it be because of him? Down the corridor, a few zombies are moving slowly, but Duong Hao only focuses on Li Man, who is carrying a first aid kit and approaching. After scanning the body, he confirms that the target has the enhancement drug needed for the mission. You move closer to the ancient relic to check, revealing the medicine inside the box he is holding. Duong Hao then uses his scanning skill to survey all the mutated monsters around. He muttered to himself that, but the mutated monsters in this damn place are all very strong. If he keeps attacking, he might drain a lot of his stamina. The mutated ghost spirit has strength 730, speed 480, mental power 220. Another mutated ghost spirit has strength 847, speed 420, mental power 37. The experimental staff Lai Man has strength 1020, speed 486, and 710 mental power. Tin Truck saw you quietly observing and asked, "What are you looking at?" He replied that he was studying the monsters and told her to stay in the room and not run around while he checked the other rooms. Tin Truck didn't seem very pleased with this answer, watching his back thoughtfully, wondering what he was really up to since earlier he had been acting mysteriously. Duong Hao just stepped out of the room and activated his scanning skill, revealing the shapes and positions of the nearby mutated beasts. He pondered briefly, noticing there were quite a few mutated beasts around in all directions, and he could only think of leading that mutated beast to the main hall downstairs. Duong Hao turned back into the room, closed the door, and said, "President Man, how do you tame mutated beasts? Can you tell me?" Tin Truck didn't hide anything and replied, "Well, it depends on the strength of the mutated beast itself. Very powerful mutated beasts need to have their intelligence weakened first, and if they are weaker, it's much easier." Duong Hao nghe vậy liền quay ngồi hỏi, "Tốt rồi, theo tôi gì? Tiếp theo cô có việc rồi. Trong hành lang tới, hai người di dẹn cho cỏ một cái hồ lớn đen ngòm khổng, biết dẫn tôi giàu." At this moment, Duong Hao finally spoke. "There are 3 small mutated creatures 5 meters underground. Can your ability tame them?" Tin Truck assured him, "Don't worry." She focused her energy and a blue vortex appeared, capable of subduing the small creatures in just a few minutes. The creatures underground received the signal, and their noses started working non-stop. They followed the trail to where the two were, seeing that they had succeeded. Only then did Tin Truck ask, "All right, they all got on. Now tell me, what do you want to do?" Duong Hao's eyes flashed with a fake smile. He said, "There's a monster outside holding a good item. I want you to use it to lure it over." Tin Truck is still wondering what the good stuff actually is, so he quickly unsheaths his sickle and replies, "You'll know once I get it." 10 minutes later, the little creatures are fleeing in terror, and Tin Truck shouts, "He's coming." Li Man just grabbed the medicine box and chased after the little demon, growling fiercely. Seeing the opportunity, Duong Hao jumped down from the balcony and signaled him to come over. "Very well. You swung your sword hard, but Li Man dodged it. Only then did Duong Hao realize he was a bit careless earlier, as he was surprisingly quick. Looks like stealing it back won't be easy." Li Man clutches the medicine box tightly, opening his mouth to roar, a wave of purple energy emanating from him. Duong Hao is shocked and screams, "What is happening?" Suddenly he can no longer see. Tin Truck's voice echoed loudly, "Duong Hao, don't just stand there. Dodge quickly. Li Man suddenly kicked you from behind. You crash into the wall with such force that it punctures a hole." Tin Truck is still shouting loudly, "It's strange. There was such a loud commotion just now. Why didn't I hear anything? Duong Hao, what is really going on?" He stopped in his tracks, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and it was Man Tin Truck's voice. She was also affected. Could it be that this guy has a special ability to block human sight and hearing? He activated his scanning ability and suddenly saw the scene clearly. Lai Man was lunging to ambush Tin Truck, and she is still confused, calling out, "Duong Hao, where are you? I can't see anymore." Duong Hao secretly praised his skills. Luckily, the image scanning doesn't rely on the eyes to gather information, but directly uploads the images into the brain. You pull out your gun and fire repeatedly, but it's no good, because it's aiming at Min Tin Truck. Duong Hao keeps shooting. Lai Man also moves quickly to dodge the danger, and he loudly shouts, "Your opponent is me." Lee Man still hasn't given up and jumps to try to catch Teen Truck. Luckily, Duong Hao reacts quickly, rushing to carry her away, while Lee Man can't catch her but instead hits Duong Hao. 3 more scratches appeared on Duong Hao's back, and he muttered to himself, "Too dangerous. Bone armor. Cooldown time, 299 seconds." Teen Truck closed her eyes tightly, grabbing his head. "Duong Hao, is that you?" "Quickly, pull me out. I'm scared," he hurriedly said. Hey, don't hold me so tightly. I can't move like this." He carried her to the corner of the wall before releasing her and said, "Give me 1 minute and I will deal with him immediately." He looked at Lee Man with excitement, capable of changing a person's perception. Truly a powerful ability. Seeing him rush forward in a frenzy, you shout loudly. Unfortunately, you have one fatal weakness. Duong Hao swings the sickle down hard onto the floor. Ice and frost. The icy floor instantly trapped Lee Man's legs, and he started growling again. Taking this moment, you sweep with the scythe, then you're brainless. Lee Man has been completely defeated. He's sprawled on the floor. Duong Hao has taken the medicine box and opened it. It's finally over. Now let me see the treasure you've been holding on to forever. Only when Lee Man goes to sell salt will the influence of the living completely disappear. Congratulations, it's great. My sight and hearing have both recovered. Duong Hao, are you okay? Over here. Duong Hao has opened the medicine box, hearing her ask. He quickly replied, "I'm fine. You better check out the good stuff I found," holding the vial in his hand. If I'm not mistaken, this medicine and the thing that Tio Von Fee held earlier are the same. But how exactly is this created? At that moment, a familiar system voice rang out. Ding dong! The main mission phase 1 is complete, collecting 10.10 enhancement potions. The next phase is 10.10, calculating rewards. He happily smiled, so this ring has such a large space inside. From now on, gathering supplies won't be a problem. These enhancement drugs are also unknown in how they were made. If they are the same crystals as before, they have side effects. The gap is too big. The vials are sucked into the space inside the ring, and he looks at them thoughtfully, deciding to wait for another opportunity to test them later. The system emits a task notification sound, ding dong, activating a side mission and awarding a healing potion. Completion rate 0.1. Duong Hao frowns. What is this healing potion? There's not a hint of it anywhere. Where could I find it? You sit beside the corpse of Lee Man Lu, confused and asking, Duong Hao, what are you looking for? You reply while constantly searching every corner, thinking that this person might be from the laboratory here, and maybe you can find something on him. To no one's surprise, you finally pulled out a book. What is this? You flipped through the pages carefully, reading each one attentively. On July 7th, in the time when I was Lam Man, I started writing this diary because I felt that something big might happen. By this point, Duong Hao also guessed that this was the diary he wrote before turning into a zombie. Something truly major had happened. The entire laboratory's computers had gone out of control, the research drugs had leaked out, many people had turned into zombies, and the test subjects' bodies had started moving. I suspect that the person in charge of the secret laboratory, Dr. Fen, knows something because his behavior is too calm. Each entry in the diary describes that day when Lee Man was still an assistant in the lab, and Dr. Fen sternly ordered him. Close doors. H3 and G9, release the toxic gas in room 304, he gently reminded. But Dr. Fen, there are still people alive inside. He grimly ordered, ignore them. Even if they get out, they probably have the virus. We can't take the risk. On July 9th, the sky was overcast, and while moving to another laboratory, I was infected after being injured by the zombies. I heard there's a recovery drug that can cure infected people, but Dr. Fen wouldn't let me use something so precious, so this is probably my last journal entry. Tinchuk also stepped closer and said, if this medicine can be found, then everyone can be saved. Lee Man recorded the journal very carefully, and Duong Hao read through his research notes before saying, this recovery medicine. He also didn't see it with his own eyes. We still have to find the laboratory to know the exact situation. When I turned the page, I accidentally found a drawing, and I guessed that perhaps the laboratory was disguised as a printing house. You look up at Teen Chuck's suggestion, thinking that maybe there could be some clues if you go to that place. As he says, he immediately stands up excitedly, puts away his journal, and says, let's go. I roughly remember the location of that company. Teen Chuck entrusted everything to you? Fine. As they left without knowing, Lam Din hid in the corner, observing everything, watching their backs as she pondered. These two just took back the enhancement drug. They must be from the higher level laboratory. Her eyes suddenly sharpened, and she silently decided that it's possible they are carrying recovery medicine, so I'll follow them for a while. Duong Hao and Teen Chuck left the laboratory building and are observing from above, with many Chang Ma wandering in the yard. Teen Chuck nervously says, there are too many Chang Ma here. Finishing quickly will only attract more, so we need to choose the right path to pass through. Quickly she pointed in a direction and exclaimed, watch out! Duong Hao, that mutated beast is too big. You need to see it immediately. Duong Hao looked over and the mutated beast looked like a monster from its appearance. I observed carefully again and firmly said, my feeling is right. That guy seems to be a hybrid of a mutated beast and a monster with a strong body and thick build. Higher than the building next to it, Duong Hao regretfully thought the distance was too far. The tablet couldn't access its attribute data through the system. I vaguely saw a clown on its shoulder, and there seemed to be someone above it. He's not with the same group as the foot-nurtured staff who followed us earlier. Ting Truck immediately confirmed that's impossible. If the people from the foot soldiers had this strength, we would have been defeated long ago. A mutated monkey carrying a medicine box approached and handed it to the clown, who angrily shouted, "What I need is enhancement drugs, not this trash. Keep looking for me." Even behind heavy makeup, you can see his face darkening. It's been 5 days and still no sign of the enhancement drug. I can only take my frustration out on you guys. Duong Hao turned and left. If we don't know who the enemy is, let's take a detour first. Right now, we don't have the strength to go through them all. But the Min Yacht printing house isn't far from here according to Lai Man's journal. Unexpectedly, there are countless ghostly spirits guarding inside. Duong Hao uses his data scanning skill to identify them. Mutated ghostly spirits with strength 346, speed 82, mental 73. Another mutated ghostly spirit with strength 385, speed 93, mental 82, and ordinary ghostly spirits with strength 56, speed 19, mental 14. Seeing them move slowly, Tin Truck exclaimed in panic, "There are so many more ghosts here." The two of them quietly entered inside. Duong Hao whispered, "This place is near the laboratory, based on the journal. It's not surprising to see so many." "You told me to hide first. This place is yours," Tin Truck said in shock, "giving it to you. So many ghosts. What are you going to do?" Duong Hao replied with a proud frown, "Don't worry about me. You find a safe place and just watch." You kick out and hit a common ghost in the face. Ordinary ghosts hardly increase attributes. Mutated ghosts are hard to find. So this place is perfect for me to sweep through and boost my attributes. Tin Truck obediently stood in the corner watching, blushing as she praised him. This guy is so awesome. 15 minutes later, amidst the demon horde, countless multicolored crystals dropped to the ground. Duong Hao. Strength 1,310. Speed 620. Mental 780. You collected everything and happily said, in just a short while, dozens of points. This restricted area is truly a treasure land. Tin Truck, impressed, ran over to praise. "Duong Hao, you're really too amazing," he modestly replied. "This is all just trivial. Let's go. We should head to the laboratory now." Unexpectedly, as you open the door, they burst out in a rush. "Oh, there's a big one. Demon Lord Bao Quan, strength 1,833, speed 722, mental 860. Duong Hao scans its attributes and frowns. This Bao Quan's attributes are a bit abnormal, even more outrageous than the previous the MA commander. The Bao Quan roared loudly, and Duong Hao immediately made a decision. "Tin Truck, you hide inside the building first. I'll go draw its attention." The Bao Quan didn't wait for you to prepare and threw a punch down, but luckily, you quickly dodged it. It threw punches rapidly, its strength both powerful and precise. Even Duong Hao couldn't help but marvel at how formidable the Demon Queen of the Forbidden Zone was. Suddenly, something behind him exploded. "You look suspicious again. What's going on now?" A box of food was thrown at the Beast King's feet, and Duong Hao suspiciously looked at it and said, "Dog food." Bao Quan's eyes shone like headlights as it growled happily and ran to the food box. Lam Din stepped out of the smoke, gesturing with her hand. "Come on, follow me quickly." Duong Hao quickly ran over to thank her. The three of them ran along the dark corridor, and only then did Duong Hao speak up, asking who she was, why she wanted to save them, and also what she had just thrown. "My name is Lam Din. The food I just threw out is my own special dish that can attract the attention of the Demon King. As for why I want to save you, you'll find out soon." Duong Hao suddenly remembered Lam Din. That name was mentioned in the diary, the strange hotel. Lam Din crossed her arms and looked at the two people, honestly sharing her suspicion, as their appearance was quite unusual. Ordinary people wouldn't come to this forbidden area. "If I had to guess, you two are the superiors here to collect the enhancement drugs, right?" Duong Hao couldn't help but think of the enemy's attire. The superiors are supposed to come, so could the person she's talking about be the woman he met earlier? Ting Truck nodded uncertainly and said, "Superior, we..." Before you interrupted, saying, "Yes, that's right, we are indeed sent by our superiors." Duong Hao signaled with his face, whispering, "Work with me a bit," and Tin Truck replied, "Got it, Duong Hao has a very bold plan. If she really is Dr. Lam Din, then pretending to be someone from above might help us gather more intelligence about the laboratory." Thinking this, he spoke. "Dr. Lam Din, you are in charge of this experimental area, right? Where is the enhancement drug?" Lam Din happily heads toward a sealed door in the building, saying she will take him to get it inside. Duong Hao and Tin Truck follow her inside, and they arrive. The doors suddenly burst open. Guards with guns stormed in shouting orders, raising their hands. The two followed the commands and raised their hands above their heads, and Duong Hao asked suspiciously, "What do you want to do?" Lam Din silenced and immediately handed over your ID card and access card. Duong Hao sighed in relief, reaching into his shirt pocket, so he wanted to verify your identity. "Just say so from the start. Wait for me a moment." I'm secretly calculating in my mind that, if possible, I want to avoid conflict and conserve some strength since this is a restricted area. I extend my hand and say, "These items are all in my wallet. I might have dropped them on the way, so maybe we shouldn't follow the procedure anymore." Lam Din, played with and furious, transformed and scolded, no longer pretending to be modest. These two items are the only way into the upper-level laboratory. Such an important thing. How could it be lost? Duong Hao flinched when scolded. It seems there's no avoiding this. Better to come clean with her. You wave your hand to explain, Dr. Lam Din. Calm down first. Actually, we are not from the upper-level laboratory. What you just said was your words. We have another reason for coming here. Lam Din, in her true form, didn't catch what you said. She raised her voice. Right now, whatever you say is useless. We will kill you and judge from your bodies ourselves. Get up. Seeing that peaceful negotiation was impossible, Duong Hao sighed and transformed his sickle, realizing he could only resolve this with force. In an instant, the sickle swept through, and the two guards were immediately frozen. He took a few more steps forward and cut off Lam Din's fluffy hair. She was stunned, thinking quickly. So fast, I didn't even have time to react before he countered my attack. Duong Hao flicked the sickle over her head, smiling bitterly, and said, Maybe you now understand my strength. I advise you not to mess around. Answer me obediently, or else. Lam Din asked, What do you want to know? He simply pointed in one direction and said that everything related to the underground laboratory in the Forbidden Zone predates that day. Since I entered this underground research base, my main task has been to research and develop pharmaceuticals, and the enhancement drugs are made from refined spirit crystals. Tintrick frowned slightly and asked what they intended to do with this enhancement drug made from refined crystals. Duong Hao silently pondered, just as he had suspected. Linding recalled that he wasn't entirely sure, but Dr. Fen said the location of the drug was arranged and manufactured upstairs and needed to be submitted there. As for the recovery medicine, he had only seen it once, when Dr. Fen used it on his students, and they had recovered and become human again. At this point, her voice unconsciously lowered, but now the laboratory has been taken over by the Destroyer Union, and we who risked escaping have lost all news of Dr. Fen. Duong Hao pieced together the events in his mind, realizing that the laboratory is now in the hands of the Destroyer Union. No wonder Tu Van Phi wanted his men to gather the remains of the ghostly lover An. He said, As far as I know, even after the Destroyer Alliance took over, they continued to produce the enhancement drugs. So where exactly is this laboratory? Lam Din was a bit surprised. Could it be that he's interested in the enhancement drug, which is built deep inside the underground laboratory, not easy to access? Duong Hao confidently said, Don't worry about this. I have a plan. Dr. Fen is very likely still in our hands. The truth about the recovery drug in the laboratory still has to come from him and that mysterious woman. Suddenly, the wall explodes and dust fills the air, making it impossible to see clearly around. The berserker charged into the raging statue. It was the same berserker from before. How did he end up here? Duong Hao calmly asked if she still had the item used to attract the berserker last time. Lam Din hesitated and replied, It's gone. That was the last vial just now. Duong Hao turned around and ordered, I'll trap it. You two run quickly. The two girls ran off, and before leaving, Lam Din kindly reminded him, Be careful yourself. As soon as she hit the ground, Tin Truck thought to herself that she had left a sign indicating the direction she was heading. Duong Hao might be able to find her if he saw it. Then she quickly started running forward, since ever since arriving in this forbidden zone, she had been holding Duong Hao back, and she couldn't keep doing this. Suddenly something appeared that made Tin Truck panic and open her eyes wide. It turned out she saw a mutated bear drinking water. It was a mutated beast. This mutated creature looks quite powerful. If I can control it, it might help Duong Hao. No time to think further. I immediately focus my strength. The situation is urgent. I can't afford to weaken its consciousness anymore. I will try to forcibly control it. As soon as the mutated bear finished biting a fish, she launched an attack and became my subordinate. It seems Tin Truck's strike had no effect on it. With such overwhelming power, the mutated beast from the Forbidden Zone truly surpasses those outside. It got angry and jerked, making her scream in fear. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb your meal. Tin Truck quickly climbed out through a nearby window, then shattered the glass on the door to escape from the mutated bear. Right now, I am truly too weak. Wait for Duong Hao to return and have him tame the mutated beast for me first. A threatening laugh echoed from a gangster. Boss, today we are really lucky. Going out on patrol and running into such a top-notch beauty. Lam Mun listened carefully, observing and praising. Quite a figure. Bring her back and put her in the arena. Maybe it can attract attention. Their sudden appearance surprised Tin Truck, who asked, Who are you all? He stands behind and gives orders to his henchmen. You don't need to know about this. Brothers, serve this beauty carefully for me. They immediately follow the command. The attitude of Lam Mon's gang makes her furious, grinding her teeth. A group of colorful beasts. Temple Lord in yellow robes tightly grips Tin Truck's sword and says, Beautiful girl, I advise you to cooperate and obey these men. The next moment, she was firmly restrained. Let me go and see what these people want to do to you. Lam Man is all too familiar with this kind of kidnapping and magic trapping. He sneers confidently, Don't worry, these guys aren't thugs. They have other intentions for kidnapping you. Before he could finish his taunt, a strange sound rang out. Wait a moment. Jia, Duong Hao has appeared with the sickle. Immediately release Tin Truck to me. Luckily, I didn't mess with that evil spirit, trapping it inside the building and quickly following the signal Tin Truck left behind to get here. Tin Truck quickly rejoiced upon seeing her Duong Hao. As soon as he saw Lam Mon, he recalled old memories. She is Lam Mon. Yet here she is, facing a rival from high school, the same mischievous girl who used to bully him back then. He chuckled loudly as if to ask, "What a small world, Duong Hao. Why did you cause all this?" "Back then you reported me to the police. I got fined quite a bit." Ignoring Lam Man's words, he calmly ordered, "She is my friend. Let her go." Immediately, he taunted loudly, "Let her go! What reason is there for the little bastard to run away after causing trouble?" And the next second, Lam Min threw a punch while shouting loudly, "Duong Hao, today I will not only shame your friend, but also beat you up." But unfortunately for him, Duong Hao only needed to give a light tap to easily block the attack. Too bad I am no longer that weak fat guy from before. Without hesitation, he struck so hard that Lam Man was thrown 800 meters away. Then, Duong Hao rushed forward to lightly attack the henchman holding Tin Chuck. Once she was safe, he asked if she was okay, and after regaining her composure, Tin Chuck replied, "I'm fine. Luckily you came just in time." At the same time, Lam Man lay flat on the ground, secretly terrified inside, thinking he must be cursed. He had thought Duong Hao was so thin because he was starving, but it turns out his skills have also improved significantly. Having only been struck once, he immediately begged for mercy. "Duong Hao, please consider our friendship and let me go." As soon as Lam Man finished speaking, you directly drove the sickle into his groin. Before Duong Hao could strike, a pleading voice sounded. Louis Tui approaching. "He's my comrade. If I did anything wrong, I apologize on his behalf." He saw his accomplices arrive and burst into tears of joy. "Battalion Commander, you're here, that's great. These two guys dared to resist our destroyer alliance." "But I don't agree with Lam Man's reckless behavior." He approached and asked, "Haven't you told these prisoners what we want from them? We're not trying to kill them." The system screen displayed the information. Battalion Commander Li Shui, with strength 1,421, speed 614, and spirit 760. Duong Hao watched their conversation from afar, thinking to himself, "Why are this guy's attributes even higher than mine?" "If we fight, we might not have a chance to win," Lin Man sweatingly replied. "Sorry, squad leader, I was careless for a moment." After a while, Lai Tui turned and said in a commanding tone, "I am the battalion commander of the Destruction Alliance Recruitment Battalion. We are recruiting talented individuals, so why don't you two join us now?" Even though his stats are very high, you still refuse proudly, saying we prefer our freedom. As expected, Lai Tui confidently stated that what I just said was not asking for their opinion. In front of them, there were only two choices. Like a true tyrant, he stepped forward and offered the choice. Either become a member of the Destructive Human Alliance. Then Li Shui sneered and said, "Either become a fighter in our arena, or if you can win 10 matches, we will set you free." This information quickly piqued Yang Hao's interest. An arena, who would have thought the Destruction Alliance had such a form of entertainment? He seems very proud of his organization. "Of course, we will provide weapons for you, and each victory gives you a chance to get enhancement drugs with this. I believe you will change your mind and willingly stay with our Destroyer Alliance." In an instant, you grasped the key point and formulated a plan in your mind. The enhancer drugs. So, that's it. If you can reach the arena, maybe you can directly enter the laboratory occupied by the Destroyer Alliance, avoiding the trouble of scavenging in the Forbidden Zone. Shinju immediately stepped forward and said, "Duong Hao, the reputation of the Destroyer Alliance is too low. I wouldn't want to join the Destroyer Alliance just to compete in some arena." "What do you think?" Hearing her words, Duong Hao replied, "Me too. Senra, we share the same idea." The next second, he crossed his arms and decisively gave his answer. "We choose to enter the arena." Duong Hao's decisive attitude greatly pleased Li Shi, who thought he was brave and spirited. Lin Miang happily obeyed the order, as he had someone backing him up. Yes, after leading everyone down to the base, he quickly entered the password and opened the door. As soon as he saw this scene, Duong Hao thought to himself that the arena was underground, built from the laboratory by the Destroyer Alliance. As soon as the door opened, Lam Mun ordered someone to come in and arrange everything. After a while, you entered the room feeling very proud. This underground space must be at least a few hundred meters deep. How was it built? Seeing Duong Hao and Tin Truk arrive, Old No chuckled and said, "Lam Man, your performance was excellent. I immediately prepared a room for them." Then he spoke to give instructions. "Old No, later I want to talk to you about something. Wait for me in the office." He also replied seriously, "Okay." Immediately after, Lam Man turned to Duong Hao and Tin Truk and said, "Follow us." While leading the way, he secretly rejoiced. This is perfect. Duong Hao doesn't seem to know when to stop choosing the arena again. I must make him suffer here until he's broken. It seems the current situation has left Duong Hao so stunned that his eyes are wide open and his mouth agape. Based on your observation, images of fighters training appear, and I didn't expect there to be so many people here. If we can get these people out, it would be a powerful force. Then Duong Hao spoke, telling the others to wait here for a moment, without hesitation, and Tin Truk agreed. Dai Hung, upon seeing Tin Truk, shamelessly flirted, "Your new sister is really beautiful." Even the lackeys agreed with her looks. He stepped forward to provoke, "Hey kid, from now on, your girl is mine." Ignoring Da Hung, Yang Hao calmly replied, "I don't want trouble now, but get out quickly while I'm still calm." Your composure instantly made him furious. "Hey, do you know who I am? Do you believe your father will smash you to pieces? The surrounding thugs take turns to comment. Finally, there's some entertainment. It's been a long time since we've seen such inexperienced fools. Even someone from the blood sect dares to offend us. I really am brave. Hearing this, Duong Hao responds with a challenge. Tai An, is there a problem or do you not understand human language? Your words make everyone around sweat with worry. Damn. Talking like that to someone from the Bloodsteel clan? You're crazy. You're definitely going to die. This guy is definitely insane. As if driven mad, Dai Hung transformed and roared fiercely, I will tear you apart. After a moment of shifting and changing, he became a large, ferocious bear charging forward to attack. Before Dai Hung could even speak, Duong Hao delivered a straight kick to his stomach, pinning him firmly against the opposite wall. Your decisive strike has terrified the surrounding fighters. Damn, the newcomer is too strong. Where are the big brothers Han? I don't know. It seems the blood leader is having a secret meeting. Their murmuring caught Duong Hao's attention. You guys, going up too? Your question scared them. We're not going up anymore. That's right. We're just here to watch. The coach watching from earlier steps forward and orders, all right, behave yourselves. He hands Duong Hao a piece of paper and advises, this is your registration card. Follow me and prepare for the new member program tomorrow. After some information was shared, both Duong Hao and Teen Truck were taken to a room where a chef was preparing delicious dishes. Eat your fill and rest well, or this might be your last dinner together. As soon as he sat down at the table, he cheerfully told her the food was good. It's been a long time since he had such a delicious meal. Let's eat, at least to make it worth it. Then Teen Truck quietly whispered her worry. Do you think we will die here? It seems Duong Hao has noticed her unease. He reassured her, don't worry, I have a plan. The next day, the arena was packed with spectators. Manager Ngo Gaorong announced, ladies and gentlemen, today we have a rare newcomer challenge. Who will be the ultimate winner? The audience below the stage cheered one after another. So what more can I say? Of course it's a replacement. It's exciting. It's been a long time since I saw a new person torn apart by a replacement. My taste is too heavy. I still hope the newcomer wins. Inside the room, an employee was diligently guiding Duong Hao and Teen Truck to find suitable weapons, and a minute later, they would start confronting the newcomers. As soon as he grabbed the ordinary sword in his hand, he suddenly froze. Gia is Duong Hao, who saw Lam Mon happily watching. It is him, smoking and sneering. Duong Hao, enjoy your last moments. At the same time, Yo Wanglei's enthusiastic voice echoed throughout the arena. So now, the show begins. Duong Hao's face still remained unchanged. Tin Truck, follow me closely later. Although very worried, Tin Truck still replied, okay. From above the gate, a mutated monster with muscular legs stepped out. Then, a horde of mutated ghosts appeared simultaneously with system notifications. Mutated ghosts with strength 356, speed 92, and spirit 123. Elite mutated ghosts with strength 1080, speed 489, and spirit 250. And elite mutated ghosts with strength 784, speed 243, and spirit 189. Their presence not only didn't scare Duong Hao, but instead made him very excited, especially since these were mutated monsters and their attributes could be increased. The next second, he shouted loudly to encourage the monsters to charge at him. Go ahead and come at me. Lam Man's face was full of a sneering expression as he secretly thought, even if you're stronger, you still can't withstand a single blow against the army of monsters. Manager Ngo also looked pleased, as another opportunity was about to be in his grasp. Humans only care about benefits. Making money is truly easy. But unwilling to let them succeed, Duong Hao kept destroying the monsters while fighting and cheerfully said, it's true. With the additional scanning ability helping out, this place is truly a point-scanning paradise. Tin Truck is fighting hard beside him, amazed and exclaiming what's going on. Why does it feel like Duong Hao is getting stronger and stronger? Seeing Duong Hao's youthful vigor, Lam Mon hurriedly questions Manager Ngo. Are the demons he chose really so weak? This isn't what we discussed, Manager Ngo replied calmly. Don't worry, I've prepared everything. Just as he finished speaking, 3 demons appeared along with the system screen. Name, Mutant Elite, Driver, So2D, Power 1280, Speed 547, Spirit 350. Name, Mutant Elite Ghost, Experiment Staff, Wang Bing, Strength 1120, Speed 480, Mental 290. The Elite Mutated Demon Helper, Assistant, with Strength 1310, Speed 569, and Mental Power 320. As soon as they appeared, Duong Hao thought to himself that they were all elite mutated demons, and the powerful ones who came to kill him had taken quite a lot of effort. It seems that his sixth sense is also working at full capacity. Duong Hao, why do these demons keep giving me a strange feeling? The next second, the mutated Demon King's arm stretched out super long as if to grab both of them. Seeing that, he immediately launched a defensive move, carefully controlling objects from a distance. Duong Hao's attacks only made the mutated monsters more aggressive, charging at them fiercely, and she was constantly worried, asking for his opinion.
Duong Hao thought to himself that these monsters can all use their abilities, so how can they fight them without risking harming Teen Truck? It's too dangerous for her, so he decided to let her stay in the healing chamber first. Do whatever you think is best. Open the treatment chamber and tell her to hide inside first. I'll handle the other Ma here. As you hesitate, Duong Hao quickly cut down 2 sneak-attacking Ma behind. Go in now. You still don't understand my strength.
In the stands, a confused spectator wondered why Mon Tin Truk was no longer visible, and suddenly, a voice caught everyone's attention, saying, "Look over there. The changeling over there looks a bit strange." The other spectators immediately cheered, excited. This is thrilling. I've never seen a mutated demon before. Charging forward. Better to eat someone first. It seems Manager No is very confident in his sneaky plan, with rules for new fighters. They can't use level commander demons. But this one, during its transformation, is completely comparable to a leader, enough to kill Duong Hao. Lan Man nodded in praise. Still, the Manager No has his ways. He lowered his gaze to the match and continued speaking. Today's harvest will be substantial. At the same time, the mutated demon beast ferociously charged at Duong Hao. Not willing to fall behind, he swung his sword in a clean strike, but unfortunately for Duong Hao, it counterattacked fiercely, knocking him back. He was too quick, activating his bone armor. After Duong Hao secretly executes his move, the system appears, indicating a cooldown of 290 seconds for the bone attack. The spectators watching the fight are like bloodthirsty beasts, continuously shouting, "Eat him, eat him, eat him!" The increasing number of monsters is confusing me. No way. Why are they releasing so many monsters like this? As he kept attacking, Duong Hao silently thought, if he had to deal with these miscellaneous soldiers and the mutated monster from earlier, his stamina would be drained significantly. This kick sent it flying 800 meters away and it fell face down on the ground. But it didn't stop there. He focused his strength and threw a punch. Still not enough. This iron fist hit right on the mutated demon's jaw, even without weapons. A punch is enough to take it down. Then, Duong Hao prepared to strike the leg with a final blow. This sudden burst of strength caught the mutated demon off guard, as continuous punches pounded into its body, causing it to scream in pain. After a few basic hits, the mutated demon was down for the count. While feeling his own strength, he was also excited. Although it was a bit dangerous, his attribute points were increasing rapidly. And now he probably had reached the lowest level of a demon lord. It's too much. The notification screen quickly appeared showing strength 1520, speed 720, spirit 980. The spectators who watched the entire fight couldn't believe their praise. This newcomer is too strong. I've never seen someone kill a mutated demon with just fists before. Seeing that his plan had completely failed, Manager Ngo widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this be? The mutated demon's strength compared to the leader level was defeated by him without a fight. Even Lin Man couldn't believe it, clenched his teeth in shock. Never expected Duong Hao's strength to be so formidable. Senza can only think of other ways to kill him. After destroying all of the demons, Duong Hao opened the treatment chamber for Tin Truk to come out. She's safe now. Come out quickly. This scene left her wide-eyed in admiration. Duong Hao, you're so powerful. So many demons, and you cleared them all out. As soon as Tin Truk finished speaking, Manager No suddenly appeared, truly shocking everyone, especially Man Tin Truk, who unexpectedly appeared on the arena. I declare that Duong Hao and Man Tin Truk have achieved the first victory in this newcomer match. After finishing speaking, he was stunned by her sudden appearance, wondering where that woman had come from. Could she have space powers? The audience quickly recovered and cheered loudly. Duong Hao, Duong Hao, Duong Hao. Holding the prize in her hand, Tin Truk smiled happily. This is great. She has received the reward for the first victory. Feeling her joy, Duong Hao also replied, yes, if we win 9 more matches, we can regain our freedom. As they walked away, the people around them whispered in amazement, are those the newcomers who won today? That's right. I heard they're very strong, but even stronger than Han Teet of the Iron Blood. At the same time, Han Teet stood behind Duong Hao and Tin Truk, watching their every move closely. The henchman whispered, big brother, the one who hit me is that guy. He's really underestimating others. We have to teach him a lesson. The leader of Tiet Huet, Han Tiet. But contrary to what you thought, he quickly grabbed his collar and exposed him. Do you think I don't know the reason for your conflict? Han Thiet's sternness made the henchman stammer in fear. Big brother? In an instant, he punched him and scolded him. I hate playing with women the most. If I find out about this kind of thing again, don't even think about being a man anymore. Han Thiet's decisiveness made the henchman fearfully beg for mercy, promising he wouldn't dare again. This noisy commotion immediately caught Tin Truk's attention, and it seemed there was internal conflict within the Iron Blood faction. However, Duong Hao remained neutral and indifferent since it didn't concern us. After settling the internal matters, Han Thiet watched their figures leave, thinking this guy is very strong and might face him again in the arena someday. Then Duong Hao told Tin Truk to go back first. He would go gather more information, and she immediately agreed. Okay. After a while, Duong Hao approached Wu Ta. This big brother, you've been here a long time, right? You must know this arena very well. Your sudden appearance makes him curious. Who are you? Duong Hao smiled kindly, offering a pack of cigarettes and asking for help. I'm new here, just arrived, don't understand many things, so I have to ask the boss. Your quick wit makes Wu Ta smile happily and say, well done. If you have anything to ask, just ask. Immediately, Duong Hao asked, have you ever seen a woman in a tight blue outfit with long green hair? Wu Ka slowly spoke, never having seen her before. This place already has few women. If she appeared, the news would have spread. Duong Hao still tried to ask for more information. I see. I heard this used to be a laboratory. Do you know anything about this place? And also, do you know about Dr. Feng? Hearing this, his voice gradually became serious. The laboratory is still operational, just in a deeper level. And as for Dr. Feng, I heard Manager Ngo mention him before, but the details are unclear. Seeing that Vuta had no more useful information, he quickly thanked him and left. Alright, thank you. It seems the search for the medicine can only start with Ngo Thien. The scene shifts to the arena where Han Tiet is fighting fiercely. His team quickly eliminates all the ghostly enemies and secures their 9th victory. According to the announcer's voice, Yang Hao and Tin Truck walk slowly, followed by the second battle of the newcomer Yang Hao and Min Tin Truck. She is curious about his continuous fighting like this. Yang Hao, are you pushing yourself too hard? You just finished fighting yesterday, and today you're already asking to compete, while others need some rest. I will protect her well. After entering the arena, the mutated beasts were released with a very hungry attitude. As soon as she saw the small sun, Tin Truck immediately became confident. This opponent seemed different. It's not necessarily who protects whom. The diversity of the arena surprises him. And this time, it's a mutated beast. Then, she focused her power and loudly ordered everyone to stop. This pure taming ability immediately made the mutated beasts halt. As soon as Tin Truck clapped her hands and gave the order, they immediately obeyed and sat down. The people under the stand still seem to not understand what is happening. What just happened? Why have these mutated beasts suddenly become obedient? Could it be the power of that woman? Back to the battle. The movement of a mutated beast caught her attention. Duong Hao, look at that mutant beast. It's so strange. Just as Tin Truck said, it's not only disobedient but also sneering. No, I can't control it. Next, Dai Long stuck his head out of the beast costume, shocking her. He's not a mutated beast, he's a human. He won the fight yesterday with ease and is also a beast tamer. Then, a black mist burst out from Dai Long's mouth. But it turned out he was trying to distract and secretly deal with Tin Truck. According to intelligence from the previous fight, this woman was quite weak, so take her out first. But unfortunately for Dai Lang, Duong Hao easily moved behind him. It seems he put some effort into this fight. Dai Lang still hasn't realized the danger approaching. Within my black fog, your senses will all be blocked. Wait to be killed. Today is your day to die. The black mist spreading around obscures the view for everyone watching. Damn it, I can't see anything anymore. It's over quick. Think of a way out. I just saw you behind him, he shouted in disbelief. How is this possible? You are unaffected by the black zone. Duong Hao's face gradually became more excited, and I have to thank this black fog of yours. Without its cover, I would have revealed all my strength. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch at Dai Lang. He lay there weak and defeated, making Duong Hao can't help but mock him. His skill level is too low, not even as good as the ghost I met before. The announcer's voice then sounded again, blocking the second round. Duong Hao confidently declared victory. After the black fog dissipated and the announcement ended, Chuck was curious and asked what had just happened, describing a moment of darkness before his eyes. He calmly recounted as if nothing had happened, explaining that he was affected by this guy's skill. Actually, I took care of him right away. When I saw Da Lang lying flat on the ground, Chuck too was curious about what this was. At the same time, the system displayed a notification, ding dong. Congratulations to the host for burning 1,000 points of the mental attribute, gaining a new primary sensory enhancement ability. These details make Duong Hao realize that I thought the mental attribute was only about willpower, but I didn't expect the sensing ability to also improve. Inside the wing, Han Tiet is watching intently. This guy is indeed very strong, but still no match for me. The scene shifts to the meeting room guarded carefully by 2 guards. Inside, Lam Mon hesitates. Guolingo, the item you've been looking for. Duong Hao. As soon as he saw the item in his hand, Guolingo sighed in amazement. He really found this thing. It must have cost quite a bit. After achieving his goal, he confidently clenched his lips. As long as it can kill him, this price is nothing. Rest assured, Duong Hao can at most survive one more night. In the bedroom, Tin Chuck gently recounted, "This is what I found." Holding the Bon Mu in her hand, she explained that this creature is called Bon Mu, and after its mutation, it has extremely corrosive properties, capable of easily corroding even metal walls. Tin Chuck's voice was full of excitement. "We can use this bug to escape." Hearing that, Duong Hao quickly agreed. "Yes, we can indeed use this bug to leave." Actually, not tonight. She let them make a secret exit first for me. I want to investigate this place a bit. After a while, the Ban Mu had dug a large hole under the floor just as he hoped. Duong Hao observes the burrow and concludes that there is indeed another level below. Seeing him crawl down, she gently advises him to be careful and not to get caught. Duong Hao quickly replied, "Rest assured." As soon as he finished speaking, he descended into a strange room. While wandering around to investigate, Duong Hao whispered that there are several floors below the arena, and his scanning ability can only search one floor at a time within his range. Suddenly, he heard a voice full of integrity coming from the room. "Manager, I find it hard to comply with this order." It turns out that inside the meeting room, Han Tiet was shouting angrily. senselessly taking another person's life for breaking my principles of being human. Ignoring his worldview, Manager Ngo, with a hatred as hard as steel, said, "What world are we even in if we still talk about principles?" Then he smiled threateningly. "Your sister. You don't want to worry anymore, do you?" This intimidating remark immediately made Han Tiding tense up. This matter. Manager Ngo, smoking as he spoke, probably understands very well how difficult it would be for your non-mutant sister to keep living if she doesn't want to. Just kill Duong Hao, and I can guarantee your sister will have the best protection in the future. After a moment of consideration, he was forced to agree. "Fine. I accept your conditions, but you must keep your promise." Manager Ngo's tone gradually softened after achieving his goal, of course. Immediately afterward, he secretly snorted in his heart, "Everyone who lives late will die." Whether they are deceived or not, it makes no difference outside the meeting room. Duong Hao had overheard the entire conversation. It seems they would use any means to eliminate him. Ignoring them, you open the door and step into another nearby room. Seeing that the shelves are full of documents, Duong Hao quickly deduces that this is likely a storage room for arena-related materials. After a while, he managed to get the arena map in his hands, and sure enough, there was a map. This is great. It seems the enhancement potion is right on this wall. The door of the civilian room closed, but Duong Hao kept searching, hoping the enhancement potion was inside. Suddenly, footsteps sounded and someone was coming. It turned out to be the mysterious woman from before, slowly walking in, making me very curious. What is she doing here? Seeing the enemy approaching the bookshelf, Yang Hao was hiding nearby, quietly guessing that the vault might be behind this shelf. As he predicted, she slowly entered the code, and he remembered that the area's passcode was always the same. After pressing the button, a table full of vials appeared, but the amount of medicine was surprisingly small. Mac Dick immediately felt something was off. This couldn't be right. I need to check carefully. Then, a mysterious door opens, and she quickly steps inside to observe carefully. Seeing this, Yang Hao immediately realizes that he has not found what he was looking for. It turns out there is another secret, and suddenly I notice an item on her. A belt with a square buckle. Why does she have something like this? At the same time, Mac Dish is still carefully inspecting the batch of medicine, and indeed, judging by the timing, the medicine here has been interrupted. This laboratory must have some hidden secrets. A moment later, she stepped outside and whispered to herself that before they handed over all the drugs, she absolutely couldn't give them the healing medicine. While waiting for the enemy to go out, Duong Hao hid to the side and quietly said to himself that indeed, this woman had the healing medicine he was looking for. He continued to lose himself in his thoughts, suspecting that her equipped abilities were also very suspicious, and that there might be a more powerful force behind the laboratory. Soon after, Duong Hao moved back to the previous spot where he had identified the enhancement drug and the code, but now was not the right time to take the drug. As he was planning his next move, he suddenly spotted a highly corrosive liquid. Being cautious, Duong Hao quickly acted. This substance looks very effective. Taking a little might not even be noticed by them. After a quick search and review, you quickly moved back to the bedroom. Seeing you return, Bao and Tin cheered. "Duong Hao, you're back already. I was worried something happened to you." Duong Hao humorously replied, "What could possibly happen to me? I don't follow your jokes," Kolen said.
When he was not here, I received information that tomorrow is a one-on-one match, and I heard you will be facing someone named Han Tie.
Since I knew about this in advance, I was very confident. I predicted it would be like this. Don't worry, I will still win tomorrow. The next day, you stood in the weapon room, carefully choosing. From behind, Han Tie stepped forward and threatened. "Duong Hao, cherish your last beautiful moment. Today is your day to die." Despite his attempt to intimidate, Duong Hao calmly responded to the provocation. "Go ahead and use it if you have to. I'm not afraid." Outside the arena, the excited spectators quickly started to leave. We can't wait any longer. Manager Ngo, standing between Duong Hao and Han Tie, only explained the rules of the match. Alright, before the fight begins, let me briefly go over the rules. Both sides can use all the previously exchanged props, and the fight continues until one side is dead or surrenders. After putting on the armor, Han Tiet's eyes are filled with murderous intent. "I have no grudges with you, but I have a reason to kill you. I'm really sorry, but your face is gradually becoming more excited. There's no need to apologize because he can't kill me." Duong Hao's astonishing confidence irritates him, making him arrogant, so I won't hold back anymore. As soon as Han Ji finished speaking, he sensed something strange. Why does my body feel so heavy? Impressive, this guy can control gravity. His sword swung powerfully down where Duong Hao was standing. "You're definitely dead." Despite Han Tiet's fierce fighting spirit, you remain calm and reply. "Then it's not certain yet." In the blink of an eye, Duong Hao quickly dodged away and made his sword swing in a different direction, controlling objects remotely. This surprised Han Tiet greatly, and he questioned, "You? How did you do it? It seems like you figured out a way to fight him. Everyone has secrets, right?" Now it's my turn. Just use remote object control to immobilize the items, then the one moving will be yourself. After activating his limbs, Duong Hao clenched his sword and said, "Surrendering now is still possible." Han Tiet immediately replied, "Surrendering is impossible. Even if you could operate within my abilities, it wouldn't matter. I am still very confident in my speed." Then he charged forward with great confidence. Since you just arrived here, your equipment is the most basic weapons, far inferior to mine. Han Theet's high-quality sword strikes down fiercely on Duong Hao. While he is using his broken sword to block, he speaks again, saying that although the victory isn't pretty, I'm still the one who ultimately wins. Outside the stands, Manager No said at the edge, "Is this arrangement okay with you?" Lam Mang's face clearly showed satisfaction. After all, in front of the strongest warrior, Duong Hao was just a joke. The entire family is also very excited to see this scene, daring to fight my big brother, truly not knowing how to give him courage, without hesitation, smiling happily in agreement. Yes, just like the stars. Isn't it time now to sing and conquer? On the arena, Han Tie admits fault with a regretful look, but his hand kept attacking vigorously. "Brother, sorry." His apology made Duong Hao laugh. Did he think I was avoiding? As soon as he finished speaking, Han Theet's arm froze and could no longer move. Duong Hao continued as if trying to provoke him. "You're wrong. I was just thinking about how to attack without killing you." Then he poured a super corrosive liquid onto the ground. The next second, Duong Hao shouted loudly so that Han Thiet would no longer be controlled, and suddenly a huge hole appeared in the ground before he could react. Suddenly, Duong Hao threw a spell from afar, controlling objects remotely. While the swords were rushing toward Han Thiet's position, he calmly said, "Useless." "It seems Han Ji doesn't even bother to pay attention to this attack," he shouts. "Gravity!" After testing Han Zi's strength for a while, Duong Hao quickly comes up with a plan in his mind. This guy is too strong, keep a certain distance. Might as well play along for fun, since using any skill consumes stamina, and the more he uses it, the weaker his gravity control ability will become. You clenched your teeth, reached out to another moment, and controlled objects remotely. Suddenly, a sheet appeared in the middle of the scene. Immediately after, the miscellaneous items also fell one after another. Duong Hao's pointless act of boredom annoyed him. "You underestimate me too much." Despite the increasing number of items falling, Han Thiet started moving faster and faster, prolonging the fight, right? Don't dream it, you won't have that chance anymore. His speed kept increasing, shocking you. What's going on? Why did he suddenly become so fast? I don't know when, but Han Thiet was already behind Duong Hao, increasing the gravity around his body while still being able to reduce his own gravity. So you can't dodge this. As I suspected, he made his move, and you pulled out the scythe. No more mercy, Duong Hao casually cuts through Han Thiet's sword, and the sudden appearance of the scythe makes him break out in a cold sweat. "Where did your weapon come from? Your attitude has completely changed. I'm done playing with you. It's time to end this fight." Then Han Thiet suddenly erupted with energy and shouted, "The area's gravity." After this move, he became much more confident. "Right now, your arm must be too heavy to lift, although I can only hold this state for 5 seconds. "But that's enough to kill you," Duong Hao's calm voice echoed. "Don't speak too soon. Look above." As soon as you finished speaking, Han Thiet stiffened and looked up. After your words, random objects suddenly appeared falling from the sky. Did he think my previous combat energy was meant to last that long? It's truly naive to think that remote-enhanced objects are just to lower your guard. Everything has been waiting for this moment. While he was being beaten, Duong Hao continued explaining. As he unleashed his gravity domain around him, the force of these falling objects would be comparable to a cannon. Although I saw Han Thiet defeated firsthand, I'm still not entirely sure it's over. Maybe this guy isn't that easy to kill. After a while, when he didn't appear, Duong Hao quickly announced that he had lost his fighting ability and that I had won this match. The spectators below the stands grew more and more excited, chanting Duong Hao, Duong Hao, Duong Hao. Lam Man Thuk clenched his teeth, thinking, "Go, manager, today's not the day." Go manager also sighed inwardly. This Duong Hao guy still keeps his trump card hidden. Then he changed his expression to a reassuring look and said, "Don't worry, I have other ways. I don't know if that No Tien is up to anything. If there's any movement, use this walkie-talkie to contact me." Holding the walkie-talkie, Tin Truck replied, "Got it, you be careful too." Tin. Suddenly, a small jar appeared in the room, spewing gas everywhere. Luckily, she recognized it in time and covered her nose. This is toxic gas. Hearing that, Duong Hao angrily said, "No Tien is using tricks again to take advantage like this." The effects of the poison spread quickly, making Tin Truck unable to withstand it. "Duong Hao, I'm about to lose it." Seeing you fall to the ground, you called out loudly, Tin Truc, is this poison gas really that powerful? We can't just leave her like this." Duong Hao opened the medical compartment. Tin Truck can't resist the poison. We must quickly take her inside the cabin to treat her. After a moment of rest on the bed, Tin Truc slowly opened her eyes. Duong Hao immediately spoke up upon seeing her awake, telling her, "I just administered the antidote. We can go outside now." The henchmen of Manager Ngo outside are whispering to each other. Probably dead by now. Let's go check. They immediately open the door but are confused when they don't see any sign of Yang Hao or Tin Truc. Where are they? You rush to strike them. We are here. The others anxiously shout, "Old Liu! Old Liu! Old Liu! Just got beaten and is furious. Order him to come back and tell your boss." If the white prison formation causes this kind of trouble, then be prepared to pay the corresponding price. 5 minutes later, in Manager Ngo's meeting room, after hearing the report from his subordinate about the whole incident, Manager Ngo calmly said, "I already know the situation. I don't expect you useless guys to be able to kill him.
Ngủ khoảng chừng lại 2 giây, hắn ta tiếp lời, cậu lui xuống chút gì? Ngày mai sắp xếp cho Dậm Hẳn Thiết tham gia dâu cuối cùng. Cố ngôi báo cao với tội chấn hôm nay anh ta ra nuống tay. Tên giặc dụ dỗ ra vô dung rồi.
It seems Manager Ngo has been so angered that he no longer even tries to hide his expression, he thought to himself. Duong Hao, you're quite something, but just wait. I will make sure you die without a proper burial. The next day, at the warrior training point, Manager Ngo quickly announced to everyone that due to the leadership's arrival, the headquarters decided to hold a special match tomorrow. The combat team of Steel Blood, who have won 9 matches, will lead the way. The members of Steel Blood reveal his conspiracy. Hey, Big Brother was just injured and told us to fight. What do you mean targeting us, right? That's right. Isn't the schedule for the last few matches arranged by us? Just as Hanju was about to speak, a calm voice sounded. If you're afraid you can't win, you can come find us. It turned out that Young Hao and Tin Trick had arrived. Since it's a special match, maybe there's no rule against adding more people. Your words surprised Manager Ngo, who asked back, you mean you want to join the Bloodsteel team? Both Han Steel and Van Bin were stunned with their mouths open. The two of you want to join us. We want to win 10 matches quickly. Manager Ngo generously agreed, saying no substitutions for the match, but knowing everyone had opinions, he allowed you to add 2 members due to Han Thiet's injury. This is his limit. The members of the Bloodsteel squad are still very angry, but we can find others. Who knows if these 2 newcomers will cause trouble? He didn't bother to care and replied, what I needed to say, I already said. The rest of the arrangements are up to you. Knowing that Manager Ngo was deliberately making things difficult, Han Thiet sternly asked who wanted to join the fight tomorrow, as this battle was life-threatening. The fighters in his team were very determined. Me, let me go, Big Brother, and me as well. Yang Hao has been watching and trying to persuade them all along, but just a few of you are not enough. Do we really need to remind you to join us? The Righteous Warrior replied, we know you're very strong, but this battle concerns our future, and we won't. Before he could finish speaking, Hanju interrupted him. All right, everyone be quiet first. Listen to me because this battle is extremely important, Duong Hao. I accept your proposal. Then he anxiously entrusted his trust to Duong Hao, hoping I wouldn't be mistaken about him. Hearing that, you quickly hinted that you weren't like some people who only resorted to low tricks. Ignoring Duong Hao's sarcasm, Manager Ngo still cut in with a smile. Fine, then let's decide that way. It seems Duong Hao wants to cause trouble tomorrow, so I'll give them some extra gear to boost their chances. That night, Duong Hao slowly approached the batch of medicine from the other day. As he was absorbing the vials into his ring, the system notification appeared, collecting medicine, plus 68, plus 69, plus 70. The next shoe. The system screen beeps. The din wrong, phase 1 mission complete. 100% of the chemical drug collected, with the next phase not exceeding 1,000, calculating the reward. Hearing the system notification, Duong Hao was delighted. This is great. The screen continues to appear. Now the energy recovery time, iron fog, the coldness decreases by half, the remote control effect. Full image scan, 5 senses enhancement doubled. While helping Mon, he chuckled to himself, this reward is amazing, truly a divine enhancement. Next, sweep away the mutant crystals and treasures in the warehouse. 5 minutes later, Duong Hao turned and walked away. Then he should go find that mysterious woman. Next, he carefully surveyed the surroundings, activated full image scanning, and finally, where is that woman? The changing room is where the enemy is hiding. From the top of the building, Duong Hao quietly rejoiced as he saw her changing clothes. What perfect timing. He quickly made the surrounding objects float, controlling them remotely. Holding the item in his hand, Duong Hao already had a plan in mind. Alright, with this and the remote-controlled bomb, I can set the trap. After carefully checking the 2 items, I realized the recovery potion is also in the belt. Continue investigating the exam and move on to the next target. The system appears again to notify that the side mission to collect the recovery potion has been completed, awarding the primary lightning attack skill. Below the room, the enemy finally noticed something strange. The belt and her bruise were gone. She looked around in panic. How could this be? I clearly left them here just now. Am I seeing things? The scene shifts to a brightly lit room where Lam An is laughing smugly, thinking that bastard Duong Hao will be dead tomorrow. Just as he finishes his sentence, Duong Hao's voice echoes, I'm dead, and you're so happy about it. As if he couldn't believe his eyes, Lam An turned around and shouted, Duong Hao! He stammered in fear, You, how did you get in here? You still happily chatting like meeting an old friend. I told you before that everything you did to me, I would pay back tenfold. In an instant, Duong Hao's face changed as he demanded, Where is your sister with the device locked up? Lam An's face turned terrified as he kept begging, Don't kill me. I'll tell you. He quickly confessed as if afraid of being beaten to death, saying she was locked in room A326 in the laboratory. But contrary to Lam's expectations, the scythe immediately struck, and Lam screamed in pain as he clutched his severed arm. Yang Hao chuckled like a villain and said, Go ahead. This room is soundproof. No one will hear. This must be your final move, right? His question made him fearfully beg for mercy. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Ignoring Lam's pleas, Duong Hao chuckled softly and said, Between us there is no life and death hatred. It was you who gradually pushed things to the point of no return. After about 2 seconds, he poured the corrosive liquid onto him, just as you wanted. The corrosive liquid quickly causes Lam to scream in agony as he is dissolved into a mass of flesh. While he is reduced to a pulp, Duong Hao continues to plan his next move, which is to save Han Thiet's sister. The next day, the final battle of the Bloodhowl team began. Duong Hao proposed a plan to the other fighters. After the fight starts, you hold out for a few minutes, and I will help your big brother heal the accumulated injuries from before.
Tiểu Lam nghe vậy liền tò mò, didn't chưa thể nào hàng thiết lại càng khổ tin hơn, cậu nói thật sao? Understanding their worries, he slowly replied, "This will be explained to you all later. Remember to protect Mantin Chuck."
As soon as Duong Hao finished speaking, the changelings charged in. They're here. Teo Lam rushed forward, shouting, "Brothers, let's risk it all." In an instant, Teo Luke also moved quickly. We must win this battle. Not being part of the battle, Xiao Do encouraged himself and his teammates. Just the elite ghosts, we can handle it. Xiao Luke suddenly remembered something and turned around, but Big Brother and Duong Hao had already disappeared. While lying on the bed in the treatment cabin, Han Thiet was surprised and pondering in his heart what exactly that machine was. Yet it had already healed all his injuries. Seeing his curiosity, Duong Hao spoke. "I will explain my abilities to you later, but now let me first share my plan with you." A few minutes later, although still lying on the bed, Han Thiet kept wiping away tears of gratitude. "So you've already saved my sister. Really, from now on, you will be my big brother, and whatever you want me to do, I, Han Thiet, will never refuse." He slowly stepped forward and said, "No need to be polite with me. If you want to invite him to join my team, these are things you should do." His new attitude gradually became more determined. "Rest assured, big brother, no matter how dangerous the mountains or seas, we will definitely follow and support you. Outside the cabin, is the squad really protecting the love tree from the monsters or not?" Xiao Lu quickly joins the battle. "Rest assured, sister-in-law, we will definitely not let you get hurt while fighting." The squad is confident and sure, yes, if Duong Hao can really help the boss recover, we will die protecting his woman. Their excessive enthusiasm makes her awkward. Don't misunderstand. I am not Duong Hao's woman. Without letting her say anything else, Xiao Lu loudly announced that there was another monster coming. The monsters kept arriving, making them very anxious. Why haven't the boss's people come out yet? If they don't come out soon, it will really be trouble. Luckily, Duong Hao and Han Thiet appeared just in time to save us. You're encouraging everyone seriously. Today is the final showdown. Everyone give it your all. According to Duong Hao's words, the changelings gradually fled from a series of lightning strikes. Seeing that, he secretly praised that the lightning attribute attack was indeed quite effective. Manager No fumed, "Duong Hao still hiding a trick. This lightning attribute skill must be his ultimate move. Where is Lam Mang? Why isn't he here today?" The dark minion quickly approached and whispered, "Manager, I just checked. Lam Mang is already dead." He paused for a moment before continuing to recount that he was beaten into a pile of flesh yesterday. This news drove Manager No into an even greater rage, and after some calculations, he ordered his subordinate to go and release the thing from the special prison. In the arena, Xiaolan gently asked, "Brother Duong, do you need me to help strengthen your abilities? My ability can temporarily boost others' skills." His enthusiasm made Duong Hao feel friendly. "No need, these guys are weak. No need to waste your energy. Use it when it's really important." Xiaolan was so shocked she gasped, "Look quickly, what is that?" Seeing this, Xiao Du also widened his eyes in amazement. I've never seen a Thay Ma of this level in the arena, but Xiao Lu already started to feel scared and discouraged. We're doomed. It turns out that the appearance of the Demon Lord of the Swarm, along with the system's notification, the Demon Lord of the Swarm has 2,123 strength, 825 speed, and 957 spirit. Hanji immediately spoke upon seeing the Demon Lord of the Swarm. "Duong Hao, big brother." Then we split up and act according to the plan. While carefully observing the Thay Ma, he silently thought that this was the true ultimate move of Ngo Tian Jiao. Immediately after, the Thay Ma charged swiftly to attack Xiao Lu and Xiao Lam. Fortunately, Duong Hao managed to rush in front of them. "Everyone move aside, let me handle it." Without hesitation, he swung his sickle blade straight at it. But unfortunately, the Demon Lord of the Thay Ma was unharmed, leaving Duong Hao stunned and exclaiming, "What, my full force attack didn't cause a single injury." In the next moment, it reached out and lunged at him as if to grab him. Duong Hao reacted quickly to avoid the attack of the Chaos Lord, immediately devising a plan to counter him. This opponent was completely beyond his expectations, and he was determined to use him to create chaos. The audience watching intently kept marveling. This must be a Chaos King level Demon Lord, right? The aura is overwhelming. Today's battle is truly rare. Those fighters are definitely doomed. As if holding everything firmly in his hand, Manager Go burst into laughter. "Today, I will capture all of you in one go." Han Thiet saw the situation was not looking good and immediately spoke up. "Big brother, that Ngo Tian guy releasing this is just trying to force us into a dead end. What should we do now?" Duong Hao remains very calm and informs him that we should continue with the plan. "I have come up with a pretty solid idea." Then he turned around and asked, "Teen Truck, are you ready?" Teen Truck confirmed firmly that everything was prepared. She turned to look at the mutant cats digging holes enthusiastically and thought, "The command for these mutants to dig the path is basically complete. Hopefully, everything will go smoothly." It seems Duong Hao has been waiting for this moment. "All right, everyone get ready. We have to leave this strange place now. His voice became more excited than ever. Everyone follow me! Both Han Thiet and the members of the combat team responded in unison. Yes. Immediately after, Duong Hao soared into the air and continued to duel with the Chaos Demon Overlord. Finding a worthy opponent, it roared loudly to express its excitement. The plan is going well and makes you very happy. Very good. It has shifted all its attention to you. Without hesitation, Yang Hao continued to provoke the Thai Ma behemoth, then used its strength to destroy this place. Your arrogance is making it more aggressive, continuously throwing punches. As soon as you reach the pink hole, Yang Hao praises without holding back. This strength is truly astonishing. No wonder it's the Chaos Beast. I'll escape first, leaving this place for it to handle. Manager Ngo just saw the terrifying, unbelievable hole. How could this be? The entire grid of this arena was specially designed, yet it was easily destroyed. Suddenly, the demon lord of the Thay Ma let out a sound. The nearby Thay Ma quickly responded to the roar, causing Manager Ngo to panic. Could it be that the Bao Quan is commanding them? His guess was correct, and the Thay Ma rushed in from that direction. Then, Manager Ngo turned pale with fear and ordered his henchmen to quickly stop those Thay Ma. Despite being terrified, he still shouted to reassure everyone that there were security teams here who could eliminate them quickly, but no one responded. The panic-stricken sounds of others echoing, not only on the arena floor, but also from the other side where the zombies are rushing out. Everyone is in chaos. Where did these Thay Ma come from? Ngo's subordinates hurriedly report, Manager, this is bad. Someone just opened all the Thay Ma prison doors, and now all the Thay Ma have escaped. He exclaimed in shock, What? How is this possible? Who could have done it? Duong Hao slowly approached and replied, Of course it was me. You've always been watching us fight. Maybe you also feel a bit uneasy, right? You take a running start and jump onto the zombies, and Duong Hao excitedly says, Today is your chance to join in. Everyone in the arena is terrified and immediately starts running in all directions. Everyone's shouting at the top of their lungs. Why haven't the security team arrived yet? We're doomed. I don't want to die. Manager Ngo took out a syringe, directly injecting the liquid into his body to calm himself down. Everyone, stay calm. No need for the guards to intervene. I alone can handle everything here. Manager Ngo secretly rejoiced, finally using the special enhancement drug that Boss Hien gave me. He immediately transforms into a berserk beast. Manager Ngo rushes to kill each zombie one by one, shouting that he wants me dead, dream on. He looked at his flaming hand and carefully analyzed that this enhancement drug could give a person 2 powers simultaneously in a short time. With this steel body and fire ability, these demons are not scary to me at all. A fierce lightning struck him down, and Manager Ngo's body instantly burned into black ash. Duong Hao stood on the rooftop teasing, I'm still here, reminding him that a steel body doesn't mean you're invincible. Manager Ngo was struck by lightning, causing his muscles to tense up. Terrified, he froze in place, shouting, Stop! Stop! Spare me! I was wrong. Before he could say another word, Duong Hao immediately turned him into food for the 4 ravenous zombies. They are frantically tearing apart and eating Manager Ngo, with Duong Hao watching from above, feeling satisfied. This is the ending he deserves. Then Duong Hao jumps down and runs outside. All right, time to gather with them. Han Thiet approaches to report Duong Hao. We have followed the plan. Seize the route with the machine. Everyone is ready. All gathered at the designated place. Just waiting for your command. Duong Hao put on his coat. All right, everyone follow me and let's escape from here. He looked at the control panel in his hand, thinking to himself that it was time to use the prepped explosives. Duong Hao gently presses the button, and everything around the warehouse explodes, causing chaos among the henchmen who panic and wonder what happened, quickly reporting to the boss as the scene shifts to the leader's office. A thug rushes in to report that our enhancement drug warehouse has exploded. The scar-faced thug enjoying himself is the Destroyer Union leader, So Hien. He is panicked. What did you say? So Hien immediately stands up and orders, Damn it, let's go, take me to C. He asked the other members of the gang about the current situation and whether they found any clues. They replied that they found no trace of the enhancement drugs, suspecting someone had taken them earlier, and then destroyed the evidence by blowing up the place. A thug held up a hairpin with a bow and said, Boss, we found this. So Hien glanced at it and immediately recognized it as belonging to that woman. There's no mistake. This material is specially made in this room, which seems to be closely related to her. He suddenly stormed out and ordered, Follow me to find that woman. Another subordinate suddenly stepped forward and said, Boss, I have something to report to you. Something happened at the fighting arena. The Ghostmaster is locked up and all the fighters have escaped. So Hien is furious and immediately kicks the bed of the man. That's why So Hien loses his temper and shouts, Don't bother me with these petty things. Those evil spirits and the brat just don't listen. Send a team over to kill them all. Isn't that enough? Duong Hao led Han Thiet, Tin Truck, and Mai Tam out. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally, out of the underground, Mai Tam happily jumped up. We're free now. You stand in the foggy car, gazing at the sun for a long time. It's been a very long time since I last saw the sun. On this side, So Hien turns back to give orders again. You go arrange it and also strengthen the nearby defenses. Don't let that woman escape. Kwang responds, Yes. Duong Hao slowly stepped out of the alley when a passerby suddenly shouted, Something's wrong. Someone is coming. Duong Hao turned around and looked puzzled. Why so fast? A group of soldiers suddenly appeared, all armed and surrounding us. Duong Hao was surprised. These are the security team's men. I've taken care of them already, so where did these others come from? The leader shouted loudly, "Put down your guns for me." The boss said no one should be left alive. They immediately went berserk and opened fire. He yelled, "Kill!" Han Ti used a piece of metal to block the bullets. Yang Hao ordered everyone to move quickly and hide inside the nearby building. Ting Truck turned around and shouted, "Everyone follow me!" Han Ji smiled slightly and said, "Big brother Yang Hao, you don't need to make a move. I can handle these people alone." Then he immediately used his powers, and gravity suddenly dropped. The ground quickly trembled and cracked open, causing a deep chasm to form beneath them as the army shouted in shock. An earthquake, the earth splitting apart, sending everyone tumbling into the abyss. Yang Hao stood beside him, observing and praised, "I didn't expect his psychic ability to be used like this." Han Ti explained, "I used to avoid involving innocent people underground, so I couldn't fully unleash my power. But for now, there's no need to hesitate anymore. You secretly rejoice in your heart, accepting him as a teammate, which is indeed a smart move." Duong Hao replied, "We can't stay here long. Let's withdraw quickly." Time is quickly passing. Evening is approaching. You gather everyone together and give a warning that the Destroyer Alliance is wiping out everywhere, so you can't go too far for now, and everyone here needs to regroup first. Duong Hao stepped closer to the cold steel probe and waited for me to finish preparing before leading everyone away from here. He called out, "Big brother, if there's anything you need us to do, just say the word." And Teen Truck added, "That's right, Duong Hao. I can control the mutated species to gather intelligence. No need for you to take such risks." Calmly, you reply that you will definitely need to borrow her abilities later. "Follow me." She happily nods. "Okay." Duong Hao clearly states beforehand, "Teen Truck, this action depends on you and Lao Tam, and both of you are key." They are surprised and exclaim, "Us." Of course I want to use it. I've always wanted to be able to help Duong Hao. I used to hold Duong Hao back. Now is the time I need to step up. As long as I can help, this small sacrifice is nothing. She immediately woke up, her eyes shining with joy. Tin Truck was overjoyed that it worked. Transition scene. The Destruction Union's search team split up on their mission. The commander shouted orders. "Search carefully for me. They haven't gone far." The commander turned back and ordered them to go over there and find the people who destroyed the illusion arena. Before he could leave, a giant tiger controlled by Teen Truck appeared instantly in front of them. The members of the search team kept asking each other, "Isn't this mutated tiger from the terrorist squad? Why is it here? Isn't there an agreement that their mutated beasts are not allowed into our territory?" It rushed wildly forward. He was terrified, running away while shouting, "Stop! Stop coming here!" The tiger charged in and bit his shoulder with great force. The others were shocked by the scene, panicking and shouting, "Oh my god, it's attacking us! Are they crazy?" In their panic, they frantically fired at the tiger, and from afar, another tiger appeared. The one upstairs is him, Uncle He, a member of the terror squad. He burst out laughing. "I told you so. Why is there a missing mutant beast? Turns out you let it here." Another person spoke up to scold, "Uncle He, you have violated the agreement. Quickly tell it to stop attacking." His face immediately changed, and he replied, "Violating the agreement? I think you've angered it." He approached the tiger and asked, showing his fangs, "Did they bully you? If so, roar once." Teen Truck hiding behind took the opportunity to control it. "The moment has come. Go on, big cat." The tiger, controlled by her, quickly roared. Uncle He, leading a tiger and a chimpanzee, slowly approached, believing that animals don't lie like humans. "And I must make you pay for your lies." Then Uncle He ordered them to attack. "Go, eat them all." One of them shouted a warning. "He, if you dare attack us and let the headquarters find out, the terrorist group will definitely target you." He was not afraid, but instead challenged them, "Come on, I've been patient with you for a long time." Duong Hao observes the fight, spots an opening, and requests everyone to leave the Forbidden Zone with him now. Ting Truck sighed in relief, finally outside, and everyone took turns praising Duong Hao. Luckily, Big Brother Duong Hao made us all support him. That's right, I never thought we could all leave the Forbidden Zone safely. He stood facing everyone, and Duong Hao continued to discuss another matter. Then, everyone headed to the outskirts, gathering with our team, and he looked at him before giving directions. "Han Thiet, come here. I'll give you the address and the signal to connect." Han Thiet crouched down, leaning close to his ear as I whispered, "I still have some things to do, so I will split from you and act separately for a while." Ting Truck hurriedly approached and asked, "Duong Hao, aren't you coming with them?" He calmly explained, "We don't know yet what those teammates of hers are like. For now, we can't do anything to the Destroyer Alliance. But it's time to take revenge on those Tran Nui staff." She excitedly replied, "Great, now we can settle the score with them." Transition to Zhangzhou City Zoo. Fan Yi announced that the Transcendence armor is about to activate. Everyone get ready. Lam Loi nodded in agreement. "This time, we must save them. Those people are all perverts. The sisters who fall into their hands definitely won't live peacefully." Fan Wai looked into the hole in front of her, then whispered, "Let's go. Let's act." First, Fan Wai jumped into the hole outside the zoo. Then she jumped out into a room inside the zoo building. Next is Lam Loi. She slowly releases her grip, and Lam Loi says, Then why, thanks to you this time, we can wait for the chairman to return. I will also try to persuade her. Then Wai calmly replies, You've helped me a lot too. This is what I should do. She stood up and looked around the room, feeling that something was off. It was too quiet here. Lam Loi suggested, Let's strike quickly before they can react. They haven't set many guards here. She followed Lam Loi's advice and had Xuansan armor break through one side of the wall. Then Wai replied, Okay, then let's strike first. Lam Loi and Then Yi just ran in when Ton Juok was already waiting there, along with his henchmen blocking their way. The handsome one finally, You two have arrived, Lam Loi called in disbelief. Ton Juok. He sneered at her. Lam Loi, you really haven't changed. You're not only stupid, but also reckless. The one you previously captured was just prey. Lam Loi immediately warned him, Ton Juok, I advise you to release my sisters quickly, or when the guild leader returns, this place will be flattened. Ton Juok laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Your guild leader has long been replaced by a ghost in the Forbidden Zone, and there's nothing left of him but bones. Then he pointed and ordered his men, Attack. They rushed towards Then Yi and Lam Loi. Today they could go all out. Remember, capture them alive. Then Yi cursed at them, bunch of bastards. Lam Loi frowned, determined to kill Ton Juok, risking everything. Today, even if I have to die, I will kill Ton Juok. Both sides were about to clash when a voice suddenly interrupted, Don't worry, you don't need to die. Ton Juok, curious, asked, Who are you? The two girls exclaimed happily, Duong Hao, stay calm and ask everyone. Long time no see. He shouted, I remember now. You're the bastard who took Mantin truck before. Then Ton Juok yelled loudly, Ho, go, kill this bastard. The fat man on the back of the tiger jumps into the air, laughing loudly. The tiger bites and kills him, and he's already trampled to death. Over 100 people trampled to death. Duong Hao gently handles the large tiger with his sickle, surprised and wondering how this guy is so strong. As the boss only knows how to order his men to fight, Ton Juok gives the command, then quickly grabs his shoes and runs away from the scene. Everyone up for it. Hold him. Duong Hao sees him fleeing, and with a fierce grip on his sickle, charges forward, knocking aside Ton Juok's men in one strike. Duong Hao shouts, wanting to run, but it's too late. He turned back and ordered his men to crush this place for me. They immediately charged forward, shouting, Yes, big brother, the fierce tiger. Kill them. Ting Truk turned to tell the tiger that it's our turn now and we must make them understand that the inspector's mess has angered me. She also ordered the monkey and the tiger to come up. Duong Hao only used one hand to hold the sickle, casually swinging a few times to take care of almost all of them. Duong Hao scoffed. Compared to the demon master in the Forbidden Zone, you guys are just too weak. In a plain white dress, she approached to announce that Duong Hao, we have rescued those girls. The rescued girls, seeing that Tin Truk was safe and sound, were all very happy. It's great. The president is fine, President. You're back. Ting Truk coldly replied, This is all thanks to Duong Hao. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Their eyes immediately lit up like headlights, and the girls took turns speaking, killing it. These guys have bullied our sisters quite a bit, Duong Hao. You're amazing. You're our hero. Ting Truk suddenly interrupted. Everyone fell silent. I have an idea. I want to propose a suggestion. I want everyone to join Duong Hao's team. Does everyone agree? Lam Loi immediately spoke up. I agree. Wherever the leader goes, I go. The other girls also responded one after another. I agree too. Me too. Truk Tinya's face lit up with joy. Great. Then everyone go. Bring the pets that are locked up here. Let's gather with the sisters. Everyone cheered. Then Yi approached to ask, Duong Hao, have you been okay in the Forbidden Zone lately? He smiled and said, It's a long story. We'll talk while walking. Then a girl whispered into Truk Tin's ear, reporting to the club president that they had found the whereabouts of the Tai Kin group. Duong Hao immediately asked for the location, and she replied in a small village on the outskirts. Then Yi stood up quickly, regaining her enthusiasm. It's great now we can finally reunite with everyone. Duong Hao added, We've been outside for so long, it's time to go back. Ting Truk also stood up. So what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly to the outskirts of Zhangzhou Ling. Z approached and asked, Sister Tai Kin, are you still waiting for Hao and his group? Tai Kin's eyes looked into the distance as she replied, Yes, it's been many days. It's time to go back. Suddenly, she was startled as Duong Hao led a group of people returning. We're heading back now, Tai Kin. Tuling. Tai Kin tearfully rushed to hug him tightly. Duong Hao. Then Tai Kin looked at his face and said, You're fine. That's great. I've been worried about you these days. Afraid you might be in danger. Duong Hao didn't joke. You still don't understand my abilities. Lin Tu reminded him, Hao, let's go back quickly. Your parents are waiting for you. He nodded happily and replied, Okay, Xiaoling, thank you for everything lately. The atmosphere became more tense than ever. Then Wai asked about everyone's health. She said everyone was fine. This place is quite far from the city center. It's rare to see such a change. Han Thiet follows behind with a bit of envy. Having so many sisters around brother Duong Hao, it's truly admirable. Cut to Duong Hao's parents waiting for him in the village meeting room, and when they see him open the door and walk in, they suddenly call out, Hao Hao! Finally, you are reunited with your family. Your mother rushes to hold you tightly, tears of joy streaming down her face. You're back now. We can rest easy, you joke. Mom, Dad, don't worry. Your son is very capable. I have good news to share with everyone. I found something in the restricted area that can help us improve our abilities quickly. Then I took out a bottle of enhancement potion and explained, this is the enhancement potion I have, and it can activate a person's potential. It turns some of us into psychic users, and those who already have abilities will become even stronger. Everyone clapped and cheered. Lam Loi was overjoyed, and with this medicine, we won't need the sacrifice anymore. Han Zhu continued, Brother Duong Hao has so many items, our strength will only grow stronger in the future. Duong Hao reminded everyone to be quiet. I will explain the distribution method for the medicine because of the limited quantity, so I will follow the initial plan. The Cuddle Association and the Free Legion are to be divided into 3 groups. Everyone can choose their own. Those who receive the medicine from Tai Kin should immediately inject it into their bodies. Please continue explaining. Also, the enhancement drug isn't unlimited. Using it repeatedly can cause side effects. Everyone must pay attention. After everyone injects the drug, they all have bulging muscles. I feel like I have all the strength in the world. This is too powerful. Haha, I really have become stronger. Yang Hao gave everyone time to adapt, and half an hour later, he became serious and said next, I want to talk about the subsequent plan. Our ultimate goal is to thoroughly investigate the truth of Mothi, so that the world can return to the right track again. Yang Hao emphasized, so we need to complete 3 tasks. Then he listed them clearly. First, we must build a new base. Second, deal with the Deceivers Alliance. Third, eliminate all demon replacers, especially the demon replacer king in the city center. Your eyes slightly narrow, but the first thing to do is choose a location and build the base. This time, I plan to build the base underground. Yang Hao explained the detailed reasons. Building underground would be safer and harder for enemies to detect. There it has all the basic amenities like a living area, a power supply, and food sources. I also obtained some design blueprints for the underground laboratory, which can be quickly built using 3D printed robots. Everyone fell silent, attentively listening. But right now, the biggest issue is supplying the energy source. Many power plants in the city have shut down, so everyone needs to split up and gather information. Tai Jing said, Duong Hao, actually during our investigation, we found that the hydroelectric station on Thanlong Mountain is still operating. But now it has been taken over by the Destruction Union. He was surprised and said, oh, what a small world. If we want to seize that place, we need to plan carefully. 15 minutes later, he had devised the plan. All right, strategize and move out now. 3D printer robot, follow Feng Huo's command. Duong Hao looked at you and instructed, Feng Huo, take a few more people to the resort village and build an underground stronghold as quickly as possible. You cheerfully replied, got it. Then he turned to the 4 girls and the others, calling their names, telling them to follow him to the water reservoir. We need to get there first. He slowly called out their names in the arranged order. Taikin, Miss Tan-Yi, Mon Ting-Truk, Liu Mai, and the others suddenly burst out from outside to destroy the Grey Wolf. The thug Thang Long charged forward. Where did this beast come from? Get out of the way for the ship. Although he wasn't close to the wolf, his attack managed to hit it. Transition to the Thanlong water reservoir. Duong Hao speaks, Tin Truk, let's go. She nods, understood. Then Tin Truk orders the Grey Wolf to go. Go on, roam free. The Grey Wolf jumps down from the high cliff after receiving the order. The subordinate asks, Commander Thanlong, is there something unusual about this wolf? Thanlong replies, no, it's just that this fox appeared too suddenly. I hope I'm overthinking it. Go back first and tell everyone to stay alert. Tin Truk warns you, Duong Hao, it's not easy to handle. Those people are very strong. Duong Hao calmly replied, I see it now. With their fighting strength, a direct attack will probably cause trouble. If anyone tries to run, it's a false alarm, so I need to prepare a plan first, and I expect to have news soon. A young man runs over to report, Boss, as you predicted, there are indeed 5 people coming from the city. His eyes light up. Duong Hao points and says, our chance has arrived. Let's go. Block those 5. Then disguise ourselves as them to seize the water reservoir. Half an hour later, Duong Hao quickly changed each person's alias. Starting now, I am Van Tu De, you are Kat Lakit, and you are Lak Thu Tui. After assigning the names, he asked again if everyone remembered their identities and signals. Then we begin the operation, everyone responded in unison. Got it. The guard channels above the large lake, the Heavenly King covering the tiger's den, have the last few people arrived, and immediately signal. Teen Chuck whispered close to your hand. Duong Hao, there really won't be a problem, right? Duong Hao explained that the people from the attack and us are strangers. As long as the signals are accurate, I think the problem won't be big. You're wondering, but really, who the hell came up with this code name? Then the signal from the large lake, the victory is not to kill, the man is dead, he confirms. Good. Go in. Duong Hao instructs, I will still be the one to speak later. If an unexpected situation occurs, everyone stay calm and adapt accordingly. The green dragon is waiting inside. Is there something you need to pass on this time? You pretended to act. That's right, something major happened at the headquarters. Someone robbed the entire warehouse and took the medicine, so to prevent any mishaps, we came here to reinforce the support. Han cautiously asked, Brother Tude, although we haven't met before, I've heard about you more than once. What is your relationship with Miss Yen Yen? Have you already pursued her? He thought to himself, damn, this guy is so cautious. He's probing me. I can't keep up with his mind games. This could be trouble. Is there really a Miss Yenny, or does he know something? How should I respond? Duong Hao quickly spoke up. You four go check the safety measures first. I'll stay here. The four girls obeyed and responded. Yes. You immediately changed the subject, big brother. Let's focus on the main matter. There's no need to mention other things. Then Long noticed something strange. Today, you're acting very unusual before. When talking about Yen Yen, you weren't like this. Duong Hao chuckled secretly. Is that so? That's because... Then he rushed forward and slashed at him with a sickle. Another punch aimed at him. Duong Hao was surprised, realizing it was the strange monster that had just killed the village chief. You jump back to dodge the attack and keep thinking, you didn't notice it just now, so how did it release? The green dragon is too big. You're not from the general department. Who exactly are you? And those four girls outside just now, are they all pretending too, right? Yang Hao sternly ordered in response. The dying don't need to know so much. He quickly commanded his subordinate to act, hurry, inform the headquarters, and hand this place over to me. You chuckled and said, if you want to leave, it's too late. Then Duong Hao struck down with his scythe infused with lightning power. The two of them were instantly killed by the fierce electric force of the lightning.
You take out the radio to contact them. Maybe the four of them have already dealt with the people from the other departments. Come here and handle the water intake. Yes, make sure no one escapes. The voice from the other end responds. Understood, boss.
15 minutes later, the plan reports the situation back. Boss, I've checked and found that there are several routes supplying power to the underground laboratory in the city center. Should we cut them off? You shake your head and reply, no need. I don't want to lure them here that quickly. All right, Duong Hao continues to ask how long it will take to restore power to the base area. The plan responds, it will be quick. Just 1 day is enough. Your system suddenly announced the successful acquisition of the water dam and activated new main and side missions. Have you checked? Duong Hao instructed and then turned to leave. As for the overall plan, your decision is fine. You are the experts in this area. I have some matters to attend to and will leave first. You follow the rules? Yes.
Duong Hao returned to his room. The system display kept popping up, showing the main mission to build the city of Zhangzhou's stronghold at 0% completion, and a side mission to collect mutant energy cores at 0% completion. He pondered, it seems the construction of the stronghold needs to speed up. Huang Hua suddenly entered the room and said, Duong Hao, I have an idea. We can go to the seed company in the city, bring the seeds here, and also tame the two Ghost King monsters to defend our stronghold.
Duong Hao agrees with Feng Huo's idea and says, yeah, that's a good way. She continues to affirm that for survivors, food and safety are the two most complicated issues. With food and a stronghold, I believe many survivors will definitely join us. Another battle is happening outside. Duong Hao is fighting a bear, shouting that there's no way out. Duong Hao only took a few minutes to defeat it. A green stone floated up from the bear's blood. He quickly reached out and absorbed it, finally creating one. Indeed, mutated beasts still have a chance to obtain large cards, unlike before, when killing many monsters didn't yield such rewards. The contents of the card are as follows. It can control hair and hair strands to extend an attack. The range and strength of the hair depend on the level, rarity, and the psychic card's abilities. Feng Hua looked surprised and asked, Duong Hao, so the card you gave me was obtained this way? Duong Hao smiled and replied, yes, this card is also good. Let's go. The seed company is right ahead. Feng Hua thought, the seed company is a bit far. Sanro wants to catch the mutated overlord. We still have to take a detour. He calmly said, no rush, step by step. Suddenly, a thick green smoke appeared, and Duong Hao reacted quickly, carrying Feng Hua and running away. Escaping from there as a mutated demon lord appeared, secretly smiling to himself. You've fallen into the trap. Even if you escape, it's useless. He immediately looked around and saw a very powerful changeling approaching. Duong Hao was holding Feng Hua in his arms, quickly lowering his center of gravity to avoid the toxic smoke explosion. This is bad. Get away quickly. He tightly held her and warned her that the smoke here is toxic. Feng Hua has inhaled too much poison gas and is struggling to stand. Duong Hao, I can't go any further. I feel my whole body burning up. You need to carefully help her and respond. I can also feel it now. So let's use the healing mud first. The toxic smoke created by the Ghost King quickly dissipated, and it looked down in surprise as the person disappeared. The Ghost King was excited and exclaimed, is this a special ability or some strange device? I must send someone to check it out. At this moment, Duong Hao had laid Feng Hua on the healing mud, placing her on the bed. Luckily, the healing mud was still usable. She lay down and I checked her. Feng Hua nodded obediently and lay down. Good. Duong Hao put the gas mask and antidote on her, and Feng Hua was panting, feeling hot, too hot. He wondered why, even with the antidote, it was completely ineffective. This was very confusing. Finished, then thought again. Moreover, the poison gas just now seemed to have very little effect on me, so what exactly is going on? Feng Hua suddenly lost control and stood up, saying, I can't take it anymore. Duong Hao blushed and immediately ran away. Stay here. I'll go check outside. Maybe I can find a way. Suddenly, many zombies gather around the strange light outside. He wondered why there seemed to be more demons all of a sudden. A zombie immediately detects Duong Hao's presence and rushes over to him with others. Duong Hao swings his scythe fiercely at the zombies, carefully sensing that the powerful demonic aura from earlier has not yet disappeared. These guys seem to have been sent by it to find us. While Duong Hao was distracted, the Demon Lord suddenly jumped out from behind him. It used its sharp claws to knock you away. Duong Hao couldn't anticipate its sudden appearance and was unable to react in time, being thrown against the distant cliff. The dust and smoke fill the air. Duong Hao coughs violently, yet it's still a level 1 Demon Lord. It orders, "Tell me, how do you hide yourself? Maybe I can spare your life." Its status screen appeared before him. The Demon Lord's stats showed 1,760 strength, 680 speed, and 980 mental power. Duong Hao was surprised that he could talk. Could it be that she had become a demon, but still retained consciousness? It confidently claims that my current state is very good and doesn't need recovery, then continues controlling another group of zombies before coming to you. Everyone, attack now. These Tepsil zombies are just toys to help you loosen up.
Duong Hao quickly maneuvers to clear them out. He looks at the Demon Lord and considers his options. The antidote must be on her, so he can only bring her down first.
It rushes down like an arrow and then rises up, a bunch of useless ones still needing me to do it myself. Then its eyes emit countless hypnotic circles at Duong Hao. Let's see how long you can hold out against this Ruknium in front of you. You immediately realize this is a mental power skill. It's over. You're about to lose consciousness. Then Duong Hao tries to use the remaining clarity to run into the healing mud, to treat himself. Must quickly avoid going inside the healing mud. You let him in, holding your head, overwhelmed with those images in your mind. Logically, your mental strength should be high enough not to be controlled, but this obsession. Manhwa had been waiting for you there, and when she saw Duong Hao return, she was so happy. Duong Hao, I can't take it anymore. Manhwa didn't hesitate and rushed to kiss him passionately. The two of them released their desires to each other, fulfilling the mission of that Demon Lord. Half an hour later, Yang Hao helplessly thought he just couldn't hold back anymore. I am really useless. He slowly sat up, feeling embarrassed, and spoke. Just now, Manhwa happily smiled and said to me, "Young Hao, it's okay. I agree." She wondered again what exactly was going on with us just now and why the antidote was useless. Duong Hao explained that it was because the Demon Lord had mutated and used psychic powers. He thought to himself, "We've been busy fighting all this time and haven't been able to vent, so it's easier to be affected by its psychic waves." The two quickly put on their clothes, and Manhwa continued to ask, "So what should we do?" Duong Hao replied, "It was probably very difficult before, but now it's much simpler. With her current ability, she might already be able to control her." Manhwa suddenly felt a surge of energy. Wow, I really feel my mental control much stronger than before. The system interface appeared, displaying Destroy Manhwa, Supernatural Ability, Mind Control of the Ghost, Power 627, Speed 360, Mental Strength 1020. Duong Hao also regained his composure and slowly stepped out of the healing tank, while the Demon King sat on the chair waiting all this time. It sneered, finally willing to come out. You smirk and say, "That's right, we're here to subdue her." It scoffs loudly, "Subdue me. I doubt you have the strength for that." Duong Hao rushes forward without hesitation, carefully calculating in his mind. The range to subdue Manhwa is limited, so the best plan now is to directly control her so she can't take off. The Demon Lord pulls out a knife and points it at you, truly foolish to rush in without even a weapon. Duong Hao suddenly lunges forward and hugs it tightly, shouting, activating the bone armor, and the system immediately notifies bone armor. Cooldown 149 seconds. Phoenix, take the opportunity to obey me. The replacement demon leader suddenly asked. "Damn it, what are you doing suddenly hugging me?" Duong Hao shouted. "Phoenix, quickly, I can't hold on much longer." It quickly gathers an energy sphere in its right hand. "I must kill you all." Then throws the sphere at Manhwa. The energy sphere explodes instantly, sending dust and smoke everywhere. Manhwa just casually jumped into the air to dodge, but ended up soaring 10 meters high, surprised by her sudden surge of strength, wondering why her rebound force and reaction speed had also improved. Duong Hao looked around and shouted, "Manhwa, the ghost has flown away. Did you succeed?" She gently stepped forward and replied, "Of course, but when everyone is not here, can we do it again?" Inside her mind, she thought, "It's true that I happened to find out about the Fairy Inn by chance. Doing that with Duong Hao can really improve my abilities." Then she once again forced a kiss on Duong Hao, and half an hour later, Duong Hao exhaustedly lay on the sacks while Manhwa was very energized and called out to him, "Hey, it's easy to work like this." Duong Hao sat and reproached, "Manhwa, you're just stirring trouble." She blushed and immediately retorted, "Hey, am I making sense or not? I ate and now I want to take credit." "All right, get up quickly and see. With so many seeds, our base will be replenished." 5 minutes later, Duong Hao led the replacement Demon Lord and Manhwa away. It's time to head back. She suggested that we go catch another Demon Lord to serve as a replacement, since I can only control 2 at the moment. The boy nodded. "All right, catch another little brother, and with this demon army protecting the base, we'll be much safer." Next, a week later at the base farm outside the perimeter, Duong Hao happily announced that the first batch of crops from the base had matured and there was enough food and energy, finally ready to show their strength. The green-clad person replied, "That's right, Duong Hao. If there's anything else you need us to do, just say it." Duong Hao continued to lay out a new plan. Yes, the next step is to start recruiting more people. Taikin and Liu Mai, you are in charge of the patrols and guards. Liu Mai and Taikin responded together. Understood. You two must be careful to distinguish and not let anyone from the Alliance or the Destroyers infiltrate. Taikin reassures you, don't worry. Duong Hao continues discussing the plan. Fan Yi, Tin Chuk, lead all the summoned beasts with me to Thatvan Mountain in the back. Please explain. That place used to be a natural reserve, so there are definitely many mutated beasts. We need to form a powerful army of mutated creatures. Duong Hao turned back and asked, Fan Yi, Tin Chuk, what is your current limit for controlling mutated beasts? Tin Chuk replied, 2, but I think increasing our strength a bit could let us control 3. Fan Yi also added, I can only control 2 as well. Duong Hao looked behind the tree and then announced that a mutated beast was coming. A strange beast appeared, and he was curious. What is that, and when did it arrive? Duong Hao immediately turned to ask Professor Zun, when was that? He analyzed that it was probably a dog-faced monkey, the largest monkey species in the world. Professor Tan suddenly turned around and shouted, Everyone pay attention! This hot-tempered, aggressive dog-faced monkey is a social animal. I'm afraid we've encountered a pack. As he finished speaking, the dog-faced monkey roared, calling its herd to come, and Duong Hao was surprised to see such a large group. No, our chance has arrived. With this pack of dog-faced monkeys, finding other mutated beasts will be much easier. Duong Hao's eyes glow as he activates his scanning ability, silently thinking no matter how they mutate, their pack instinct remains unchanged. They live in packs, there must be a leader. He uses his scanning skill to search for the alpha, and a flash of light appears behind a tree. Found it, over there. Duong Hao immediately orders Than Wai to follow him, saying that as long as they can control the alpha of the dog-faced monkeys, capturing the others will be much easier. He steps forward and swings his scythe to clear the way, with her quickly following behind. Yang Hao swung his sword to split the tree in two and shouted, Don't run anymore, Alpha Howler Monkey. It emerged from inside the tree with a fierce face, and the Alpha Howler Monkey immediately charged at Yang Hao. He gathered the lightning in his hand and told Than Wai to prepare for the leader monkey. Than Wai responded, I am ready. Duong Hao shouted Lak Loi, and immediately countless lightning bolts struck the leader. It used its 2 front limbs to touch a stone below, and the upper half of the leader dog-faced monkey instantly turned to ice. Its body was then quickly covered with a layer of sturdy ice to protect it from your lightning. Yang Hao was stunned. What? It can control rocks as weapons for itself. As he was lost in thought, the intelligent mutated beast, knowing how to exploit the electrical properties of the rocks, focused its strength on its arm and lunged at Yang Hao, who quickly jumped away to dodge the attack. Then Duong Hao used ice to control it while shouting, Fei Yi, now is the time. She immediately used her mind control technique. The dog-faced monkey broke through Duong Hao's ice and kept punching his chest before rushing towards Than Yi, who nervously shouted that she couldn't use her abilities in time. Yang Hao stepped forward to carry Than Yi away and replied, Let me help you. Yang Hao looked down and saw that the dog-faced monkey's attack seemed slow. He sighed in relief, glad that after putting on the stone armor, his defense was stronger but his speed had slowed down significantly. The boy was in her arms, planning another strategy. Then why? Right now his speed can't keep up with me. She took the opportunity to try reusing her manipulation ability. She nodded. Okay, let me try again. Then T concentrates all her strength, determined to succeed this time. On the other side, Tin Chuk and the others are about to break down. She shouts out to call. Duong Hao, Then Wei, you two need to hurry up or we're going to suffer casualties. My Tam accidentally fell to the ground and shouted for help. Then Yi shouted loudly, Stop right there! And the dog-faced monkey immediately stopped. She went over to help my Tam up and asked if she was okay. Luckily, she arrived just in time. Are you all right? Tin Chuk praised him. Well done. Luckily, you managed to subdue the lead monkey face dog, so the next move should be much easier. Duong Hao quickly ran over, tending to the injured first. Then Wai ordered the dog-faced monkeys to scout around, so the next steps would be much easier. She shouted, Good! 5 days have passed, Than I said. The dog-faced monkey team is really useful. We've captured so many mutated beasts without any casualties, Tin Chuk replied curiously. I wonder how things are at the stronghold. Duong Hao said probably nothing major will happen, but just to be safe, we'll stay 1 more day. He told the 2 of them to wait here while he gathered a bit more information. The scene shifts to the stronghold, the farm area, where everyone is marveling at how huge this place is. One young man looked around and said, in this harsh world of hunger and hardship, this place is truly a paradise. Taikin smiled and replied, From now on, you guys will join the protection team to ensure safety in the stronghold. Another young man among them quietly replied, Thank you, Sister Taikin, for accepting us. We will work hard from now on. The 3 young men all cheered. Let's go. Work. Find the team leader. Finally, we can settle down. It's not easy. Liu Mai suddenly approached and asked, Sister Taikin, how many new people have we recruited these days? She thought for a moment and replied, About 100 or so, I guess. It's surprising that there are still quite a few people alive on the surface. Taikin cheerfully said, We should thank everyone for that. They came from the Forbidden Zone and are much more capable than us. Liu Mai excitedly replied, Everyone is family. No need to distinguish. Taikin suddenly remembered something and asked, have Duong Hao's people been out for days? Did you get any news? Liu Mai placed her hand on her shoulder and assured her, Taikin, don't worry. Duong Hao is so capable that no matter what danger he faces, he can easily turn peril into safety. Han Yi, the leader of the Destruction Alliance reconnaissance team, suddenly appeared, and she wondered what was going on. This was the second time the lucky surviving team had mysteriously disappeared while under our watch. Han Yi looked around, trying to find something, thinking to herself that even in death they should leave some clue, which was truly suspicious. She immediately took out the radio to contact Lao Wu. Did you find anything on your side? The voice from the other end of the line responded. Commander Han Yi, we found that these people didn't just leave due to the deadline, but have actually departed, taking all the resources with them. Han Yi was stunned and replied, they've already left. With the current situation, where could they possibly go? Could there be another organization expanding as well? She continued to search around and then ordered the headquarters to send someone with a scent-based ability to assist. I will check the situation here, Lao Wu responded. Wind. The scene shifts to the camp at Thap Van Mountain. Duong Hao patrols while thinking. Tonight is the last night. I must seize the opportunity to gather more energy abilities. Then Ice suddenly appeared and asked, Duong Hao, where are you going alone? He wondered and turned back to say, Then Mai, why aren't you asleep yet? I want to take advantage of everyone resting to gather some energy cores so we can return early. I'm worried I might delay tomorrow's progress. As they walked and talked, she replied, I'll help you since I can't sleep anyway. Duong Hao continued asking, You're worried about Than's group, right? Honestly, I'm a bit uneasy too. Then let's go together. Duong Hao and Than Wai ventured deeper into the forest to eliminate mutated beasts and gather more energy forms with a single slash he brought down a beast. After it died, the energy form appeared, and he happily absorbed the protective body. Luck was on our side, it seems we can go back and rest early. Suddenly, a long tongue wrapped around Than Wai, and Duong Hao shouted out, Not good! She was pulled away by that tongue, and he shouted, Than Wai! Then Duong Hao quickly cut off the tongue with his sickle to save Than Wai. Beneath her feet was a large lake, and Than Wai shouted, reaching out her hand to him, Duong Hao. Both of them embraced each other and fell into the water together. Duong Hao worriedly asked, Are you okay? She hesitated and replied, No, I'm fine. But I twisted my ankle. Suddenly, Than Yi looked down at her clothes and shyly said, My clothes are being eaten away. Duong Hao helped her to the shore, telling her to change clothes quickly so we can get out of here before we find out what's really in the water. Than Yi suddenly started crying and she said, Okay, but my leg. Without hesitation, Duong Hao carried her on his back and said, Then I'll carry you. But before those things catch up, let's get to the shore quickly. She replied, surprised. Thank you. Both of them safely reached the shore, and Than Yi asked, What was that just now? And he calmly replied, Maybe we can find out right away. Duong Hao stood up and looked down at the lake from the cliff. Under the lake, a group of mutated frogs are staring intently at the two of them, and he's amazed. These are mutated frog creatures. Then they leap up and extend their tongues toward Than Yi and Duong Hao. He used a sickle to block them and then told Than Wai to step back a little. This place is under my control. Than Wai was surprised but replied, Okay. Duong Hao quickly performed 3 basic sword moves against the mutated frogs. He secretly rejoiced. It seems today will be a fruitful day. Duong Hao quickly defeated a mutated frog, and the energy card immediately dropped out. Very good, another one obtained.
A system notification appeared, congratulating you on completing the side mission, collecting all 10 ability cards, with all attributes increased by 100, and obtaining the ability to convert ability cards. You can convert to any card you have had before, up to 10 times a day, and I was amazed and announced, so it even has this kind of function.
The system continued to notify, initiating a new side quest to build the Undead Legion. Progress at 0%. He looked puzzled, huh? After building the Mutant Beast Legion, is the Undead Legion next? But Duong Hao's attitude quickly changed, and if he could already switch cards, building later would become even easier. The water in the lake suddenly surged upward, and Duong Hao wondered what had happened. Than Yi looked into the water and called out to him, Duong Hao, something has appeared. A giant mutated frog has emerged, and he shouted in shock, There are such powerful mutated beasts in the lake. Don't worry, I have a way to tame this one quickly. Your 10 cards quickly finished converting. The system announced the successful transformation of 10 Beast-Human Hybrid cards and Skill Beast Language cards. Then I swiftly merged Duong Hao's cards, and the system's voice kept ringing, pushing the body's tolerance to the limit. Merging failed, merging failed. A moment later, the system announced the successful fusion, and she exclaimed happily, I can now control the 3rd mutated beast. Over here, Duong Hao grabbed a sickle and charged into battle with it, shouting, Encountering someone in the water who can control electricity, like me, you're just unlucky. He shouted the name of the move, Lock Loi, as a powerful bolt of electricity struck the mutated frog. Duong Hao spoke, Now is the time. Than Yi immediately used her psychic ability to control successfully. The mutated frog, hearing the attack, leapt up the cliff. The mutated frog became extremely obedient. Than Yi exclaimed happily, It's great. We've succeeded. Duong Hao was exhausted. He sighed in relief. So tired. Let's head back now. We can go straight home tomorrow morning. Han Nai easily used stealth magic to infiltrate inside. She stood in front of the guard door. Finally, I found her. It seems this is where the lucky surviving squads have gathered. Inside, Duong Hao is discussing with 4 girls. The base has now grown to a certain scale, and the Mutant Beast Legion has been established. The next step is to build a Necromancer Legion, which can not only reduce the threat from the Necromancers, but also prevent us from suffering heavy losses in the future. Mai spoke up, saying that might not be a bad idea, and Than Mi nodded in agreement, adding that combining the Mutant Beast Legion with the Undead Legion makes our strategy stronger than ever. Tai Kin worriedly objected, but right now only Fenghua can control the undead, so forming a legion with her might be too difficult. Don't worry everyone, this skill of Fenghua's has improved significantly. From now on, building the large undead army will be entrusted to her, so everyone just needs to cooperate with her. Fenghua cheerfully said, don't worry, I have enough experience with this, just leave it to me. While everyone was discussing, Duong Hao suddenly sensed someone watching. He wondered why he felt like there was a gaze fixed on this place. Could it be? Then he immediately turned around and used his ability, his eyes shining brightly. Han Ni was quickly exposed under his ability's gaze. It was her. He immediately remembered Han Ni. I remember she is from the Union, the Destroyer. Duong Hao suddenly changed the subject. Thanwei, how did you catch that green insect? She nervously replied that the situation was very good, but inside she was suspicious. If the mutated green frog was healed by Duong Hao himself, could there be enemies here? Han Ngi hid behind the wall, watching everyone talk and discuss. And she thought to herself, so they gathered all the lucky survivors here. It's truly worth the effort. Later, they would deal with each of them one by one. A super long tongue suddenly lunged at Han Yi, and before she could react, the frog's tongue had already tightly seized her body. Duong Hao slowly approached to greet her. Well, we've met again. This time, let's have a proper chat in the interrogation room. Han Yi, despite being tied up but seated on a chair, Duong Hao began his interrogation, asking why she came here and why she was willing to risk her life for the Destruction Union organization. She was unafraid and chose not to speak, asking why she should tell him. Duong Hao walks up to her with a sly look on his face and says, I know you're very strong and won't easily obey, so I have to be tough with you now. What is he planning to do? Duong Hao reached out and poked her. Hey. Being restrained, she couldn't dodge, and she laughed because it tickled, tears streaming down her face. Ha, stop quickly. Stop now, I said. Seeing the other side cooperate and confess, Duong Hao stopped and listened to Han Ni say that they had been given some kind of poison, and if they didn't take the antidote regularly, they would die. It's nothing special. This is too simple. He snapped his fingers and said, just say it from the start. If that's the case, then it's easy. Duong Hao lấy ra hai vials của hệ thống, giới thiệu vừa hai vials có thể dùng dược. Tối đây, tôi giúp cậu giải quyết vấn đề thuốc chuột. Trong các vials, Han nghi ngại ngừng nằm trên giường cho rồi. Are you sure this will work for real? Duong Hao reassured her. Don't worry, being a doctor is my serious job. 10 minutes later, he held a vial of blue liquid in his hand and showed it to Han Yi. Look, I've taken it out for you. The girl suddenly sat up from the bed, extremely surprised, wondering how he managed to do it. Duong Hao didn't want her to know too much, so he returned to the original topic, telling her she didn't need to know about this. Only that this healing technique isn't something everyone can use. With such an important ability already shown to her, I believe she won't let me down. Han Yi smiled confidently. If this has already been taken out, I no longer need to risk my life for those crazy people. After saying that, she stepped forward and held his face. Do you need me to follow you from now on, Duong Hao? Duong Hao blushed, seizing the opportunity to recruit talent. With a powerful protector like him, Han Yi no longer hid anything and told him everything. So I told him about the Destroyer Alliance. Their plan is to turn everyone into monsters. Duong Hao thought seriously. If that's the case, we need to change our strategy against the Destroyer Alliance. After completing the deactivation, Han Yi dressed up neatly and Duong Hao immediately took action. Let's go. We need to inform everyone about this. An hour later, in the meeting room, everyone gathered and he recounted what he knew to them. In the end, he concluded that the situation was like this. So next, we must develop gradually and proceed carefully. Under no circumstances should the Destroyer Alliance discover us. Do you understand? Everyone responded in unison, yes, big brother. Duong Hao dismissed everyone and kept Han Yi. All right, everyone stay alert and keep track of the situation. Han Yi, you and your team stay behind. I have something to discuss with everyone privately. He took out the communicator and handed it to Han Yi. I need you to go back to the Destroyer Alliance and act as a spy. Please, let me get a grasp of their situation. This is the communication device. If necessary, I will send messages to you. Han Yi took the small radio, already a comrade in this mission, and agreed to your undercover request. All right, I hope you succeed. I don't want to become a test subject. Mr. Soheen, we also don't know why this happened. As soon as he finished speaking, he was instantly burned alive by Soheen's fiery attack, a desperate scream echoing throughout the laboratory. He looked at the remaining researchers in the room, threatening. I don't want to hear any more nonsense. It's best you think carefully before answering my questions. Sir Soheen, I think this power outage might be caused by insufficient power supply, especially at the Thanlong Hydroelectric Dam. Other power sources nearby have reported normal conditions, but I suspect there might be an issue with the dam itself. The research institute next to the young man nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too. The young man seemed to have grasped the opportunity to save himself, quickly suggesting, maybe send someone to check it out. So Hien clapped his hand loudly. This guess is also quite reasonable. Immediately after, he raised his hand again, engulfing the two who had just spoken, flames rising up to swallow their screams. So Hien grimly called his subordinate, General Huyen-Vo, come here and help me check something. Huyen-Vo suddenly appears behind him, clasping his hands together and bowing respectfully. Master So Hien, do you have any instructions? So Hien gestures to assign a task, telling him to go check the water source and remember not to disturb the snakes or cause unnecessary trouble. Report back to me once you find out. Huyen-Vo nodded respectfully and said yes. As he just left, So Hien stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowing with danger. Daring to oppose him, I will make sure you die with nowhere to bury. A week later at the base, Duong Hao checked on the progress and asked Tai Kin if the formation of the Demon Substitution Army was proceeding smoothly. Tai Kin, leading a Demon Substitution Legion at the front gate, replied very smoothly, without disturbing the Destroyer Alliance at all. And our underground stronghold is almost finished. At the hydropower plant, the sound of rushing water echoed. From the outside, this place looked incredibly peaceful. Huyen-Vo stepped out from the teleportation space and silently patrolled the hydroelectric plant. Secretly resentful, I need to find out who dares to invade the territory of the Destroyer Alliance. He sneaked into the ventilation duct, heading to the power distribution room, and through the vent window, Huyen-Vo saw two strangers moving around. Lam Tam was working while asking Li Tu if Duong Hao Daika had been informed about what was happening here, and Li Tu replied that Han Daika had already sent someone to notify him. At this moment, Zhang Lu entered and asked how long it would take to finish the repairs. Li Si estimated about an hour and warned that it was very likely the Destroyer Alliance had already become suspicious of something unusual. From the corner, they looked at each other with confident eyes, and he reassured them, don't worry. Right now, Brother Duong Hao's strength is very powerful. Even if the Destroyer Alliance comes here, they won't be able to do anything. Zhang Lu left without forgetting to remind them. All right then, I will go back to the surveillance camera room and you guys speed up the repairs. Huyen-Vo was hiding in the ventilation duct listening to their conversation. He analyzed that Duong Hao is a name escaped from the underground fighting arena. The Green Dragon General is likely a formidable opponent, so it's better to report the situation first. Thinking it over, he immediately returned to his office and reported that the situation at the dam was as such. That guy named Duong Hao might be our biggest evidence. So he nodded thoughtfully. Evidence. Isn't there another major proof we have? Now is the perfect opportunity to eliminate her. Tell the patrol officer to come here. A moment later, the handsome patrol officer, Mac Ditch, entered the room, asking what I needed. Has there been any news about the medicine? So he nodded, subtly hiding her sinister intentions, and she was right. There was indeed news, but the enemy was very strong. She would probably have to act herself. Mac Ditch didn't trust him at all, so she asked sharply, is the news accurate or is this just a drama he made up himself? So Hien chuckled and said, come on, Your Excellency, how could we possibly be capable of staging such a play? Mac Ditch was half convinced and half doubtful, so she decided to listen to the intelligence first. Fine, then tell me what information you have about the enemy. She secretly calculated that if she returned after losing the enhancement potion at the underground fighting arena last time, she probably wouldn't withstand the punishment from the stronghold. For now, she would listen to his intelligence first, hoping for a clue. So Hien forced a fake smile, reassuring the patrol officer. I've arranged a team to act with her. Go find Commander Tu Min. Their team must trust him. After hearing the intel, Mac Ditch turned and left. Fine, I'll trust you this once. Let's go to the Tui Dia Thane Long Fortress. Wait for her to leave. So Hien presses the communication button with his subordinates. Huyen-Vo, come here. Prepare for a large-scale teleportation. His eyes narrow, showing a cruel expression. Go now. I want both sides to be injured. Besides the big dam, Mac Ditch and Tu Min led a group of people, and Tu Min spoke to share his opinion. I say this. He took out a pack of explosives. This water dam is very sturdy. Give them a pack of explosives first. Mac Ditch didn't care. She coldly ordered them to put down their weapons and follow her lead, saying we are only here to seize this place and must not kill innocent people. Tu Ming's subordinates saw her oppose their leader and all felt dissatisfied, each holding their own thoughts but afraid to speak out. The woman is truly hypocritical, pretending to be righteous. Whatever happens later, it won't be her fault. Mac Ditch acts according to his own will. She determines right and wrong using her intuition, measuring the evilness.
In her eyes, a person's level of evilness reflects their moral character and predicts their future actions. These people have very high evilness scores. The enemy secretly thought, a bunch of bastards, their evilness points are at the maximum. They've already committed evil deeds, haven't they? It really makes people sick.
She no longer looked at them, turned around to lead the group. Follow me, don't act rashly. Tu Min's team responded in unison. Got it. In the waterland, Mac Ditch's figure rushed into the tunnel. One team member saw it and quickly reported. Big brother Han, look over there fast. Someone is coming. That woman is too fast, Han Che observed. It doesn't seem to be with good intentions. Let's go stop her. Mac Ditch blew up a path, easily reaching Hanji's location. He signaled the strangers to stop, asking who they were, whether they came to seize the territory, and telling them not to advance any further. Seeing that the opponent didn't listen, he immediately acted, controlling gravity so that a heavy force pressed down on the enemy, catching her off guard. But she quickly regained her composure, as if gravity couldn't affect her. I'm not interested in this place. I just want to know where that enhanced spot has gone. The enemy merely raised her hand gently, but Hanji was knocked into the wall with a loud thud, leaving a big hole on the wall with debris flying everywhere. Hanji was burned and panting heavily, somewhat surprised. How could her attack be so powerful? Did the increased gravity not affect her at all? Tom appears, controlling ice blades to shoot at the enemy, quickly releasing Han Daika. She raises a defensive shield, blocking the ice blades aimed at her, calmly persuading them, "You are not villains. Don't resist. I can keep you alive." The team of Tumin Teen approached, unsure of their intentions but assigned a different task by her. "Go find where Duong Hao is. I will handle this myself." The subordinates immediately dispersed, and Mac Ditch quickly rushed toward Han Thiet, aiming to seize him. Hanji reached out to try to use gravity control to slow her approach, but Mac Ditch was unaffected. She then threw an orange paper pellet to manipulate her gravity. Useless. The fiery orange paper seed lands on Hanji's shoulder, making him hesitant to act rashly, as the girl in front of him questions and threatens him. "Answer me. Where is Duong Hao, and where are those enhancement drugs? Otherwise, after this paper seed explodes, you won't die but will be seriously injured." At this moment, Vang behind suddenly exploded with a loud bang, smoke and dust filling the air, releasing them. Duong Hao appeared with his army of undead, holding a sickle in his hand. "I can answer you." Han Thiet rejoiced upon meeting leader Duong Hao. "Finally, you have arrived." Mac Ditch retracted the paper seed into his hand, joking with it. "You are Duong Hao. You look very strong. Tell me, where are those enhancement drugs now?" While talking, she secretly used the evil measurement and was surprised to see that his evil score was very low, which was unexpected. Duong Hao smiled and answered her question, that the medicine had already been used up by us. Mac Dick was stunned and exclaimed, "What, all used up? I don't believe it. Such a precious thing. How could you use it so easily? Don't even think about fooling me." Duong Hao handed her a pair of glasses. Realizing this wasn't it, he took it from her belt, and she could tell just by looking. Mac Dick took the glasses and put them on. Seeing the green aura around Duong Hao, she finally believed his words. They really had used enhancement drugs. He proposed a partnership. If she needed enhancement drugs, they could cooperate. As long as they defeated the Destroyer Alliance, he was willing to pay the reward she wanted. "I am a person of integrity." Mac Ditch looked at Duong Hao, assessing him for a moment. "Whether he is trustworthy or not, I can still tell." "Fine." Before she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly changed, and her tone also shifted. "I agree, Fishy." From afar, a man places his hand on his temple and murmurs, "I agree, damn it." He struggles to control Mac Ditch with his mental power, shocked by how strong her mental strength is. With his abilities, he can probably only control her for about 15 seconds. Mac Dick, under control, removes her glasses, snorts coldly, mixing our stuff and still wanting to attack our headquarters. Dream on. Duong Hao didn't expect this negotiation to fail so badly. He was suspicious. What's going on claiming face when it's just face? No more words. Mac Ditch immediately controls the paper beads to explode towards Duong Hao. He swings his sickle to blow up the beads before they can reach him. He secretly sighed that the power was very strong, but luckily the speed wasn't too fast. Two men led the team forward. Everyone charged together to kill that guy Duong Hao. Manhwa also led the team to fight. They wanted to deal with the boss, quickly have the demon change to stop them. With a loud bang, a big explosion occurred, causing Two Men's team to be blown away, echoing everywhere. The enemy puppet is controlled. She releases many exploding paper pellets, not distinguishing friend from foe, but mostly targeting Duong Hao. As you fend off the attacks, you secretly wonder why the woman was normal just now, and suddenly started attacking like a mad woman. Could it be? To confirm his suspicion, he used the system to scan the entire area and was sure she was under control. Sure enough, Duong Hao spotted the man hiding in the distance controlling Mac Ditch and found him. You hand Mac Ditch over to Han, the leader, so she can no longer disable his gravity control. Think of a way to stop her without harming her life. He immediately agreed, Brother Duong. Then Han Ji used his gravity control technique right away. As Duong Hao said, at this moment, Mac Ditch couldn't break free from the gravity control. Her feet were pinned to the ground below and she couldn't move. She lost her footing and was struck straight down by lightning. No longer difficult to control, Mac Ditch was easily knocked back by Han Thiet. In this fleeting moment, Duong Hao suddenly appears behind the man controlling Mac Ditch's mind. Are you the one messing things up? He secretly analyzed that the Destroyer Alliance had controlled her. Maybe she would attack me with everything she had, even neglecting her own defense. Does the Destroyer Alliance want to use us to eliminate her? Caught off guard, he panicked. No way! How did you find me? Duong Hao didn't explain much, grabbing the sickle to end his life, sending him on his way. No need to thank me. Think carefully later about why. The controller has been eliminated, and Mac Ditch's beautiful almond-shaped eyes have regained their clarity and spirit. Lying on the ground, she looked around in confusion, wondering what just happened. Why did I suddenly lose consciousness? Two men saw the plan falling apart and immediately ordered his men to act quickly. Kill that woman now. The henchman obeyed and rushed forward before Makdish could react. Seeing those weaklings suddenly rush forward, not only Duong Hao and Han Thiet, but even Makdish were all caught off guard. At the same time, two men spoke. This is the territory of the Destruction Alliance. We absolutely cannot surrender it to you, big brother. Now it's time for everyone to step in. Huyen Vo appeared with a fierce look in his eyes, eagerly declaring that he could finally kill all of you. Behind him was an army of demonic clones. Duong Hao was sweating, and all of them were Thay Ma stronger than the usual Thay Ma leaders. How could anyone control so many high-level Thay Ma at once? Many Thay Ma, each with different strength stats. The Demon Lord commands the elite level, with strength 1,760, speed 1,020, and spirit 380. The elite level with strength 1,560, speed 560, and spirit 680. And the elite level with strength 1,860, speed 460, and spirit 1,008. Huyen Vo orders, "Go now, my test subjects. Catch them all in one go." After the thick smoke and dust cleared, Makdish, clutching her wounded hand, took a deep breath, grinding her teeth in helplessness, exhausted from being forced to use her strength to block the attack. A zombie approached to attack her, but luckily a protective barrier appeared just in time to block the attack, though it still couldn't withstand its destructive force. Looking from afar, more zombies are rushing over continuously. The enemy desperately creates a barrier to hold them off while they attack. There are too many. She can't hold them all. Her strength is running out. I'm doomed. I can't hold on much longer. On the other side of the screen, So Hien watches smugly, thinking that all that's left is to deal with Duong Hao. Transition to Duong Hao's side, where the Thay Ma continue to approach and attack him, and Duong Hao quickly jumps up to dodge the strikes. Then he struck each of the two enemies once, then quickly looked towards the defeated enemy side. He figured that woman wouldn't hold out for long, and the Han Thiet and Diet Phuong groups were also about to fall into a fierce battle, changing the situation. Thinking quickly, Duong Hao swiftly handled the situation on his side, and as his power radiated out, those demonic clones shattered into tiny pieces. They couldn't withstand a single blow from Duong Hao and disintegrated into nothingness. The enemy side was also aided by Duong Hao's strength. The power was so great that all the nearby demonic clones were destroyed. Then Duong Hao went to check on the situation. "You won't die, right?" the enemy replied. "For now, everything's fine." Diet Phuong Hua also asked about your well-being, Duong Hao. "We've used up all our Thay Ma." So Hien, who was observing earlier on the screen, is now at Duong Hao's location, so don't pretend I don't exist. It's just that your performance today was really quite good, so come and experience it for yourself, Duong Hao exclaimed in surprise. Why is he? Forget about him. Duong Hao quickly carried the enemy and ran away. Everyone retreat fast. Duong Hao was surprised, feeling strange. This guy is using his own power again. So Hien saw Duong Hao retreat and said, "Now you think about running? It's too late." Then Duong Hao quickly used a large piece of wood to block his attack. Then he signaled everyone to run forward, rushing to fight him while deflecting. So he ends attacks, thinking to himself that the attack range was too large and the situation was unfavorable, making retreat the best option. So Hien knew it all too well, attacking relentlessly, trying to escape. But beneath him, the mutated creatures were more dangerous than being torn apart. Better to be killed by me and be done with it. As he launched countless strikes at Duong Hao, each was deflected and sent flying. Realizing he couldn't hold his ground, Duong Hao quickly ordered, "Run now." Sở Hiền vẫn liền tức gậy sát thuồng, gì chết gì. Duong Hao nhanh chóng tranh dọn, vừa danh vừa phòng thủ tạo ra sức cản phá khá lớn. After the fog cleared, So Hien was still standing there waiting to see the result. When he saw no one, he smiled proudly. This kid surprisingly has some skill. Too bad he escaped me. In the end, he became food for the mutated frogs. Huyen Vo no longer needs the Undead Legion, and also eliminates these two false illusions. It's really convenient. Before he could finish speaking, he was stunned and exclaimed, "What? Damn it, why didn't the mutated frog eat them?" Over with Duong Hao, Han Thiet felt guilty and said, "Sorry, big brother, I couldn't hold back the water attack." Duong Hao reassured him, "Old Thiet, don't say that. The range of the Thunder God's attack is too large. I can't protect everyone. If I don't go, there will be casualties." Luckily, the mutated frogs were tamed and taken back to the base first. Probably they'll have to live a few days without a place. Now that we can talk properly, I really appreciate your help in saving me. My name is Makdish. You said before you wanted to cooperate with me to defeat the Destroyer Alliance. How do you want me to cooperate with you? Duong Hao replied, "It depends on what intelligence you can provide us." Makdish replied, "Actually, your base's location has already been compromised. How is this intelligence?" Duong Hao was surprised and exclaimed in disbelief, "What has been discovered?" She said, "Yes. Maybe you only focus on the members of the Destroyer League and overlook the monsters they create. Actually, there are many monsters and eyes in the city created by the Destroyer League. I think they will come here very soon." Duong Hao nghe xong liền cẩn thận nói, "Vậy sao?" Vậy thì gần đây phải tăng cuồng mực do cảnh giới của cụ đĩa rồi. Keep going. What other intelligence do you have? The serious look in the enemy's eyes, she replied, "There are still the crazed members of the Destroyer Alliance who are always using demons and living people for experiments. Their goal is to turn all of Jiangchao into a demon-ruled country.
If we don't stop them, your small stronghold definitely won't be lucky enough to escape.
Seeing that everything was clear, Duong Hao praised her. Very good. This intelligence is very valuable. Thank you for your cooperation. I have one last question. I hope you can answer honestly. Who is your benefactor? Which force do you represent here? And what do you want to do? My role is a patrol officer from the Hangthon outpost. And as for the representing force, I honestly don't know what it is. We all just call it the organization. The organization is very powerful. So powerful you can't imagine. With forces spread across the world, everything happening on the surface is their plan, including the laboratories built everywhere and the underground organizations collecting enhancement drugs. The patrol officer Mac Deach explained, I also don't know about this, I only handle drug collection in the capital city. Duong Hao, I just want to recover the enhancement drugs. And as for the contact person, it's the Destroyer Alliance with me. It's no problem. After hearing the plan across the regions, Duong Hao nodded and agreed. Fine, it's a deal. The scene shifts to a majestic waterfall, white water crashing down in foam, and a sturdy base built on the cliffside beside the waterfall. So Hien looked at the person in front of him and asked, Huyenvu, can you still teleport back yourself? Huyenvu looked at him with some suspicion and replied, I can still teleport once today. So Hien's face darkened upon hearing that and he ordered loudly, All right, send Bao Bak Ho to destroy Duong Hao's hideout. All living witnesses, regardless of age or gender, must be eliminated. At the same time, in another building, the silence was so intense it was frightening, filling every corner. Inside the conference room of that building, everyone sat upright and watched as Duong Hao introduced the enemy spy. She is a patrol officer from the larger observation laboratory, and the Hangthun laboratory will be involved soon. She will cooperate with us to attack the Destroyer Alliance, and she will provide details about the Destroyer Alliance to everyone. The patrol officer in the enemy uniform also spoke up, explaining that the Destroyer Alliance is one of the groups outside that the Hangthan base gets its drugs from. Deep Feng Hua pursed her lips, frowned, and said with a displeased tone, Big Brother is indeed impressive, and with my sister too. Fan Wai responded in agreement. Yes, that's right, that's right. It's only been half a day, and this woman has already agreed to cooperate with us. Long Dao, sitting below, nodded in agreement, saying, I really admire our boss for this. The enemy patrol officer continued to explain that as long as the supply of enhancement drugs remains stable, the base city won't care who the provider is. That's the situation. Duong Hao also explained that now the Destroyer Alliance knows our base's location and is likely to attack us soon. Everyone must stay alert. Also, Tinchuk, you must use insect troops to closely monitor So Hien's movements. I suspect he can copy others' abilities. Manchuk Tin's big round eyes and sinister face replied, Okay. Tai Kin, hearing this, widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, Copying others' abilities is really that powerful, isn't it? Duong Hao pondered for a moment, then replied, although he wasn't sure if certain conditions were needed to activate it. But from this encounter, it seems to be a power of that kind, and this person is definitely not easy to deal with, so everyone must be careful in the future. The people inside the room nodded in agreement and responded, Yes, big brother. A little later, the scene returns to the peaceful base hidden deep in the lush forest, where a child's voice calls out, waiting for me. The children are playing and laughing loudly, running and jumping among the trees, and a young boy's innocent voice cheerfully says, Little Loy, share a piece with me. Laughter echoes throughout the base when a group of people stands in front of it. They are members of the Silver Tiger Destruction Alliance, led by Silver Tiger himself, and their faces suddenly shout out in surprise. He looked at the base in front of him, smiling softly. These people are truly bored, imagining things when facing danger without knowing anything, showing expressions of surprise, which is quite exhilarating. Then, the Silver Tiger leader shouted orders, Go! All the changelings. Suddenly, a large number of zombies charged fiercely, their growls terrifying. Then the zombies rushed toward the innocent people, causing them to scatter and run, shouting to each other, The changelings are here! Everyone quickly take cover. Then from the base, the zombie reinforcements rushed in to stop the zombies controlled by Baihu, and everyone cheered, Our undead legion has arrived to reinforce. Everyone run quickly. Deep Feng Hua, controlling the undead, was sweating all over and said in discomfort, Why are there so many strong undead appearing? The demon soldiers defeated the zombies controlled by Diep Feng Hua one after another, and someone exclaimed at the scene, The gap in strength is just too big. Bakho put his hands in his pockets, looking disdainful. Just as the boss said, weaklings still try to show off. Today's mission is too easy. Duong Hao looked down from above at the courtyard, where a giant zombie was roaring at the people standing nearby. The patrol officer in armor assessed the situation as unfeasible and quickly ordered a retreat. Their actions were indeed swift. Should I withdraw or not, they have already fully entered your territory. If you let them get too close, it won't be easy to handle. Duong Hao smiled faintly, his eyes firm and unwavering. No need to nurture troops for 1,000 days, just 1 hour to deploy them. Today is the perfect opportunity to test the effectiveness of the fortification. A group quickly rushed to Deep Feng Hua's side. Long Dao asked her if she was okay. Our plan has taken effect. Deep Feng Hua smiled and replied, It has worked. The trap is now set, and the henchmen of Bakho are terrified and worried enough to inform him. Jeep, this is bad. We're surrounded, and a large number of sorcerers have appeared behind us. The atmosphere around us becomes tense. Bakho frowns. showing clear displeasure but still confident, speaking loudly and firmly. What is going on? Why are they prepared? But luckily, the Ghostmaster I brought isn't for sharing, so get ready for a fight. He ordered the zombies and his subordinates to charge at them. Charge and kill. Then Yi commands the giant mutated monkeys, their hands clutching large rocks, raising her hand to order them. Now it's our turn. Aim carefully and crush them. The mutated monkeys immediately throw massive rocks toward Bak Ho and the zombies.
Huge, heavy rocks sped towards the zombies, hitting them and sending them flying into the air before crashing to the ground with a violent tremor. Then they seized the opportunity to rush toward the Silver Tiger. Tai Kin urgently said, "We can't fall behind. Everyone circle around from both sides to keep the monsters from slipping through."
Mac chuckled with interest, not praising but saying, "Your people are good, trained, and very strong." Yang Hao smiled. Crossing his arms behind his back, his tone was proud. After all, they've been building the base for some time. They also trained together for quite some time. They charged forward at the same time, and Teen Chuck immediately gave the order, everyone stop them and coordinate with Sister Tai Kin. Then they charged in, knocking back the Silver Tiger's subordinates and causing a loud explosion. Tai Kin and Than Tuan simultaneously used their psychic abilities to attack those enemies. They fired energy beams that left those guys no time to react, causing them to scream in fear. The Silver Tiger's subordinates turned pale with terror at their overwhelming power, crying out in horror. These guys are a bit too strong, even stronger than those who used enhancement drugs like us. Those men were surrounded by mutated monkeys and pushed to the brink, when suddenly one of them shouted, "All right, their monsters have mostly been dealt with, only those skilled fighters remain." Gota strokes his hair, frowning as he loudly asks, "They're too strong. Where's the general? Hasn't he stepped in yet, General?" Bak Ho's face darkened. The surrounding atmosphere grew tense, his voice terrifying. "Everyone is dead, so just follow the plan." Tai Kin slowly approached the encircled him, looked directly into Bak Ho's eyes, his voice calm but heavy. "You're all that's left. Surrender now." She added that if you could provide valuable clues, we might consider sparing your life. It seemed Bak Ho showed no fear before Tai Kin's words, slowly lowering his glasses to reveal a terrifying pair of eyes. "Your arrogant tone, surrendering, are you joking? No matter what, I am one of the 4 great generals." Bak Ho's eyes shot out a terrifying energy, and he laughed maniacally. "Bak Ho biến rồi, khi dần dạy giác bao phủ lấy cổ thế hắn ta, Bak Ho nở một nụ cười rạng rỡ." The crazy laughter echoes on. The power surges endlessly. Do you think the fight is over? No. The battle has just begun. Wait for the moment of despair. Bai Ho uses her supernatural power, firing deadly energy streams from her eyes at them. Tai Kin dodges while glancing around, warning everyone to get out of the way. Even if the enemy creates a protective barrier to block the deadly energy from the Silver Tiger, I can't stop the beam of light. "Aren't you going to help? You seem confident." Nangam smiled and replied, "I believe they can find a way to handle it." "Will Mai use her planet-based ability to create plants that surround and protect them?" She asks, "Sister Tai Kin, what should we do next?" "I can only use plants to distract him for a moment. Everyone saw his eyes, right? They look like a demon." Bak Ho frowned, smiling menacingly, threatening, "Hurry up and stay back to die. These little plants can't hurt me." Tai Kin realized something. Lian begins to explain that it seems he absorbed the black aura and then launched an attack, which likely came from the corpse, and although there are many corpses here, we can keep up the assault as long as no one gets hurt. She thought of a way to drain his strength, sure it would wear him down until she could defeat him with a single strike. Then she came up with a plan and reminded Lu Mi, Thantuan, and me that our speed was quite fast. "Dodge his attack is not difficult. Everyone else try your best to stay away from him." Liu Mi and Thantuan responded, "Yes." Tai Kin used his power, quickly forming 2 blazing fireballs with his hands, then ordered, "I will use fire to draw his attention." Liu Mi, control the plants to block his view and attack to help Sister Tu and Thantuyen find an opportunity to ruin his eyes. A powerful flame burst toward the Silver Tiger, surrounding him with a black energy. The Silver Tiger immediately shot out a beam of energy from his eyes. The deadly energy source from the Silver Tiger blocks Tai Kin's attack and then shoots straight at Liu Mi and Thanton. Liu Mi quickly uses her plant energy to create a tree to block its attack. The Silver Tiger only scoffs coldly, sarcastically, as if it's just a trivial matter. Liu Mi places both hands on the ground, summoning many plants to surge up from beneath, trying to speak, not yet finished. The plants immediately rush toward the Silver Tiger, increasing in number. Bak Ho's entire body is tightly wrapped by countless vines and branches, trying desperately to restrain him. He roars angrily. His blood-red eyes shoot out dark energy, wildly sweeping across. Damn it, too many plants. Can't find their positions. Then, from afar, a scope aimed directly at the silent Silver Tiger. Long Dao held his sniper, smiled with pursed lips. "A good opportunity. Let's see if you can still block this shot of mine." Then he aimed directly at the Silver Tiger and fired straight at him. The Silver Tiger quickly looked back, sensing the danger. He quickly creates a protective energy sphere to avoid the explosion. He is furious, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, these damn chaos people." Tai Kin uses fire energy, shooting straight at him. A commanding shout rings out, continuing the attack. "Dung dùng lại, phòng ngự cũng cần tiêu hao nặng luồng. Nhanh lên, lớp phòng ngự ra màu gì rồi?" Bak Ho, confused and bewildered inside the protective circle, thought bitterly. I deserve to die. Could it be that I, one of the 4 great generals, am going to die here? Then he followed the direction, searching for prey. The Silver Tiger calculated in his mind that even if he died, he would take the traitor down with him. The girl's commanding voice came from the direction he was heading. He shot a beam of energy straight ahead, his mind filled with murderous intent. Follow me and die. Will. Mai and Thantone shout in panic. No. The energy beam flies toward the person hiding behind a tree.
Thầy kinh chữa kịp phản ứng thì một bàn tay ra nắm lấy cổ trong sự kinh ngạc của cô. Một vụ nổ lớn xảy ra, cây cối bị ảnh hưởng bởi nguồn năng lượng nổ tung.
White Tiger gasped for breath, sweat trickling down his face, his body nearly collapsing. He looked at the dissipating smoke village, a triumphant smile spreading across his lips, deep and hoarse. Finally, I've defeated you. Duong-ha is flying through the air, holding Tai Kin in her arms, and she speaks softly, apologizing for disappointing him and saying that now it's our turn. Then Tai Kin unleashes a burst of fire energy toward Bok Ho, causing the ground to shake. The thick smoke still covered the battlefield, hiding both of them from view. Thantone and Liu Mi saw them and quickly ran over. Thantone happily shouted, "Sister Tai Kin, you scared me to death!" Liu Mi smiled proudly. "Sister Tai Kin, you're amazing. Thanks to your leadership, we managed to repel the infiltrators from the Destruction Alliance." Tai Kin just smiled softly, politely, in the end, still relying on Duong Hao to save her as the hurried footsteps grew louder, approaching them more and more. Then the figure in enemy attire appeared. She clapped her hands and smiled as she approached to praise. That's quite impressive too. Destroying one of the 4 great generals of the Destruction Alliance, along with dozens of Esper users, really surprised me. Duong Hao bluntly reminded them that they are very dangerous and should not underestimate them. Now 2 of the 4 great generals are dead. The leader is at the dam. We should prepare to switch to offense. Let's send someone to check the restricted area first. Moreover, I worry about one thing. When I was with the Destroyer Alliance, I heard they might be able to control the Demon King. The Demon King, if it's true, then it must be a major deception. We can't let unverified rumors scare us. We can only adapt as the situation unfolds. The scene shifts to the front gate of a building, with abandoned cars scattered across the road in the restricted area. Duong Hao and the others hide in a secluded corner, observing the situation carefully, and he quietly warns that something is strange. Why are there no guards from the Destruction League at the exit? I suspect something has happened within the League itself. Everyone needs to be more careful. Then they proceeded cautiously, and Duong Hao ordered, "All right, move out." You can't help but be amazed as you look around and exclaim, how much the Forbidden Zone has changed in such a short time, and moreover, where are the changelings? When Mok Ditch hears this, Lien shares what she knows. Maybe they have all been taken by the Destroyer Union for experiments. As far as I know, they want to combine humans with changelings. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the other side of the area, startling Duong Hao. Your face immediately becomes serious. Your sharp eyes look toward the source of the sound. Someone is fighting there. Let's go see. On the other side of the area, a fierce battle is taking place, the savage roars of mutated monsters and zombies echoing through the air, breaking the silence. Duong Hao, hidden in the corner, looked at the mutated monsters and asked confusedly, "Aren't these mutated beasts from the Destruction Squad? Normal mutated beasts shouldn't conflict with the undead." The enemy beside him replied, "It's possible those undead are created or modified by the Destruction Alliance." While the zombies are still roaring fiercely, someone suddenly speaks to attract everyone's attention. "Hey, look, it seems the targets of those mutated creatures are the underground laboratory." Then, from behind, Long Con slowly steps out, wearing a cunning smile, his eyes flickering over Duong Hao and the others, as he greets, "Hello." Duong Hao looked at him warily and asked, "Who are you?" He frowned and directly questioned, "How do you know who I am? What do you want with me?" Long Con smiled and replied, "I saw you before in the hidden area. Dr. Fan wants to cooperate with you. Can we find a safe place to talk?" A while later, the scene shifts to a towering skyscraper in the city that seems to have been abandoned for a long time, a deserted commercial building. They sit inside a room. Long Con strokes his chin, his eyes full of thought, and slowly explains that the Zhishdon forces want to obtain the enhancement drug from the Destroyer Alliance. But they refused, so the 2 sides clashed. Duong Hao looked intrigued and asked, "So let them fight it out. Both sides getting hurt, isn't that better?" Long Con looked troubled and sighed as he explained, "The Red Legion accidentally controlled a mutated monster, which naturally increased their strength. So recently they dared to cause trouble with the Destroyer Alliance. But I remember the image of the zombie gradually becoming more ferocious and terrifying. Long Con's voice grew colder, his face darkening. But the Destroyer Alliance is close to successfully creating the undead warlord. And once they succeed, it will be the day the city faces disaster." Duong Hao, upon hearing this, immediately focused on an important detail, furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "The creation of the evil mutant?" Long Con solemnly recounted, with a hint of frustration in his voice, "That's right. During the last experiment, a power outage caused a slight delay, but they are close to success. So Dr. Fan wants to cooperate with you to prevent them from succeeding." At this point, Duong Hao finally asked the main question. Does he have a specific plan? Long Con immediately replied with a serious face. Although Fan has always been restricted, there are quite a few people like us in the underground laboratory.
We can think of a way for you to infiltrate, but the premise is that you must eliminate the members of the squeeze force.
If not, we cannot let you be unaware or unknowing in the underground laboratory. Duong Hao found it reasonable, then stood up and said seriously, "Fine, I agree to this cooperation." He went back and told Dr. Fan that he would cooperate with him. Long Con couldn't help but smile happily, having achieved his goal, and he smiled brightly and cheerfully. "Great, I'll go inform everyone right away. There is finally hope." After Long Con left, Duong Hao looked straight ahead, his expression turning serious as he asked, "So, did you see any problems?" She looked directly into Duong Hao's eyes. Her voice was firm. "No. At least with my abilities, I am sure she's not a bad person." Diep Fuanghua looked at the person in front of her. "Based on my guess, but Long Con just said that the Crimson Legion has an extra demon warlord, so dealing with them won't be easy."
Duong Hao silently pondered her words and then said, "It's not easy, but if we do well, our combat strength could increase significantly."
He remained silent, quietly contemplating whether using this additional demon lord could help complete the mission, which had been stuck at 90% due to a lack of high-level demons. The system notification shows that the construction of Zhangzhou City's stronghold is 50% complete. The quick task to form the demon army is 90% done. After careful consideration and discussion, the scene shifts to the next day. Inside a meeting room, everyone sat around and looked at Duong Hao, who solemnly instructed, his gaze sweeping over each person, "Remember this. Our goal for this operation is to take down the leader of the Tightening Squad. Once a breakthrough situation occurs, personal safety takes priority, and they all respond together. Got it." Duong Hao further instructs that after the enemy's Chaos Army appears, everyone must retreat immediately. "Leave everything to me." "Understood." They all reply in unison, "Yes." Duong Hao's face turned serious as he ordered, "All right, let's move out." At the same time, the scene shifted to a chaotic battlefield where two sides clashed fiercely, neither willing to yield. Duong Hao slightly furrowed his brow, quickly glanced over the fierce battlefield, and spoke. "The vehicles and people of the Destruction Alliance cannot threaten the Tightening Core. Everyone follow the original plan and act now." They responded in unison, "Yes." Amid the chaos of the battle, someone's footsteps echoed into the combat zone. But then everyone froze, eyes wide in surprise as strange round objects hurtled toward them, and someone asked, "What are those?" Those round objects are heading straight for the clown riding the mutated tiger, and he gasps in shock. "Oh my god." A big explosion erupts from those round objects, and Duong Hao, weapon in hand, rushes toward the blast with an excited expression. "Clown, I'm coming." He clenched his jaw tightly, eyes fixed on the swirling smoke, carefully assessing the situation, guessing that the smoke's influence on them wouldn't last long, and a deadly strike was necessary. Duong Hao moved swiftly, sneaking up behind the clown, constantly reminding himself that speed wasn't the key. The most important thing was to avoid letting him sense anything, to stay silent. He slightly crouched down carefully. Then suddenly, Duong Hao leapt up, swinging his weapon fiercely at the clown sitting there, sensing that this was the moment. As expected, the clown suddenly turned back with a sinister smile, his eyes narrowing with cunning intent. Duong Hao saw his sinister smile, his eyes widened with worry, and sweat trickled down as he realized something. Behind him, a huge mutated serpent suddenly appeared, startling him, and a warning rang in his mind. Something is wrong. The mutated giant snake uses its pair of legs to lunge at Duong Hao forcefully, causing the ground to crack open and water to spill out, scattering the surrounding smoke in multiple directions. Duong Hao raised both hands to defend himself. Gritting his teeth and enduring, he coughed softly and muttered to himself, "I didn't expect him to have a snake-type observation ability beyond sight. This guy is really hard to deal with." A notification appears showing a cooldown of 149 seconds. The mutated lion, beside the clown, starts absorbing the surrounding smoke. The clown sat on the back of a mutated tiger, his voice full of contempt then turning to hatred. "Daring to attack me. You're not afraid of death. Your master, tear him apart for me." Hearing the clown's command, the mutated monsters all turned their heads toward Duong Hao, growling threats with sharp fangs and glaring red eyes full of a menace. Duong Hao furrowed his brow and thought, "It's not going to be easy to succeed with this plan." Then suddenly he shouted loudly, "Everyone outside retreat. Leave this to me inside." All the fighters battling the mutated creatures responded in unison, "Yes." Duong Hao uses his ability to locate the pre-dug acupoint, and upon finding it, a joyful voice echoes in his mind, "This is the spot, the Thin Y acupoint previously excavated." Duong Hao, without hesitation, jumps straight into the hole, smiling farewell with a knowing look. "Goodbye." Clown sitting on the back of the mutated tiger, his eyes fixed intently on the hole, he leans down and asks the mutated beast surrounding the mouth of the hole, "So, Zhuangquan, is that kid still there?" The clown glances down at the dark hole, snorts softly in disappointment, mutters regretfully that he ran away. Too bad the hole is too small. If not, I would definitely have the big society catch him. Oh well, if that's the case, then just fix the hole later. Duong Hao sat in the lair, calculating silently and waiting for the right moment, hiding in the tunnel previously occupied by the pangolins, now returning to a situation where he was in the dark while the enemy was in the light, then seeking the right opportunity. After all the mutated beasts left, only the clown remained sitting on the mutated tiger's back. and Duong Hao thought, the opportunity has come. He frowns and raises his hand to activate his power above the clown. A beam of light from Duong Hao's ability piercing through the cracked ground. A beam of light escapes through the path of the mutated tiger. The light suddenly flashes right in front of the tiger, startling it and causing it to retreat wildly, while the clown sitting on its back is caught off guard and loses balance, tumbling down. At that moment, Duong Hao jumped out of the grave holding a large trident and charged forward to shoot a lightning bolt at the clown who hadn't had time to defend. Then suddenly, the clown was pulled back by a hand to avoid Duong Hao's attack. He gritted his teeth in anger, looking at him with disbelief, and said, "Weren't you running away?" Duong Hao kept going, launching attack after attack at him, shouting loudly, "It's over." But suddenly, Duong Hao froze, eyes wide with shock as he stared at what was in front of him. Big Brother. Wang Dung lifts the clown onto his shoulders, growling as he looks at Duong Hao, who is still stunned, and then shouts loudly, "The brutal king." The clown sneers disdainfully, "You're surprisingly strong, but unfortunately I don't believe in any living person, so you can't become my enemy. There is only a path to death." Brother Wang Dung roared, then threw a punch toward Duong Hao. His punch slammed down onto the ground with incredible force, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Luckily, Duong Hao managed to dodge that dangerous attack in time. You have to use your ability to scan everything around you to scan all the images. Duong Hao frowned tightly, lips slightly pursed, secretly thinking that this way, you can't rely on the underground tunnel for a surprise attack anymore. The clown sitting high above looks down with a mocking voice. "So you didn't actually run away earlier, but used something like an underground tunnel to launch a surprise attack. Right now, I want to see where you can hide. However, I might as well try to subdue it and see if I can complete the mission of forming the Thay Ma Legion." Duong Hao raised his hand, his face expressionless, and released energy into the sky, saying, "Let's test your defensive capabilities." Energy blasts straight into Brother Dung's hand, making him roar in pain. Duong Hao keeps firing at him, taunting, "Come on, you big fool. You see he's not even flinching. This guy's really good at taking hits. He gets hit and just keeps going without a scratch." At this moment, Brother Dung suddenly smiled strangely and then started to speak. "Are you only capable of this much?" Duong Hao was stunned as Brother Dung began to speak, his mind full of confusion. What is going on? No way! Brother Dung actually knows how to talk. Suddenly, the mutated big brother appeared from behind him, opening its large mouth with sharp teeth, aiming to bite Duong Hao, but he managed to dodge just in time to avoid the attack. Before Duong Hao could breathe a sigh of relief, a huge hand suddenly reached out toward him with incredible speed. He lands on the ground where a giant handprint is imprinted on the earth. Suddenly, the mutated lion rushes out from somewhere and charges at Duong Hao. It suddenly roared loudly, releasing a huge surge of energy towards Duong Hao with a fierce storm of rage. He didn't have time to dodge and was struck by the attack of the mutated lion. He clenched his teeth, evaluating the mutated beasts. These strange creatures are indeed formidable, and if he can tame them all. But he jumped into the air to escape the attack of the mutated lion, then swung his great scythe towards the mutated lioness. The mutated lioness had already opened her huge mouth with large teeth. He thought, this would be a huge help for the electric trap. Duong Hao seems completely unfazed, a triumphant look on his face as he taunts, "Huh, you think I have no way to deal with that giant lion, huh?" He drops his weapon and charges straight into the giant lion's mouth, calmly saying, "If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the cub?" It bit down on Duong Hao's arm, and from afar, Diet Phuong saw him being bitten and called out worriedly, "Duong Hao." The clown sitting above, watching them stand on the roof of a machine, with a perverted smile, teasing, "Oh, this kid even brought some girls along." His gaze is quite sharp. Then Tuan, standing nearby, worriedly asks, "Sister Phuong Hua, what should we do?" Deep Phuong Hua tried to reassure everyone, "Don't panic. Duong Hao seemed to have voluntarily entered the giant's mouth. We need to observe further." At Duong Hao's position, he followed the giant's stomach inward, assessing that this digestive ability is indeed formidable. What a pity. Then he used his power to generate lightning inside the mutated giant, a cold smile spreading across his face as he confidently ordered, "Come on, giant, go and bring those girls here." Due to Duong Hao's influence inside, it was forced to vomit blood from its throat. The clown was stunned, staring at the beast in shock and unable to make a sound. Then Duong Hao suddenly jumped out from the abdomen of the mutated giant beast holding a large sickle. He landed on the giant beast, and the information panel appeared, healing itself with a 149-second cooldown. Congratulations on obtaining the new title, Beast Tamer. All attributes increased by 5%, and the ability to reduce the strength of mutated beasts within 500 meters by 20%. The system panel continues, rewarding a one-time skill activation ability. The 6 skills cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. Duong Hao looked at the system panel, a joyful expression on his face, thinking to himself, a 5% attribute boost in one-time skill activation. This harvest is great. Duong Hao releases surrounding energy with a taunting voice. "Come here, clown!" Hearing this, Clown becomes furious and orders the beasts, "Attack now, kill him." The mutated beasts, upon hearing the command, immediately obeyed and rushed toward Duong Hao. His face remained expressionless, a cold smile curling his lips, as he swung the large sickle toward the mutated beasts. After Duong Hao's assault, they all fell defeated, lying motionless on the ground. The clown looked at the horrifying scene before him, his anger rising, and hurriedly turned to Vuong Dong Daika, his voice full of hope. My mutated beast feels like it has weakened a lot, Brother Dung. I'll rely on you next, it responds. All right. Brother Dung Dung rushes forward and slams down on the ground where Duong Hao is standing, shouting fiercely, Die. Calmly, you draw out a skill card, frowning, a faint smile curling at the corner of your mouth, then grasp it, activate it, and replace the control skill. Duong Hao holds the skill card up to Vuong Dong Daika, as if to control him, and in a commanding voice he says, The big beast, you belong to me. Brother Wang Dung hugs his head tightly, growling as he tries to resist an invisible force invading his mind. The clown sitting on his shoulder also shows signs of panic and worry. Hey, Brother Wang Dung, what's wrong? Brother Dung Vuong raised his large hand and struck the back of the head hard, as if trying to use the pain to dissolve the mental control pressing on his mind. This caused the figure sitting on his shoulder to lose balance. It shrank. No, no. Suddenly, the system voice rang out, reminding that controlling a conscious subject had failed. This made Duong Hao wonder unexpectedly. If it has its own consciousness and cannot be controlled, then your shadow says then. Before Vuong Dong Daika can react, Duong Hao has already grabbed the scythe and leapt toward it, coldly declaring, I'll just treat you as a human to tame you. You swing your arm to slash at its eyes. Vuong Dong Daika clutches his injured eyes, shouting in pain and desperation, as Duong Hao leaps into the air, looking down at him and declaring, I may not be able to control you directly, but I can influence your actions. Submit to me, and I will heal your injured eye. Duong Hao jumped onto its shoulder, threatening Vuong Dong Daika, saying, if you keep resisting, I'll blind your other eye too. Your choice. Vuong Dong Daika, clutching his injured eye, responded with pain and submission. Fine. You're very strong. I submit. The system interface appears with a triumphant glow as the task to quickly establish the Reaper Legion is completed, having the cooldown time for the bone revival, self-healing, and 10% mental control. Immunity are activated, and congratulations are given for conquering a fierce Reaper brawler, with a new quick task set to begin. Duong Hao looked down mockingly. Jester, you've been beaten for half a day, and now it's finally my turn. Bao Quan, go. Vuong Dong Daika obeyed the order and immediately roared, chasing after Jester, trembling with fear. The clown was in disbelief. Luce looked back and wondered how it was possible that he could suppress Brother Wang. Then he saw the mutated lion and ordered, Attack now, kill it. The mutated lion obeyed the order and immediately roared, releasing a deadly energy. Brother Dung raised his hand to block the attack. At this moment, Duong Hao jumps up, raising his sickle to block the attack, thinking that these mutated beasts can't die. Keeping them alive still has its use. Then he rushes toward Shuhei, who is still desperately fleeing, believing that as long as he can kill that clown, everything will be over. Duong Hao, using the momentum from Brother Vuong Dong, lunged to cut down the scythe, but the mutated lion roared again, creating a large energy sphere to block him. He swung his scythe toward the clown, and suddenly, ice chunks appeared on the ground. The clown is not afraid of the scythe at all, turning around with a triumphant smile, full of contempt. Do you think you can survive until now just because I have the Bao Quan and mutated beasts? You're too naive. Speed is my true skill. Duong Hao didn't care at all, sneering coldly as he raised his hand to unleash countless earth spikes. I'm naive. You think I only have this much skill? Let's see if you can handle this. A circle created by Duong Hao surrounds them, and the earth-shaking beams strike him one after another. The clown screams in pain as the lightning strikes him. Duong Hao, holding his scythe, approaches the fallen clown and comments, Your speed is indeed fast, but your defenses are not solid enough. It's over. As the sickle neared Uncle He, he screamed in horror. No, but Duong Hao's relentless sickle did not stop and ended his life. At this moment, Duong Hao turned to look at everyone standing there and loudly ordered Than Yi and Tin Truk to come quickly and control these mutated beasts. Duong Hao stood to the side and spoke into the radio. All right, this harvest is truly enormous. Not only did we upgrade our attributes and control the Chaos Army, but now it's time to inform the people from the Scientist faction about the capture of the clown's mutated beast. Man Tin Truk then approached and asked, Duong Hao, why do I feel these mutated beasts have become much weaker? Otherwise, Than Mi and I might not have been able to control them earlier. Duong Hao explained, I currently have a power that can reduce the strength of nearby mutated beasts by 20%. Rest assured, it's a controllable active ability of mine. Man Tin Truk seemed to understand but said nothing, only asking, So, that's how it is. Duong Hao, what do we do next? Duong Hao replied, I've informed Lam Khan he should be here soon. The system panel suddenly appeared, activating a new side mission to enter the central area of the underground laboratory. Duong Hao looked at the system panel in deep thought. The person had not arrived yet, but the mission was already underway. Suddenly, Lam Kong appeared out of nowhere, a look of amazement and admiration on his face, saying, You really did it, and so quickly too. Impressive. Duong Hao crossed his arms, frowning, and asked curiously how things were on your side, whether you could get us into the underground laboratory now. Lam Khan also happily replied that after the mutated beast from the inspection team withdrew, The defenses of the underground laboratory had become much more relaxed, and now they could be let in at any time. But his face turned serious as he proposed that since the two guards, Ju Tuchi and Xuanwu, are still in the laboratory with So Hien, the doctor suggested that Ju organize an assault to break the water barrier. Lam Khan began explaining that first, they needed to pin down So Hien, and second, to send 1 or 2 generals from their side to support. So after you infiltrate and can easily take over the laboratory, Duong Hao turned around, smiling with a satisfied look in his eyes, as if this plan was also acceptable. Stay in contact, we will act immediately. Thane Yi also stepped closer now, her face full of doubt as she asked Duong Hao, "We haven't met before. Can I trust you?" He glanced at her briefly and calmly replied, "Not trustworthy, but this is indeed a good opportunity." After a moment of contemplation, Duong Hao quietly reminded everyone that the underground laboratory is hard to defend and easy to attack, so we must adapt to the situation. About 3 hours later, at a quiet dam, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. Lumloy shouted loudly to order them to charge, and a battle broke out with zombies rushing forward, growling and biting each other, all shouting to protect the dam. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the sky, and someone saw it and shouted to alert the wall troops. The wall troops and reinforcement troops had arrived. Huinvo, arrogant and boastful, followed by a zombie army behind him, his voice full of threat and anger. Yet he dares to attack our water defense. When Huinvo appears, Lam Loi feels everything is as expected and secretly thinks, it's a success. The enemy has indeed sent reinforcements here. Alright, be careful during the operation. A moment later at Duong Hao's location, he approached Lam Khan and called out. Lam Khan turned around, greeted warmly. Big brother Duong. Dalin approaches to introduce herself to Duong Hao and inform him that Commander Huyen Vu Tuong has already taken some people and left, leaving only the remaining soldiers and a few capable individuals below, ready to move in, and asks if his team has arrived. Duong Hao nodded calmly and said, "We're here. Everyone is ready." Then everyone moved together toward a building. Duong Hao wondered, "This passage is so wide, bigger than any I've seen before. What's the point of it?" Lam Khan explained thoughtfully, "This is actually an emergency exit, so there are no elevators, and it's very spacious. Only the scientist knows this place. Everyone be careful. The front rolling door leads into the laboratory." Ko Then Yi and Duong Hao exchange a determined look, then subtly nod to signal their understanding. As the rolling door gradually revealed itself, a group of people was already waiting inside. The Lord Commander and his subordinates appeared, and his cold voice rang out. "Lam Khan, I knew there was a problem with you daring to collude with outsiders." Lam Khan looked away in fear, stammering and unsure how to respond, while Duong Hao glanced at him and thought to himself, this Lam Khan doesn't seem to be pretending. It seems these people have truly uncovered his identity. Duong Hao's face turned cold as he drew out the death scythe, his eyes sharp, and he said, "If I'm not mistaken, you are the Commander-in-Chief, right? This place is now under our control. Surrender peacefully, and I might consider letting you join us." The Commander-in-Chief's expression darkened with anger, his brows furrowing and a furious twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Step aside. Knowing I am the Commander-in-Chief and still daring to boast like that, it seems you do not understand me at all. Even though we are called the 4 great generals, do not mistake me for the other 3. The commanding general angrily pointed at you and ordered his subordinates to arrest all these intruders. "Don't kill them. They all seem like decent test subjects." They responded obediently. "Yes, sir." On Duong Hao's side, the others also charged forward to attack, while Then Yi rode on the back of the mutated lion, which roared and shot a beam of energy at them. Thane Tuan also used his ice ability to attack one of them, but was blocked by his opponent's fire ability. The enemy then advanced with a move that caused the woman to be pushed back. Then her whole body slammed into the wall, and she cried out in pain. The subordinates behind the Commander-in-Chief sweat in fear, stammering, while the Commander-in-Chief remained expressionless, closing his eyes and saying nothing. This woman is too strong. She is a messenger from above, so why did she join the enemy's team? The blocking battle continues, and one of his subordinates is also killed by a hand wielding a spear. Duong Hao saw that the situation was turning in his favor, so he sneered. It seems his people are not doing well. The Commander-in-Chief didn't look angry at all. He casually snapped his fingers and then issued a cold order. It seems keeping them alive is too difficult, so just kill them all. A horde of zombies from behind him is approaching rapidly, and he thinks, indeed, the enemy has a zombie army. Duong Hao slightly purses his lips, as if everything is within his data. Then he casually takes out a small remote and presses a button. He silently thought to himself that it's okay, there are no high-level demon armies, so we can still handle it. On the other side, after receiving the signal from Duong Hao, Then I immediately announced that the boss was sending the signal, and all the demon armies would march out. She and Mantin opened the door to let all the zombies out. The sound of approaching zombie footsteps grew louder. Duong Hao stands firm amidst the raging horde of zombies rushing forward, smiling confidently as he says, "Do you think only your side has a mighty army of zombies?" Chutuk's eyes widen in shock, disbelief clearly written on his face, as a wave of suspicion rises in his heart. How is that possible? They have no laboratory. How did they create this army of zombies? This kid is suspicious from 2 directions. Countless zombies howling and tearing at each other, creating a chaotic and terrifying scene. The scene shifts to a mysterious place, where a secret voice echoes. revealing that such a powerful undead army can be created. The mysterious man watching on the screen cannot help but feel a deep curiosity, as this hidden display of Duong Hao's abilities continues to surprise everyone. Back to the chaotic battlefield, Yang Hao stands among the fighting revenants, a sarcastic smile curling at his lips. Looking at Uncle Tuck, the general, he calls out, "Uncle Tuck, it seems your ace has been used up." Receiving no signal from Duong Hao, he immediately ordered everyone to suppress the mutant creatures and start the battle. The mutated beasts trapped in iron cages roared loudly as they used their immense strength to smash through the unbreakable iron bars. They reveal fierce expressions, their red eyes full of murderous intent, rushing quickly toward the fierce battle. General Tuck, seeing the mutated beasts defeating his subordinates, grits his teeth in anger. Damn brat. Sinza can only kill you first, he thought bitterly, expecting him to be just an ordinary thug, but they turned out to be so powerful. Suddenly, a great force erupted from Tong Quan Chu Tuk's body, and flames blazed fiercely. He controls the flames, directing them toward where Yang Hao is standing. Yang Hao brandishes his scythe, using his supernatural power to dodge Tuong Quan Chu Tuk's attack, his eyes full of challenge as he speaks. Come on, I want to broaden my horizons and see just how powerful the strongest of the four great generals really is. Then he slightly leans forward, ready to attack, preparing to rush towards Chu Tuk, Tuong Quan. Both of them charged into a fierce battle, sparks flying and their immense power causing the ground to tremble violently. A massive shockwave erupted between the clash of Chu Tuk, the general, and Duong Hao, just as he had expected. Truly formidable. Chu Tuk, surprised by that ability, stronger than I thought, I must win quickly before he recovers. Suddenly, long iron wires shot up from the ground and then tightly wrapped around your legs. It's really tough to chew, Duong Hao suddenly realized. He's a dual ability user who can also control metal. No wonder he became the strongest general. Seizing the moment while you were surprised by the attack, Chu Tuk raised a thunderous punch toward you. Die. The attack caused a significant shockwave, but behind it was a Chu Tuk with a surprised look as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. What a pity. Yang Hao gradually appears amidst the flames, holding a sickle called Iron Bone. With a 74-second countdown, a triumphant expression on his face, I am the one who won't die. Then, the blue sickle is swung like an executioner's blade. Die, Chu Tuk. But things are never that simple. His inherent arrogance still shows as he raises his hand to gather energy. Your weapon is useless against me, Before I could react, I widened my eyes in disbelief. What? Hundreds of lightning bolts strike down ceaselessly, bloodstains gradually appearing. Uncle Tuck seems to drown in the Great Formation, and a small white sphere appears beside him from an unknown source. This source of power comes from the scythe that Duong Hao is holding. I don't know what material this sickle is made of, but right now it seems it's definitely not metal. The white sphere in his hand has transformed into a shiny card called Metal Control. Seeing the shape of the card, he was suddenly surprised and secretly pleased. Truly a very good move. But it also made him disappointed because this time no one carrying it could fuse their new supernatural body anymore. But I won. Duong Hao confidently declared that General Chu Tuk was dead. Crossed arms, my sister said coldly. I can spare your life. Rest assured, I can handle the poison in your bodies. His underling, pale with disbelief, could hardly believe they could rely on the good fruit that Duong Hao confidently shouted about. Big brother is doomed. He can handle that poison, really? Surely he's lying to us. Don't fall into the trap. Suddenly, Than E riding a lion charged in. Surrender now. Your General Tuk has already died. The henchman, unimpressed, retorted, I don't know how terrifying your power is. He can't be defeated. But Than E shows no sign of fear, so don't blame me. Immediately, she orders. The lion opens its mouth to strike at the unlucky subordinate. Attack. Meanwhile, someone was frozen in place for unknown reasons. It turned out to be Than Ton, who, after finishing her task, coldly added, You still fall short when fighting me. And then, because Tuk's troops refused to surrender, Duong Hao could only smile grimly. If they wouldn't surrender, then they had to be wiped out. 10 minutes later, the enemies lay defeated on the ground. Then I happily reports that except for a few who ran away, everyone else has been killed. Duong Hao simply responds with a sad nod. Good. Long Ko, lead the way. Let's regroup with Tianxi Fen. Long Ko heard that and cheered up. Great. Dr. Fen really didn't misjudge him. Everyone follow me. Then he boldly led the way as Dr. Fen had gained control of the central computer of the underground laboratory. So they don't need to worry about being detected. He can control all these main doors, right? Duong Hao pointed ahead and replied, Yes. Not only the doors, but almost everything in this high-tech laboratory is controlled by computers. He approaches the central door of the laboratory, reminding the team to be careful. Ahead is the underground laboratory's main hall, where the security team is currently stationed. Their leader's abilities are terrifying, capable of disassembling anyone they touch into pieces like Lego blocks. Duong Hao replied, Rest assured, we will handle it, a faint smile flickering on his sharp features. I'll count to 3, then open the door in front. As he spoke, his eyes fixated on the small turntable on the wall. He slightly leaned forward into a ready stance, then raised one finger and began counting aloud. 1. A subordinate, using his keen eyesight, saw Duong Hao's actions and immediately shouted out, Something's wrong, boss. Someone, probably the enemy leader, is rushing in alone. Amidst the crowded hall, the fierce men heard him shout and ran toward the boss, who was the current leader of the guard team. The current leader of the security team frowned in suspicion and said alone. Another subordinate was stunned and asked, "Is he crazy?" Another guy sneered and said, "Does he really think defeating Uncle Tuck makes him the king of the world?" Another one also chuckled coldly and added, "Looks like our chance to turn the tables has arrived." And then Duong Hao, counting to 3, suddenly a door opens with dust billowing around, and he rushes out with a lively smile on his face. He immediately jumped up to attack the minions approaching him. Duong Hao leapt into the air, wielding his small but powerful sickle to strike at them, causing them to be caught off guard, dropping their weapons and scattering everywhere. Witnessing this, one of them muttered in awe, "Too strong." But suddenly, the captain of the Sohien guard team appeared right in front of Duong Hao and poked his forehead with his finger, smiling cunningly and saying, "This is the fate of arrogance." From that poke, a crack suddenly appeared on him and then spread across his body, and in an instant, his whole body seemed to shatter into 100 pieces. Surprised by the attack from the Sohien guard captain, Duong Hao hesitated for a few seconds before using his magic to return to his original form. He clenched the small scythe in his hand, smirking provocatively at him as the system notification appeared. Bone restoration, 74 seconds remaining. Then he lost his footing and quickly rushed toward the Guardian team leader. In a brief moment, no one knew what the Guardian team leader was planning, but he slightly bowed his head and smiled a sinister, wicked smile. Suddenly, as Duong Hao was running, one of his feet unexpectedly plunged into the water, and he looked in surprise at the ground that just moments ago was solid, but now had turned into a vast body of water. Duong Hao, from behind the guard captain of the Sohien team, jumps up smiling cunningly and calls out to him, "Hey!" The guard captain of the Sohien team is stunned and exclaims, "Phew!" Before he can say another word, he is cut off. Duong Hao immediately swung his sickle across his neck, politely requesting the head of the guard captain. Then, grinding his teeth and frowning with frustration, Duong Hao sneered and said, "You are the arrogant one," and without waiting for a reply, he loudly declared, "Let's fight!" Following Duong Hao's command, Han Thiet immediately charged forward, shouting loudly. Follow him are Then Wai, Ten Tuan, and Tin Truk. As they jumped into battle, Han Thiet used his magic to control gravity and struck with 5 fierce punches before shouting, "Kill!" 5 minutes later, the hall suddenly became chaotic as the henchmen who had been eager to fight earlier now lay unconscious on the ground. Duong Hao then shouted loudly at the camera on the wall, "It's done! Dr. Fen, you can appear now." As soon as he finished speaking, a vortex of magic appeared behind him. The vortex gradually widened, accompanied by a deep voice saying, well done, really impressive." Then, a pair of long legs slowly stepped out from the vortex. Sohien smiled proudly, clapping his hands as he walked, continuously praising Duong Hao, thanking him for helping us clear the disturbance that refused to settle down. Duong Hao realized he had been tricked and frowned in anger, suspecting everything was a trap. Sohien, hearing this, widened his eyes and grinned eerily, saying, "It can't be said like that. These guys are just playing tricks on each other. Isn't it great now that everything has gone as planned and you've all walked right into our trap?" As he finished speaking, a door to the surveillance room burst open, and Duong Hao quickly turned his head to look. A group of monsters burst in from the door, zombies flooding in so numerous that everyone had to split up to fight them. Duong Hao wiped past Sohien without forgetting to warn his teammates, "I'll handle Sohien, everyone be careful with the other monsters." He wiped straight towards Sohien, who then sneered with a sinister smile. Just as he reached, he suddenly disappeared, instant transmission, gone in an instant. Suddenly, he appeared and attacked from behind Duong Hao, but he quickly reacted and counterattacked. He saw the tense situation, clenched his teeth in anger, cursing silently. The instant transmission ability of Huyen Vu combined with Sohien was too difficult to deal with. He had to find a way to handle Huyen Vu. Yang Hao swung his blade at him. Huyen Vu sneered mockingly, "Trying to deal with me first. Useless." Yang Hao kept swinging his sickle at him, continuously dismissing him and saying, "Useless, then try again." But no matter how many attacks are launched, the Huyen Vu guy still easily dodges. So, Hien Kui mockingly, attacking repeatedly is just a waste, until Duong Hao snaps his fingers. Huyen Vu suddenly cried out in pain, clutching himself and stammering, unable to speak. What is going on?" So Hien also looked on in shock. Duong Hao shouted loudly, "Do you really think I was attacking you? I just wanted to lure you to that spot." Han Yi held out a knife in front of Sohien, his face filled with terror. Han Yi makes his move to kill Sohien, the commander of Huyen Vu. "Farewell, Commander Han Yi. Eliminate the commander of Huyen Vu." Duong Hao, seeing everything unfold as he planned, smiles with satisfaction. The hidden pawn has finally been used. "I told you, at the crucial moment, I will snap my fingers as a signal, and everyone will coordinate." Suddenly, you realize that Sohien didn't die and was using stealth to attack back, and he also used his stealth ability to deceive Tuong Quan Huyen Vu. Sohien is attacking you, so then you will also die by this ability. Then, your eyes activate the system, revealing that it is Sohien attacking you, scanning all the images. You swiftly draw your sickle to counterattack him. He was so shocked he couldn't believe it. "How could he see me? This is too dangerous." Yang Hao kept attacking him. He dodged, but was still affected. At this point, he no longer uses stealth. If stealth is useless, then he will openly attack and kill you. Han Yi appears from behind and attacks him. It's over. But suddenly he turned back and grabbed her arm. So Hien held her tightly and with a dangerous smile said, "Little girl, don't think you can succeed in using the same move twice. Die." But unfortunately, she quickly escaped, thinking she was out of options. Then Tuan shouted when he saw Han Yi and So Hien struggling together. Han Yi. Then Tuan pulled her towards him to help her escape from So Hien's grasp. Han Yi, your hand. Han Yi, even though it's very painful, still reassures Than Tuan. It's okay. At least I haven't lost my life. Thank you for saving me. And So Hien then smirks and says, "Good, you're brave." Suddenly his eyes turn red. "But you are only doomed to die, because I am here today. You all must die." Duong Hao emerges from the rubble, holding the Scythe of Progress in his hand, and says to So Hien, "All 4 of his generals are dead." Next is his turn, and he doesn't hold back, grinding his teeth and cursing, "Kid, you." He begins to unleash a threatening wave of power, but it's useless. "You know my abilities, I know yours, and what you don't know, I also know." Around him, a stream of energy with lightning crackling, and my enhancement level surely surpasses yours, so you have no chance to win. Without hesitation, Yang Hao directly punched towards him, wondering why villains are always so talkative. It's time to go. Suddenly, a knife appeared in So Tien's mind, and he sneered, "Do you think a sickle can beat me? Kids, the metal I control in the laboratory is the hardest metal there is." Suddenly, a sword appeared behind and attacked him, cutting through So Tien's hands, who was painfully shocked and clutching his hands. How could this happen? Metal objects around floated in the air. So Tien exclaimed in surprise, "He can control metal too, and I can't copy this ability." Duong Hao commands the controlled metals to attack, all rushing towards So Tien. He shouted to repel the metal debris, turning it into metal. His hands were replaced with a drill. "Duong Hao, today you must die." Duong Hao's eyes are complicated, secretly calculating how to deal with him. It seems he can only copy and control the mind rather than dominate directly. The other abilities granted by the system appear impossible to copy, and his speed and strength are both very powerful, requiring a lethal strike or exploiting the cold steel's power to control him. Duong Hao responded, "Han Thiet, cooperate with me," and Han Thiet agreed. "Understood?" While So Tien retreated the drill back to you, and Duong Hao seized the opportunity. You brandished the scythe and died. The scythe cut through Han's people. One of So Tien's heads fell off, but he didn't die. Instead, 2 more heads grew and snarled at Duong Hao. "You're caught, kid." His eye reveals a surge of power. That wave of power is heading straight for you guys. Get ready. You scream in pain as Han Thiet quickly attacks him. A single command from him causes Han Thiet to suddenly lose control and be unable to manipulate gravity. And realizing the disadvantage, he grits his teeth and thinks, "Something's wrong, but I can't move." Isn't this person the same one who used to control the gravity in the arena before? Back then, their control over his gravity was still very weak. Duong Hao used his healing ability to stand up before his astonished eyes, healing himself in 74 seconds. He thought he was the only one who could amplify to the limit. "Actually, our people are the same." Yang Hao raised his hand and shouted, "Everyone surrender now. Your boss is in my hands." Someone said what? The boss has lost. The underlings are worried and scared. This is the end. All 4 generals are dead. The boss has also lost. I think so. They can't move. The henchmen are all surrendering one after another. "I surrender. So do I." "Me too." Yang Hao orders his men. "Good. All the surrendering ones are coming out with me." Taikin stepped forward and said, "Duong Hao, I leave them to you." You are surprised and ask why I came in here. "Aren't you supposed to wait for us at the base camp?" Taikin replied. "I'm worried about you guys, so I came. I've already handed over the outside matters to Tinchuk.
You also nodded in agreement, so it's just right.
The skill card can be entrusted to me for safekeeping. I will definitely need it in the future." A stranger walks in clapping. "Dr. Fen." He stepped in and said, "Well done." That was a very impressive fight. Yang Hao was so surprised he couldn't speak and stammered, "You are Dr. Fen. You are not locked up." Xing Shuxian also took the opportunity to cry out for help. "Dr. Fen. Dr. Fen, save me." Duong Hao asked him to explain everything. "Dr. Fen, can you explain this to me? What is really going on?" He also explained everything to you. Of course he did. "All right, put down your weapon. Just accept the punishment for now. If not, your parents and these people will die before you." The underlings are stunned and voice their regret, unable to believe that Dr. Fen deceived the boss. "Get out of the way, we've already set the trap." Duong Hao raises his hand. You throw the power at Dr. Fen and shout, so just kill them all. The wave of energy rushes toward Fen, but he is unafraid and instead sneers maliciously. He creates a shield to block the attack. Everyone is in awe. "Big brother, what's wrong?" "That's right. Even our friends are included, aren't they?" Taikin's face visibly paled with worry. Duong Hao. The shield disappears. He keeps threatening and even brings your parents into it. "Never thought you would be such a cold-blooded, heartless beast. You don't care about your own parents or even many lives." When the doctor speaks with emphasis and provocation, do you really want to follow someone like this? Everyone looked at each other in confusion. No one spoke up. They thought those words would provoke him, but he didn't care at all and just sneered at him. "I don't need to play this scoundrel with me. Do you think I can't see through you?" Duong Hao said. These clones came to deceive me. Does that mean anything? You didn't say these words out loud, only cursed silently in your mind. Yet you created clones of your parents. I don't know where he got the genetic sample from. Duong Thuk Min, the clone, with strength 26, speed 18, and mental 32. Ma Thuk Lin, with strength 18, speed 12, and spirit 23, a clone. Everyone is amazed and speculating, are they all clones? I can't tell, that's right. How does the big brother distinguish them? Duong Hao said smugly. I can clone their appearances, but not their memories. Do you dare let me ask them a few questions? You'll find out right away. The doctor gritted his teeth in anger and replied, no more. He secretly cursed you, recognizing right away that these guys were clones. How could he do it? Now it's our turn to threaten So-Hien. There are many underground laboratories for us. If not, he will die. He begged him for help, doctor, please save me. The doctor angrily ordered his subordinates to attack because Duong Hao wouldn't spare anyone. He silently calculated in his mind that if that was done, the useless trash now would be of no more use. We built the undead army based on superpower science and the underground laboratory, and Duong Hao himself now has his own undead army. The henchmen behind him rushed forward to attack one after another. He smiled with satisfaction, still calculating in his mind, and moreover, he established an underground stronghold. As soon as I saw him, I recognized the clone. There's probably a dangerous secret on him, and the zombies swarmed to attack. Duong Hao rushed to confront the scientist, and before leaving, he reminded his teammates to protect themselves and retreat if necessary. I'm going to deal with that scientist, rest assured, big brother. We know what to do. He pulls out the So-Hien to protect himself, kid. Stay in front. He's terrified and refuses. The flames spread over his body, causing him to scream in pain. He died as a burst of energy erupted from him. Yang Hao secretly thought that his assumption was correct. So-Hien's death indeed revealed a special ability. As Yang Hao fought the zombies, he thought, this is perfect. It looks like the two Tai-kin might have a second ability now. The doctor observes from afar, wondering what he's going to do with the corpse. You quickly grab the energy orb. The energy card, reproduction epic, can reproduce the use of powers of anyone within a 10-meter radius. Beyond that range, it becomes ineffective. The power and number of times you can use your abilities depend on your level. Each type of ability is limited to 5 minutes of use within a 24-hour period. Yang Hao threw the energy card to Tai Jing and said, Tai Jing, use this first. She quickly caught it. Tai-kin holds the power card in her palm, her eyes wide with amazement. This ability seems incredibly powerful. She jumps so high, feeling the change in her body. A powerful energy radiates around her, causing the zombies to stumble back. The doctor stared in disbelief. This is my power. How does she know how to use it? Yang Hao suddenly charged forward to attack. Doctor, I'm coming. You hide a psychic card behind your back, controlling objects remotely and manipulating metal. The scientist, unfazed, smirks and boosts his power before launching a direct attack at you. A long knife flies from afar and hits him, and he laughs as he says, trying to ambush from behind. Do you think I wouldn't know? You get angry when exposed, but how does he know that the lightning attack was just a fake? The doctor pulls out a gun and says, you can't beat me. The gun fires a stream of electricity at you, and you barely dodge, grimacing in pain as the electricity shocks your arm. Duong Hao, holding his power, made the knives hover in the air, thinking to himself that twice he failed to target his weakness, proving that his ability to foresee the future was very limited. Then he ordered the knives to attack the scientist. As long as they struck enough times, even if he could predict them, it would be useless. He quickly dodged. After all, how much has this guy's body been enhanced so that his thrown knives are so powerful? Duong Hao continued to control many knives to attack him, but Dr. Fen managed to create a shield to protect himself once again. As expected, everything unfolded according to Duong Hao's prediction, and he had indeed started to use his protective shield. He couldn't completely avoid the barrage of attacks, and you appeared behind the scientist to say, it's over. As expected, he aimed the gun at you, so why not? The gun fired at you, and the electric current hit directly on Duong Hao's face. He chuckled happily. You little brat, you really can't take a hit. But unfortunately, it didn't hurt you at all. So why? Dr. Hot Hoing doesn't believe it. What's going on? Before he could finish saying something, a blade of light flashed past him. Maybe your blade of light attacking. Goodbye. He frowned in anger and said, unfortunately, the short future you can see cannot reveal my true abilities. If Shuin were here, perhaps you would be the one to win. Hot Hoing's men said, the doctor is dead. How is that possible? What should we do now? Maybe not, Duong Hao said in surprise as he turned around. The doctor isn't dead. He stepped out of the smoke and dust, saying, do you think I would die that easily? The boy frowned in anger, thinking to himself that yet another doctor, a humanist, no, that's not right. If he were a humanist, the system would show it, which means both of them are indeed doctors. He snapped his fingers and spoke at the same time. You can now manifest. The wall at his feet started to melt away. Then the wall directly shattered, revealing several violent soldiers sticking their heads out. They rushed forward in a fierce charge, and the surrounding chaos was intense. Everyone stared in shock. It's the violent soldiers. Seeing that the situation was unstable and defeating them was unlikely, you told everyone to run and escape. Run quickly. I'll hold them off from behind. You generated electricity with both hands. Duang Hao used his strength to defend, secretly calculating, I can only retreat first and figure out the rest. Duang Hao attacked them, creating a large short barrier to slow the dangerous tyrants. The young scientist exclaimed, the power went out. This is too terrifying. Chase after them. Don't let them escape. Everyone stops running and looks in shock at the door. They stare angrily at the locked door. It's ruined. The exit is completely shut. It seems they were prepared from the start. They're coming after us soon. What should we do now? A large rock flies from afar, smashing through the door, and a hand appears behind the destroyed door. Tin Truck appears and shouts, everyone, run now! Everyone's faces lit up with joy. Tai Kin spoke up, that's great, it's Tin Truck, and everyone continued running together. Tai Kin cheerfully said while running. Luckily, our big brother was cautious about accidents and told us to leave someone outside to assist. I didn't expect him to really guess us, Tin Truck happily replied. Duang Hao is getting better and better. From afar, Tin Truck saw someone standing in the mist and hesitated. Wait a moment, there seems to be something ahead. It's Dr. Tien again, everyone. We're meeting him once more, Duang Hao shouted angrily. Could it be that Dr. Tien's ability is to create clones? Are you all surprised? Huh? He sneered and said, everyone, please die here. A huge, sharp hand rises from the ground. The massive thing slowly lifts up, causing everything around to shake and fall apart. The Demon King of the Beast. Realm stood up stunned from the ground. Everyone looked on in amazement and fear. It and the other violent beasts start to encircle everyone. Someone trapped inside shouts, we're doomed. We're surrounded, preparing to break the encirclement. The doctor smiled smugly and began to tempt him. Duang Hao, you're very impressive. I also know for sure that you're hiding many secrets, so you probably don't want to end your life like this, right? In my opinion, join me to rule Jiangzhou and then conquer the world. Duang Hao replied, I don't have such grand ambitions. Duang Hao frowned and responded to the provocation, and moreover, I don't believe that what lies behind him can rule the world. He angrily threatens. You mean to say that if you don't drink the toast, you'll be punished with alcohol? Doctor suddenly ordered the Demon King. If that's the case, Demon King, kill it. The Demon King's child crushes someone underfoot. You can't believe your eyes. Here, it usually looks down on everyone when speaking. Tiny humans also want to control me. How ridiculous. It roars loudly, killing everything in sight. Duang Hao thinks this Demon King can talk, yet still has its own thoughts. Duang Hao shouted loudly, Phoenix Flower, now is the time. Phoenix Flower leapt onto his hand holding two small bombs. She threw two mines at them. As soon as she threw them, they exploded, sending dirt and rocks everywhere. At that moment, the Exam King sneered in disdain, unmoved and unbothered. But when it realized no one was in sight anymore, it suddenly roared in fury. At the same time, a cheerful voice came from inside a hidden chamber. Big brother, luckily you prepared an escape route. If not, we would have suffered heavy losses this time. Better to be prepared than not. Feng Hua, how is the situation in the underground laboratory? Everyone is gathered in one room right now. Feng Hua announced that the underground laboratory has been taken over. The person who escaped from the lab said that when that fan was killed, the fans inside the lab were also killed by the monsters. Duang Hao, upon hearing that, sighed to himself, thinking that the person just now was probably the real fan. I guess each of his clones has a certain ability, and they can communicate with each other, which is terrifying. But in the end, it seems the Destroyer Alliance has been almost completely wiped out. Feng Hua's side is still spreading the information she has, and the Demon King has already swept through the entire central area. They are planning to expand their organization, and it seems the Demon King has a way to distinguish whether the demons are under control or not. All the controlled monsters have been killed, and it can be confirmed that the Destroyer Alliance has almost been wiped out. The situation of the other survivors is not optimistic either. The information you provided makes Duang Hao decide that, for now, we should focus on the underground base to rescue the survivors before deciding on the next move. Everyone naturally agreed with your order. Alright, follow the big brother's lead. After all, the stored food supplies are enough for many people. After the appearance of the Demon King, everyone began to head to the underground base to rescue the lucky survivors. And 5 days later, time had passed. Tại liệu tiến vào vòng vã vui mừng bão cao. Duong Hao, chúng tôi có tin mời trong núi phương hoang của một cự diện hoa tiền. Nếu lấy ruột vụ hiểu rõ, có thể dỗi phổ với thầy ma vuông. Tin tức này khiến Duong Hao không khỏi thốt lên thật tuyệt vời. Tell me loudly where the Fire Spirit stronghold is. This cannot be delayed. Organize a squad and set out immediately. A while later, on the Phoenix Mountain, looking at the majestic scenery, someone asked anxiously, this is a protected natural area. There shouldn't be any dangerous mutated beasts, right? Shirted Yi confidently replied, don't worry, as long as the mutated beast isn't too strange, even if we can't control it, we might be able to go around. Just as she finished speaking, a mutated wild boar suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Duong Hao, seeing this, couldn't help but feel proud and sighed. When it comes to fleeing, there's nothing faster. He quickly activated his fake beast ability to weaken the opponent by 20% and then said, leave it to me. That strike from you hit the mutated wild boar on the head. As soon as it fell, you thought to yourself that the farther from the city, the more selective the strength of the mutated beast seems to be. Just then, the enemy's armor suddenly spoke to remind Duong Hao that we need to seize the opportunity. I've been in Zhangzhou for a long time. The longer we wait, the more worried I am that the city guard will become suspicious. Duong Hao quickly asked, so you think the city will have the answer to that, right? She honestly replied, I really can't answer that. In the city, I'm just someone from the outskirts. These matters are probably only known by the scientists and lab staff. Suddenly, Liu Leo pointed ahead and shouted, Everyone look! What is that? Out of nowhere, a creature appeared in front of them that didn't resemble a mutated beast. It stood still and didn't attack. Now the enemy seems to think it's not a mutated beast. Her words surprised everyone and they exclaimed, Not a mutated beast. She quickly explained, Mutant creatures don't appear in human form. This is probably a mutated human. The NY guesses that maybe, wasn't there a lion man they encountered before? As she mentions this, they suddenly remember the lion man. At this moment, Duong Hao asked, Are you human? Do you understand what I'm saying? Suddenly, the figure roared, Death, then lunged at Duong Hao. Seeing that, you quickly decided to try a different approach, as it seemed impossible to communicate or control it. However, you couldn't dominate this creature. Instead, you had to dodge. And at the same time, you realized that you still couldn't control it. Moreover, the beast mimicry device is also ineffective. It seems it is not a mutated beast after all, and there's no other choice. Duong Hao immediately withdrew Bao Quan and sighed, Bao Quan, attack. Following your advice, Bao Quan charged at the stranger, pulling him away. The force of the pull slammed him into the tree behind, causing it to break in half. However, he managed to stand up, making Duong Hao marvel. Not being crushed by Bao Quan, this guy's strength is not weak. The stranger suddenly roared, and immediately after his roar, his accomplices appeared out of nowhere. They all launched simultaneous attacks, obviously targeting the Bao Quan, and a series of strikes made it struggle to defend itself. The girls panicked and shouted, This is getting worse. What exactly are these? Big brother, what should we do? Duong Hao gritted his teeth in anger, his mind racing. These things seem to have supernatural abilities. At this moment, the Bao Quan slashed a strange enemy, but the wound didn't bleed. The enemy looked at this and guessed in horror that the wound didn't bleed, and they also had the characteristics of a changeling, possibly a combination of a changeling and a mutated beast. Duong Hao heard that and wondered why these things appeared here far from the city and without a laboratory. But before she could finish her sentence, he charged forward without hesitation, reminding everyone to protect themselves and that he would handle them. Now Liu Mei and the other girls desperately attack the monster. Suddenly, tentacles emerge from the back of one of them. The tentacles shoot forward, wrapping around the enemy's face, startling her. And so they caught her. This scene made Liu Mei shout out in surprise. Face of the enemy. Not wanting to be passive, the face of the enemy quickly used her powers. However, her psychic ability couldn't do anything against these tentacles. This made her panic silently, thinking, why is this happening? This thing can not only turn into metal, but also heal itself. Knowing she couldn't handle them alone, she called for help. Duong Hao, save me. He immediately turned around upon hearing her voice and looked worried, thinking this is bad. That demon took the enemy away. Seeing them suddenly run off, Liu Mei shouted, They're retreating. Huang Hua quickly realized they didn't target the nearby people, but deliberately circled around to catch Matt Dick, so their true target must be her. A moment later, inside a cave filled with white bones, the enemy's scream echoed. Damn it, what do you want to do? One of them tried to tear her clothes apart, causing her to roar, Let me go! Despite her protests, the tentacles still wrapped around her, accompanied by hissing sounds. They want to... Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. This scene made her think to herself, this is the end. Just as she thought she was doomed, a shadow appeared at the door. It seemed Duong Hao arrived just in time to save her. Don't be afraid, I'm here. A monster river arrived, but was ultimately easily dealt with by Duong Hao with a few sword strokes. Its tentacles were cut apart by him, scattering everywhere. Before he fell, he still had some strength left to threaten you, fake emperor. He then collapsed onto the altar, leaving Duong Hao puzzled about the fake great king. But worried about the enemy, she turned back and asked, Everything okay, enemy girl? She breathed a sigh of relief and sat up, saying thank you. Seeing that she was fine, she then recalled what the guy just said. Fake great king is something else. Now, Mac Ditch's clothes are all torn, making her a bit embarrassed. Duong Hao kept staring at her, making her shyly cover herself and shout. He turned away and she blushed deeply, covering her face with her hand and responding, All right, all right. A while later, the two of them left the cave together, and as they walked, she thought that although she didn't know the reason, their target was her. To avoid everyone being surrounded and attacked, we will act separately. This is too strange. Mac Ditch didn't object to your request, so he agreed. All right. As soon as we reach the cave entrance and Than Yi sees them, she quickly asks, Big brother, after you left, those beast people also left. What should we do next? Duong Hao sternly ordered, Stay here. Mac Ditch and I will continue ahead and wait for our news. After a while, a sound of "oh" came from the forest, which turned out to be caused by Duong Hao fighting the beastmen. As he dealt with them, he spoke to Mac Dick. It looks like this is the den of the beast people. I'll go take a look. You stay here, and if anything unusual happens, help me. After walking for a while, Duong Hao saw something that looked like a mushroom growing in the middle of an open space. This made him wonder, indeed strange. Why is there something like this in this deserted mountain area? and suddenly the door of that thing opens, revealing a demon beast that recognizes you and loudly says, "I didn't expect you to make it here, you're very special." Duong Hao is now checking the system to see who it is and also responds, "You are really something special." Inside his mind, he's wondering what this creature is, and the system quickly provides him with the necessary information. Demon Beast, after modification, produced in the Kepler spiritual system with a level of mutation grade D. Even after reading this information about it, you still don't know what it is, so you shout out loud, "Kepler system Demon Beast, what kind of woman are you?" The Demon Beast hesitates before replying, "You, so you know me," and then it decides to give up and control you first. As soon as it caught the message, it suddenly sprouted 6 arms and charged at Duong Hao, executing a series of rapid attacks that forced him to retreat. At the same time, he had to use his 74-second cooldown skill, and his mind began racing on how to handle it, not expecting its weapon to counter the scythe. This must be no ordinary metal. I have to use my ultimate move. Suddenly, a swift strike was swung out, and Duong Hao quickly brandished another weapon, easily cutting off the 6 arms of the demon beast. This situation made him roar in anger at this iron lump. Then he attacked it fiercely with his skills, froze his brow, and kept attacking the demon beast, also giving it another massage. After seeing it fall, he remarked that this thing conducts electricity very well, and at the same time, he noticed the woman appearing behind him. "Don't hide anymore. Come out. If you don't tell me the truth, you'll really die." The girl standing right in front of you asked, "How can you defeat the Great King again?" And she asked who you are and why she's called Qin Suang. Duong Hao refused to answer her question and even teased her, truly impolite. "If you want to know, you have to tell me who you are first." She was angered by his attitude and shouted, "Don't even think about it."
You're not exactly delicate and refined either, grabbing her with electricity and then saying, "So what?" After giving Qin Suang this blow, Duong Hao loudly warns, "If you don't speak, I'll keep going." And at that moment, she finally knew fear and obediently replied, "Fine, I give up."
Immediately, he questioned, "Fine, I'll ask you. I'm very curious. Why is someone as weak as you seemingly so protected by that monster from the Kep-Lo system?" This question surprised her, and she asked back, How do you know where it came from? Who are you really?" Of course you didn't answer her and just threatened her. She didn't ask who you are. "Tell me first who you really are." So she obediently replied, "Fine, I'll tell you since it's not really a secret. I escaped from Hangthon Laboratory. My name is Qin Suang. Your answer made me curious. Did that monster also come from the Hangthon Laboratory?" Qin Suang calmly replied, "I don't know. But as for this matter, it's better to keep quiet." Then she began to explain everything. "This savage demon from childhood was raised by me, though not very intelligent. It obeyed me well. As for its background, I don't know. I stole it to defend myself. But I didn't expect it to bring along quite a few beast people." At the same time, she also explained that the Hang Chung laboratory was very advanced and immediately detected our escape, starting to hunt us down. She also recounted how she came here and that we encountered a terrifying mutant beast in the outskirts of Hang Chung. So that mutated beast fought with Tri-Ben. We just escaped from Hangthon and came here. Hearing this, Duong Hao immediately asked, "I see, then tell me everything you know about the Hangthon laboratory." Qin Suang suddenly took off her clothes and said, "Fine." But wait a moment, she struck a seductive pose. "The weather is really hot today. Maybe we should find a cool place to talk. Of course you haven't fallen for this trick before. Trying to seduce me? Stop using that word. My mental strength is very strong. These petty tricks are useless against me." Suddenly, Qin Suang approached Duong Hao and denied his words. "You're wrong. You're handsome. My ability is not hypnosis but poison, and I don't take my clothes off to seduce you. I'm just catalyzing the toxin." She suddenly pressed close to him and explained that she could release hormones within a certain range. "This toxin is colorless and odorless, only affects men, and those infected will be controlled by me." 3 days later she died. He is very strong, yet he could endure for so long, but still just obediently become my slave. Just as Qin Suang thought she might capture Duong Hao, suddenly handcuffs appeared and restrained her, leaving her utterly shocked. "And you casually use the 72-second self-healing ability and then say you're trying to poison me again. You're really kind to me." She was stunned and asked if he was okay, but he didn't bother to care and quickly contacted Mac Dish and left. "Mactic, bring everyone here. It's safe now. I also caught someone from the Hang Chung laboratory. Come see if you recognize her." Even though he ignores her, she still screams, "Damn it, let me out." MacDick on the other end of the line heard her voice and replied, "Got it. I'll lead everyone over right away." Then he turned to ask, "So what is this room?" Qin Suang honestly replied, "This is called a backpack room, which uses space folding technology to be folded into a backpack for carrying. Once transformed into a room, the interior space is also larger than it appears from the outside." Hearing this, he immediately concluded that such a space folding gadget had also been stolen by her, so she must have stolen other valuable items from the city laboratory, like the test tubes hidden in the safe. Seeing him mention the test tubes, she exclaimed in surprise, "You know about the test tubes," but he didn't care about her shock and only demanded, "I know a lot more than you think. It's best if you don't leave anything out and tell me all the secrets." Jing Suang honestly admits, "All right, I didn't just steal the backpack room, I also stole half of the experimental drugs from the laboratory I worked at. One is a zombification drug, and the other is an animal transformation drug. Please explain the effects of these drugs. The zombification drug can be used on humans, animals, and mutated beasts, and after zombification, they will exhibit the traits of the zombie. The combat ability is significantly enhanced. The beast transformation drug can be used on humans and changelings, and after beastification, they will exhibit the traits of wild animals, greatly improving their strategy. It also reveals its side effects, but both drugs have clear adverse effects. Humans using them will not only turn into changelings or beast humans, but also lose much of their consciousness. Her words made Duong Hao exclaim in shock. Are the beast people fighting us created like that? Qin Suang confidently confirmed. Yes, and most of them are made from humans because humans are the easiest to control when transformed into beast people. MacDick, I once obtained a batch of recovery medicine from you. Can that medicine restore both beastmen and changelings? MacDick hesitated and replied, I haven't tried it myself. I heard it works on normal changelings, but I'm not sure about the beast people or changelings. At this moment, Qin Suang quickly added, based on what I know, it is effective, but the recovery amount is very limited, and the medicine is very rare in the city's laboratory. Suddenly, MacDeach remembered something and asked, why did those beast people only target me and take me away earlier? Qin Suang obediently replied, maybe because she had previously used the medicine from the Hongthan laboratory on herself. This serum has a deadly attraction for the beastmen. Those beastmen can only reproduce offspring with someone who has used the drug. Now, Duong Hao has a proposal. Miss Qin Suang, I have a suggestion. Would you agree to join us? Right now, let's focus on the matter related to the experimental laboratory, and we can talk about the rest later. Your proposal made Qin Suang think. Joining them might not be a bad choice. I can hide for a while, but not forever, especially since this person is full of secrets. So, she quickly accepted the offer, saying I can join you guys. However, she also had her conditions, but I must say up front, I have no plans to become a ruler or take reckless risks. Duong Hao agreed immediately. But you can rest assured that we don't intend to ruin your life. Since you asked, tell us a bit about the missile base. It's not far from here, and maybe you know something about it, right? Hearing you mention the missile, she nervously asked if you were looking for a weapon of mass destruction, but I'm sorry, for my own safety, I have never had direct contact with them. Hearing her words, he smiled smugly and ordered everyone to stay here while he went to check it out. At the same time, in the Phoenix Mountain military base, Duong Hao hid in the bushes observing the situation inside, but he didn't see any ghosts, indicating that this base was likely occupied by survivors. You decide to confront the enemy head-on rather than play guerrilla warfare. I mean, no harm. I just have a few things I want to discuss with everyone. When the people in the base saw you, they immediately started shooting without reason. There's nothing to discuss. Just watch the bullets fly towards you. Yang Hao immediately used his remote telekinesis ability and said, hey, don't be afraid of strangers. The guards on the upper floor, seeing his power, exclaimed in fear, a psychic. The troublemaker quickly asked his accomplice if he should give him a missile. The red-haired accomplice, pale-faced, replied, don't mess around, inform the higher-ups. The troublemaker nodded in agreement and said, fine. After the red-haired guy ran off to report to his superiors, only the red-haired man remained, anxiously watching Duong Hao, hoping that this time the visitor wouldn't be a madman, unlike the previous ones. Suddenly, the laboratory door was smashed open. The loud noise made the red-haired guy scream in fright. What the hell is going on? The people inside rushed out shouting and signaling. Run quick, they're charging out. Inside the base, screams echoed out. Oh my god, something's happened. Everyone run, this made Duong Hao wonder. Could it be that the changelings have already infiltrated without thinking further? He flew straight in. Don't worry. They're just some ghosts. I can handle them, and if I'm not mistaken. Maybe you don't want me to kill them, do you? Duong Hao's words made the people inside wonder and shock, asking how he knew. You smirked confidently and replied, if you wanted to kill them, you wouldn't have gone to the trouble of raising them like this. You were the ones raising them, weren't you? This discovery made them gasp in surprise and exclaim, You figured out we were raising them again. But this person also warned you that there is a brutal beast over there, and you can't handle it alone, but you calmly replied, it's okay. Just one beast. I have one too.
Duong Hao ordered his violent beast, the warrior, not to kill it because he needed to tame it. The warrior obeyed, and the scene of the talking beast amazed the soldier, who asked if it was his beast and if it could talk.
Duong Hao proudly replied, yes, he is my chaos beast, quite special. His name is Warrior. May I ask how you are called? I am Duong Hao. You hear that and immediately ask, so now this violent king is under my control. But can you handle the other monsters? Bakuk confidently replies, no problem. Duong Hao, now watching the warrior fight, nods in satisfaction, thinking he's quite capable, especially after leveling up in the previous battle, now able to control 2 high-level monsters. Then he ordered it, Warrior, help me control him. It obeyed and answered yes. Without hesitation, it cut off the head of this savage beast, but to the side. Thank you for helping us deal with the mutants, Duong Hao. You came to us probably because of something. Answer honestly and openly about the situation here. Yes, that's right. But first, tell us about the situation in this place. Regarding the national city, honestly, tell everything. Okay, we have few people in strict discipline, so after the day the surface exploded and mutations occurred, we managed to control the situation before losing complete control. He explained the reason for the experiments on the changelings, but we didn't want to abandon our former comrades, so we hid all the mutated teammates in the weapon warehouse, hoping one day we could cure them. However, during the experiments, they encountered difficulties, and we didn't expect the changelings to keep evolving, developing special abilities, making the weapon warehouse increasingly difficult to control. When he finished speaking, he sighed in admiration, saying, "If it weren't for your help just now, we might have already become one of them. So, if you have any requests, just say them." Yang Hao responded generously, so I won't hold back anymore. "I want to borrow a missile here to wipe out all the mutants and take their heads." You didn't hold back and just told me, "This is a long story. I'll just tell you about our situation. Right now, we do have the strength to fight the monsters, but it will definitely come with heavy casualties. So I need to equip myself with your weapons." After hearing your explanation, he immediately agreed without hesitation. "No problem." 10 minutes later, Wei Kwok had prepared all the weapons for Duong Hung. "This is our weaponry. You are really lucky all the missiles are here, and we also have enough personnel to operate them." He introduced the fire-producing pencil he has, and this missile has a targeting range of 400 kilometers with an accuracy of less than 600 meters. This is our most powerful missile, and regarding its capabilities, Duong Hong comments that 600 meters still feels a bit imprecise. So Wei Kwok continues to introduce that this type has a smaller range, but higher accuracy, controllable within 100 meters. However, as long as we fire multiple missiles at the same time, even if there's some deviation, it probably won't matter. Hearing this, Duong Hang suggested, "That makes sense, everyone. Let's go back to the base. This time we must reclaim the tusked beast from the demon." A moment later, in the headquarters meeting room, Duong Hong summarized the situation. "Now please let Qin Suang tell us about the laboratory." Qin Suang revealed everything she knew. "I don't know who built these laboratories, but I know their purpose is definitely not to dominate the world. Their goal is to use all kinds of people as test subjects, and the laboratories also categorize them into levels with demons, mutated beasts, and humans. Moreover, there is one piece of information she learned at the laboratory, that the demon spirits are divided into normal demon spirits, mutated demon spirits, and the mutation levels of beasts similar to the demon spirits that humans carry, classified as D-level and C-level mutants. What she knows is only this much. Currently, I only know these levels, but these levels are based on strength, speed, and mental power, with additional complex abilities." Dong Hao realized something at this point, thinking that these classifications might be related to the system displayed as central convergence or perhaps connected to the system in his own body. Then, Qin Duong revealed another secret. All the drugs in the laboratory came from mutated demons and humans. So if the laboratory continued its experiments, ultimately, humanity would be destroyed. As she finished speaking, Duong Hao also asked everyone, "The discussion about the laboratory is over. Now, regarding how to deal with the king-level demon, does anyone have any ideas?" Qin Li immediately wondered if there was already a new drug or if they were testing it on the demon and mutated beast that Yu and Than Wai are controlling. Than Wai also agreed, yes, if they can still control it after becoming stronger, it would be a great help. Duong Hao nodded without objection and gathered everyone. "All right, let's go to the training ground at the base laboratory. The researchers are injecting something into the mutated demon, and suddenly, a pair of horns grow out from its body after the injection. The two mutated demon beasts suddenly went berserk. Than Wai quickly restrained them and shouted, 'No!' After being injected with the drug, they are completely out of control. Feng Hua loudly suggested that maybe this drug isn't very effective on the demon creatures, or perhaps they should try injecting a stronger version. Increasing tone might help control more demons, but Duong Hao rejected her idea immediately. Absolutely not. Too many uncertain factors. Quickly order everyone to split up and lure as many demons as possible, especially the Demon King, to the city center and try to settle everything in one go." The girls replied yes. A day later, inside the underground laboratory. "Thanoi, how is the situation in the underground laboratory?" She quickly reported that all the mutated beasts I controlled had lured the demons from the underground laboratory, and Duong Hao responded satisfactorily. "Very good." Then he asked her to lure out the berserkers and perhaps the underground laboratory would be safe. Now in front of her is the synthesis room, where many mutated demons are being held for research. At the same time at the city center, King Thi was still howling wildly. Yang Hao watched from above and issued orders. "Big brother of the National Guard, the mutated hands have been lured to the city center. Start the explosion." The National Guard quickly responds, "Understood." Then the missiles are launched, flying like shooting stars toward Thay Vuong. Without any fear, King of Hell opened his mouth to face the missiles. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, flames engulfing everything around. Duong Hao saw the Guardian rejoice and exclaimed, indeed the missile was effective, but the Guardian on the other end said unfortunately, the large-scale missile launch took too long to activate. The missile hadn't arrived yet, and the demon had already escaped, otherwise everything could have been destroyed. Hearing this, he thought, fine, we'll save it for later. Then he asked everyone not to act rashly and to wait while he checked the situation first. The green-clad man and the phoenix responded in unison, yes, big brother. At this point, Duong Hao had already gone down to the street. Watching the corpses die before his eyes, he felt quite proud and wondered if it was really over. The Bao Quan also blew up and died, but he wasn't sure if the Thay Ma Vuong was dead yet. Suddenly, a hand shot up from underground. Thi Vuong rushed towards Duong Hao, making him marvel that this guy was not so easy to kill. It attacked him, but he managed to dodge quickly. During that time, he also realized Thi Vuong was injured quite badly, so seizing this opportunity, he decided to take him down. But while he was weakened, Thi Vuong prepared to strike Duong Hao with a blow. But luckily, you managed to dodge and wonder what this thing is. While you were off guard, Thi Vuong struck again, and this time you took the hit. So you fell to the ground, lying there. I couldn't believe it and thought, no way. Your attack even has a slowing effect. Hard to dodge. Are you a freak? However, you're not one to back down, so let's try to hit it with a remote electric attack. One of my strikes hits Thi Vuong directly, but it doesn't seem to affect him at all, making Duong Hao secretly angry and annoyed that the electric shock didn't cause any damage. Suddenly, Thi Vuong threw a punch at you, but luckily you dodged in time. You quickly jumped high. Thi Vuong saw the guard and sneered contemptuously, then launched a direct attack on you. At this point, Duong Hao finally realized its plan, but he was not afraid at all. Damn, this guy tricked me into jumping up first. Then, taking advantage of my position in the air, he planted a bomb that I couldn't dodge. He's smarter than I thought. Too bad, your opponent is me. This time, it's your turn to strike. Attack it and shout return. Seeing Thi Vuong hit by the spear, Duong Hao happily exclaimed, "Finally, I heard it." At that moment, you quickly contacted the National Guard, and the guard captain was always ready for the second explosion. The National Guard on the other end replied, "Don't worry. As soon as you dodge, we will attack immediately." And hearing that, you replied with satisfaction. Alright, he secretly plans not to get caught by this guy, keep some distance, then use a missile to blow him up. Just then, something appears that forces him to retreat. From the beginning, another illusion king made Duong Hao stunned. Damn, there's one more. This king quickly attacked him, causing him to run while shouting out loud, "Damn." At this point, he realized the problem. Damn it also has the ability to create illusionary clones, and he's definitely dead. Where did a few more illusionary tyrants come from to surround him? This scene makes him decide that he has no choice but to use a trick against the trick, scanning all the images. Scanning the first 3 reveals only illusions, but when he scans the next one, he immediately realizes it's the real Vow. This made you smile smugly and think to yourself, the oath is making you right? Without hesitation, Yang Hao attacks the oath and shouts loudly, "Paying you back." This one hit the target perfectly without a miss. After destroying the target, you proudly say, "Huh, effective." And the other clone is also gone, so where's the king to fall down? Suddenly, it tensed up and gathered its energy again. This scene made Duong Hao panic and wonder what it was trying to do. At this moment, the Demon King has created a giant energy sphere and throws it directly at Duong Hao. And now, he is horrified to realize that this guy is using his foot as a bomb. Now, the psychic bomb is flying right in front of you. In this life or death situation, you decide you can only force it back and control the object remotely. The Demon King also fought back by unleashing a tornado. Both sides struggled fiercely, and suddenly a few violent soldiers appeared behind Duong Hao. You got hit and quickly dodged to the side, thinking, damn, he's dealing with the Chaos Beast. At that moment, I lost control of the spiritual bomb and it's flying straight toward me. This situation makes him worried, thinking it's over. Then a huge earth-shaking explosion occurs, blasting away the Chaos Beast. Then the king quickly steadied himself to avoid being blown away and covered his eyes with his hand. As the dust settled, all he saw was a huge pink hole, which made him grin triumphantly. Suddenly something caught its attention and someone unexpectedly struck it with a painful blow. It quickly looked down into the hole and growled, "A person." Now down there, someone is still alive. Luckily, the underground tunnel system from the previous clown fight still exists. Duong Hao quickly ordered the National Elder to start the next wave of attack on the other side. Row, now the Demon King has lost both legs. Even a missile with poor accuracy can hit them with eyes closed. Immediately, a barrage of missiles heads toward the Demon King. And then, the shockwave exploded. After the blast, the system sent numerous notifications to Duong Hao, increasing his attribute points, strength by 210, 40, 32, 21, speed by 146, 26, 21, 18, and mental power by 120, 23, 17, 15. Moreover, there is a reward that gradually assists in attacking and killing the Demon King, granting the support status to suppress the Demon King and those below level King by 10%. This reward made Duong Hao exclaim, "Oh, so many rewards. We finally defeated the Demon King." And then another notification appeared about a reward, having the cooldown time for the bone reformation and self-healing. A series of notifications appeared, removing the freezing ability of the Tula Scythe demon and replacing it with one of 3 types of abilities. Immunity to mental attacks, mind control used 3 times within 24 hours, each lasting 5 minutes, and soul possession with mental attack power related to the strength of the mental force. At the 10 options table, Duong Hao clicked on it, feeling proud of himself, choosing mental defense, support, and attack. It's not easy to decide. He went with the dreamy eyes. A moment later, Wei Kwok ran over and told him that Duong Hao had taken care of all the minions called in by the Thay Ma King earlier, and basically the missile had already been fired. Fan Yi then suggested, Big brother Hua and I will go clean up the mess, and he agreed. At that moment, another mission was sent to complete 65% of the construction of the Jiangzhou city base, initiate a new branch mission to attack an alien-modified creature. This mission made Hao a bit suspicious. Alien-modified creature? Demon beast? Never mind. Let's finish the main task first, then talk in the underground laboratory. Hua suggested to Hua that the Thay Ma here had already been subdued by the Thay Ma king, so it should be safe to go in and check, but Hua thought it was better to be cautious and have the Thay Ma and mutated beasts controlled and dealt with first. Suddenly, strange noises came from inside the laboratory, and then something burst out, destroying the heavy iron door. It turns out they are all mutated zombies, Fan Yi shouted in panic when she saw that. It's not good. There are still mutated zombies in the laboratory, and they are all fierce mutated zombies. Just then, one of them lunged at her, causing Hua to scream in fright. And Fan Yi herself turned pale and screamed, "It's over!" Without hesitation, Hua pulls out the zombie serum and grits her teeth, cursing, "Damn it!" She injects the serum into herself. Immediately, the drug takes effect and her muscles begin to transform, and then she truly turns into a Thay Ma. This scene makes Fan Yi worry for Hua, who is now using a mental control technique on the mutated Thay Ma. Immediately, she controlled them all, and they all stood still at her command. Suddenly, the two mutated monsters looked at each other, then they killed each other. This scene makes Fan Yi secretly happy, thinking she's been saved. Previously, Hua could only control one ordinary Chaos Beast. Now she can control 4 stronger Chaos Beasts at the same time. This must be the power of the Demon Transformation Potion. At this moment, she noticed a demon perched on the wall above Hua's head, which was not under her control. That creature suddenly opened its mouth and stuck out its long, forked tongue. Then Yi saw it rush towards Hua and shouted in alarm, "Hua, be careful!" At that moment, Hao appeared, knocking the creature away, and loudly said, "Hua, don't be afraid, I'm here now." Then he smiled and ordered her, "Hua, you can't control the Changma. I will go kill them and get rid of them," secretly feeling satisfied with the current result. Now that his strength has increased, he also earned the title of supporting role in killing the Thay Ma king, making it easier even to attack the Bao Quan. Suddenly, Hua shouted out, "Meat!" She looked at Hao with a craving. Meat so fragrant. Then she rushed towards him, but he quickly dodged aside, wondering to himself, has Hua already injected the Thay Ma potion and developed Thay Ma traits so quickly, while she kept muttering about how delicious the meat. Taking advantage of his distraction, the mutated zombies prepared to attack, making him panic and think, "It's over, forget it." Just then, Hua suddenly shouted, "Don't touch my meat." Suddenly, the mutated zombies froze in place. This scene made Hao feel confused and wonder, wow, this is also possible. But at the same time, he thought that although it wasn't quite what he expected, since Hua didn't control the zombies, his kill might not be too bad. After thinking, he turned to look at Hua, who was frantically shouting, "That's my meat, you guys, you can't eat it." Half an hour later, after the battle, only one figure remained standing among the zombies. But at this moment, a water-dripping mouth still called out, "Meat." "The meat smells so good." Seeing that, Hao subtly tilted his head to avoid and chuckled to himself. Luckily, Hua still has some clarity and didn't actually bite me, but she seems to only be interested in her own body. It didn't stop there. She leaned down to lift his shirt, making Fan Yi startled. Hao gently stroked Hua's head, reassuring her, "Don't worry, even though we don't know how long the effects of the reincarnation elixir will last. But I will definitely make her recover," he silently affirmed to himself. If Heng Chung could create this kind of medicine, there might also be a way to cure it. Then he turned around and told her to go back first. "I will take Hua to the underground laboratory to check." Following your orders, she agreed without much comment. Only Hua, still puzzled by their words, was admiring how good his body looked. He stepped inside and looked around carefully, judging that the previous chaos was because Dr. Feng's chaos chamber was unguarded, but now it's finally been taken care of. After observing for a while, he focused on a computer on the desk. Yang Hao happily hurried to turn on the computer, revealing Dr. Feng's diary. It turns out he also kept a journal. As soon as the computer powered on, a video immediately played. Today truly was a strange day. Although I don't know the details about them, the science and technology they possess are irresistible, even if it means betraying all of humanity. I offered Feng 15 privileges, just to ensure a regular supply of medicine. You study something else, we don't interfere. He didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Fine. The video continues to show him just finishing a surgery, with someone activating a skill that uses their own life force to make others younger. So I have rejuvenated myself. My ability is not yet fully limitless, and I must turn everyone in Jiangzhou into test subjects. Perhaps one day I will become immortal. Hearing this, Yang Hao clenched his computer tightly and frowned, wondering if scientific technology could make Dr. Feng betray all of humanity. What exactly is going on? Just then, Fan Yi called him. "Big brother, something's wrong." Her urgent voice made him ask immediately, "What is it?" She quickly reported the situation to you. An unidentified flying object appeared in the sky above the underground laboratory. It's best that you and Hua temporarily step outside. Hearing this, Duang Hao was a bit surprised, but still agreed with her. Flying object, got it, I understand. It seems this city has just experienced a major battle. He looked at the desolate scene below and sympathized with him. That's right, number 24, let's go down, be careful, we're here to investigate, not to die, he replied immediately. Yes. Then the spaceship gradually descended and landed on the ground. No 24, following step 15, stepped outside and asked, but couldn't find any enemies or get a response to the signal, so what should we do? He raised his hand to adjust his glasses and replied, she is dead. Judging by the situation, the laboratory here has probably been destroyed. That belongs to the family. Let's go over and take a look. As soon as they stepped down, Yang Hao appeared immediately to block their way. Who are you? He quickly raised his weapon to question you. Who are you? Seeing his gun, you panic and stop him. Wait a moment, I am a new security guard at the laboratory. It seems you are not ordinary people. Could you briefly introduce yourself as the target or friend? Duang Hao said while calculating in his mind, trying to be polite while talking to them first. M15 didn't suspect your thoughts and simply replied, we are from the Hangcheng laboratory. We once sent a female envoy here. Is she still here? Also, what exactly happened here? Hearing that, you immediately pretended to be innocent and asked loudly if it was a woman carrying a strange mutant beast, and they quickly shouted yes. You then continued to update them on the situation, saying, I also don't know where that woman is, but this place was attacked by Changma, and we need your help to retreat. After hearing your report, M15 felt suspicious and questioned why I didn't see any Changma or the others here. Duang Hao scratched his head and smiled, saying this place just launched a missile, and now everyone is underground. I'm in charge of scouting outside. Hearing that, he quickly urged them, so that's the case, let's go ahead and lead the way, successfully luring them in as he subtly signaled with a gesture. But Duang Hao didn't expect that. As he turned to leave, M15 immediately raised his gun, spun around, and fired a red missile. A net instantly appeared, shooting straight at Duang Hao in his surprised gaze, wrapping around his entire body and causing him to lose his balance and fall. You're struggling on the ground, shouting loudly, asking why you're being arrested. M15 suppresses his smile, mocking you, and then questions why a guard like you has the drug that changes people's bodies. Hearing that, a faint shock ran through Duang Hao's heart. They could verify the drug that changes souls. Still, he found a reason to shout and justify. I bought it from the woman you mentioned. Hearing your information, he smiled happily at N24. Indeed, that despicable Shuang La Qin stole the medicine causing our punishment. He also sneered back maliciously, if we catch her, this will be a great achievement for us. Yang Hao, seeing that they were starting to believe, continued to distract them. Big brother, I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go? And just like that, they only cared about replying to him without noticing the huge figure appearing behind them. Let him go. I see you're not honest at all. Still the same. The monster behind them opens its mouth wide and releases a wave of sound that hits them. After being affected by the sound wave, the two of them immediately collapsed, and others quickly appeared to rescue Duang Hao. Feng Hua did very well. At this moment, the communication device from person 15 fell out and made a few beeping sounds. You take the device, see the name displayed, furrow your brow in worry, and think to yourself, this is going to be trouble. How should I respond? Just as you were confused, a familiar figure appeared, reaching out to offer something, letting me listen. Seeing her, you seemed to grasp a lifeline. The enemy, she arrived just in time. She took the communication device, quickly operated it in a few simple steps for about 2 minutes. Then the enemy commander nodded slightly and reported the situation to Yang Hao. It's done, but the headquarters is a bit suspicious. If I can't get enough of the explosive drugs, E will be in big trouble. Count on me, I confidently replied. Don't worry, I just looked through Dr. Fen's journal and know where the drugs are stored. Hearing that, she turned to look at the two people lying on the ground. So what should they do now? The boy hesitated for a moment, then said, I remember that some people have the ability to alter memories, so see if you can erase the memory of them seeing me. 20 minutes later, those two scientists were brought to the spaceship's control room. All right, their memories have been altered to show they completed the mission and are preparing to return. You and Duang Hao are outside the spaceship giving instructions. Although we managed to deceive them this time, according to the rules, I won't be the one to come next time. You have to plan ahead. I immediately thank you politely. Yes, I still have to thank her this time. After saying goodbye, the scientist's spaceship immediately took off and left the ground. Duang Hao watched the ship depart and shouted loudly, Take care! Cut to scene. They are now back with Phoenix lying peacefully on the ground. You sit down next to her and ask the person nearby, Qin Suang, how is Feng Hua doing right now? She looks at the data on her tablet and responds, It's very bad. If the medication isn't used within a month, even if recovery occurs later, memories will be damaged. Hearing this, Duang Hao felt tense, troubled about how to obtain the medication, and Qin Suang responded calmly. As far as I know, the amount of the antidote is very limited, prepared only because of concerns that the experiment staff might get infected, so it's very hard to obtain. The tension in your jaw tightens even more as you make your decision. Senza must get to the city walls quickly. Time passes. 3 days later in the outskirts of Hongcheng, Yang Hao skillfully swings his scythe, gently finishing off each zombie. During the fight, he glanced into the distance and let out a cold sigh inwardly, as if the city was different. The toxin levels in the suburbs were no different from those in Jiangzhou city center, so it would probably be very difficult for Senza to cure the phoenix flower. Suddenly, a loud cry for help rang out. Save me! Save me! Behind you is a transformed white lie beast, a small Magellan core level B mutant with a weapon chasing after the people below. There are monsters. Among them, a man who couldn't run fast enough was caught by the white lie beast and screamed in terror, "Don't!" But he couldn't escape his fate of being swallowed. And witnessing this scene, the girl in the group screamed in horror. Then, Old Third was eaten, and the other man hurriedly urged her to go faster. This guy is too strong. Returning to Duong Hao, he hid nearby, observing everything. The white lie beast. This name sounds like the legendary white lie, and it also has a human body with a snake tail. Is it a hybrid? Thinking quickly, he turned to look at the person behind him, Fenghua, and said, "Let me help with the white lie beasts. Let's go hide. Follow my lead." She watched the monster with a focused and amused smile. Fighting monsters. Fighting monsters. I don't know when Duong Hao had summoned a group of white lie beasts, but with his physical strength and form, he easily used his snake tail to knock the white lie beasts away. Then it raised the spear in its hand and charged at them with an open mouth. Without hesitation, a zombie was immediately slain by the spear of the white lie beast. Seeing this, Yang Hao was a bit surprised and muttered, "Wow, this strength is probably not at the level of the Demon King, but definitely much stronger than the Tyrant." While the Tyrants were fighting the white lie beast not far away, a shadow was watching everything. Van Tam, observing the situation on the radar, exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be someone capable of controlling so many mutated creatures? Perhaps an A-rank talent?" He looked at the red dots on the radar screen, determined to pursue them. They can't let them escape, white lie beast. Go ahead. There might also be a zombie. It kept crossing the army of rebels and moving forward toward Duong Hao. At this moment, the system interface immediately appeared in front of him, a side mission to kill an alien-modified creature. Seeing the system, you quickly shouted, and both soldiers seized the opportunity to complete their side mission. Then, you grabbed your weapon, ready to rush outside without forgetting to warn her, Phoenix Flower, to stay back and not go out. Seeing you bravely face the white lie beast head-on, Ming Ming, member of the Dawn Warrior team, suddenly shouted, "Right, he's going to solo a king-level mutant beast again! That's crazy!" The woman beside him hurriedly urged, "Stop gossiping and go quickly, you'll die!" Back to Duong Hao's battle, you were knocked back by the white lie beast with a stick. But luckily, he managed to land on the streetlight pole just in time. Duong Hao frowned secretly, wondering why this monster's attack style was so similar to the Bao Quan we can't control. Could someone be controlling it? Thinking quickly, he activated his full scan skill. Thanks to that skill, he was able to see the figure holding Van Tam's controller nearby. Seeing him, he smiled with delight, as expected. And just as the white lie beast swung its spear at the spot where Duong Hao had just stood, he leapt up and charged straight toward Van Tam. Then, the sound of breaking wood shattered everywhere. Van Tam saw you rushing in here and exclaimed in surprise, "What is it?"
Duong Hao's deep, tragic eyes emit a mysterious light as he confidently smiles and shouts, "Got him." The light from his eyes causes the other man's body to tremble slightly.
Then he started to speak, asking him who he was and where the outside monster came from. "Tell me everything you know." Van Tam immediately reveals everything as if hypnotized by you. "Yes, my name is Van Tam, from Hang Thon. I am the one who received this monster." In the past, the Hang Cheng laboratory experienced a monster uprising event, with many terrifying demons and mutated creatures escaping. Some of the mutated creatures will follow humans. As for their strength, I only know that the strongest here are the Dawn and Sky Blessing Warriors. The rest are minor forces. Based on all the information he revealed, Yang Hao secretly sweat and thought to himself, raising a mythical creature. In that case, the white lie just now was not accidental. There are probably more types like this in the laboratory. He quickly ordered the monster to obediently come over without resistance, and it nodded its head in compliance. Yes. And then, a few minutes later, Bai Lai burst into tears and collapsed in pain. After a tiring struggle, Duong Hao exhaled, finding this snake hard to cut through even when it stayed still. At this moment, the system displayed a notification. Congratulations on completing the branch mission. All attributes increased by 100, and a new ability, Pulse Armor, was acquired, which can greatly enhance defense after use. Receiving the reward, your smile grew even more excited and joyful, finally having a defensive skill, no longer relying solely on bone armor to resist. The scene shifts to a hand holding a bottle appearing in front of a skeleton, as Liu Kun and the girl exchange a nod inside the skeleton's house to assess the situation, with food running out.
From now on, how should we live? She brought a water bottle and shared her idea. Unless we take over that laboratory, we might only have days left to live. Just then, she suddenly realized something and shouted, "Big brother, the Skies Enforcers are bullying women again."
Not far from where they were, a group of thugs was bullying a girl, and it was already the end of the world. She still looked innocent, after all. It's just a little bit of meat lost. Maybe he can even give her some meat to eat. That girl refused. She summoned all her courage and shouted, "Get out!" But that bastard had no intention of letting her go. "Don't worry. You're so beautiful, I won't kill you. Once our team finishes playing, I'll give you to the boss." Fortunately, at this moment, Lu Kon and Tong Tong appeared to stop him. The bastard sent by heaven really can't do anything humane. Seeing him, he immediately put on a strange expression to mock, "So you're the Morning Sun Warrior, huh? Watching your foolish saintly act, I feel very nauseated. Hearing his mockery, he angrily grits his teeth and says, I am not some saint. Then suddenly, Lu Kon's whole body evolves, becoming larger and covered in rough, scaly skin. Except for his head, his whole body now looked like a fierce beast threatening everyone. Just because he didn't like you bastards. Saying that, Lu Kon's claws immediately charged at the prick's head, cursing that you little monsters don't deserve to live. He didn't dodge or avoid, but looked at him with eyes emitting a blue light and a mysterious smile, thinking you also want to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately shot out sharp threads towards Lu Kon. Those ropes tightly wound around his body, causing injuries and pain. The headpin proudly displays his strength, as he often claims. With skills like this, if you want to oppose the laboratory, you guys are truly fools. Lu Kon was overwhelmed by his relentless attack and struggled to find a way out. This bastard had become even stronger, and this time I was doomed. At my most desperate moment, suddenly a strange surge of power appeared and helped me escape. Seeing it, Ding suddenly looked surprised and a bit shocked. Really? Liu Quan exclaimed in amazement. You're the one from earlier. You faced the snake monster and didn't die. Duang Hao immediately corrects him. We'll talk about this later. That guy just called you the Soldiers of Dawn. You're fighting against the laboratory, right? Hearing this, he quickly responds, yes, that's right. Receiving the answer, he didn't hesitate to drop him onto the riverbank and move forward. So now I will protect you. Ding's head hurriedly unleashed even greater power to stop you, plus another fool who doesn't know the sky from the earth. Seeing this scene, he was terrified and shouted loudly, how could my sealing ring not harm them? How is this possible? Soon after, you landed right in front of him without a scratch. Duang Hao, having just activated his pulse armor, praised himself, this new ability is pretty good. Feeling the situation is unstable, the divine beings quickly turned and fled. Run fast, withdraw quickly. But you have no intention of forgiving them and continue to signal, it's too late, Phoenix Harmony. As soon as you drew your sword, she and the zombie warlords moved to block their path. Seeing them, the Sky Blessed people panicked, holding each other tightly and shouting, stop, stop. After a moment, after dealing with them, Duang Hao approached Lu Hon and spoke. Maybe you know some inside information about the Hengcheng laboratory, right? Can you tell me? Now that you're back to normal? I'll answer. Of course you can. Although he said that outwardly, he secretly admired him. This person is too strong. Not far away, a stranger was using binoculars to observe everything. Because I have been watching everything from the beginning. When I saw my teammate being killed, Bom Gua angrily gritted his teeth and said, these damn Mindon soldiers dare to kill our people. Just wait for me. Returning to Duang Hao's place, he was now questioning Lu Kon, asking where the Hong Thun laboratory is. I didn't hide anything and answered directly. The Hengcheng laboratory is underground, but I don't know the specific situation.
I only know it's divided into 5 parts. Near Tuichu, the mountain base, the city above, by the river, and beneath the city.
We are now within the scope of the Riverbank Laboratory's territory, with the mountain-based laboratory and the one near Tuichu nearby. The laboratory is very powerful and has advanced weapons. They capture living people, replace their souls, and turn them into mutated creatures for research. Sometimes, they even release terrifying experimental bodies into the city to conduct experiments. In short, the entire city lives under the shadow of those laboratories. Hearing that, he slightly frowned and asked again, so, why don't you guys leave the city? He hurriedly replied loudly that the laboratory would not intentionally release a few animals to be used as bait for hunting and food. So, at least in the city, they wouldn't starve. In addition, I heard that once you go in, you can't come out and you'll die if you leave. Seeing this, you could only agree and give the order. All right, you stay here and tend to the wound. Tell me where the headquarters of the Dawn Soldiers is. I'll go see for myself. Maybe I can provide some useful information, but unfortunately the treatment chamber was left at the base. Otherwise, we could have healed him. Liu Kun quickly handed a special rope to Young Hao to reply. The headquarters is right in the shopping center just ahead. Put this on and tell them that Lao Ho told you to go there. They will take you in. Then extend your hand to accept the cord and thank them, okay? A moment later, the scene shifts to a modern base. Yang Hao stood below the base looking up in awe. This is the headquarters of the Dawn Warriors. At that moment, 2 men stepped out from inside and loudly questioned them, standing still there. Who are you? I immediately took out the item Liu Kon gave me and replied that we were introduced by the old man and wanted to join your organization. When the kid with the helmet saw that thing, he exclaimed, it's really the old man's stuff. I'll go report to the Lord. You wait here, the person next to him confidently assured. Don't worry, go ahead. Then the boy in the helmet went back inside to report to the 2 leaders on the first floor balcony that 2 people wanted to join us. The man was the 3rd leader, and the woman was the 2nd leader. They listened quietly and attentively to the boy's report, carrying the fierce demon-blooded general. Hearing that, Tai Lon was a bit surprised and exclaimed, 4 demon kings? Indeed, a big help. But the 3rd leader seemed to have some careful plans and was assessing the situation first to avoid traps. A few minutes later, Duang Hao led Fuang Hua into the building to meet the 2 leaders. Tai Lon was the first to suggest evaluating their abilities, and the Tom Duang Jia quickly agreed, asking why they wanted to join us. I immediately demonstrated my power and introduced myself as Duang Hao, a thunder and mutated body ability user, with Fuang Hua as my niece. whose power is mind control. As soon as you finished speaking, she immediately spoke up beside you. I can't control myself. The boy turned his head and simply explained, my sister was injected with the drug by the experimental lab, so her intelligence is a bit affected, and I came here because of this. When hearing about the drug you mentioned, Tai Lone immediately turned away, showing disgust and cursing it, again with the ghost-changing drug. Disgusting. Tam Duangjia then continued to ask him, those 4 fierce generals seem very strong. Are they at the level of fierce generals? Duang Hao nodded slightly and replied, yes, they are all fierce generals. Hearing your affirmation, he slightly furrowed his brows, contemplating internally. The 4 brutal generals, if they can be turned to my side, perhaps they can seize the position of the Elder Lo. That girl seems simple-minded, maybe she's easy to handle. Just kill that kid. Then, he suddenly proposed generously, I fully agree with what you're facing, but we can't accept everyone. Your sister is fine. You need to check yourself. Duang Hao agreed immediately without hesitation. Understood. Until now, we have never accepted lucky survivors under such rules. Could it be that the third path has seen something? Then, the third path quickly waved his hand to call the others forward. Long Fong, come here for a moment. Hearing the man call him, he stepped forward ready. Third path, your order. The man whispered close and ordered to kill the boy. Keep the girl as our worker. Understand? Upon receiving the order, Long Feng shouted loudly and clearly, yes, third master. Thinking it over, unfortunately, he turned to you and said, Duang Hao, if you beat Long Feng, you can join us. He was then excited, cracking his knuckles and challenged, come on, kid. Not everyone in the Dawn Battalion can join us. After a series of moves, his body gradually transformed and began to evolve into a monster. Fully evolved, Long Feng confidently challenged, I will fight without holding back. And just as he extended his claws to slash at Duang Hao, the boy quickly dodged to the side, then immediately shot out a bolt of electricity to counterattack him. That strike hit Long Feng right in the head, but it was nothing more than a tickle to him and even made him more excited. You'd better use all your skills. As he spoke, he suddenly transformed his arm to extend it. Seeing this, a faint shock ran through Duang Hao's heart. With an extraordinary physique, his arm stretched out. This wasn't a test. He wanted to kill me. As you just drew your sword, Long Feng's sharp claws lunged forward, but luckily you were protected by the system, with a 37-second cooldown. Seeing his claws fail to pierce you, Long Feng was momentarily stunned. While he was still stunned, Duang Hao clenched the sharp claw, smirking cunningly to himself, saying, so don't blame me for being rude. Then he pushed him away with one hand and prepared to strike with the other. You are relentless, punching hard and driving Long Feng's stomach into the glass door behind him. Because the glass shattered, he was knocked out and fell straight to the ground. After dealing with him, Duang Hao confidently signaled to the people behind him, now I can join in, right? During this fierce battle, Tai Lone was a bit stunned, while Tam Duangjia was worried. Unexpectedly, he was more difficult to handle than I thought. At this moment, a fully equipped kid hurriedly ran in to report that many people from the gaming club were rushing from behind. Hearing this, she was momentarily startled and shocked. My father and the main force are not here. What should we do? Tam Duangjia quickly came up with a plan, whispered to her, don't panic. Aren't those 2 with 4 fierce warriors? Tell them to block the enemy from the other side. Hearing this, Tai Lone hesitated a bit. This matter. But she felt that what he said was not wrong and made a decision in her heart. The situation was urgent and required flexibility. Although she didn't know what kind of people these 2 brothers were, she could only go all out. He didn't care about her plans and quickly ran ahead saying, I'll go check Lam Fong. In the end, she had to go to them herself and speak, asking Brother Duang Hang to let her sister's fierce warriors withdraw. But before she could finish, he immediately used his dreamy eyes to hypnotize her, suggesting that maybe just a few words would be enough to make them all step back. Because she was unprepared, Tai Lone was easily hypnotized and responded yes. Then she ordered everyone around to leave. Everyone stepped back. As soon as they left, leaving just the 2 of them, Duang Hong was the first to speak. Finally asking what just happened and why that big god wanted to kill him, Tai Lone responded calmly. Lam Fong is from Tam Duangra. I think, not letting her continue. You realize and ask, so Tam Duangra's combat ability is like what? Tai Lone, under hypnosis, gently lowers her eyes and honestly reveals she can solo kill a Bao Quan level monster. At the same time, outside the building, Tam Duang Ra hurriedly ran over to Lam Fong and asked Han, thank goodness you're alive. Quickly tell me what the strategy of the person just now was. He looked at the syringe in his trembling hand and replied, his strength was slightly weaker than that of the Bao Quan, but his speed was fast. My body was very stiff, but Tam Duang Ra still dared to use the recovery medicine to save my life, and I was extremely grateful. But as soon as I finished speaking, he immediately withdrew the medicine, aiming for a vital point, so I felt reassured. Seeing his actions, Lam Fong was a bit horrified and exclaimed, isn't that medicine for me? Without warning, Tam Dong launched a fatal strike aimed at ending him. The more you die, the more effective it is. Why waste precious medicine when I realized I trusted the wrong person, but it's already too late? Lam Fong could only cry out in pain, brother. At this moment, someone with disheveled hair rushes over to them anxiously. Tam Duong, what's wrong with my brother? He spoke reassuring words to the newcomer without a hint of guilt, tears welling up in his eyes as he shouted in grief and demanded revenge. Was it the bastard who just arrived? I must kill him. Tam Duong quickly calms him down and instructs him to stay calm, telling him he's no match for him and to call the Hoduang people here. Together, they will act more decisively. Despite feeling heartbroken for his brother, Lam Mon obeys and follows Tam Duong out. As he turned to run away, he then smiled mysteriously, plotting his own plan. Next, he just needed to wait for the chance when Duong Hao was alone, and after a while, Tam Duong gradually returned to the Bin Min base. The automatic door quickly swung open before him, and as he stepped inside, he immediately saw the boy sitting alone in the middle of the room. His chance had come.
Duong Hao seems to be deliberately waiting for him as he sets down his tea and casually asks, "Is Lam Fong doing okay?"
Hearing your question, he quickly put on a fake friendly smile and replied, Lam Fong is already dead. That matter, Lam Fong's situation is my fault. Don't take it to heart. Upon hearing his response, you suddenly accused him unexpectedly. He's dead. That makes sense. If that's the case, then the plan to have him kill me has become an unprovable death. Right. At this moment, Tam Duong suddenly stammered and said, Duong is joking. That's what he said on the surface, but inside he's filled with turmoil. This kid can see through it. At this moment, the automatic door of the base opened again. Lam Mon led a group of people inside the building shouting, Tam Duong Ra, we're back! Because he has an additional helper, he no longer hides and immediately orders, go, kill him, control his sister, and the soldiers of Bin Min will be ours. Quick attack and quick victory. The people behind shout in response. Yes, suddenly a voice calls out to stop. Wait. Fortunately, at this moment, Luke Han and Dong Tam returned just in time, and Tam Duong came out. Not expecting him to be a treacherous person, I advise you to stop. But he didn't know when to stop and signaled Lam Mon's people to stop. Dream on, kill them all. However, Luke Han still tried to persuade him, saying, I'm doing this for your own good. The power of the hidden person, you can't imagine it. But Tam Duong still refused to listen or respond. Threatening me? Do these tricks mean nothing? Just as they were arguing, Duong Hong, sipping tea and waiting, finally spoke up, wait a moment. But before he could say anything, he immediately ordered those people to do their job, kill first, and then talk. Unlike them, I am not afraid and just want to remind everyone that my people have returned. As soon as I finish speaking, the monsters break the glass and rush in to attack, and seeing them, Lam Man's group screams in panic. Wait, weren't his 4 savage soldiers already locked up? Why are there still 2? Without a moment's mercy, the beast slaughtered each one. Duong Hong calmly and lightly smiled, then said, what was it I just said? Kill first, then talk, right? Just then, a pair of sturdy legs like those of a chubby kid appeared. With those legs, Tam Duong Ra quickly jumped away to escape. This guy is too strong. Running away is still the best choice. Suddenly, his body felt strange, as if something was stopping him from moving. What's happening? It's because Duong Hong used a remote control skill to restrain him. I haven't even attacked yet. Why are you rushing like that? Seeing the unfavorable situation, Tam Duong quickly admitted fault. I was wrong. But you didn't accept that apology and launched an attack at him. Tam Duong was beaten so badly by your strike that he fell straight to the ground, and Luke Cohn contemptuously ran over to kick him. Someone who can solo monsters created by a laboratory, just relying on himself to kill you. Are you joking? At this moment, from another direction, 2 pairs of high heels slowly approached, and witnessing the scene before her, Tai Lone was a bit shocked and exclaimed, what is happening? Huang Hua, beside her, only called out to her repeatedly, Sister, sister. Seeing her, Lu Kun quickly stepped forward to explain, let me say, Miss Tai Lone, here's what happened. I just returned and heard everything. After a moment of explanation, a few minutes later, you expressed your sincere feelings, I see. No wonder Lam Fong acted against you earlier. I'm truly sorry. Duong Hao, full of courtesy, immediately replied, it's okay. It seems my sister has a special connection with you, judging by your words. She immediately changed her expression and asked, so can you guys join the Soldiers of Dawn? He seemed to be waiting for this question and agreed, at this moment secretly calculating in his mind based on the previous information he had obtained. The Grand Hall exits the laboratory, waiting for him to return, and with a dazed look in her eyes, she can find out the news she needs. While she happily welcomes and greets the young man, celebrating his joining the Dawn Battalion, a subordinate suddenly runs over to report, Miss Tai Lone. The laboratory has already started distributing supplies. Upon receiving the news, she quickly wiped her hands and shouted loudly, everyone act fast, go get the supplies. Seeing her so urgent, Duong Hao suggested, my sister and I will go too. We've never seen a supply distribution since we came from Jiangchao. Hearing that, she became more confident and agreed yes with the brothers' greater harvest now. Tai Lone and Duong Hao ran over. She pointed to the towering building and said that was where the food distribution was happening this time. There were more than 50 seconds left. Once the time is up, the food supplies will be distributed. Let's go quickly, he asked curiously as he ran after her. Do they always distribute in different places each time? They didn't stop, running and answering at the same time. Yes, so there's no way to prepare in advance. This time, luck is on our side. It's very close to us. When the time was up, countless supply crates shot out from inside the tower. The supply crates that just fell out quickly spread out into 4 groups and gradually descended to the corners. Seeing this, Yang Hao exclaimed with some excitement, "Where did these come from? Is there someone above?" Tai Lone carefully looked at the crates and responded to him. "I heard someone was operating a device that can shrink space in the laboratory, so even more things could be created out of thin air." She probably felt a bit disappointed and frowned, regretting that if she had known they would distribute supplies, she shouldn't have let people leave, as more could have been saved. Seeing that, he smirked cunningly to reassure her, "Don't worry, just tell everyone in the school to handle the cargo. I'll take care of parking alone." Hearing him volunteer like that, the Bin Bin group was surprised and whispered among themselves, "Just him alone? His tone is a bit too confident, and these supplies are scattered like this." The people from the Heavens Band quickly joined in mocking, saying he's a master of bluffing just like that, not afraid of the storm. Planning to grab everything and run later? Let's see how he does it. First time here, and he's already bragging like this, showing off. Yang Hao immediately reached out and confidently declared, "Watch carefully, everyone. These supplies from the sky seem to be drawn by his remote control skill and are flying straight toward him." Then the items kept piling into the truck beside him, one after another. Watching this scene, the celestial beings could only gape in disbelief, speechless.
Meanwhile, the people of Dawn are praising him endlessly. Incredible. Is it over now? Normally it would take half a day, but this time it's less than a minute. Impressive, brother. After finishing collecting the supplies, Tai Lone happily orders everyone around. What are we waiting for? Let's go home.
Those people are happy because they follow her back home. Tonight there will be meat to eat. And not just meat, but also wine. Suddenly, Luke Kuhn noticed something and shouted, "Wait, the people from the heavens are coming." From afar, a group of heroes appeared to block their way, preventing them from leaving. Old Feng, the leader of the divine gift, smiled as he usually did when trying to suppress them. "So, you want to eat alone, soldier of Benignin? This isn't very good." Tai Luan was unafraid and responded to him, "So what, Old Feng, you don't accept it? Be careful or you'll be dealt with." But he wasn't afraid and even laughed loudly, challenging her, "Your father still has some skills, just relying on your bunch of pretenders. How ridiculous." He immediately ordered his subordinates behind him to act and steal from them. The Sky God's people quickly grabbed their weapons and prepared to fight. Tonight there's good food to eat. Let's beat them up. On this side, Duong Hao also refused to give up and signaled the person standing nearby, Fu Hua, to act. Upon receiving his permission, she smiled excitedly and started fighting. She loved fighting. As soon as she finished speaking, a horde of zombie warriors appeared and launched their attack, causing the people from the divine army to panic. "Oh my god!" They each got knocked away and screamed in agony. It's a disaster. Seeing that scene, the monster in front of him, Lao Feng, was so shocked he couldn't believe it and muttered, "What the hell is going on here?" But he didn't have time to think and quickly turned around and ran, pulling out and retreating fast for the ship. A while later, in a seemingly wild place beneath the sunset, Old Feng and a few subordinates, exhausted and gasping, lamented how they had so many Bao Quan. "We really have encountered a ghost. Thinking about it will get us killed, and now we can't even get my flesh back." Just then, Bonghua suddenly rushed over in a panic, shouting, "Feng Dai Ka, something's wrong, something's happened." As soon as he saw him, he quickly recounted what had happened just now. Bowie's men went to mix with the Bin Min soldiers. They all got cut down there. Upon hearing this, Old Feng couldn't believe it and grabbed him to question, "Bowie is gone. Are you sure what you're saying is true?" The horse trainer quickly looked terrified and recounted to him that, according to one who escaped, Lao Bui was killed by a young man with many fierce soldiers. Old Feng clenched his teeth and thought to himself, could it be that guy? No wonder Lao Bui lost. His subordinates worriedly said, 6 fierce soldiers and one who can kill the monster. "Snake Man, what should we do now? Even if the big brothers all go up, it won't be enough." Old Feng smiled maliciously and told them not to worry. "This time, we found the mutated poison orchid, the essential item for the mythical creature to evolve. With it, we can summon Fae to strike once." They all felt reassured after hearing him. "Is it the beast from the classic of mountains and seas, right?" "Yes, incredibly powerful. With it, we're safe." Old Feng clenched his fist to show his unwavering determination. "This time, we must wipe out the Ming Ming soldiers in one go." Meanwhile, at the base in the evening, Duong Hao looked at Fuang Hua and asked, "Fuang Hua, are you sure you'll sleep with Chi Tai alone tonight? But don't come looking for me in the middle of the night." Fuang Hua smiled like a child, searching for him, just searching for him. Tai Lone told Duong Hao, "Don't worry, I will take good care of her." Hearing that, Duong Hao also felt reassured and left. "All right, I'll go back to my room now." Before leaving, he hesitated and whispered again, "Since the photos are all clear and the distance is close, maybe it's not a problem." When he got to his room, Fuang Hua grabbed Tai Lone's shirt and said, Sister, smile." Tai Lon, held tightly on the bed by Fuang Hua, hurriedly shouted, No, don't mess around." Seeing Fuang Hua so stubborn, she finally compromised, Fine, I'll do it myself." Inside Tai Lone's heart, she silently marveled, this girl is really strong. After taking off her coat, Tai Lone gently stroked Fuang Hua's head and said, "It's okay. Go to sleep now. The underground room isn't cold." Fuang Hua suddenly rushed to hug Tai Lone and smiled softly. Warm. The two quickly embraced and lay down on the bed to get ready for sleep. Suddenly, Fuang Hua woke up and sat up, muttering to herself, Brother. A second later, she suddenly shouted loudly, Brother! Brother Duong Hao! Tai Lon, seeing this, immediately sat up and asked worriedly, Fuang Hua, what's wrong with you? Tai Lon suddenly felt something was off, her whole body suddenly feeling weightless. She exclaimed in surprise, Hey Fuang Hua, what are you doing? Let me down. Fuang Hua, still holding Tai Lon, said, I have to find you, brother. Duong Hao, like her, the door burst open and Tai Lon kept shouting, Let me down! Duong Hao looked uncertainly at the door, puzzled. Two people doing what? He hadn't finished speaking when Fuang Hua cheerfully threw Tai Lon toward him and said, sleeping together. Tai Lon shouted, Fuang Hua, let go of her now. Duong Hao also hurriedly spoke, Fuang Hua, can you let go first? Why are you carrying Dai Duong here? At the same time, a voice outside also asked, Are you the one in that room? Yes, I am Dai Duong. Duong Hao felt uneasy when he heard this. He's already gone. This is getting complicated. You quickly shouted at Fuang Hua. Fuang Hua, let go quickly. Tai Lon also spoke up. Fuang Hua, stop causing trouble, but Fuang Hua still refused to release them, repeating, sleeping together. What's meant to happen will happen, and the man slowly opened the door and witnessed this potentially misunderstood scene. That man is the elder, Tai Kim Tun. He's so shocked what is going on. Let go of my daughter. Fuang Hua, still smiling, says, We all sleep together. Duong Hao, with a hesitant, dreamy look in his eyes, asked Tai Kim Tun, if I said this was a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Tai Kim Tang, with a sharp gaze, stepped closer and replied, I believe you. That's strange. He used his mental attack again, shouted, Lay down first, then spoke. Both Duong Hao and Fuang Hua were immediately controlled by this mental trick. Duong Hao gently bites his head in frustration. He's a mental power type. His dreamy eyes are useless against him. Moreover, his mental attack is so strong that even Fuang Hua, who can control 4 fierce generals, can't withstand it. Tai Lon quickly spoke to explain that things weren't as his father thought, that he blamed the wrong person, but his father refused to listen and had her taken out first. Lon, you're still too young to understand how treacherous people can be. Go outside first. Dad, wait until Tai Lon leaves. Tai Kim Tun turned to question Duong Hao, saying so, Who are you really, and what do you want to do? If you dare to hurt my daughter, I will kill you. Deng Hao said seriously to him, Uncle, I am not interested in your daughter. I just want to know where the secret entrance to the Vensong laboratory is. Seeing this, Tai Kim Tun asked him again, Why do you think I know where the entrance to the Vensong laboratory is? Duong Hao replied, Don't listen to Tam's words. He said you're from the laboratory. Tai Kim Tun saw this and immediately turned to leave. I don't care about the laboratory. Don't listen to Tam. Don't say anything unnecessary. Later your sister will wake up and your face is stealing food for us. This matter is no longer your concern. Duong Hao also responded, Thank you. As soon as they went outside, Tai Kim Tun instructed his subordinates, Report immediately if there is any abnormality in his every move. They understood and will follow orders. Before leaving for good, he glanced at Duong Hao and thought, his mental attack couldn't break this kid, and he knew about the laboratory. Now he just hoped that he wasn't an informant helping the laboratory find traitors, or else he would have to wait for the old master to return and eliminate him. The next day, Duong Hao took Fuang Hua out to tell Tai Lon that he was taking her into the city to check the situation. Tai Lon nodded and agreed. Watching the shadows of the two brothers, Duong Hao and Fuang Hua, leave, Tai Kim Tun quickly instructed his subordinates to keep a distance and not to cause any trouble, assured that his men would handle everything quietly. Tai Kim Tun secretly thought that since the reason for joining our organization was unclear, he had to find out if this guy had any ulterior motives. The Vensong laboratory is located in the central area of this place, where the closer you are to the lab, the higher the chance of encountering food. And there are even enhancement drugs. Therefore, the undead, mutated beasts, and lucky survivors will become stronger. Although the closer you get to the laboratory, the more dangerous it is, the more supplies you can obtain. So the power struggles here are extremely fierce. Of course, danger doesn't only come from the environment and factions. The laboratory also conducts all kinds of experiments on the people around them. In short, human beings here are treated like lab mice. Duong Hao and Fuang Hua reached a huge barrier with sharp blades on top to prevent intruders. Duong Hao observed for a while and thought, the Vensong laboratory is in the restricted area, but the restricted zone is very large, so going straight in is obviously not allowed. Suddenly, a frantic shout rang out nearby. They're here! Run quickly! Duong Hao turned back and saw a group of people running toward them, with Diet Tudong leading and shouting at him, Hey, what are you two still waiting for? Run now! Duong Hao, seeing this, not only did he not run, but also wondered why they were fleeing, while Fuang Hua, seeing everyone running, clapped loudly. At the same time, a man in a white coat resembling a lab worker ran over. He pointed his weapon at the nearest person and shot out an electric net, despite their screams of Stop! 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 Then he turned to his teammates behind and said, Catch all these people. This time, as long as they're not killed, do whatever you want. His teammate smiled and replied, Yes. Seeing the situation, Duong Hao quickly grabbed Fuang Hua's hand and ran. Run fast, Fuang Hua thought anxiously. That is the force of the laboratory behind this. Right now, I still don't understand them well. Running is still the best option. Fuang Hua behind also quickly runs after him. Run, run. Deep Tudong, who was running just now, was worried about Duong Hao and his brother. They couldn't escape earlier. They might have been harmed by now. There must have been a gust of wind that brushed past her. Teacher Duong Hao holding Fuang Hua's hand running ahead. She exclaimed in surprise, "What was that so fast?" But then she quickly warned Duong Hao. But the two of them ran the wrong way. Turn back fast. Running that way is even deadlier. Duong Hao was surprised. Wow, no way. Sure enough, right in front of the two siblings is a group from the Research Society rushing to catch them, followed by a giant mutated horse. They ordered the horse to stop there and catch them quickly. Duong Hao immediately grabbed Fuang Hua by the collar and ran in the opposite direction, but it turned out to be a king-level mutated beast. This is a big problem. So to escape, Duong Hao chased to carry Fuang Hua, then shouted loudly, "Brave warrior, attack! Watch out!" The two fierce beasts suddenly burst out from nowhere and charged at the horse beast. Duong Hao kept running and thought to himself that the two beasts might be able to hold out for a while. But before he could run far, Duong Hao sensed something was wrong. When he turned back, he saw the two savage beasts being beaten by the horse, and he gritted his teeth, realizing this was the strength of a king-level mutated beast. Yet the two beasts couldn't even withstand a single blow from it. Suddenly, the two berserk beasts were knocked to opposite corners. Luckily, Duong Hao and Fuang Hua had managed to escape quite far. Why don't they run anymore? Diep Tudong forced a smile and explained, "There are mantises behind and spiders in front. This time we don't need to run anymore." Duong Hao, hearing her, instinctively looked up, and suddenly a giant spider appeared in front of him. It was a king-level spider. Duong Hao didn't think much and took out his sharp tongue, saying, "We have to risk it." The others also drew their weapons in agreement. "Yes, at worst we'll die. Diep Tudong is no exception. This time we have more people. Maybe risking it will give us a chance to survive." A member of the experiment group points and orders the Mantis King to go first. Remember? Just survive. The mantis immediately brandishes its two sharp claws and rushes toward Duong Hao. A man quickly grabbed one of its legs and shouted, "I'll hold it tight now." The others didn't dare to delay a second. They hurriedly moved, firing their weapons to cover. A barrage of gunfire hit the mantis, but caused little harm. Instead, it made the mantis even angrier and more ferocious. The man saw the mantis roar fiercely, and feeling fear and despair, no one could stop him. Fortunately, Duong Hao quickly rushed over and said, "I'm here to help you." The man, seemingly gaining more courage, replied, "Thank you." Duong Hao glanced at the man and silently evaluated him. This guy is quite skilled and can even control one of the mantis's arms. Deep Tudong also rushed forward, shouting, "Everyone hold it tight." She only closed her eyes, and the soul behind Deep Tudong also prepared itself. The spirit's hand gently swung, and two streaks of light cut through, slashing the head and eyes of the mantis, causing it to scream in pain. The mantis lost control and swung its claws, knocking Duong Hao and the man away. At the same time, the system displayed a message. Bone structure, 35 seconds countdown. The man spoke. "No, this monster has thick flesh. Small attacks can only provoke it. Continuing like this definitely won't work," Duong Hao told him. "Then our only option is to try escaping from the two buildings." But as soon as he finished speaking, tentacles suddenly appeared out of nowhere, flinging people out and even destroying the building. The man exclaimed in shock. The building was destroyed. Duong Hao was also frightened by this scene. This is a mythological creature. The system quickly displayed the full information of the terrifying monster in front of him. The Holland fish, after modification, its place of origin. Andromeda system, mutated level B. Duong Hao was surprised. The Holland fish. What? Not far away, someone is secretly watching everything. He lowers his binoculars with a sneer, then suddenly retrieves a weapon from the air. Aren't the laboratory's experiments supposed to be able to produce objects out of nowhere? It seems likely that this guy is connected to the laboratory and can go back to report. Right now, the group's situation isn't looking good, as they are surrounded by 3 monsters. The spider spits out silk that forms a giant web. The group quickly gets caught in it, and they scream in fear. This is definitely a dead end. We're doomed. Duong Hao and Fuang Hua are no exception, both being captured along with the other Diep Tudong. Duong Hao tried to cut the web with his sword net but failed. He realized he couldn't cut through it and started to worry. "We're doomed. This is really bad. We're definitely finished now." The surrounding screams never stop. The webs are too thick to cut. We're doomed. Then a voice orders the spider to retreat, and suddenly the system appears before Duong Hao to announce, "Congratulations on completing the main mission of building the Jiangzhou city base, with a 30% increase in basic attributes." Duong Hao is stunned. New mission, new reward. The system continues to announce that the reinforced bone and chainmail fusion form a new ability, called Steel Bone Armor, which has no cooldown with strength and duration determined by stamina. The scythe has evolved into the Demon Scythe King, allowing the user to perceive upgrade points, clearly identify weaknesses and specific levels of monsters, and transform into a Demon King, with Ha Kuang as a pet. Then the system displayed a new mission for him, starting a new task to destroy the Riverside Laboratory. Duong Hao exclaimed, "Wow, just in time the base is finished, as if the rain was planned, but what is Ha Kuang?" As soon as he finished speaking, a cute spirit beast appeared on his shoulder, letting out 2 childish screams. Duong Hao glanced at it and said again, "Wow, Ha Kuang. Such a cool name can't be just this. Maybe it's a reward for himself. But for now, let's set Ha Kuang aside. Duong Hao clenched the Sovereign Scythe in his hand and smiled. So let's try the Sovereign Scythe first. He swung it lightly, and the net immediately tore apart. Effective. Seeing it work so well, Duong Hao swung a few more stylish moves and laughed happily. The Demon Scythe had become sharper after leveling up. The group, after escaping the net, kept praising Duong Hao. This handsome guy is so powerful. Such a fierce mark. We're saved now. Duong Hao turned back to remind them, everyone, don't celebrate too early. There are still 2 king-level mutated beasts and a mythological creature left. One of the experimented group members was shocked to see the web made of spider silk cut apart and couldn't help but praise, as even the silk of the king-level mutants could be cut. After he succeeded, his companions quickly ordered the mantis, the king mantis, to attack him. The mad praying mantis charged wildly at Duong Hao, and the system also provided its information. The king mantis, level 1 to king rank, strength 5,100, speed 2,810, mental 1,200. Duong Hao secretly felt pleased. Finally, he could see the attributes of a king-level creature. Seeing the mantis strike with its claws, Duong Hao lightly dodged to the side, then suddenly remembered, that's right, wasn't I just observing the weak points earlier? Looking up, a few blue circles appeared on the mantis's body, and he smiled. Indeed, I can now see the weak points. Yang Hao jumped up, raising his weapon with a murderous look in his eyes. All right then, I won't hold back. As he finished, the mantis was torn to pieces before everyone's astonished eyes. The experiment group was stunned. He managed to kill the praying mantis king in one strike. Diep Tu Dong was just as amazed. How could that be? After killing the praying mantis, Duong Hao turned to look at it with a dangerous gaze and said, you like to mess around, right? A swift, powerful slash quickly passed through the insect's eye. Duong Hao told it, isn't browsing the internet bad for your eyes? The experiment group member quickly ordered the remaining monster, annoying Ha Lan Gu. Get his records for me, he's starting to feel worried. What's going on? That guy can use the appearance of 2 level king mutants. Right now, we can only rely on Ha Lan Gu. But then, his teammate ran over to report. Captain, Ha Lan Gu has fled, and it seems like he was scared off by something. He was surprised. What? Seeing no other way out, the experiment group hurriedly ran away. Damn it, even Ha La Yu ran off, so everyone retreat. Duong Hao was stunned when he heard them say that. Did I hear wrong? That mythical creature was scared off by something. Wow, this place actually has something that can scare a mythical creature. It's getting more and more terrifying. But at this moment, Black King is standing there proudly howling twice. The group of people rescued by Duong Hao from the monsters kept cheering, finally out of danger, thinking they were doomed this time, but it turned out fine. Diep Tu Dong stepped forward proactively to thank him. My name is Diep Tu Dong. Thank you for saving my brother. If you need our help, just ask. My brother is the big brother. Duong Hao immediately said to Diep Tu Dong, I have something I really want to ask, or we should find a safe place to talk clearly. Diep Tu Dong agreed immediately. Okay. According to what I know, besides being captured, there's no other way in unless you find someone who escaped earlier. But I guess those people have already been taken. Duong Hao, hearing her words, felt a bit tense inside. Finding someone who escaped earlier, was it really Keen Suong before, not the Riverside Laboratory? This makes things complicated. After getting his answer, Duong Hao stood up, pulled Phuong Hua, and left. Thank you, Diep Phuong Hua. Let's go home. Diep Tu Dong nervously warned him that going to the laboratory was too dangerous and he should forget about it. Duong Hao replied that he would be careful, glancing at her and thinking that even in the apocalypse, she was still so kind. Rare indeed. The scene shifts to the Min Dawn headquarters. Tai Kim Tun instructs his daughter, Lo Ni, Duong Hao is about to return, so go take Diep Phuong Hua away. He has something private to discuss with Duong Hao. Tai Lon obediently replies, yes. But as she left, she glanced at him with curiosity, wondering what exactly her father wanted to say to Duong Hao that was so mysterious. After telling his daughter, Tai Kim Tun turned to his subordinates and said, all right, wait for Tai Lon to take that girl away, and we will deal with that kid immediately. Outside, Duong Hao's demon scythe was swinging fiercely. As he fought off his subordinates, he questioned Tai Kim Tun, commanding him to explain what everyone was doing and where his sister was.
Tai Kim Thành, vừa hút thuốc vừa nhận nhà hỏi cậu, em gái cậu, chúng tôi sẽ tiếp giải tốt. Thứ hai tôi đã phát hiện cô năng lực biến dấu từ khẩu trùng da rồng của phòng thí nghiệm. Thành thật khai bảo, cô phải cậu là tai mắt của phòng thí nghiệm.
Duong Hao replied, no. Tai Kim Tun asked again, how do you prove it? Duong Hao frowned and looked at him. What do I need to prove to you? Tai Kim Tun immediately ordered his subordinates, no more drinks, punish if they refuse, catch him. Let's see how far he can escape. The subordinates received the order, surrounding the boss. Go catch the laboratory's henchman. Suddenly, a layer of iron armor covered Duong Hao's arm, and he said, for me, you guys are not enough. A strong-looking armor appeared on Duong Hao's body as he raised his hand to block the attack, silently marveling at how powerful this armor's defensive ability was. Then he smiled dangerously. Now it's my turn. He swung his fist, and his subordinates were sent flying without mercy. Tai Kim Tun was stunned to see his subordinates falling like rain. The medicine on his lips also fell. Wow, so strong? Duong Hao nhìn Tai Kim Tun nói, With these skills, I might as well be an undercover agent. Tai Kim Tun furious, telling him to stop being so arrogant. He was about to teach Duong Hao a lesson when another of his subordinates ran over to report that they had stepped forward and were no longer willing to stay silent. The divine beings from heaven had brought mythical creatures to attack us. Tai Kim Tun was surprised. What? His anger turned into worry. Why does it have to happen now? Be careful and don't let anything happen. Tai Kim Tun hurriedly ran away quickly. Follow me back. Duong Hao, hearing him and his subordinate say that, also quickly ran after them, the mythical creature. Ha Lun Gu used to be him, right? He probably has a very strong strength. I need to follow and see. Hope Fenghua is okay. A creature suddenly appeared, and the system displayed its information. A mythical creature, as a proud voice rang out. Where are your grand entrances? Come out here for me. Old Man Feng led that bastard and that damn balloon guy here to shout loudly. Bring them out here for me. Tai Lon was both resisting and worried. It's over. My father just went out with Duong Hao. Now I'm alone here. She flicked her hand and a flock of birds appeared. She signaled the birds to attack Lao Feng and shouted, Run! Tai Lon kept ordering her subordinates to run quickly. Lao Feng sneered. If you want to run, don't stay in the rain anymore. The creature's eyes suddenly flashed, and a beam of light appeared that swept over Tai Lon and the others. They nervously said, My body seems to be moving slower. This light has a delaying effect. Tai Lon gasped and panicked. Damn it, my skills are too useless. We're doomed. Old Feng stepped in front of Tai Lon with a sinister smile and said, Lady Tai, now we can happily play around, right? As he finished speaking, Tai Kiem Tang quickly rushed forward, blocking with his fist. Lon Yi, don't be afraid. Dad is here. But Old Feng, instead of being afraid, looked at him with contempt. Tai Kiem Than, you finally arrived. No matter how you struggle, it's useless. I've already invited the Phi, and today you will definitely disperse. Then, the monster roared loudly, countless sharp needles shooting out from its mouth. Those pierced by the needles cried out in pain. Tai Kiem Tun also rushed towards his daughter, shouting, carefully. A piercing scream echoed out, and a cloud of dust covered the entire space. The subordinates pierced by the needles fell one after another. Tai Kiem Thane was also hit, and Tai Lon caught him, crying loudly and blaming himself. Dad, what's wrong? Wake up quickly. It's all because of my useless powers. I caused everyone harm. You encourage her. Your skill is to control the iron birds, right? Help me keep those iron birds in check so they can land on the sky side. Tai Lon hesitates. But before she can finish speaking, you reassure her, it's okay. Just listen to me. Tai Lon feels curious inside when she hears you say that, wondering what you're planning to do. Duong Hao whispered something into Tai Lon's ear for a long time. Then she commanded the flock of birds to fly toward Lao Feng and his subordinates. The iron birds are just flapping around. What are these fools trying to do? Useless, tangled up, they can't fight, Lao Feng shouted in frustration. More useless powers. Tai Lon also looked worried. See, my iron birds are useless. At best for reconnaissance, this is truly a useless power, Duong Hao reassured her. No, even small iron birds can be very effective. Next, he raised his hand to control the lightning and continued, See, my lightning usually can only target one enemy at a time. But now with your iron birds, a 2,000-volt current strikes Lao Feng and his men, providing a powerful shock. Duong Hao confidently said, I can take them all out with my eyes closed. Old Feng, falling down unconscious, muttered confusedly, What just happened? Tai Lon watched in surprise. He actually used his iron birds as tools to locate and track the enemy. So this is how his ability can be used. Then, Duong Hao told Tai Lon, All right, the trash is dealt with. You help everyone get the gold. I'll go handle this monster. Tai Lon nodded. Okay, she thought to herself. Maybe listening to him will really help us get through this danger. Suddenly, Zhang Xuang pointed at Duong Hao and shouted, Kid, you think you can handle the sky-given Gak Rua and then face me? That's laughable. Duong Hao calmly told him, So you're not one of the sky's chosen. Wake these people up for me and I might spare your life. Tenjiang scoffed at him. You overestimate yourself, Fei. Kill this sky-rinsing bastard. The boar obeyed him and charged at Duong Hao, but he quickly jumped away and sneered. Come here so I can snatch it. A powerful stream of electricity from his hand surged into the Demon King's scythe. You unleash a 1,000,000-volt current straight down behind Tadun, unaware that a creature like Dawn is beside you, spewing fire. Duong Hao thought. It also has the ability to swallow glare. This will be quite tricky. He swung the scythe and let out a loud cry as he struck the pig demon. The boar roared in confusion, and Duong Hao silently decided to strip it of its ability to act. Then he jumped onto its head and said, Take away this eye too. But from its wound, a surge of mana appeared to heal it, restoring its eye to its original state. Duong Hao just dodged the laser beams from its eyes, stunned. Damn, it reproduces so quickly, I can't let it get close anymore. Seeing Duong Hao dodge again, Tenrang was furious and frustrated. This guy is too agile. So, swallow the one behind first for me. I need to show him what despair really is. The creature behind roared and took a deep breath, pulling Tai Lon and Fuang Hua up with it. Duong Hao was furious, damn it. He quickly used his remote control to suppress it. Fortunately, thanks to that, Fuang Hua and Tai Lon were also kept back and not swallowed by the monster. Duong Hao also let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the gravitational pull from the remote control was strong enough to hold Fi. But before you could react, the rattlesnake grabbed a knife and rushed toward Tai Lone and Fuang Hua. You think you can handle the beast, but I just want to watch the show. You'd better say goodbye to your two girls. Yang Hao hurriedly rushed towards him. Damn it, turn back for me. Suddenly, a beam of light shone directly on Yang Hao, surprising him. What is that?
Giằng xuống cuối giặc y, mắt hắn lóe lên sát khí. Mấy ra mặt bậy rồi, tạo tấn công bọn họ dễ thu hút sự chú ý của mấy thời.
Phi, yết hắn nhanh lên. The Phi growled loudly, its mouth wide open, preparing to perform a brutal swallowing attack. Duong Hao watched anxiously. This is trouble. At this moment, Ha Kong suddenly appeared on Duong Hao's shoulder, growling at the pig, then leaping straight toward it, its size gradually changing. In the blink of an eye, Ha Kong had grown as large as the boar and bit down hard on its shoulder. In the next moment, Ha Kong had swallowed the boar whole into its stomach like a meal. Everyone, including Duong Hao, was stunned speechless by what just happened. What kind of monster is this? Jiang Sun was so scared he sat down trembling. What the hell are you that you can swallow mythical creatures? Duong Hao laughed loudly and praised Ha Kong. Ha Kong, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, he thought to himself proudly. It seems the system items are all worth it. Then he turned to control the guy named Jiang Shun. So now, only you remain. Jiang Shun, what are you whining about? Don't. Han Dan begged desperately. Big brother, don't kill me. I was hired by the Heavens Mandate, paid to do this. I didn't target you guys, really. Duong Hao clenched his fist around his neck and shouted. Then, after dealing with Jiang Shun, he turned to ask Tai Lone how Fuang Hua and the others were. And she replied, the Heavens Mandate's goal is to enslave us. Fuang Hua and everyone else are not seriously injured and should wake up soon. Thank you again for saving us, Duong Hao said softly. It's good that you're okay. He continued, but they dared to hurt my sister. Tell me where the headquarters of the Heavenly Mandate is, so I can settle the score with them. 2 hours later, the scene shifts to the headquarters of the Heavenly Mandate. Duong Hao raised his hand and said, Firepower from afar, attack first. Today we must seize the Heavenly Mandate. Suddenly, countless streams of blue light rushed to break the building in front of him. But it seemed that Duong Hao's power was not enough to destroy it, yet it was fine. Tai Kim Tun said that the Heavens Mandate has skilled nest builders, so their headquarters is famous for being very solid. Tai Lone suggested that I send the birds in first to see if there are any weaknesses. Duong Hao nodded and agreed. Countless deadly birds rush straight at the building, but suddenly a huge flame erupts, causing any bird caught in it to instantly turn into a spinning bird. They seemed so. The old man's followers laughed smugly, planning to attack them. Dream on. They even dared to mock with their heads sticking out, not knowing their limits. Wait for their revenge. Tai Lon is worried. It's not good. We can't find any weakness. Tai Kim Tun snorts. If we can't get them immediately, once we've exhausted our strength, we'll surely face their counterattack. And at that point, the entire army might be wiped out. Duong Hao immediately turned back and told the two of them to stop and conserve their strength. I just need Tai Lone's assassin birds to help. Tai Lone looked surprised and asked again. As long as I am here, Duong Hao nodded. Yes, the more of your assassin birds, the better. As long as the quantity is enough, I can take this electric fortress in 3 minutes. Those watching from afar, hearing this, showed their dissatisfaction. Still using assassin birds. Don't more birds make no difference, right? That building's architecture is extraordinary. If the team of killer birds didn't damage it, they would have been killed already. I've never seen anyone break into the Heavenly Command headquarters before. Tai Kim Tun also didn't believe in you and said, You can't do it, you fool. The Heavenly Organization has survived all its evil deeds thanks entirely to the strength of its stronghold. If you can defeat the Heavenly Stronghold, I will accept you as my brother. Duong Hao responded confidently. Fine. Then it's decided. I will swear right now that if I don't win, I will die to atone for my sins. The onlookers proudly pointed at him and said, That's what you said. Tai Lone looked at him worriedly. Duong Hao. Duong Hao calmly directs the birds. Tai Lone, don't worry. Follow my instructions and summon the birds again. 30 from the left corner, then from the right wall. Tai Lone nods and says, Got it, I understand. She follows Duong Hao's instructions and commands the birds to fly towards the building. Suddenly, the gunfire erupted loudly, bullets flying straight at the flock of birds. The subordinates laughed loudly. Keep coming. Are you all brainless? Enough with the noise. Surrender is useless. Wait for the revenge from us. The deadly birds are falling to the ground, shattered. Tai Lone becomes even more worried. No, Duong Hao, the deadly birds can't withstand this firepower. What should we do? The soldiers gossiping and mocking, using the deadly birds as a useless attack. That's right. Completely useless. Duong Hao raised one hand to the sky and sparks of electricity began to appear. He said, The deadly birds truly cannot withstand the firepower. Confidently, he continued, But I actually want the heavens to shoot at the cursed birds. The onlookers didn't understand what he was saying and wondered if he was controlling the curse, perhaps with some secret technique. Let's see what happens next. Tai Kim Tun dung aside, advising him to give up. It's useless. He thought the heavens would grant him power, but didn't consider that the defenders are well prepared. They've had many defensive relics for a long time, Duong Hao said with a faint smile. So what? At this moment, dozens of deadly beams descended and surrounded the house. Duong Hao sneered and said, I know they have many anti-death relics, the relics that defend in the sky. The lightning conductor guides the electricity through the swarms of deadly birds, spreading the current throughout the entire building. The subordinates stare in shock as the electricity invades the house. They were once again struck by lightning, still unable to believe they were getting a second health checkup. No, this can't be happening. Yang Hao confidently explained that when enough flying birds are present to conduct lightning on the ground, as long as the birds are close enough, the electricity can connect across the ground. And the electric current from the ground could shock the base, causing it to burn and weaken, leaving them no way to escape. The henchman hurried outside, crying out in pain. The witnesses were once again amazed. This is too powerful, such a terrifying strike. And it's over. Could this be the power of science? Tai Kim Then looked at him differently. What's going on? Doesn't that mean I should be calling this kid Big Brother? Done. Duong Hao calmly walks away with the Demon King's sword as everyone watches in amazement. Suddenly, Tai Ki-than hesitates and says, "Aye, congratulations." Duong Hao, wait, what? Tai Luan told you, Duong Hao, that Heaven's Ban is our mortal enemy, and my father established a rule in the gang. Whoever can defeat Heaven's Ban is the new leader of the Dawn Warrior, and now you've done it, so the Dawn Warrior now belongs to you.
Duong Hao seemed in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Damn, there are rules like this too," the system suddenly announced, completing the conquest of the first power in Hengcheng and upgrading the system rank.
New Rank 1 allows establishing branch bases in the city. New Rank 2 grants access to 2 new 3D printers. New Authority Level 3 grants the main base in Zhengzhou a license to develop primary medicines. New Authority Level 4 allows appointing personnel in charge of other bases. After reading the system notification, he thought to himself, wow, so many new privileges. Just by accidentally destroying a skyban and completing a mission, it seems the system is much more powerful than I imagined. Then he turned to put his arm around Tai Jianqing's shoulder and smiled. If I'm already the boss now, then let's talk about the laboratory, little brother. You can't know without telling me now. Tai Kim-ten silently cursed himself. Damn it! Now I not only have to call him Big Brother, but also give him the base. What the hell was I thinking back then? Damn it! The two head back to the Minbin command base. Big Brother, I escaped from the Vensong laboratory, but I don't know much, he explained. I only know that the Vensong laboratory is very large, with staff classified by S, A, B, C, D, E, F levels. Only those at level A and above have names, while F and below are numbered as Tap Bin. In addition, the mythical creatures they create are named with the same ranking system S, A, B, C, D, E, F as humans, but they are much stronger than humans of the same level, with level A being the threshold of divine power. Tai Kim-ten also explained that mythical creatures from level A and above not only possess divine power, but can also unleash divine techniques, and their supernatural abilities are ineffective against mythical creatures from level A and above. Duong Hao was surprised, so there is such a thing. Tai Kim-ten nodded, yes, but I am only a small C-level character. Besides knowing the exit of the laboratory outside beneath the Team Long building, I only heard about the rest from others. Suddenly, Tai Lon ran in and shouted, Brother Duong Hao, something's wrong. Tai Jianthane asked her, what's going on? She hurriedly replied, a mutated Demon King is coming from the 10 o'clock direction. Duong Hao and Tai Jianthane exclaimed together, a mutated Demon King. Tai Jianthane quickly asked Tai Lon, did the mutated Demon King detect us? Tai Lon shook her head, not yet. Duong Hao said, all right, everyone protect Fuanghua carefully. I will go kill that mutated Demon King. Tai Lon was shocked. What, you want to go kill the mutated Demon King? That's too dangerous. We can lure it away instead. Tai Kim-ten also agreed with his daughter. That's right, there's no need to risk it. Duong Hao reassures them. Don't worry, I won't mess around. The system continues to notify. Activate new quick mission. Kill the level 3 Demon King. Duong Hao smirks. Now that there's a new mission, how can I not go? Arriving outside, the system displays information about the monster. A level 3 nightmare grade mutated Demon King, extremely difficult to kill. Duong Hao looked at the giant monster below, thinking it might be that one. A nightmare difficulty. Even with the level and weaknesses shown, killing the mutated Demon King is still very dangerous. Suddenly, a voice rang out from below, preparing everyone for battle. Duong Hao looked in the direction of the voice with some surprise. Was that someone from the laboratory? The leader rushed toward the monster while speaking through the communicator. Private security. We have found the mutated Demon King with extraordinary mental power. Yes, we will proceed to capture him immediately. Then he raised his gun and shouted, get out of the way, so our Demon King and Beast King can launch their attack. Everyone immediately took action around them. The mutated Demon King must live. The people behind responded in unison. Yes, the scene was extremely chaotic now with 3 giant monsters attacking each other. The gorilla shoots out laser beams from its eyes, and the green monster also releases a powerful energy from its mouth. Those 2 attacks barely hit the giant demon replacement. From afar, Duong Hao watched in amazement. Too powerful. Has the mutated Demon King been defeated already? But of course, those 2 strikes couldn't defeat it. The demon beast slowly stood upright, surprising Duong Hao. What? Then it released a surge of red wave of mental shock onto the opponent. The leader of the experiment group shouted loudly. Everyone joined in, increasing firepower to aid the Beast King and the Demon King. He grits his teeth in fear and hatred. This guy specializes in mental attacks. Luckily, we have equipped mental shield helmets, but the Demon King and Beast King can't hold out. He immediately urges his teammates to quickly cover the Beast King and Demon King, and the others respond in unison, yes. Duong Hao, whose arm was cut off, silently thought that mental attacks were too terrifying. If he fought alone, he would definitely not be a match. But now, regaining his composure, he drew out his familiar weapon and smiled triumphantly. His chance to seize the advantage had arrived, as the experiment group continued to shout and increase firepower, with countless blasts hitting the changeling. Very quickly, that demon replacement fell to the ground, its eyes dazed and its breath shallow. The leader of the experiment group smiled triumphantly. Good, everyone push harder. We're about to catch it, and tomorrow this place will become a testing ground. If we don't catch it, there won't be another chance. Suddenly, a voice rang out. So what? At this moment, Duong Hao had already put on the Imperial armor with the sickle emblem and charged toward them. You dealt a powerful blow to the head of the zombie, splitting it in two. Then the system also displayed a message congratulating you on completing the 3rd floor Zombie King elimination mission and earning the title of Zombie King. There is a 20% suppression effect on the Demon King, and below with strength increased by 1,200, speed by 500, and spirit by 1,300. He obtained a pet fusion crystal that can fuse and control pets into stronger creatures. Duong Hao was quite satisfied with this reward. It's a good prize, perfect for the Phoenix to use. The experiment group stood frozen in place, wondering what this was. Is this new armor from the research? The leader, Nguyen Jiang, said. It definitely isn't. If it were a lab test, they would have notified us. Maybe he's an enemy. Yang Hao casually killed the remaining monsters while arrogantly telling them. The system kept sending notifications. Strength plus 340, speed plus 120, spirit plus 110, strength plus 140, speed plus 130, spirit plus 90. The experiment group once again gathered at the second checkpoint with Beast King and Demon Queen. Only then did the leader react and give the order. Enemy attack. Everyone charged together to fight him. The group immediately responded in unison. Yes. They kept firing at Duong Hao, but he dodged quickly each time. Suddenly, countless birds appeared in the sky. They rushed to attack the experimenters, making them uncomfortable. What is that? On the rooftop of the nearby building, Tai Lone waved and called out, Duong Hao! Duong Hao responded that Tai Lone was coming later. You thank him and release a 100,000 volt electric shock. Then lead a group of about 10 people for free health checkups. The leader nervously exclaims, My mental shield. Duong Hao suddenly rushed in front of him and smiled. So you've run out of mental shield skills, right? Help me think of a way to sneak into the laboratory. He quickly knelt down and told you that everyone entering our laboratory must undergo an DNA check, and outsiders like you can only be the experimental subjects brought in. Duong Hao asked Han how the laboratory handles the experimental bodies, and Han replied that it depends on the experimenter's requirements. They are only responsible for capturing. Duong Hao narrowed his eyes and asked further, So what did you mean earlier when you said this place would become an experimental field? He casually said that the laboratory calls this place the experimental field, and tomorrow it will become an experimental field with a level 100 eyes Demon King mythic creature. As he spoke, a strange smile appeared on Duong Han's face, and at that moment, everyone here would die. Duong Hao was stunned, then turned worried. Damn, a mythical creature might ignore psychic attacks and be experimented on here, so I need to warn everyone to evacuate quickly. Duong Hao replied, I already killed it. Tai Kim Tun exclaimed, What? I already killed him, no way. That was the Thai Ma Vuong, Duong Hao confirmed. That's right. Even all of us plus everyone from the previous team couldn't have killed the Thai Ma Vuong. The people behind him didn't seem to believe what you said. You should know your limits when boasting. Duong Hao immediately showed them the loot and said, You all know about the Thai Ma Vuong crystal and the mutated beast, right? This is a king level crystal. I not only killed the Thai Ma Vuong, but also another Thai Ma Vuong and a mutated beast king. After seeing the king level crystal in Duong Hao's hand, they finally marveled that it indeed looked like a king level crystal and that he had truly killed 3 king level creatures. Wow. Tai Kim Thun also praised him sincerely. Big brother is so capable. I knew you could do it, Duong Hao told them. No need for flattery. I have something for everyone to do. He seriously continued, Tomorrow the people from the laboratory want to experiment on an A-level mythical creature in this area, which is very dangerous. So everyone go inform the other forces in this area to leave quickly. Everyone immediately responded in unison. Understood. 2 hours later, Tai Kim Tun worriedly told Duong Hao that it was no use because the other forces didn't believe and refused to leave. You snap your fingers toward the nearby device and explain this is a 3D printer that stores many device blueprints. Just find enough materials to print it out. Tell everyone to gather materials, print the excavator underground, build an underground fortification, and prepare the escape route. Tai Lone is amazed and exclaims, You have such a large device, and Tai Kim Tun also looks pleased. These 2 robots seem highly advanced. I'll organize people right away, feeling secretly pleased that this time we've got the right person. Meanwhile, underground, cranes are working tirelessly to dig out a safe haven. The next day, the weather turned cool and clear, and above the tall buildings, a spacecraft soared through the sky. Suddenly, through a small glass window, two figures appeared inside, and voices could be heard coming from within. Report to the commander that we have arrived at the designated area. Should we release the test subject? Another voice responds, release it. The person immediately executes the order. Yes, release the space energy orb. The level A mythical creature, the Bak Demon Lord. The giant pill instantly exploded in midair, revealing a terrifying monster resembling a frost creature. Roaring loudly, and a distant, faint voice gave the command to release. A short while later, the monster crashes down, its enormous size causing nearby buildings to collapse. Not far away, Duong Hao and the two others are carefully hiding behind a wall, observing the situation as the sword in his hand softly speaks, "It's really here." Seeing a mythic creature this powerful for the first time, she nervously asked beside Tai Lon, worried they couldn't defeat it. With the calm demeanor of the two, Duong Hao smiled and analyzed, reassuring her that the person had said before that there would be a supervisor following during the mythic creature's inspection. As long as they catch the supervisor and get the control drug for the mythical creature, it will be easy to handle. Then Duong Hao quietly pondered. Ha Huang was still digesting the previous mythical creature and couldn't help him. So now he could only find the supervisor himself to act. Thinking this way, without waiting for the other two to react, Yang Hao suddenly ran out, softly instructing everyone to take the people nearby underground. Near that area, the Bak Ma Quan was frantically slaughtering innocent civilians, their screams of agony echoing continuously. Save us! Some of the gifted individuals are desperately trying to stop the monster. Everyone is terrified and amazed, and it turns out there really are mythical creature experiments. If only they had heeded the warning from the Dawn Soldier earlier, they would have been prepared. Now they feel powerless and worried, and it's all over. Unaware, they are all under the watchful eye of someone else from the very beginning. On the spaceship, the laboratory attendant happily observes the battle through a telescope, then excitedly orders his subordinates to activate the Divine Sigil, issue the 15th command, and respond with yes. Below, the Bak Ma Quan receives the order. Its eye widens, and a strange light emanates from it. Those who are targeted by it will instantly turn to stone completely without being able to do anything. Kai Ming happily reports the success to his superior, Captain. The Divine Sigil has been successfully activated. Yuan Kang hears this and clenches his fists in joy. Very good. Just then, a sharp sickle sliced across his neck, and Duong Hong asked with an amused voice, "What's going on, everyone?" He was terrified, thinking, "Are the enemies attacking? When did this person come from behind us?" Without waiting for him to think carefully, Duong Hong slapped this guy on the shoulder and threatened him with a mouthful. "Give me the drug to control the mythical creature now." Hearing that, Nguyen Kang was startled and trembling, quickly taking out a purple pill and holding it out, begging nervously, "Big brother, please don't kill me. I have the drug, I'll give you everything." Duong Hang, feeling proud, held the pill in his hand, acting like he was being merciful this time. "Letting you go for now. Next time I see you messing with the laboratory again, I will." Before he could finish, the name of the laboratory suddenly changed his attitude, pressing a button with a challenging tone. "So what if you do?" In the blink of an eye, he was overpowered by Duong Hong's sudden move. Instead, another transformed mythological creature appeared. This is the reformed Nian Thu. Produced in the Sartorius system, a level A mutant, Nian Thu spots the target and immediately roars, claws sharp and ready. Nguyen Kang laughs proudly, thinking that this kid is clever to consider dealing with the Bak Ma Quan through us. But does he really believe we would be so foolish as to go without bodyguards? Duong Hong grit his teeth and desperately tried to stop Nian Thu, cursing inwardly. Damn it, they're using an A-level mythical creature as a bodyguard. Then, he shouted loudly. Sparks of electricity burst from his body, illuminating the sky, 1,000,000 volts. A few tufts of fur on Nian Thu's body were burned black and smoked. Nian Thu howled, its eyes still fixed on the target while yours gradually narrowed. Duong Hong jumped away in shock. Wow, this guy really can look down on psychic powers. Openly sneering, using psychic powers on Nian Thu is really overestimating oneself. Lately, the clueless ones are getting fewer and fewer, Nguyen Kang mocked. Having a little entertainment is also good. On the other side, Nian Thu continued to cast divine symbols, fireworks of 5 colors. Duong Hong found himself in a dangerous situation, doomed and unable to dodge, but perhaps the steel armor could protect him. Thinking this, he immediately used it, and his body was enveloped by a solid metal layer. But the explosion happened suddenly, and even with armor, he was knocked back. The metal protective layer shattered into pieces. Duong Hong clenched his teeth in pain, his eyes narrowing in disbelief at what just occurred. Nothing, not even the iron armor, could stop it. He regained his composure, trying to dodge the remaining fireworks while thinking that an A-rank mythical creature was indeed very strong, so he could only run away. After taking a few steps, a red rope suddenly shot up and wrapped around his ankle. Nguyen Kang, holding the leash, sneered coldly. "Do you think you can escape?" Then he ordered the mythic creature behind him, Nian Thu, to kill him. Nian Shou obeyed and opened his mouth wide. Dozens of fireworks appeared, falling and exploding around Duong Hong, making him scream in pain. In the end, the armor was almost shattered and Duong Hong collapsed face down on the ground. Everywhere on his body was torn and bleeding, his eyes filled with regret and frustration. "It's over. The iron bone armor is completely useless. Am I going to die here today?" At this moment, a system voice sounded in Duong Heng's mind asking if he had activated the final form of the bone armor, which has serious side effects, and whether he accepted them. Alright, side effects, huh? Yuan Kang smiled, then slowly spoke. Nian Beast, the program is over. Then he pointed at Duong Hong and ordered him to go meet his ancestors. Hearing this, Duong Hong also disregarded everything, glaring and shouting, "Damn it, I got blown up again. I don't care about the side effects anymore." He didn't hesitate to raise your hand and choose, "I accept." Immediately, a terrifying surge of power erupted from your body. Everywhere was filled with dust and smoke when suddenly a hand reached out. Yang Hong appeared in a completely different form, with a dangerous aura surging through his body. Nguyen Kang was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. What is this? Nian Thu turns color. Nian Thu obeys the order to step forward and unleash the ultimate fireworks attack. Thunderous and terrifying. Fireworks explode again, a deafening blast filling the sky, rocks and dust flying everywhere. Yuan King stepped back in fear, feeling that the opponent's aura was even more terrifying than a mythical creature. However, maybe he's already dead now, but unlike what he expected, Duong Heng appears unscathed. He swung a punch that made Nian Thu's mouth twist in pain, and watching Yuan Kang panic and tremble, he realized that not only was he unscathed, but he still had the strength to fight back. Nian Thu growled cautiously, eyes wide with shock, his human form suddenly standing tall. It charged at Duong Hong and knocked him to the ground. Seeing that, Nguyen Kang regained his confidence and laughed loudly, "You fool. Nian Thu only looks good at long-range attacks." But in fact, close combat is its greatest strength, with a 15% boost from the supporting attack, because Nian Thu's teeth combined with its biting force create an unstoppable power. As soon as they finished speaking, cracking sounds echoed, and Nian Thu's proud teeth shattered and fell apart. Meanwhile, Duong Hong's strength grew stronger and stronger. He suddenly opened his mouth and viciously bit Nian Thu. The secret watchers nearby widened their eyes in shock. How could it be that the Nian Thu was beaten down again, and it seemed like he was tearing at the Nian Thu? This has gone beyond the power of the owner's abilities. The battle was nearing its end, and finally, the Nian Thu couldn't endure any longer and let out a scream before collapsing. Duong Heng stepping on the Nian Beast seems to officially declare the outcome. Yuan Kang shouted at his subordinates, then hurriedly turned to run. But why is he just standing there? Run quickly. The Nian Beast has already been bitten to death by him. This guy is the real monster. Duong Hong immediately punched down hard on the ground, causing the earth to crack open and hot sparks to burst out. Nguyen Kang was startled by the sound and looked down. Before he could deny anything, he and his subordinates were engulfed in red flames. A few seconds later, Nguyen Kang was burned unconscious and collapsed to the ground. At the same time, Duong Hong also lost strength and knelt down on both knees. The protective armor around him gradually disappeared, and as Duong Hong gasped for breath, he couldn't help but marvel internally. Could the power of the ultimate armor be that strong? Although I might lose my mind and become like a beast, gaining the strength to tear apart the beast of the year with my bare hands, this is also too terrifying. Nguyen Zhang endured, frowning silently, and from the recent battle, the side effect of the supreme armor probably is that I will lose my reason. Using too much earth energy, the body will weaken and become so painful that I can't continue fighting. But it seems I can only use it once for now. Senza will have to prioritize upgrading the armor later, or I won't have the strength for a level A mutant beast. After a moment, Yang Hao stood up and approached Yuan Kang's body, picking up a small box. He looked at it and smiled with satisfaction, knowing he had obtained the drug to control the 100-eyed demon lord and could now go deal with it. The scene shifts to the exit and underground refuge, where everyone is hurriedly running inside. Previously, there were talks of mythical creature experiments. We didn't believe it, but now, thank you all for taking us in. Tai Lone hurriedly urged, "It's okay, everyone go in quickly." Suddenly someone pointed in one direction and shouted, pointing at Tai Lone, "It's not good! That monster is coming this way!" All you could see was the Bak Nan Makwan continuously advancing, searching and hunting for prey. Tai Lon stared in horror, urgently saying, "Everyone quickly move over. Prepare to close the cabin door." And at the same time, her confidence seemed to waver. It's broken. Her father and Duong Hao are still outside. Meanwhile, Bak Nan Makwan had already rushed to the cave entrance, but due to its enormous size, it could only linger outside. It angrily swung its tail to hit the cave entrance hard, causing the entire cave to shake like an earthquake. And Tai Lone's eyes widened in tension as she urgently ordered everyone, be careful," she silently prays in her heart. The door is destroyed, hoping her father and Duong Hao are safe. Meanwhile, outside the cave entrance, Kim Thang quietly tells the others behind him, "It's over. The entrance to the refuge seems to have been smashed. We can't get in anymore." Hearing this, everyone was terrified and holding their heads, thinking they would surely die. And if they stayed alive, they would be discovered by the 100-eyed demon lord. Now, they truly regret not listening to Big Brother Sword Than. But it's too late to regret now. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the very back of the crowd. "No, it's not too late yet." Duong Hao, holding one arm, confidently said, "As long as everyone agrees to join our Dawn Warrior soldiers, I can handle that beast." Seeing Chi Jiangqing first, he happily called out, "Brother, you're finally back." The crowd sneers secretly. "Damn it, only you know how to take a hit, but you're not qualified to deal with the Demon Lord. I guess you don't know that its stone formation ability can even level a building." Duong Hao once again declared confidently, "Everyone, I am the new leader of the Dawn Soldiers, since the current situation has already reached this point. If I can truly handle the 100-eyed Demon Lord and protect everyone's lives, do you agree to join us?" The group of your people, jokingly, as if they don't believe you at all, agree. "Of course we agree. As long as there's still hope, I'm just worried you're bluffing. If you really can save us, whatever you say is what it is." Duong Hao turned around, carrying the sickle on his shoulder. "Fine, then watch this." You step forward steadily, gradually approaching the Bak Nan Ma Quan. Duong Hao stops in front of it and shouts defiantly, "Hey, kill it!" This bold move left everyone stunned. He just went out like that, trying to find... Death shouldn't take us down too. Is he crazy? Jiang King also worriedly shouted, "Big brother!" Hundreds of eyes on the body of the 100-eyed Demon Lord suddenly emitted a glow. They are scattered everywhere, and even the rocky outcrop used as a hiding place by the crowd cannot escape danger. Jiang Qing quietly reminds them to be careful. The entire area is shrouded in thick fog. People looked around in the distance and discussed among themselves, "Is he dead?" Of course, he was killed in an instant and still shamelessly boasted. At this moment, the 100-eyed Demon Lord suddenly leapt onto the cliff and stared directly at the crowd. Immediately, everyone panicked and scattered. "It's over. If he fights alone, fine. But bringing the Demon Lord here, we're doomed. I really trusted that fool." But the bloody scene in my imagination never happened, only seeing the darkened eyes on the body of the 100-eyed Demon Lord, and the person disappeared from view. Then they all closed their eyes, and the 100-eyed Demon Lord growled a few times in frustration. In the end, it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The crowd was bewildered, not understanding what just happened. What is going on? A figure gradually emerges from the smoke and dust, accompanied by a loud, cheerful laugh. To make the medicine work quickly, it still needs to be injected at close range. Duong Hao walks forward, dust sticking to his clothes, and everyone recognizes his face with confusion. Lian Kin Nyak is still alive? How is that possible? Swords and weapons are raised in excitement. Big brother. Duong Hao smiled, recalling the battle from the past, fighting the beast one by one, exhausted. But to succeed in one go, he had to risk crawling into the ground, just as the Bak Nan Ma Quan approached to inject the medicine. Suddenly, a small shadow of black from behind Duong Hao darted forward like the wind. Ha Huang. It grew larger, then happily narrowed its eyes before biting the monster in one chomp, causing the crowd to panic and retreat rapidly. What is that? Is it eating the Bak Nan Demon Lord? Duong Hao was also stunned on the spot. How did Ha Huang come out on its own? Does it really like to eat these mythical creatures so much? Watching his pet finish eating and then lie down to sleep on the ground, Duong Hao guessed in his mind that Ha Huang probably needs to sleep deeply for a while longer. He then turned around to reassure them and said, "Don't be afraid. This is my pet." Everyone was surprised and exclaimed, "Wow, this pet is amazing." Then Duong Hao gently stepped forward and reminded them, "You must remember your promise earlier." Everyone immediately pledged their loyalty. "Big brother Waivo, we are willing to join the Vanguard fighters," Duong Hao happily instructed. "That's good. If the danger has been resolved, everyone go through the entrance into the base." Everyone responded in unison. 3 days later, in the underground command room, Tai Lon approached Duong Hao and said seriously, "Reporting, boss. All the local forces have been secretly integrated, but the major forces near the Forbidden Zone refuse to cooperate." Duong Hao replied with a wave of his hand, "No need to force them, step by step. It's normal for other forces not to join us." At this moment, a young man with red hair hurried in and said, "Boss, the person you told us to watch out for has been found." Duong Hao suddenly sat up in shock. "You found the target, right?" The young man with red hair quickly confirmed, "Yes, but she's with a team from the laboratory." Duong Hao smiled excitedly. "Great, then leave it to me to handle." He clenched his jaw, his deep eyes like an abyss, and finally the opportunity to join Ven's Song Laboratory had arrived. The scene shifted to the deserted street, where a group of white-clad people carefully moved and observed their surroundings. A moment later, the leader shouted that today's target was the mutated Demon King, who suddenly appeared. Everyone had to be careful. The target and the group behind shouted in unison, "Yes!" Suddenly, a scream from ahead drew everyone's attention. A deformed demon master with 4 arms is writhing and walking with its head tilted back. Duong Hao looks out from a nearby high window, seeing the person below, dressed in black, and realizing she's in that crowd. He needs to find a chance to talk to her. Previously, Duong Hao had obtained a fusion card that combined 4 mutated demon lords of Diep Fuanghua into a mutated demon lord, so then he turned to look at Fuanghua beside him and warned her. Fuanghua told the mutated demon lord fusion to lift and separate them, and to be careful not to hurt the enemy. Fenghua clapped her hands and smiled with her eyes curved like a child's, muttering to herself. Suddenly the demon master below, who had been standing still, leapt high into the air. It growled and charged at the crowd. The leader urgently and panickedly ordered, "It's over. We've been discovered. Quickly split up and run." The group quickly obeyed and dispersed from that direction. Yang Hao saw the opportunity and immediately descended, finally having a chance. You land quietly without a sound and then call out, "Hey, Macditch, seeing you, just say a word. Come here, let's talk." The two of them hide together in a room. Macdick asked first, "Why are you here? Did something happen at the Zhangzhou base?" Duong Hao explained. "Zhangzhou base is fine. I came to find the antidote to save Fenghua. How is she doing now? Machete spoke slowly, with a somewhat heavy tone. Although I brought the enhancement medicine back because of the late hour, I was punished and downgraded from envoy to low-level refugee. I probably can't do anything about Fenghua's situation anymore. Duang Hao calmly reassured, smiling mischievously, saying, "It's fine. I want to disguise myself as a captured Dinong and blend into the Riverside Laboratory, hoping you'll catch me." 3 days later, at the entrance of the underground Riverside Laboratory, a few people in white coats led chained individuals inside one by one. Duang Hao quietly memorized the path as he walked, pleased to think that with the enemy's withdrawal it would be easy to blend in while loudly shouting his role at the enemy's gate, not thinking of resisting was pointless. As the high-level security could lock all your abilities, anyone who tried to escape would die. Duang Hao quietly whispered behind, "Tai Lone, let's go together." Tai Lone smiled and replied, "No problem. If I can rescue him, it's also my contribution to the base." After gathering everyone, the people from the laboratory pressed a button, and suddenly the wall trembled slightly. Duang Hao was suspicious. "Is this machine?" Feeling his body constantly falling, a basic layout suddenly appeared in his mind. Duang Hao silently thought. The laboratory by the river is in a large underground space. After a moment, the door opened, and several people in white coats continued to lead the group into another door, moving slowly, as a team entered the sterilization chamber quickly. Duang Hao and Tai Lone are pushed into a small compartment, the door slams shut, and 2 shower heads above pour water down. Next to her, Tai Lone also had water sprayed onto her body. But unexpectedly, as soon as she was hit by the water, her outer clothes gradually disappeared. Tai Lone blushed embarrassed, shouting in confusion, "What is going on?" Duang Hao also fidgeted nervously, silently thinking to himself, "It's over." Even though he was fully prepared, he didn't know there was this procedure. Just then, a notification sounded. Numbers 17 and 18 had completed sterilization, confirming they carried no suspicious items. Start the cell number 9. Duang Hao and Tai Lone walk out, both too awkward to look at each other. Duang Hao stammering as he leads, "Let's go in, just go in." "I guess it's because we won't last long here, so there's no need, Duang. And I secretly marvel at how everywhere around here is filled with materials that can control supernatural powers. No wonder it's so hard for prisoners to escape." Duang Hao carefully takes out the radio and whispers, "The enemy has infiltrated. How are things on your side?" The enemy quickly responds, "I am stationed in the modified creature zone. What are your plans?" Duang Hao hurriedly replies, "I will think of a way to regroup with you first. Be ready to wait for my signal and don't act rashly." Close the communication, Duang Hao raised 2 fingers to his temple, closed his eyes, and silently used his power. Since he had already blended in, he needed to find a way to circle around. A route appeared, he opened his eyes wide and found it. The control device for this area. Duang Hao takes out a sickle, drills a hole in the wall, then turns to Tai Lone and says, "Tai Lone, I've made a hole here. You extend your hand outside to use your psychic power to recall the bird, then control the bird according to my commands." Hearing that, Tai Lone raises her hand and responds, "Okay." She reached out her hand and the little bird appeared. Duang Hao encouraged it. "Very good. Tell the bird to fly to the right, go forward, then turn left, then right again." The bird followed the instructed path and precisely pierced the control device. The entire area suddenly lost light, and the corridor fell into darkness. The guards looked at each other in confusion, asking what happened. Did the power go out? Something must have happened. Quickly notify the manager. Yang Hao bluntly asked them to stop and kindly borrowed some clothes to wear. The guards were caught off guard, choked, and then fainted. He quickly steals their clothes and urges Tai Lone, while she is lost in thought. Duang Hao always seems to come up with a way using his strange skills. About 3 minutes later, Duang Hao and she successfully blended into the base. He quickly used the radio in his hand to contact Mac Ditch. "We're approaching your location. Get ready." He quietly realized that, based on what the guard said, the experimental creature storage might be on this side. Suddenly, the guard shouted loudly, questioning why someone from the experiment zone was here, and demanded the code word. Duang Hao immediately recalled his memory and answered seriously, "I am immortal. And death, the destroyer of the world. Luckily, I asked the enemy beforehand." The guard immediately drew his weapon and threatened, "That's not the order from a minute ago. It's the new command." You're so confused inside, stammering as you answer yes. The new order was just a minute ago. The command here changed so quickly. Duang Hao was so anxious he couldn't speak clearly, then suddenly punched the guard in the face and shouted, "I'll risk everything with you." Duang Hao and Tai Lone hurriedly escaped from there, running while contacting Mac Ditch. "Mac Ditch, the situation has changed. We've been exposed. We're right outside your guard warehouse. Open the door quickly. Got it." At the experimental biological storage, she quickly analyzed and reassured, "Wait a moment. Decoding and opening the door soon." The enemy watched the screen intently, secretly surprised. "It's over. Why can't this door open suddenly?" Babai unexpectedly appeared from the data logs. She frowned and sternly ordered, "I found it. It seems the core of the main base is you." The scene shifts outside the warehouse door. Duang Hao quietly suspects that after all this time, the door still hasn't opened, indicating something's wrong on the enemy's side. Suddenly, the hurried footsteps of the guards approach closer, and they all raise their guns and give orders. Hey, intruder, drop your weapon now and surrender peacefully. You start channeling your power into the sickle, urgently demanding from her, it looks like a fight is inevitable. Tai Lon, later you hide behind me, okay? Duong Hao immediately thought to himself, it seems it will take some time before we can get in. Currently in the warehouse, the enemy suddenly falls to the ground. Baby boldly interrogates her, the traitor C3. Tell me why you want to let that person go. She directly applies pressure, and traitor C3 gives up resistance, knowing she has a 100% chance of being killed. Baby summons the monster and makes a judgment, saying stop wasting time. MacDick holding 3 syringes, actively arguing, meaningless. A machine like a person can understand nothing. She suddenly stops threatening, using beastly drugs because resisting is useless. She is willing to pay this price. She ruthlessly injected into her shoulder and responded to Baby's words. Humans are not something that a calculator like a machine can understand. Then, she immediately transformed into a different, evolved state. The monster lunged at her like a tiger stalking its prey, and MacDish urgently slashed its belly with her claws. In that moment, the monster looked at her growling from its bleeding wound, and MacDish immediately leapt high above the monster's blood. Then she quickly landed successfully. Baby pointed at MacDish dismissively, and warned that humans should give up. She calls out a group of monsters threatening directly with violence. This is the storage for the experiment creatures. My energy source is not exhausted. No matter how much she struggles, she won't create a loophole. Currently outside the warehouse door, Duong Hao, exhausted and panting, mutters in frustration, these people really are double-faced. You immediately use the sickle to carve a dent in the ground. Duong Hao hurriedly instructs Tai Lon to release 30 iron birds on the left and right sides. Understood, MacDitch, you must be persistent. The iron birds follow her orders, quickly rushing into the waterhole as you guessed, since the enemy said there are many mythical creatures and trial beasts inside. They fly rapidly toward the experimental storage area, so Duong Hao unleashes lightning, and the beast says it's time to bring some joy to this boring place. Lightning bolts fiercely engulf the testing area, quickly shattering the protective glass of the monsters inside. They start rushing out, all screaming with deafening sounds. He put his hand on Tai Lon's shoulder, urging her quickly. Soon monsters would appear, and we must take advantage of the chaos to get inside. The door suddenly swung open, and the monsters rushed out like a swarm of bees breaking their hive. Duong Hao suddenly jumps up and shouts loudly, "Let's go!" He holds Tai Lon tightly, actively dodging their claws. The red alert suddenly blares out. A warning, warning, warning. The stockpile of mutated beasts has been compromised. Bobby carefully assesses the situation. An unclear situation arises, and the central processing unit is calculating the optimal solution. Duong Hao suddenly interrupted her. Hey, sister, stop talking. I think you should surrender now. Duong Hao then continued, that's the best way. The enemy shouted in panic, Duong Hao. Bobby coldly threatened you. Intruder opponent, your chances of winning are 0. Surrender. She replied indifferently, although you released all the monsters I can control, these 3 remaining ones are enough to deal with you. You are starting to show your fighting spirit, so you discuss with her. But these 3 will be gone soon too. Tai Lon, yes. You are just being sentimental yourself. No one said I want to fight her. From afar, the iron birds are happily destroying the computer data. This caused the binary errors to jump out of control, and she started to panic. This is... You would be so pleased if you saw this scene, as the monsters gradually lose control and flee from the experimental storage warehouse. Duong Hao looks relaxed, chatting with Tai Lon. Unless absolutely necessary, I wouldn't dare fight these monsters. Duong Hao, you're too sneaky. Someone must have been furious just now. You start asking about MacDitch's health. MacDitch, you've taken the medicine to reduce the fever. Can you still understand what I'm saying? 1. Just a little. Duong Hao lifts MacDitch onto his shoulder, but hurriedly urges Tai Lon, all right, now we're heading to the infirmary. You hurriedly pat her on the back, thinking urgently. MacDitch still has some consciousness. The only thing left is to take advantage of the chaos, get into the pharmacy, and find the medicine to cure Fenghua and MacDitch. Duong Hao and Tai Lon hurriedly run toward a room, his eyes suddenly wide with shock. The scene of monsters crowded inside is terrifying. They all turn their red eyes towards Duong Hao, and the monsters rush to attack him. Duong Hao grit his teeth, feeling anxious. It's over. We've been spotted. This is the way to the medicine room. It looks like a fierce battle is unavoidable. He quickly summoned his familiar sickle, handed the enemy over to her, and reminded Tai Lon to take care of him. The monsters stared intently at the unconscious MacDitch and suddenly roared at each other as if they were instinctively doing something. After a while, the monsters quickly lined up, making way for the main road. I was secretly amazed at what was happening. What's going on? Why do these monsters seem to have no hostility towards us? Yang Hao temporarily set aside the abnormality, then walked with her and MacDitch, whatever, just go ahead and figure it out later. After running for a while, they finally saw the medicine room ahead. You secretly felt relieved inside. The medicine room was just ahead. Surprisingly easy to reach, until suddenly a fierce roar blocked the way with a stern command from the beast trainer. Stop! He started threatening, wanting to enter the medicine room, but I am guarding here. Only the demon can pass through. The weak beast explained to you. It's over. This is an A-level manager who is also a beast trainer. He was sent by Barbie to guard the medicine room. What? This person is level A. Duong Hao quickly puts on his armor, secretly calculating that level A personnel have the combat strength of level A mythical creatures, so they are probably extremely powerful. You seriously warned the two girls to hide first. The beast trainer sneered and said, "No wonder Barbie wants to study humans." He suddenly swung his arm to attack, and Duong Hao couldn't help but cry out as he was hit in the leg. He nervously thought, so strong, this is an A-level divine technique. The beast trainer looked indifferent. If Barbie didn't need a living body for research, he would have already been dead. Duong Hao suddenly collapsed onto the ground, helplessly struggling, feeling extremely frustrated that with his current B+ strength, he still couldn't defeat this opponent of that level, especially since he couldn't use the ultimate armor now. The beast trainer continued to shake his staff and straightforwardly ordered him to give up resisting. Yang Hao clenched his teeth and struggled to lift his body. The opponent gently grabbed his whip. She insisted on protecting you, which moved Duong Hao deeply. But to take Duong Hao away, you have to fight me first, enemy. The beast trainer sneered mockingly. So familiar. Isn't she one of the staff who raised beasts before, drugged and beastified? But don't forget, I am not only several levels above you, I am also... He confidently attacks the beast trainer. The opponent is knocked down directly, and in pain she can't help but cry out. He said with a full sense of superiority, "You low-level employees are no different from monsters in my eyes, just disgusting low-level creatures." The beast trainer then kicked her, looking down on her and saying, "Wasting the laboratory to raise a bunch of useless trash like you. Trash should die? You all just enjoy being objects for me to abuse, just like I did to those monsters." He anxiously shouted out loud, attacking. Duong Hao hesitated and looked towards the rushing trash storms. He quickly realized they weren't here. Hadn't the monsters already run outside? Could it be that this was called in by the beast tamers? The beast tamers quickly ordered, "You disgusting creatures," to arrive just in time, eat all the trash besides that guy, and don't hold back. The trash storm suddenly rammed their heads into him and directly knocked the beast trainer away. He immediately spat out blood, scolded loudly, "Damn it, what are you crazy trash? I told you to eat them." The trash mobs attacked the beast tamer again. He directly crashed into the wall with a painful thud. Blood spilled from his mouth as he angrily cursed, "Damn it, have these bastard mutants betrayed us?" He struggled to stand up and said angrily, "I am your master. How dare you monsters attack your master?" Yang Hao was terrified witnessing this internal conflict. Why are these monsters attacking the beast trainers? Could it be that Ben quickly noticed something unusual and hurriedly entrusted it to MacDick? "MacDick, quickly call those monsters to help her. I'll explain why later. Just shout loudly." She nodded seriously. "All right." MacDick shouted as loudly as she could, "Everyone help me!" The monsters immediately paid attention to her words. "Please save me!" The beast tamer quickly retorted, saving her. "Don't keep dreaming." He sneered and mocked, "Do you think these monsters will listen to you? I am the true beast tamer. I am the king of these monsters." Together with the beast trainer, they were unexpectedly surprised that it had finally arrived. "What?" He immediately embraced Tai Luan and MacDick, soothing them while escaping the chaos of the monsters. "Let's get out of here." Meanwhile, the beast trainer was furious, swinging his whip fiercely and shouting, "Hey, are you trying to rebel?" Suddenly, a black wolf lunged and bit his shoulder. He pushed it away angrily, cursing, "I am the owner? Have you forgotten the pain from my whip, you bastards? What is really going on here?" Yang Hao secretly rejoiced. Earlier, when the monsters made way, he sensed something was off. And now, hearing this beast trainer's words, he finally understood that this is what you call stirring up a hornet's nest. Duong Hao stared intently at the monsters, suddenly realizing that MacDitch had just been beaten and that some monsters had voluntarily charged to fight to the death. Perhaps after transforming into a beast, MacDitch's ferocity had created a certain bond with the monsters, allowing them to sense his fear and come to his aid, which is why he loudly shouted at MacDitch, and as soon as he did, all the monsters gathered around. You think MacDitch holds an important position among the monsters, so you secretly manipulate him. The beast trainer? I saw it clearly. MacDitch is truly the king of all beasts here. The beast trainers here are completely torn apart, unable to resist. Duong Hao hurriedly approached the medicine room. "All right, hand over the beast tamer to the monsters. Now just enter the medicine room, and Manhwa and MacDitch will be saved." He looked at the sign, reading the experiment's focus. "No mission, just go in." Yang Hao hurriedly took out a sickle, so just cut it open and go in. Before he could do anything, the door of the medicine room suddenly opened. You're wondering why this opened by itself. Duong Hao was immediately stunned and speechless. This is. In the center of the room, a person from the constellation of the Love Goddess appears. He asks proactively if you want to enter the medicine room. You immediately become alert and consider the situation. This is an alien, and moreover, their strength is level A. I wonder if they also possess divine runes. The enemy instinctively bares their fangs, clearly showing hostility. She seems to have lost control, biting hard into Duong Hao's shoulder, who immediately pushed the enemy away. She has now completely become a different person, increasingly aggressive. Yang Hao directly stepped in front of the woman from the Love Star clan, wondering if she was human, someone who could control her mind, and he was amazed that she was not under his control. He immediately unleashed a wave of sound to attack her mind, showing that her mental strength was also very powerful, which truly surprised me. Seeing Tai Lone fall into a coma, Duong Hao was extremely anxious. This is bad. If it continues like this, it won't work. Tai Lone. The members of the female Zodiac threatened openly, so Duong Hao quickly summoned Ha Kuang, fully committed to fighting it this time. Ha Kuang, I can only rely on you now. Han calmly activated the sound wave and said, "You are a creature I have never encountered before." Ha Kuang suddenly was hit by the wave and was thrown backward. You are full of worry, thinking, "It's over. Ha Kuang can't hold on either. I have to quickly bring it back." Suddenly, Duong Hao keenly noticed something unusual. Huh? Ha Kuang suddenly threw back its head. Then it started vomiting violently. Ha Kuang said, "This divine beast isn't our ancient beast, so what's the use of this?" Duong Hao quickly ordered, "System, tell me what this is about." The system immediately reported that the Ha Kuang creature's water hadn't been consumed, only temporarily stored, and it could vomit it out at any moment. Hearing this, you quickly ordered Ha Kuang, so that's how it is. In that case, I have an idea. Ha Kuang, attack again. It obediently obeyed the command, roared, and charged forward. He used his tentacles to push Ha Kuang back, while Duong Hao hurriedly gave the order, and meanwhile it was lying unconscious on the ground. Ha Kuang told him again. Ha Kuang struggles to stand up and follows your command, continuing to leap and attack. The people of the Zodiac constellation once again use sonic attacks, and Jue Tinbao, there's no need for you to suffer like this. Suddenly, their snake feet slowly crawled out from Ha Kuang's mouth. Duong Hao, with a teasing smile, said, "Wait and see. I'm about to give you a little surprise." Han angrily replied, "Do you want to use it to pollute the environment and make me sad?" Seeing the full bodies of the worms reveal themselves more and more, you continue to speak. "No, just wait and see." After a moment, it appeared with sharp fangs and a terrifying look in its eyes. The members of the Virgo constellation were stunned and speechless. Their giant bodies completely covered Han, making the members of the Virgo constellation hesitant, as they never expected such a large creature to be inside this small being. Han tried to resist, but couldn't help but sigh. It's over. Duong Hao quickly caught Mac Ditch, secretly pleased that his control over Mac Ditch had been broken. You loudly explained, "This surprise fruit, right? I knew attacking your mind wouldn't be enough against the Bak non-demon lord at a divine level." The members of the Star Maiden constellation struggled to hold on while denying, "No, it can't be. How can a creature like you defeat someone as noble as me?" Yang Hao suddenly threw off the hooks. With a teasing look on his face, he said, "Everything is possible, but this weight still can't crush the person." He started to look amused, mocking tone in his voice. Then add a little more for him. He collapsed onto the ground from exhaustion, while Dai shouted, "No!" Suddenly, a notification appeared congratulating him on killing an alien for the first time. All attributes increased by 20%, and he gained the divine skill Thunderbolt. Duong Hao hurriedly used his new power source, nervously saying, "The divine technique is great. I finally have the ability to injure a mythic creature level A." Tai Lone looked bored. Moho asked again, "Duong Hao, what just happened?" He smiled reassuringly at her. "It's okay. It's all over now. Let's go find the medicine together." "Okay." About half an hour later, Duong Hao urgently injected the antidote to treat Mac Ditch. Seeing that her condition was improving, he quickly asked about Mac Ditch. "How do you feel?" She responded promptly, "I'm fine. And also, I've returned to my original state. I feel that the power gained from the beast transformation drug still remains. I can transform into a beast at any time." Hearing this, Tai Lone behind him was overjoyed. "That's great. No wonder this kind of drug is so rare. You look radiant and gently request that we hurry since we found all the necessary medicines, and I also have a surprising discovery." Then Yang Hao quickly orders us to find their hideout and cause chaos.